just restarted it. Okay.
Anyway, Biggage, you obviously want the same thing.
I've never
You're
been
a demon,
your
my
friend.
girl. Yeah, you're a
I've
straight
never been
demon.
your friend.
Yeah, you
I've
are
never
a
been your
demon.
friend.
You know what? You didn't
I've
even
never
come back and
been
say, you
your
know what,
friend.
people? I know the
Yeah.
last time I was here, I didn't act in my right mind or whatever. You know what I mean? And I kind of apologize still because I know that my behavior was decrepit still. No, you didn't even have the fucking manners to do that. You just want to crawl back in like your behavior is A-OK. Yeah? Like your
What
behavior is
about your
A-OK.
behavior?
Yeah? Like
What
your
about
behavior is
your
A-OK.
behavior?
But your behavior is not A-OK. Yeah?
Same thing
The
to
thing
Jupiter.
is, Babs,
You
yeah?
did the same
Your
thing
Busy
to
body,
Jupiter.
behavior
Babs.
is not
You did the same
okay.
thing
You
to
would be
Veg.
apologising
Oh,
every
God.
day if you had to apologise
going on?
about what you
Yo,
did.
Becca, are you there?
Go back
Becca,
to chasing that
Becca,
married
come off
man
mic, man.
chasing Naifa, man. Shut up,
Becca,
man.
are you there?
We all know
Becca,
you
come
got
off
a hard
mic,
on
man.
for fucking Hector chasing another woman's
Becca,
husband.
come off
Yeah,
mic. Are you there?
exactly.
Calling on
Yeah.
Hector. Yeah. No
That's
one's
why
even
for
mentioned Hector.
ages
The
I
next
was
thing
like
you've got
calling her the
mentioning
husband
Hector.
catcher.
You just bitter
Yeah,
because
she
you
even
couldn't find a man
she
to
even
marry
said
you.
something about her pussy to Hector, and it was like that's a bit disgusting. Gross.
She's obsessed with Hector. Absolutely obsessed. Do you know what I mean?
And Hector absolutely hates her.
Yeah,
He
because
absolutely hates the skit.
because she's trying to be the spokesman for blackness, and she's trying to, like, the fact of the matter is she's going on at Jupiter like you can't choose Hector's wife. No matter what I think of Jupiter, you know what I mean? That's Hector's wife. You just a baby mother. You're just upset because Jupiter found a black man to marry her, and the black man that you found made you a baby mother and never put a fucking ring on it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you're upset.
Jealous. That's what that is.
Because Jupiter and Hector have been married more than 20-something years. Who put a ring on it? You're just a baby mother. The baby mother's gone now.
Oh, did she run away?
But the girl drew me out. She drew me out of myself. But yes, Feli, I apologize for saying them facts. I didn't mean it. Even though I want
Betty, but yeah.
If I ever get in contact with her, I can't say that yet. But at the end of the day, I must apologize. This is Veli's channel. I did not mean to threaten whatever Naifa. That's anyway. I don't even care because at the end of the day, the girl don't even have a real name in it. I don't know what you're going to, and you don't deal with feds anyway. We all know Naifa don't deal with feds. You know what I mean? So I don't give a fuck. But yeah, I do apologize because I'm on Veli's channel and I should have said them things.
Yeah, it's do you know what? It's so easy to get caught up in the moment and say something. It's like I would have never said what I said this morning if it hadn't been for the fact of what she was like to me earlier today. You know, and she's supposed to be showing me a video. Well, I'm still waiting for the video to be shown, you lying cunt, because there isn't a video. You reckon there's a video of Hector admitting that he's got a daughter in Nigeria? Well, strange how if that was around, I'm sure that Ghost would be using it to start with. So yeah.
But you know what? She's a bully. That's what
she is,
and she's arrogant. That's it. And she wants to be the spokesman for blackness. She does not allow in diversity in blackness. Yeah, she wants to be the spokesman, and she's not. You know, the same way white people are diverse, black people are diverse. You see white people from Poland, you see white people from Russia, white people from Ireland. They're diverse people. Yeah. Same way with black people. But she just wants everybody to be on the same hymn book. She talks black unity, but spends all day bullying me and calling me all the racial epithets that she can find.
Yeah.
What does Naifa used to call Reg? She used to use a racial epithet for a Reg. Yeah, I can't remember if it was slave. It was something like that, but it was a really and Hector. She was always using racial epithets against Hector as well.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't like Reg because Reg is well spoken and he's very, very educated. Yes. And she is a low IQ little cunt. Yes. So deal with that, bitch. Can't stand the woman. I can't stand her.
No, I find her very I like you when you say all skinfolk ain't kinfolk. That's what I find. I find her a bully.
Yeah, she is.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, she's definitely a bully.
She's a bully and she's obsessive. because I just don't understand why you as a black person can't agree to disagree with other black people. You
Yeah.
don't use racial epithets just because you don't agree with me. Do you know what I mean? But
Why
you
can't
spend
she just be on a panel? Okay, you two don't like each other. Why can't she just be on a panel and just be decent on the panel? You know, if you got your opinion, you're allowed your opinion when you were talking to Taffy. But no, she had to try to, like, you know, no, it's fucking wrong. It's fucking bullying.
yeah, that's what it is. She's got a superiority complex.
Yeah.
But she's been beefing with all the, I don't know, there's not many Nigerians she's not beefing with, let's be honest. I've seen her go on, what do you call it, Jedi's panel and beef with Maku and Jedi too. They pulled up on it one time. One time, she started to try and tell Nigerians how to be a Nigerian and all that bullshit.
Oh my
They went
God.
ape shit on her. They just gave her that fire, that Nigerian fire.
Yeah, she just, you know, her actual hatred for Jupiter is is another level. It's on another level.
I
Her and
honestly
Ghost
think with
are
you,
obsessed with Jupes.
I think she's more obsessed with Hector, to tell the honest truth.
Well, yeah, she probably hates Jupes because Jupes has got Hector.
Yeah,
And Hector
and
loves
they're solid.
Jupiter. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, them two are like two peas in a pod.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
remember
they're
when
great
Jupiter and
together
Hector
as
did that
well.
ride out? Does anyone remember when Jupiter and Hector they were
Don't get me
riding
wrong,
out
I've had
looking
my
for
rows
Rodney
with
Gay?
Jupiter. Do you know what I mean? But we're you know, I can apologise when I'm wrong,
Yeah,
and we've moved on.
yeah.
So yeah, which is what we should do. We're adults, aren't we?
But at the end of the day, Babs, Jupiter and Hector, they're comedy gold.
Oh, I know,
They're
I
comedy gold. Some of the things that them two get up to.
know. It is. It's cool. It is
The
cool.
best one. See the video when they did the ride out looking for Rodney Kay. Oh,
Oh yes, I remember. Oh God, how long ago was that? That was ages ago, wasn't it?
yeah.
Like
But
two.
she
Oh,
did
but
that,
I don't know about
butcher.
that, Betty, because I only came around yesterday.
I
Fucking
know
hell.
I've not been on these panels so long. I've only
I
been
know.
about a week or so. And you see how naive is going on with herself.
Yeah, I know.
Like, why
I
are you
know.
holding it in your chest over a year ago or something and you're still holding it in your chest? I've met this woman once in my life. She's never had my number. She's never rang me. She talked like a oh. I'm like, I don't know you, bitch. You don't know me.
Yeah, I
I
know.
think, you know, Jupiter's actually had my number. This naive has never had my number. She's never rang me. She's never emailed me. She's never done anything. I said 1, 2, hello in the park, and that's it. But the way the girl be talking, like, oh, I think maybe because we're black in it, she must think because we're black that we you know we must get on and stuff. But we don't have to get on. Black
No.
white people don't get on with each other. I know bare white people that don't like each other. They
Yeah,
don't get on just
there
because
is.
they're
There's
white.
loads. Yeah,
Do you know
yeah,
what I mean? So it's just like I will get on with someone. My first thing is I can agree to disagree with you respectfully if you're respectful to me. But
yeah,
if you spend your time trying to dominate me, mock me, try and diagnose me whatever mental illness that you found in the book, yeah,
yeah.
you know, you,
Mental illness that she knows about because that's what she's got.
yeah,
That's the problem.
she's
She's
not a
the
mental
one
health
with mental
professional.
illness, and she needs to put it on to everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying. It's just
yeah,
like I'm not online chasing next woman's husband like you, naive for.
no,
You know, I'm
exactly.
not online chasing married man, but you are. You're only one of the things you were jealous of Jupiter and Hector because he married her, and your father, your baby father didn't marry you. He made you a baby mother.
Yeah,
That's what it's about. When it,
well, if you act properly, they won't leave you. Maybe if you didn't just lie down and open your legs, you
yeah,
know what I mean.
that's it.
That's the fucking truth. Truth
You
might
respect
hurt,
her.
but it's the truth.
She spent her time trying to bake up Jupiter and Hector for years.
Yep, I
That's what
know.
she does. But us Nigerian women, nobody's fighting. Big up Hector, but Hector, you ain't Denzel Horn. You're not Denzel to
I
fight
love that.
over. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but you ain't Denzel. Do you know what I mean? But
But
she,
he's Jupiter's Denzel.
yes,
Do you know what I
exactly.
mean? And that's what counts. Do you
Yeah,
know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I'm not the best. I'm not the best looking woman, but my man loves me.
exactly.
you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it's everybody to their own, isn't they? So
She does not respect the institution of marriage. That's
mm,
what I see in Naifa. You're not chasing another woman's husband.
well, probably because she's never. I don't know if she has. I don't know. I'm not
No, she's not
interested,
married.
but I
She's
don't
not
know
married.
if she's ever been married.
And if she ever has been married, it didn't work. But you can see the attitude because she's too
Yeah,
busy chasing other people's husbands.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You don't
I know. You
chase.
don't go to. Oh, come on. You. That's one of the lowest things you can ever do. Is chase another woman. I mean, if you were chasing after a man and it turns out to be married, you didn't know. You
Yeah.
know that's horrible, and you know you can. But she knows he's married. She knows full well he's married. So what a little sketchy thing to do.
Yeah, and she spent years screaming Hector's name out.
Yeah,
You can
I
pull
know.
up bare streams where this so-called queen, yeah, will spend all day
Fucking
screaming Hector's
so-called
name.
queen. Fucking hell.
I don't even know if she's even met Hector one day. But the man is married. Yeah? You don't
And
need
he hates her.
Hector's wife for him.
He hates her as well. So why is he chasing after a man that fucking hates her?
Because you know what? Hector makes some good points. Like, Hector, there was a misunderstanding because Hector said, he was talking about slavery and he went, and when Raspet show, he went, oh, it's just business. They were, the Caribbeans were moaning about the Atlantic slave trade, rightfully so.
Yeah,
But then Hector did that Nigerian thing when he went, it was just business. Because Nigerians, we don't really care about slavery. Even if our
yeah,
ancestors enslaved, we don't care.
yeah,
They're dead in it. Do you know what I mean? But so he did that. Nigerian people are not known for being very tactful with their words. They're very straight with what they say. So
yeah,
it came across the wrong way. But he was right. The human trafficking was business, whether
yeah,
she likes it or not.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly.
It's a
And the
huge
thing is,
problem.
it happened so long, when where slavery is concerned, it happened so long ago. None of us did slavery, and none of
Yes,
them were victims of slavery. So,
yeah.
what the fuck is she? What are they on about? Reparations? It's
Well, you
just
know what?
about money.
The problem with this is my problem with reparations. I didn't know I had ancestors from the Caribbean in America. So recently found out that some of my ancestors were enslaved in the Americas, and the Caribbean. But the fact of the matter is, this reparations they already played. All the British public paid for 150 years. The slave owners in Britain, like David Cameron's family, every single taxpayer had to pay up until 2015.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I paid into all of that
Yeah,
for
we all
years.
paid.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That's
Yeah,
what worries me about the reparations, that it went to the slave owners. So if these Caribbean countries are demanding reparations, you're basically, why should the public pay? Let the slave owners, like David Cameron's family, all those people that descend from slave owners, like David Cameron, let them pay. Why should everybody else pay when we already had to pay these slave owners to free, the slaves 150 years ago? That's what worries me about the reparation things. I don't think it's fair
no,
that
it's
we should
not.
have to pay.
And okay, Betty,
Yo,
so
yo,
you're
yo, yo,
here.
yo, yo,
What
yo,
are you
yo,
on
yo.
about?
Yeah,
About
man.
she's not
That's
after
bollocks, mate.
Hector. Did you not see her turn around and change her
So,
name
man,
one
behave yourself,
day
man. You
to
being silly.
Hector? My pussy is here.
What?
Did you not see her one day change her avatar name to? It was something like Hector, my pussy is
What?
here, or
No,
my
man.
pussy, something like that.
Never saw that. That's
She's
weird.
after
That's weird.
Hector.
That's weird. That's weird.
Please.
But forget about this Hector talk here. Let's talk about this slavery
Yep.
reparations that
Yep.
were speaking on just now. Yeah. That was
Yep.
so you class the people having to pay back the slave owners. You class reparations to the people that went through slavery. Yeah.
The reparations value went to the slave owners.
Yeah.
So me,
So the
someone
slave
like
didn't
me
get
that
reparations,
descends
did
from
they?
slaves, I have to pay for my ancestors 150 years. I got to pay David Cameron's people, and now the Caribbean countries. Then what? Another money? I don't want to pay in it. I'm already paid Cameron. Let the Caribbean people go. David Cameron's family, the people that actually enslaved, that benefited from slavery. Go David Cameron's family.
Yeah, I totally agree.
He's the slave owner. Let him pay.
That guy, let him
So,
pay.
so you're saying that they should pay reparations then?
Yeah,
Or not?
but the slave
So
owners.
what's Bab saying exactly for them? That go 2 seconds ago, you was against it, and now you're for
No,
it.
no, Babs is saying she does not want the whole British public, the taxpayer, to have to pay slave reparations. She wants the slave owners, the descendants of the slave owners, like David Cameron, to pay the reparations.
Yeah, it shouldn't be us.
That's what you want, yeah?
It.
You want the slave, you want the people that got paid the reparations to pay reparations to the people that should have really deserved the reparations, yeah?
Well, I don't want it to go to people either. It should go to the country. Why should people benefit for something that didn't happen to them?
Yeah, because it's their ancestors, isn't it? Like, it's the people. It's the reason why there's people in the Caribbean. There's the reason why there's people in the South America. It's the reason why there's people in America or whatever. It's the reason why they're there. Like, they didn't go there by. Well, only the latest people that have moved there.
Reparations from the German
most
government
recent
because of what the Germans did to my ancestors.
Yeah, only the recent people that have moved there by choice or whatever. All the people that have ancestry there that goes back to being kidnapped and sold as slaves or whatever, or
Dean. Exactly.
Or being people that have been birthed or whatever.
Oh my God, Captain, just go away, you idiot. Yeah, I just like.
Also, yeah, Germany. You're speaking about Germany, yeah, but Germany's got colonies in, or had colonies in Namibia.
Like tongue in cheek. That was like
yeah, but Germany's got colonies in Namibia. Yeah, right now, yeah, in a country called Namibia, South Africa, the German farm owners own vast strips of the local people's lands, the cohesion.
Yeah, I think it's about 70.
Local people.
It's about 70
people's lands or whatever. So it's the same sort of thing. Like people act like there's no effects today from the things that have happened in the past. Of course there is. That's the reason why the South American economies are fucked, and the Caribbean economies are fucked. Even certain of the economies that were down, like China and India, they've only just come back from having their economies depleted to hold up other people's economies. So yeah, you can say, oh, there's no of no effects of what happened previously, but there is though.
Sorry, I'm reading. I'm just
Well, you know, Germany is paying. Sorry, Babs. Germany is agreed to pay the Herero people of Namibia reparations. They have.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they have.
That. Okay.
Yeah, they have. That was a couple of years ago. I think that's obviously going to the Namibian government and stuff like that. Yeah, because they did a genocide against the Herero people. I think about 70,000 people were killed by the colonial rule.
The first concentration camp before the Jewish people.
Yeah, the first one. But they're getting their reparations, isn't it? But my thing is, like, I don't want to pay again. How am I going to pay? My ancestor was slave. How were you going to pay?
You're saying that, yeah, but you didn't know you was paying until it came out that you was paying.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You didn't actually. So again, you wasn't paying because
I was paying.
Wait, listen. You wasn't paying because you had a choice on how much you was paying. It was just getting taken out, and it was getting paid to whatever they decided to pay the money to, innit? Like, so whether they decide to pay reparations or not, you will only have a choice in deciding who are the people that get to decide whether they do or not deciding on what reparations is paid or where the money is coming from, whether it's coming out of your tax and how much tax will be used to repay whatever's paid or whatever.
Well,
you've never had a decision on any of that.
If they do that to us, descendants of I ain't gonna pull up. I'm definitely going Barbados and St. Martin's where my ancestors were enslaved. That Dutch colony where they enslaved my ancestors. There's an island called St. Martin's. That's where they were enslaved.
Yeah.
I got to pull
up. They sell Gujurian St. Martin's. You know.
Do that. Like I got to pull up and see if I got to pay again. I've got to pull up and at least have a holiday there.
Yeah, bigger. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Have a holiday there, get myself some Caribbean sun, eat some good Caribbean food, even if it's only a week. Because I think it's very unfair that, you know, I don't see, and I think there's no change, is it? These slave-owning families never seem to pay fucking anything, do they?
Loads of jerk chicken, eh?
Yeah,
Oh.
some
Oh
chicken.
my
Jack's
god, I love
families
jerk
there
chicken.
living. They got like a gated property in the UK where
Yes.
people are constantly protesting outside their UK property or whatever, and the guy's a local MP and doesn't do anything to help the locals getting any better jobs, pay lower council tax or whatever, and somehow just keeps constantly getting re-voted in that same place where he was or whatever. I don't know if he's been voted out yet, but
He's just a feudal landlord, isn't he? He's one of these feudal landlords. You know, is it Drake? Is it Drake House in England? I'm just trying to find it on Drax House.
DRAX.
Dorset. Is it Dorset? Yeah, Dorset. Drax Estate.
Oh
Sugar
yeah,
plantation
yeah,
on Bay
yeah.
Farm,
He's a bloody idiot, that one, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just like this. Could you imagine how much money they got though?
Mm.
That's why their ancestors are rich for generations.
Right, guys, I've got to drop off because I've got to go and do a couple of things.
Okay,
Nice
then.
talking to you,
Nice
Betty,
talking to you,
and I'm
Paul.
glad that we're back on. Yeah.
You have a good day, hon.
Thanks, Belly. Belly, can I just give you one bit of the thingy bob? Yeah. Get rid of nines. Bye.
Yeah, man.
My God. Like, Empress is really quiet.
What do you mean? Them can't get nines up, man.
Well, Benny, what do you think? Do you want to pay again for this slavery reparations again?
You wouldn't have a choice. You wouldn't actually be paying like that. Like you're saying, everyone would have to bring up a certain amount of so and so. It would just be repaid out of a percentage of taxes that's already taken out. So.
But I'm going to dispute that because those descendants of slaves in America, they're refusing. They're now claiming that the Benin bronzes in America belong to them because it's their ancestors. They're trying to stop Nigeria getting the Benin bronzes back. So the descendants of slaves do have some political power because they're complaining now, saying that they own all.
Of course you. But I'm saying that in the UK, like we've never, whatever the money is used to repay back out of the taxes that's collected, we've never had a say in the portion of money that goes to the amount of payments to which debt or which other thing that we're paying off to. The tax just comes out and then it gets paid to how it's paid.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to. Maybe I need to have a show.
Can I quickly address you, Betty, and just ask a question or two?
Yeah.
Okay, so presumably you live in the UK, yes?
Are you that finger, that Scouse or that spell? Yeah, you're that Scouse I spoke to before. Go on.
I already asked you.
I live in the UK.
Yes.
Yeah, I live in the UK, obviously, and I'm not from Birmingham.
Was you born in the UK?
Yeah.
What are you complaining about reparations for?
Because why shouldn't I complain? My ancestors were enslaved by these slave owners.
Your ancestors were enslaved, but you're just as privileged in the UK as I am.
Human trafficking. I'm against human trafficking as a descendant of someone that was.
Well, who isn't?
Trafficked.
I am too.
I don't, and I don't
why should
believe.
You personally.
I don't believe. I do not believe that people that human traffic, like all these David Cameron and all these families, I don't believe they should be able to keep hold of the wealth.
Can you answer my question?
I did answer your question.
You didn't?
Yes, I
Why
did.
should you personally be owed reparations
because
of something that happened to your ancestors when you're literally in the same country as me, born in the same country as me? Why should you be owed it any more than me?
Because you don't descend from slaves.
How do you know?
Well, have you got a DNA test to prove it?
No, I haven't.
Exactly. So why are you upset that I want reparations because my ancestors were enslaved?
Why should you get reparations about something that happened to someone else?
Why shouldn't I get reparations when my family was forced into the Americas?
It's the equivalent of me saying, right, my neighbour got assaulted and they got a claim.
No, we're not talking about your neighbour getting assaulted. We're talking about human trafficking of Africans, native Australians.
No, stop being silly, though.
Yes. No, we're not being silly. I don't believe in human trafficking.
Why should you be entitled to reparations?
Because
hey, one sec, yeah. Yo, one sec. Guys, one sec, yeah. Let me check this new guy. Yo, James Apperson.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Welcome to the panel. Have you come to join the conversation?
I have.
Okay. What point was it that made you feel like I'm going to jump in here?
So, talking about reparations, I have some thoughts on the issue.
Okay, yeah, good. I'll tell you what, yeah, hold your point, and then I'm going to let them two carry on with the conversation, and then you can go next in the points. But I'm going to keep the screen blocked here because we have people that try to do stuff like porn bomb and so. So once you get verified, we can just allow you to just jump on as normal, yeah.
Right. So I put a link to my channel in the private chat if you want to check it out.
No problem, man. But I'll have a look at that in a sec. Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
During the conversation, sorry. What before you guys go again? Nige, you were going to say something.
Yeah. I want to just quickly come in, and I'm going to leave again, and then they can get back conversation because I'm going to do a slight detour, yeah. But you said people was running off their thumbs, but I just want to just quickly read something, and then you can't go from tab to tab on here.
It's not very quick though, is it?
Yeah, if you go from tab to tab, then your voice probably goes quiet.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right, go on. I'll find another way. Go on.
Okay, anyway, so the only point I was trying to make is I don't see why people still, in this day and age, if you're in Britain, right, you're entitled to receive benefits, you're entitled to get like housing that will be paid for you. Like you get, basically you'll get looked after. If that's not reparations, I don't know what is. I don't know what you're complaining about. What do you want someone to go and put 100 grand in your bank and you don't think that's expecting too much?
You don't know. Okay,
that's my only point.
So I shouldn't be upset that my native Australian ancestors were forced to come to Africa.
You can be upset about it, yeah, but you shouldn't expect fucking money for it.
You asked me, so I'm gonna say it, yeah. When the British went to Australia and forced my native Australian ancestors to come out of there and make them go and fight the Dutch in South Africa, and then my native Australian ancestors were not allowed out because the British said it was a white man's land, I should not be happy. I should be happy about that.
No one said you should be happy about it. I'm saying you shouldn't be expecting to get a fucking reward from it.
People decided that Australia was a white man's land, so I should not be demanding reparations for that either.
No, you shouldn't be demanding reparations. No, you shouldn't.
And I've never been able to go to see where my ancestors came from in Australia, and then you've got the fucking cheat to say I shouldn't demand it. Well, I am going to demand it. I don't need your permission.
I know you don't. I know you don't need my permission, and you can ask for whatever you want. I'm just telling you, it's immoral.
Yeah? And I don't think, and I don't like the idea that I've had to pay reparations.
Something bad happened to my ancestors, so give me money.
Yeah, you are happy. It's not free money. It's not free money because my ancestors built the wealth of this fucking country and all the other fucking colonies.
Hey, you know what? It was funny about these points here, yeah. That obviously you're saying that where we shouldn't be entitled to ask for anything for our ancestors or whatever. It's like, right? Don't you feel like you're entitled from jumping on here to tell people that they should or shouldn't do whatever you think they should do? So,
no,
like
not at all. Not at all. Nothing to do with ancestry, Veli. Just to do with morality and right and wrong and common sense.
You notice how he's got no problem with David Cameron living off the wealth of his slave-owning ancestors for generations. You've got no problem with that, innit?
I hope you caught my answer, Veli. I hope you caught what I said.
You just got a problem when the descendants of slaves want reparations.
But
you've got no problem with David Cameron.
Obviously, yeah, the point that I made to you, I don't feel like you answered that. You just made it to a different point. And like I was saying to you that you're saying
you don't think I answered it? I literally gave you a direct answer. No, Veli.
Yeah, but listen.
How's that not answering?
My question to you. Yeah, but listen to the question and then see if you really did
And
answer my
Liverpool
question
was
directly.
built on the slave trade.
You made a statement. Yeah, you made a
built on slavery.
You made a statement about why should these people be able to ask for reparations for their ancestors or whatever. Like that's like it's just some entitlement. And I was saying like, why should you be able to tell them whether they can or can't? Like, why should you be able to do that? Like, tell them that they can or can't.
Well, that's the equivalent of saying to anyone, "Why are you entitled to any kind of opinion?" You're just being silly.
Yeah, but let's see.
All right, James, you want to make a point? Let's let James have a go, man.
But then he hasn't got any problem with David Cameron. He doesn't mind the slave owners keeping hold of the wealth for generations, human trafficking for 400 years. But he's got a problem if the descendants of the slaves want the reparations. It's an absolute joke. So you clearly don't have a problem with human trafficking.
I don't understand, right? In this day and age, when you're living in a privileged country, you're protected and safe in this country, and you're literally thinking that you're owed money for something that happened to someone else. Granted, maybe it was your family. So what?
So what? That's the whole point. Like, well, so what's the worth of you wearing poppies for your ancestors that died in World War II? Like, why'd you care about them? That you weren't there. You weren't even born.
So what, Baz? Why are you people still talking about it?
Yeah, we do care, but we're not asking them for money.
It wasn't you that died.
So why should the Jewish people get any sort of reparations from the Germans for the Holocaust, innit? Like, the last ancestors of the Jews that were about in that time are about to die off, innit? A lot of the people that are benefiting from these reparations
kind of different, Belly. That was
born at that time.
That was a whole different situation. That was a Holocaust, for fuck's sake.
What, so wait, Holocaust was worse than slavery, or the slavery was worse than Holocaust? Like, are you making the comparison like to that? Yeah.
I am, yeah. I'm saying the Holocaust is worse than slavery, yes.
Oh, that's
was worse than slavery. But okay, how many people died in the Holocaust? How many people died in the Holocaust?
They say 6 months.
How long did the Holocaust last?
I think they say it's like a couple of years.
How long did the Holocaust last? How long did the slavery last?
Exactly, a lot longer.
Yeah. How long? How long do you think it lasts?
Slavery is still going on today.
When was this the chattel slavery, like the European slave trade? When did Britain abolish slavery? When did Haiti first abolish slavery? And when did it start? It's like hundreds of years, bro. You know that it's like now 300-400 years or something like that.
All right. Anyway, I just wanted to make that quick point. I'm not trying to get into a big mad argument. I'm not trying to offend anyone or anything.
No, I'm not trying to get into argument. I'm just trying to see. Obviously, we disagree on the points that we're both making, right? So
yeah, I do disagree.
Make opposing points.
My whole point was I don't think
in my opinion,
great
I feel like slavery was worse than Holocaust, yeah, but I don't really feel comfortable really making comparisons like that. But still, if I saw the gods of the truth,
all right, man. If you're still on later this evening, I'll jump back up. I've got a dip for now.
Well, you running?
I've got a dip for now.
What?
I only came on to make that one quick point, man. I don't understand why people think something that happened today. Great.
But that's what happens. That's what happens with the debates and discussions, right? You come on. You can't just come on and just make a statement and then feel like no one's gonna have any sort of pushback or challenge.
Why not? I wanted to address one point.
That's literally what you just did. You only jumped on to address one point, yeah, and then they gave you pushback on the point that you made. That's how discussion works, right?
Yes, and I've heard the pushback, and I've responded, haven't I?
All right, go on then, run away then, man.
I'm not running away, man. I'll come back later.
Hey there, guys. So my understanding about Baz is, hey, you guys feel free to respond or address anything Baz has said after Baz leaves. Like, they don't mind. Like, go ahead and have your discussion. I think that's fair enough, right? They're not saying you can't give pushback. They're just saying, if you want to give more pushback, do it on your time because I gotta go. That's it. So I think
it's not that. Listen. My fiance is at work, yeah. and my phone battery is getting kind of low, and I don't want to let my battery die in case she needs to call me. Is that okay with you lot?
That's all right with me.
Do what you gotta do, man. Don't worry, bro.
I'll come
We've
back
got James
later,
in
man.
now, so we can have a discussion with James real quick. I've got a little drive, so
All right, man. Peace.
make that work, man.
Hey, thanks for the
Hi,
content,
James.
Ellie. I
What would
do
you like
enjoy
to
it.
contribute to the panel? Would you like
Right.
to contribute,
So
James?
my thoughts about this,
Peace, man.
part of my thoughts about this is that if we look at the statistics for different social demographics in a society, let's say we look at statistics for people that are native born versus immigrants, and people that are, you know, Caucasian versus people of color, etc.
Mm.
If we look at the statistics and we see that there's a disparagement there, that people in a specific demographic are struggling with education or with employment or with their finances in a way that the other demographics aren't. What this tells us is that there is a lasting effect on those people from injustices that happened in the past, and that there might still be some systemic problems now. So the solution to that is going to have to involve money. You're going to have to put money into creating opportunities for those people to catch up with everybody else, because if it's statistically significant, the difference between how they're living, it's not because of genetics, it's not because of their skin color, it's because of problems in the society that have disadvantaged their parents and their grandparents, and possibly them directly. It depends on the society. And so money is going to have to get spent there, and you don't have to think of it as reparations. You can just think of it as creating a healthy society where everybody has equal opportunity to flourish.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you know what it is, James? Yeah, is when we speak to people with on the opposition side, even if we show them stats of um, of injustices on one side against the other, or to an ethnic minority, should we say? Yeah, they don't even accept the stats in it. Like, so how do we combat that side of before we even get to being able to spend, or do we just skip over that and just spend the money, or try to raise the money in for whatever
Right.
is trying to be raised
So
anyway?
to make sure I understand your question, you're saying that sometimes the disadvantaged people don't acknowledge the statistics?
No, the disadvantaged people acknowledge the statistics. The people that are against what is being said don't acknowledge the statistics.
Well, I mean, you know, math doesn't lie. If they want to say, "Hey, let me check your math, give me access to all the data, and let's crunch these numbers and see if your math checks out," that's fine, right? But math is math. You know, 2 + 2 = 4, no matter who you are. So, you know, if somebody after the math has been crunched doesn't want to accept the statistics, well, at that point they're like a flat earther. The discussion's over. Just don't include them anymore. Just go forward and do what has to be done with the society.
But that's basically what we do every day on the panel. We speak about stuff. Say we spoke about institutional racism or whatever. People literally don't even accept that there is anything like that happening, even though the government have produced figures that show that this is true.
Sure. I mean, they can see it for themselves anyways without crunching the numbers. Drive to the poor neighborhoods, just drive through it. Look who you see. If it's disproportionately people of color, then you know your society has a problem, because that means that there are problems that are still lingering from past generations, or problems in the now that need to be addressed. Because if you have disproportionately, let's say in America, for example, there's more white people than people of color still. But if you drive through a low income housing neighborhood, chances are there are going to be more people of color there than white people. That tells you that there definitely is a problem. You don't need a calculator to identify that the problem is there. And it means now we're going to have to put money into society, into the infrastructure of society, to make education more available and more supportive, and whatever it is you have to do to give disadvantaged people a leg up. And you will know when you have succeeded, when you can drive through low income neighborhoods and you don't see one demographic represented over the other ones.
Hey, you know what, James? Yeah, is that if we make it wider, then because I speak about wealth inequality quite a lot here, I would say that. So I always say that the highest in society are living like basically like socialism, where the rest of the people are living in capitalism. So trying to open up the opportunities to the wider communities, or even just the different classes, like the working class community, being able to make their way through up to middle class, past middle class, up to upper class, and whatever opportunities within education for people to be able to achieve that sort of stuff. There, people just don't even believe that there is any sort of issue with the wealth inequality or with the false meritocracy that doesn't actually exist in it. Yeah. Hey, where's Banksy, man? Banksy, jump on, bro. We need Banksy right now, man. We need someone to argue against the points. I'm going to agree with everything James is going to say, cause so we need the opposing views, man.
Fair. So, my thoughts about that are multifaceted, but if somebody wants, as far as the false meritocracy, I think that there's a degree of truth to that. I think that, people imagine that that success is proof of merit, and that lack of success is proof of lack of merit. And of course, we know that that's not the reality of the situation in any country, really. And, so I realize that over in the UK, European nations, things are different than they are here in America. So, for example, here in America, if you want an education, you're going to either have to apply for a special grant or pay cash, right? We don't have free education. We don't have free healthcare. And that's a real problem here that we're going to have to contend with. But the future economy for all the nations is changing. We're all going to have to switch to the way that we allocate resources, because as AI improves and as technology for robotics improves, we're going to end up in a situation where there's not going to be enough jobs for people because it's all automated, right? You're going to go up to McDonald's and an AI voice is going to take your order. A robotic machine is going to make your burgers, and one person in that restaurant is going to make sure everything's still running properly. That's it. And so moving forward from there, we're going to end up having to recognize that the solution is universal basic income. Everybody's going to need this underlying substrate of resources that every month they already know where their rent's going to be paid from, because everybody gets a certain amount of money every month. And if you want, and everybody still needs to be employed, but we're going to have to change how we do the employment. There's going to be a
What
lot
do you mean,
more.
like a universal living wage?
Yeah, you're going to have something like that, because there's not going to be enough jobs for everybody. And so, as long as all the nations are doing that at the same time, the transitioning over, then no nation's going to be advantaged or disadvantaged over the other nations. They're all going to have to switch the way they do that. If one nation did it and the other nations didn't, they would worry that it might weaken their dollar. But if all the nations are doing this at the same time to stay competitive with each other, then they don't have to worry about that part of the effect. And so moving forward from there, what's going to happen is everybody's going to have enough resources, as long as as long as healthcare is free, education is free, including higher education, and as long as everybody's knows where that their bills are going to be paid. I think we're going to be looking at a healthier future no matter what, because most of the disease, most of the crime, most of the drug use, etc., is caused by the stresses of life that are directly relevant to people not having enough money to provide for their basic needs, and the stress that comes with that. So you have a working mom, for example, if she's single, or a working couple, if they're struggling, they're not even home often enough to raise their own children, because they're working all the time, barely making ends meet, and go ahead.
James, can I just ask? Because I've nice to meet you. I have family in America. I have visited Texas, so I have an idea of how America runs.
Yeah.
What I've observed about America is it run like a plantation, because the healthcare is very expensive.
Yes.
And you just think that you don't have universal healthcare.
Right.
They say that the land of the free, the home of the brave. I don't understand how America can talk about the land of the free, the home of the brave, and so many opportunities, but they don't give free healthcare. It's just like a plantation. You like worker bees in America.
Oh, absolutely. and it's getting worse here now under the current administration. They're trying to get rid of the government programs that help people that are struggling stay afloat. They want to privatize everything, privatize all the health care, privatize all of the education, and including children's education. And it's really going to, if they succeed, it's going to make the problem way worse, because then if you can't afford the education, then you just don't get one even for your children. Right now, at least all the children in America can go to public school. It's not a great education, but at least it's an education. And with the current administration, they want to change that to where if you can't afford one, you just can't have one. And medical costs are going to continue to go up for the same reason, because they're getting rid of the government programs that help supplement medical costs for the people that are low and middle income. So it's just going to get worse here.
And another thing I noticed in Texas is they don't have sidewalk, they don't have pavement. It's very car dominated. America seems to be for the middle class and the upper class, not for the working class
Right.
person. Like, if you can't afford a car, I don't know how anyone gets around Texas if you can't afford a car, because the pavement starts at the end of the housing estate. You got to run run across the road that's got like 4 lanes each way.
Yes.
Supermarket. It is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a real experience, isn't it? I literally had to call my brother to come and take me for the supermarket because I was scared I was going to get knocked over. Because you don't have, like in Texas, a lot of times they don't have the pedestrian crossing, so you can't press the green man to cross the road. Everything's just for the cars, and you can turn right even if it's on red, as long as the way is clear. But it just seems to be, it's not for the working class, man. Do you know what I mean? It's just, it's too much. I just think maybe it's how America was built, because it was built on genocide and slavery, and indentured servitude. That's why you treat the working class people so badly. But it's too much. It's too much.
Right. The big problem here, I think, the people at the top that are making the decisions, that are controlling the systems, they've got their own kind of culture, their own kind of things that they talk about, the ways that they think, the ways that they just relate to everything that's happening. They see the lowest class of people, the people that are economically struggling, as disposable, as people who lack merit. They think the reason that they're rich and powerful is because the universe has vouched for the fact that they're made of the special stuff. And they think everybody who's not rich and powerful, well, that's proof that you're not made of the special stuff. And so they just feel like the strength of society is them, and everybody at the bottom is just disposable because we're just holding society back. It's not reasonable, but this is how they reason, and that's the way that everything's built. Even with the roads, like you said, having to cross 4 lanes to get across. It's very much the Hunger Games, right? May the odds be ever in your favor. Good luck, because the people at the top just don't care.
Yeah, it's just like, because like there's some places in America that are very nice, but even when I was like walking on, I saw the trailer park. They have trailer parks right next to very nice middle class housing estates. It's really a contrast, a really contrast in wealth and inequality in America that I haven't really seen in the UK. Like, we've definitely got sidewalk. Even, you know what I mean? Like, the sidewalk will take you all the way to Aldi's and Lidl. But I'm telling you, in America, they don't have sidewalks. Sometimes the house only has a path to take you to your car, and there's no path that will connect you to the next house. So you, as a pedestrian, if you don't have a car, you've got to walk on the road or through people's driveways, and it's just like,
Yeah.
it's just, I can't, it's quite dangerous, and I can't understand how Americans can like think their country is the best country in the world. Like, there's not like when I went from Dallas to Texas, there's no train. You don't have public transport. The only thing you can only get on the coach or drive. Unlike a major city like Dallas and Texas, they don't have a decent public transport. It took me like
Right.
5 hours to get down there.
Most of our cities don't have public transport at all, so you have to call an Uber or a Lyft or taxi cab of some sort.
And that Uber is expensive.
Yeah, it is.
It's just like, I can't go and visit my siblings anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like, it's too much. Like, unless you can afford to rent a car, or you've got family that are going to be driving you out, or if you've got a really well-paying job and you can afford to rent a car for like £500 a week. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I was just really shocked, James, that, don't get me wrong, I like Texas in the sense of you've got great weather, you know, good food, but it's not for a working class person.
Right. What I would love to see is what the Amish have. I don't know if you've ever driven through an Amish community here in America,
No.
but they're very close knit. They're very communal. They watch out for each other. They help each other. They don't have most of them don't have cars. They've got a horse and a carriage, right? They're still pulling horses around, and you know they help each other. If you need a barn, everybody shows up next weekend to help you build a barn. They don't charge you anything, right? They're part of the community and they're there for each other. And I really wish America would switch to that kind of a system where communities are there for each other. Right now, most people don't know their next door neighbor. You can live in the same place for 10 or 20 years and you don't even know the name of the person that lives next door to you here.
It's very capitalism based, isn't it? It's like the survival of the fittest.
It is very much that.
And that brings us to why everything James says is moronic and he's an idiot. Because he doesn't seem to understand that everywhere in the world, and in fact everywhere in the animal kingdom, the best always rise up to the top. Even the lions and the tigers. Sorry, I gotta go.
I would like to agree with Bank Style. I am an idiot, and I do appreciate the recognition.
Oh, did it kick me out? Oh, no.
No, you're still here. No, they dropped. I think they'll be back.
Yeah, just ignore Banksy. Banksy's like that. Just ignore him. He's just.
I can tell when someone's trolling me. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, that's, you know, he's quite far right, quite conservative. Yeah, Banksy. I don't know if he's a Trump supporter, but he might be a MAGA supporter as well. So just take anything he says with a pinch of salt.
Sure, why not? I appreciate it.
But what part of America are you from, James? Oh, you have to tell us the city, but what state?
So currently I'm in Indiana, but I've lived in.
He's quite.
Oof, I'm
he's
getting
quite
echo.
far right, quite conservative. Yeah,
I'm getting echo from
Banksy.
somebody.
I don't know if he's a Trump supporter, but he might be the MAGA.
I didn't even know I was on to us. Yeah.
Okay, it got resolved. I think I don't hear the echo anymore.
Yeah. Right, but listen, I've got to jump off here. I'm still here though. Just shout me on the chat if anyone wants to join the panel, and I can have them. Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, man. Your new name now is James O'American. Yeah, because in the UK we've got a guy called James O'Brien. Yeah, he always spits bars. Yeah, and these man in the chat, these right wingers hate him. You know what I mean? Yeah. So big up yourself for not being a right wing lunatic. Yeah. So big up James O'American. My HE. Hey, welcome to join the panel anytime. Old type Betty, old type 999.
Yeah, I mean, I'm off still myself.
Appreciate you.
You get me? So I'm going to be leaving out with you and leave them to have their conversation. But just one thing to my girl, yeah, because you was here talking a lot.
No, don't, my girl. We're not friends, Naifa.
No, we're definitely not friends.
Not friends.
That is true.
We have
anyway, just mute up. No problem. Mute up.
Mute up. I put up
okay.
for many hours. I'm not putting up with you again. You're not going to be bullying me.
All right.
Talk to me. Keep
it. Okay, I won't speak to you.
We're not friends.
No, we're not friends. That's
I
true.
don't care what you say, and I'm not going to let you speak. Yeah,
right.
Don't come speaking to me, man.
All right, I won't speak to you. If I can just have 1 minute, and then I'll leave the stage, and I'll leave you to this gentleman. No problem, yeah. So I just want to read something to the audience more so, yeah, because obviously you just heard the rant that the lady went on. So this is an email from Betty dated the 28th of June, 2020. Sunday, the 28th of June, 2020. And it goes.
Email you didn't reply to.
Hey, 99. Jupiter and Wendy's. Why are you speaking? Hello?
I don't know why you're bringing up emails.
Why are you speaking?
Never replied to any fucking email.
But you just said that you never rang and you never phoned.
No, and
that's what you just said. So anyway, let me just read it, just as proof to show you that
your email address.
Not only are you a demon, you're a liar too. Right? So let me just say, and then we'll go through, because you just made one
number, and I've never had your number. Have you had my
number? You just made big statements that you've never phoned and you've never emailed. So I'm like,
Banks
Anyway,
come back.
it goes as thus. Hey, 90 for 99. Jupiter and Wendy seem to be pissed I was on your show running their name, but Jupiter spent hours insulting me, you and Lady D, on Veli and on her channel.
Ruth,
she's saying we are.
Ruth. His name is not Lady D. Her name's Ruth, isn't it?
She's saying.
Yeah, you're upset because I
why?
Hello. Ruth. And when I get your real
just
name,
go on mute. You're biggage.
I'm going to be exposing that too. Yeah, I'm going to expose
biggage. Put
too.
this heifer on mute, Bridget.
No, I'm not putting them on mute because there's
put her on mute.
You're not saying anything.
So,
speak, man.
I emailed you.
I will read on.
So why are you talking?
I will read on.
Why are you talking?
Hey, come on, man. Let us speak, man. You know, you gotta let us speak. Let us speak, man. And then you have a right to reply after, man. Come on.
Thank you. And again, I'm doing this because you just made bold statements saying that you've never phoned me and you've never emailed me and all the rest of the shit that you said.
You haven't fucking emailed me, and
you said you, as in you. You said I haven't. You said I haven't. Listen, as in you.
Never rang me, and
but I'm gonna keep on anyway because you're not that slick.
Bullshit.
Hey, 90 for 99. Jupiter and Wendy seem to be pissed I was on your show running their name, but Jupiter spends hours insulting me, you and Lady D, on Veli's and on her channel. She's saying we are chasing her husband. I pulled up on her chat room, asked her what her problem was. She went quiet and said she don't have no problem. One, I don't chase men. I have a man. So do you and Lady Divine. Yeah? Yeah? All right. Jupiter has no respect for black women. To say 3 black women who have a man are chasing her husband. She's making out like we're whores. She has high opinion of herself. And I said she's worried about black women stealing her husband when I reminded her that Hector's an old man. I ain't after no old Nigerian uncle. She like, Betty, what's this? You're not as young you claim to be. She refused to let me on her panel to talk. She very insecure woman. She's a 2-bit whore. Why would we need her used goods like Hector? He ain't Denzel Washington. He's dry and dusty, crusty bone. She making out like black women can't get a man. She think white women is why black men want whatever. She's clearly scared of black women. Love Betty. So that's just one of many. So what I'm saying is, when you want to come on here and be saying, we don't this and I don't the other and I don't the other, shut your mouth, take your medication and chill out. Because there's many, many more like that. You understand what I'm saying? So don't come on. But you said that you said that you don't send me nothing. Yeah?
Because you come online.
Go on. Reverse. Anyway, that's it for now, Biggage. You can go on with the conversation. Madonna talk. Yeah,
I've got to jump off myself as well still, man. So go on, carry on, man. You can reply though. You can still reply though. Still, you can say what you want to say. And I'm going to jump off that stuff.
Yeah. It is well known. Me and Jupiter Wender have had beef. This is well known. You're not saying anything that hasn't been said. But the fact of the matter is, I said that you've never had my telephone number and you've never rung me, and I've never rung you. I never had a telephone number. I've emailed you and you've never replied. So I don't know why you're coming on now to give a fucking reply. If you so called for anything of me, yeah, why did you never reply to my email? Because you never thought anything of me. But the difference is, if I email Wendy and Jupiter, upon all the slagging off me and her have had, they will reply. That is why I'm better of them than you. Because you're a snake naive. You gotta hide. All you do is bully, yeah, and do racial insults my way. Try and bully Nigerians. Try and tell us about who the fucking hell we are, yeah? Even though you're not a fucking Nigerian. But when you see me being civil with Wendy and Jupiter, you're getting your fucking knickers in a twist. But
Jupiter in the back. Jupiter in the back.
They actually reply to my emails. You don't. So we ain't fucking friends, Naifa. and we never have been friends. And I don't have a problem with Jupiter and Wendy. They don't have a problem with.
I know exactly, Betty. Exactly.
You're just jealous. You're fucking jealous. Sorry, Wendy. I didn't realize it was you. I thought it was that.
Yeah, it is me. And I came on because I heard what she was doing, and I just wanted to say, take no notice of it.
Okay,
She's just trying to cause division,
she is.
as Pappy would say.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Because like Wendy, anytime I've ever emailed you and Jupiter, you've always replied. But this naive, she doesn't. Yeah, and then she wants me to just ride out with her because we're both black. But all skin folk ain't kinfolk. If you don't treat me with respect, I'm not going to treat you with respect. Yeah?
Yeah.
And stop chasing. She should stop chasing fucking Hector. Yeah? But all those different arguments that me, you, and Finger had, it's over.
It's done, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But she just,
and that's the way it'll remain. It's done. Yeah. It's finished.
She's just jealous. But I've always said, and I've always fucking said, that this fucking 2-bit fucking whore, yeah, the baby mother that she is, she's how many hours does she spend screaming Hector's name? How many fucking hours did we see?
Lost count.
Yeah. And no disrespect, Jupiter, but Hector is not Denzel. But as Bab says, Hector is Jupiter's Denzel. But I don't chase married man. That's naive for. Because you're a 2-bit whore and you're a baby mother. That's all it is. Because your man made you a baby mother and Hector put a fucking ring on it. You can't find a black man to put a ring on it. All you can find is a black man to give you a baby. Dupes, you say your thing, man. I don't know. Is that Dupes?
I don't know. Jupiter?
Yeah, well,
Jupiter?
Posted to say to come on. I think she's maybe microphone issues.
She's got a microphone.
Right.
All she wants, all Knife wants is black
Dupes,
people.
we can't hear you.
All she wants is people arguing.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hi,
Yes,
Dupes.
yes.
Okay. So as far as I'm concerned with all this stuff, right, everybody has said shit to each other when they've been angry and everybody gets defensive. Yes, you've said things to me, I've said things to you, Betty. Come on, listen.
Yeah.
I don't know why Nineetha's making out that it's all one way and I'm this big bad person or Betty's this big bad person. Betty gave as good as she got. She can do it. She could even do it again next week if I upset her. Right? That's the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter is when people get angry, they say nasty things to each other. That's real. That's real life. That's what people do in the real world. So at the end of the day, I don't know what this is all about. Nineetha, I had an offer from me a couple of months ago where I said I'll put everything to bed. I won't speak about her. I don't want to get involved with her, etc., etc. She said no. That's her problem. So she can't be.
That's what I mean.
Because me and you have
can't be an adult
to bed.
That's what I mean, Jupiter. That's what she wants is this is what Naif's problem with me is because I exposed her wing woman's real name on my channel. That's why she's upset, and the story behind the wing woman's family. That's why she's in the feelings about it. But I'm free to do what I want in my own channel. Do you know what I mean? Naif ain't my mother. She's not my sister. She's not into me.
When you say wing woman, you mean Lady D?
Her name is Ruth. Her name is Ruth. Her name is Ruth, isn't it? Her wing woman. Yeah, that's her one wing woman. And the problem is, it's just that same old thing, isn't it? When Naifa doesn't respect Nigerians, she only respects the Nigerians that are prepared to lick her feet. Yeah. But remember when Hector said, "Oh, it's just business."
Yeah.
And
well, that's what started all this, but everyone keeps lying and saying it wasn't.
Yeah, it was, but the thing is, the fact of the matter is, that's just how Nigerian people are. And me and Reg have tried to tell this fucking Naifa, this is how Nigerian mentality is. Nobody cares about your feelings. They're just going to tell you it's straight. But she can't deal with it because she's not grown up in Nigerian culture. She doesn't know. She wants to tell us how our culture is. But we all know what I know what Nigerians are like. And Reg, look how polite Reg is. But how many, when Wendy and Jupiter, how many insults is Naifa giving Reg?
I like Reggie.
So
Yeah.
do I. I think a lot of
Mm.
it is because there's a lot of people on there that can't deal with people having an opposite opinion, so they get personal.
Yeah, they do. But for me, I don't want to I don't want to be arguing with people. But if you're a bitch like Naive that you've never fucking replied to any of my fucking email, and you don't have my number, you've never had my fucking number. Yeah, I've only met you once. Yeah, why the fuck are you begging me a favour? I don't owe you nothing. I've told you I don't like black people that use racial epithets against me, and that's what Naive does. Yeah. And then talks black power 1 minute and then she's using racial epithets next. So that's why I have to use racial epithets against her. I think she's a hypocrite and I think she's a bully and she chases another woman's husband. I don't like it. I've got my principles. And she's always mocking my family. I don't give a shit about Naifa. Yeah? And that bitch is on a fake name as well. But I'm telling, let me not stop talking about like pulling up on that bitch. You just continue because I need to let me go on mute before I start saying shit that I'm gonna regret. Veli told me no threat.
I don't think we need to talk about it. I mean, look, some of that stuff I mean, she carries on like she's attracted to it, but I don't think that's what it is. I think she does it because she thinks it bothers me, but it doesn't.
Skyworks. Hey, is it the same Skyworks that I know from my network? I wonder.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, all the personal stuff. Personally, I just want to start.
It bothers Hector, though, isn't it? It's not just she. It bothers Hector because sometimes Hector will come and just do it a reasonable point. He started talking about that slave castle in it. Is it Elamina or whatever? He made a valid point. This bitch just started to do bare insults.
Yeah, pussy hole for 8 hours.
Yeah, that's what she did.
So people in chat are saying they do want a dumpster fire, but they want a different dumpster fire. So we can give them what they want.
What is a dumpster fire? We're English.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, heated interpersonal exchanges that are fruitless but entertaining, where people get mad at each other.
Oh right.
Yeah, you can get heated over a topic. You don't have to get personal, do you?
Right. So they want different heat for different topics as well.
Yeah, obviously, people want to have an exchange with people that are from different opinions and mindsets, but you don't have to make up stories about people, do you? Because what happens is you insult someone and you make up stories, and then the retaliation comes back the other way. Before you know it, spirals out of control, and then you've got people doxing in real life. Then they go after your families. Then they start sharing your kids' pictures. They tell lies about your kids. That's how it goes.
Right.
You know
so.
what I mean?
Right, so when people cross those certain lines, right?
It's here, and shared this Naive has shared. This email's probably like 3 years old that she's sharing when me and you and Wendy were beefing. Do you see what I mean?
Betty, she never read out anything that you didn't say to me yourself in an argument. I don't know. I don't know what they expect.
This is what I mean. She's a little. This bitch is a snake. And in terms of she doxed her own child, did she go on CEO and have her child on camera?
Yes.
Did you go exactly? Why are you upset now? Did your wing woman go on national media and dox herself, and then you got upset because I put it out there because that your wing woman was talking smack to Betty, isn't it? And I'm not gonna get bullied by a little fucking maggot, yeah. So I don't owe none of you bitches anything. I don't give a shit whether you're black or not. If you don't have my number, you've never replied to my emails, we've never hung out. I don't owe you bitches anything. And I run my channel the way I fucking run my channel, innit?
Yo, listen. Yo, listen. We're getting back to the debate. Yo, mate. We're getting back to the debate now. James Banksy, let's get this Trump is shit. Trump is good debate on, man.
First, I want to say hi to Skyworks. They're part of the network I usually run in, and it's really wonderful to see them here. I don't know how well you guys know Skyworks, but I really like them.
Yeah.
I don't know who Skyworks
He's all right sometimes.
Do they ever come up here?
Carry on there, man.
I don't think Skyworks has ever been.
Skyworks.
You don't jump on panel still. He's just a chat participant.
Gotcha.
What's Skyworks?
Then carry on, man. Let's get this debate on, man. Where's Banksy at, man? I'll mute up, bruv. Let's get this. Trump is shit. He's crashed the economy. All of his policies are dead. Elon Musk is like his flipping handler or something.
Well,
He's selling flipping Teslas on the White House lawn like he used car salesman. It's crazy.
It's entertaining at the very least. Banksy, what are your thoughts on that? Banksy, do you like what Trump's doing with the economy and Elon right now in America?
Banksy?
Or they might have stepped away for a moment. So, my thoughts about it are pretty boring. People are bored when I talk a lot of times because I say level-headed, reasonable things. And while in some settings that's nice to hear, it makes for a boring conversation on the internet. So I will try to be a little bit more spicy. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm not a fan of it at all. Even people that are
One
on board.
moment, James. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me calm down in it. Big up to the panel. I need to calm down and get myself in it. But yeah, I will ignore Rob. But big up G Block and big up everyone. I'm gonna go because Trump's not my favorite thing to talk about later.
Okay,
Fair.
Take care.
Alrighty then. So catching back up on chat really quick. I always follow chat really closely on my channel. Usually in my network, we talk about religion way more than we talk about politics. But lately, those two have been a combined topic because Trump's MAGA administration is part of a conglomerate or a union with the Christian nationalist movement here in America. And because it's all part of one larger administration, that makes religion very relevant to politics and vice versa. So a lot of channels in my network that normally don't even talk about politics at all talk about it almost every day now because you can't talk about politics right now in America without talking also about religion. GOJ says Trump is the greatest American president of all time.
So what, were you a Biden?
Well, here's the thing. When people were saying that Biden was aging out of the game, his age was catching up with him. He was forgetful. He was absent-minded. He was tired. I agreed with that 100%. I too thought Biden needs to retire, right? So I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a quote unquote liberal with a capital L.
What do you think of Ilan Omar man or whatever her name is? That Ilan woman.
Who?
Well, the woman that brought her brother into the country pretending he was her partner.
Brought her brother to the country pretending they were partners. I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah, you must know. The big mouth Muslim woman.
I just don't know. Somebody will have to send me a link or drop me some names. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I heard you say that schooling's not free. Well, yeah, it is.
Well, right. So public education for children is free, and you can get like Pell grants, so government grants that'll pay for your furthered education if you're low income, for example. So there is free education here in America, but the higher you go in the education tiers, like if you want a bachelor's degree or a master's or a doctorate, the more expensive it gets.
Well, it's the same here. It's the same here. But basic education is free.
Right, but it won't stay free if the Trump administration gets what they want. They want to privatize all of it.
Has he mentioned anything to do with that?
Yeah,
he's not going to privatize normal everyday school.
Well, that's the point of getting rid of the Department of Education.
Has he actually got rid of the Department of Education? Or he
said he wants it all the way gone. And he just completely wants it gone. But for now, he's gutted it, right? He fired most of the people, and
and what does he want in its place?
Privatized. He wants private billionaires to own the education system, and they just pay for your education.
It's interesting because in the UK, sorry, when
it's all right.
In the UK, we've got a system where we had people that were really wealthy businessmen that went into the schooling sector and they started bringing in academies, and actually it's improved people's education. It's still free, but it's not run by the state. Although, having said that, they still do all the wokery that we don't need.
So are you saying that Trump is going to privatize it and those that can't afford it just don't go to school?
people see Trump doesn't either. Trump doesn't have a specific plan for what he's going to do when he privatizes it, or he's got a plan he doesn't want to tell anybody about, because whenever people ask him, how's that going to work for low income people? How are they going to get their education? How's the payment plan, the whole system going to work? Nothing but silence. We get no answers at all. So, we're left down here wondering and speculating. Now, it is true that it is possible to have a private education system and still have it be a good quality education system. It's also possible that that private education system can provide free access to children. But the problem that I have with that is right now the public education system is part of the government. And with that comes certain protections to make sure that people can't turn school into church, that they can't come in and indoctrinate other people's children in any particular religious ideology, because the separation of church and state is codified in the Constitution.
Are you not worried about the new religion?
Which new religion?
Wokery.
Wokery. We can discuss that in a moment. Just put a pin in that for 1 second. So the Christian nationalists don't really share a value system with Trump. Trump is not a Christian nationalist, but because they helped him get into power and are helping him hold power, he does have to cater to them to a very large extent. The reasons that Trump wants to privatize education are not the same reasons that the Christian nationalists want it privatized. The Christian nationalists want it privatized because once that happens, there's no protections in place for them being able to turn those schools into churches, where part of the education, quote unquote, is to tell the children all about the Jesus and why they need him. And so that protection will be completely gone in a private.
So what faith are you?
I usually run with atheists, but I don't identify as atheist. I'm what you might call an agnostic in that regard. I'm open to spirituality. I'm not anti-spirituality. I'm not anti-faith. And I'm anti-authoritarianism. And I'm pro equality, and I'm just somewhere in the gray zone of agnosticism in terms of religious beliefs.
Do you have children yourself?
I do, but they're grown.
So it's other people's children that you're worried about.
Right.
But surely American schools have been run on the premise of Christianity anyway.
I would rather have Christianity taught in schools than not taught in schools, to be fair.
Yeah.
All right. What Christianity might mean over there might carry some different implications than here, but why would you want it taught in schools?
Because I think that the West is built on Christianity.
Exactly.
Right. And I think that part of the personality is the core of us, and we need to keep hold of that. That doesn't mean that every child should be taught it to the point of insisting that they believe in God, but they should be taught the Bible and they should be taught the scripture.
All right. So, as far as teaching them what's in a Bible, I agree with you, because it's so heavily part of our history and part of our culture that nobody can really completely understand the world events or the culture that they're in without having a basic understanding of Bibles and Christianity.
Yes.
So I do believe they should be taught about those things. And at the same time, I think they should be taught about Islam. They should be taught about the Quran. They should be taught about Native American, indigenous spiritual ideas and things like that. Because
you'll make a mistake if you go down that road.
Why?
You'll find out when you go down that road.
Yeah.
Well, I only want them to know about it. I don't want to push it as a truth. I only want them to
Yeah, but that's
know.
how it starts out. That's not how it ends up.
Well, so if we only teach them about Islam rather than teaching Islam, you're worried that it might be a gateway to them considering Islam?
No, it's what comes with it. I mean, if you're going to teach them about Islam, surely you need to know, like, everyone knows what Jesus supposedly looked like. People have different versions of him, but with Islam, you're not allowed to have any version of him. And if you go drawing pictures or anything else, you're going to have them outside your schools in America protesting and all the rest of it. People getting their heads chopped off and all the rest of it.
I don't have a problem with people being taught the basics of Islam, but I actually studied it at school, at secondary school. So, that doesn't bother. It doesn't bother me if they tell the truth.
Right.
What a holy jihad is, which is a holy war. It's not submission to God and all the flowery stuff. I actually got an O level in it, so I know when people are bullshitting me. But the fact of the matter is that I don't mind if they tell them the basics, like they believe in Allah, that's what they call their God. They pray 5 times a day. Women and men pray apart. All those kind of things. That doesn't bother me. But when they get into trying to lift it and elevate it at the same level as Christianity, that's where I disagree. And it's not because I think we shouldn't respect Islam or any other faith. I'd be exactly the same if they was to start saying that everybody needs to know Judaism on the same level. I just think that if Christianity is the country that is the core beliefs of your country, and that's what your laws have been built upon, then that's what you should be learning about.
Well, certainly we should have those discussions in public education. Christianity exists. Historically, it has had X, Y, and Z impacts on our cultural values and our legislation. Sure, those discussions are important. And then let children make up their own mind whether or not they think those are good things or not.
Well, that's what we used to have. So we used to have over here, I don't know about America, but we used to, I mean, Americans more into faiths and that than what we are. But over here, we used to have Christianity at the core, but people made up their own mind what religion they wanted to be in and stuff like that. And I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah.
But over the years, it's changed. So because we have more of a multicultural teaching, it's lessened the value of Christianity. We've had people encouraged to now go preaching in the streets. 30, 40 years ago, it would be rare to see somebody, even a Christian, preaching on buses or trains. Now you can get on a bus in the morning and you might bump into somebody that's a Muslim at one end of the fucking bus and a Christian at the other end of the bus. And yeah, it's all got a bit bizarre.
So how do you feel about that? Do you think they should or shouldn't be doing that?
I don't think they should be doing that, no. I think you've got a pulpit for a reason.
Right. I agree with you 100%. Absolutely. The problem here in America is that the Christian nationalist movement that's integrated with MAGA, the version of Christianity that they want to teach to children is an aggressive authoritarian fundamentalist version.
So a Puritan version, like yeah, I imagine it is.
Right. So they're very hardcore. They're very anti-gays, everybody on that spectrum. They're anti-atheists, and so they don't really want free speech for people that say wrong things. They only want free speech for people that say things that they agree with. And
sounds like the left over here.
So yeah, so it's problematic. So if that were to become the normative version of Christianity in America, then it would greatly disadvantage all of the more peaceful and loving versions of Christianity. And I don't think that would be progress for our country. So when I look at Christianity, I see the spectrum, right? And when I look at the more progressive versions that are more loving, more peaceful, more accepting, those are the versions I admire and respect. I'm like, yeah, we need more of that, right? There might be some atheists out there that want to ban religion or something completely unrealistic like that. I just want to see people getting along, right? Just mutual respect. You can believe what you believe. I'll believe what I believe.
It don't work. Don't work though.
Yeah, we found out it doesn't work.
So I used to believe in that. I used to believe in live and let live. But unfortunately, what happens is that people whose ideals are not really that good, they tend to think that they're equal to. See, I believe in equality, right? I think everybody should get equal respect and we should give it people equal opportunities.
Right.
But I don't think everybody's ideas are always equal.
I agree.
And unfortunately, because of the kind of equalness that they're pushing in this country right now, you get complete idiots thinking that they should be sort of like progressed up through the ranks rather than having meritocracy. We have this kind of version of equality, which is equity, and it doesn't really work. So, yeah. What it does is it lowers the standards. So, for example, years ago, to join the police force, you had to be over 6 foot, you had to be physically fit. You worked your way up through the ranks to get promotions. Now we've got people going into university with no life experience, getting degrees, going in at the top of the ranks with all their woke ideas. You've got people that are police officers that can have more than one identity because they're trans, and you know, if they're trans fluid, they're allowed to have more than one identity, so they will have different badges.
I've
Yeah,
never heard that before. That's bizarre to me.
Yeah, we've got all sorts of nuttiness going on with the woke. If it started in America, which I believe it did, it's actually on steroids in England. It's just unbelievable in the UK.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So it starts off, you think, okay, we're going to give respect for everybody. And then what you have is that people from the other faiths or whatever start challenging the core beliefs, and then it erodes at the values of the country. And then what happens is that the majority of the country become unhappy because they're adhering to the minorities. And whilst I don't believe that we should be upsetting minorities or making their life uncomfortable, I don't believe that you should be making the majority of the country uncomfortable either.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what you're
Well,
saying...
you can't, because that's not democracy. If you start just looking out for the minorities and ignoring the majority, that's not democracy.
Yeah, so we haven't even got democracy in our country because they say that you have. So, for example, we vote for the person that we want. They put a manifesto out. We vote for them, and the majority wins. Okay, but once the person that the majority have voted for gets into power, he doesn't serve the majority; he serves the minority. And then what happens is the majority are unhappy. So there is no democracy.
Oh, I agree that we should have an equal society where everybody's voices are heard and everybody's rights are honored and respected. You know, if a trans person makes it into a high-ranking position here, I don't see how that disadvantages anybody else. They can, because I really don't care what pronoun somebody uses or how they relate to their own sexuality. It doesn't matter to me.
Nor do we. That's not the issue.
Okay, yeah.
So the issue isn't whether somebody has transitioned and got promoted if it's done on meritocracy. The issue that we've got is that we've got quotas in this country where so many people have to be black, so many people have to be white, so many people have to be females, so many people in the staff have to be from the transgender, so many have to be disabled to show that you're not discriminating, and it's just totally ridiculous.
I actually agree with you. I think that's a bad idea. I think that if you have two applicants and one of them is much more qualified for the position, they should get the position, period. Now, if they happen to be trans, well, then a trans person gets the job. If they happen to be not, then a not trans person gets the job. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because it doesn't work in this country.
The problem is that if you're looking at, let's say, the trans situation, there are certain assumptions that most people have to make about certain people when they are hiring them. If I'm running a men's only smoking cigar club, and I have a bunch of female applicants, I have to recognize that my clientele may or may not gel with a bunch of blue-haired feminists, running serving their drinks, because these gentlemen might not have conversations which may be uncomfortable to feminists. So I have to take that into consideration. And if I have a trans person in a position in my company, I have to recognize this person is fundamentally mentally unwell, because they are obviously lacking certain things. That's why they are not unhappy with their own body, and they have gender dysphoria potential, which could then lead to other problems in the workplace, or other issues of someone accidentally misgendering them and then they blow in a gasket.
Well, yeah,
so
exactly.
All of these things come into play if I want to build a cohesive, cooperative team in order to serve my business.
Well, exactly that, Banksy. I would agree that there are some. We've managed to have a society, or we did have, that in Britain, that was so equal that people even understood that people could have their own spaces, right? Including men. Men would have these working men clubs that were exclusively for men. No one really moaned about it. We knew that's what it was. There was swimming clubs exclusively for women because of the privacy of changing, etc., etc. All of those things have been brushed away. They're expecting women to accept these people that are biologically men, to, even if they haven't had the actual full transition, to share their spaces. And I would argue that no man, no disrespect, but no man, even if you transition, will understand fully what it is to have a period, to go through the hormonal changes, to understand the stress coming before a period, after a period, when they're pregnant, and all the rest of that stuff. Most women do not want people knowing when they're menstruating. It's just a privacy thing. And you don't need these people that don't even menstruate coming into the room staring at them when maybe they're changing or they're, you know, in their discrete moments. We shouldn't have to put up with it. It's disgusting.
You saw the backlash that lady who tried to open a female
Yeah, yeah.
gym. Admittedly, when I looked into the story, there is a bit more to it. She started off as, oh, this is a gym for everyone, every female or every woman who identifies as a woman. And she actually ran, I think, some kind of GoFundMe or some kind of, what do you call it, a campaign to raise funds. And from what I understand, now this may or may not be true, this part I haven't confirmed, that some even trans people contributed to the campaign. And then she did a U-turn on the whole trans thing. So that's where some of the arguments were from possibly the trans side. I don't know. But at the end of the day, if women want to open women-only spaces, I think that should be perfectly legitimate. The same as, by the way, when men want to open men-only spaces.
Yes,
And
I don't want it
that
segregated.
is
I
not
don't want
allowed.
it permanently segregated. So I don't want no laws where it says, "Oh, women have to go here and men go there." I think that in a proper society that's equal, you would have spaces where people can go as families, people can go together, male and female, and then spaces where no, this is a gym just for men, this is a gym just for women. I don't see a problem with that. But when they start bringing in these equality laws and saying that you can't discriminate because that's discrimination, I just think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jupiter,
If
that's
the whole
not
business is a discriminating business because they want to have that
particular
availability
clientele.
there, that opportunity there, they shouldn't be telling them, no, you can't do that.
But that's the thing. That's what they did when feminists started screaming about men having got men-only golf clubs, men-only smoking lounges. That feminists started to encroach upon men's spaces because at the time, I understand the reasons, because feminism isn't about actual equal rights for women. It's actually about power. And the fact is that most of those powerful men, senators and congressmen and high-level business people were congregating in these clubs and were having discussions about, their businesses, the way that the various things could go. And women wanted access to that space because they wanted to be in the halls of power. Feminists, that's why feminists pushed to eliminate men-only places, men-only golf clubs,
Yeah, but I
men-only
don't.
smoking
Yeah, I
lounges.
agree with you, Banksy. I don't agree with that. So I think that if there's men's only golf clubs, fine. As long as if women want one, then go and make up one. And if you want to have one where men and women can go along to, see, this reminds me
But
of
that's
when.
not allowed, Jupes.
Yeah, this reminds me of. Do you remember when the gay people kept on and kept on at the Christianity at the church over here, and they went on and on until they said, even though, right, Christianity, if you understand scripture, two men are not meant to lay together, right? Sexually. It says it's in scripture, right? Now you can argue that there might be two males that are in a loving homosexual relationship and don't engage in sexual acts and therefore they're not actually breaking the rules. Yeah, we can do all that debate. But when we changed our laws to have gay marriage, which we have done in this country, we actually challenged the whole church, and it shouldn't have been like that. It should have been right. These are the churches that already exist. We've got a load of homosexuals who feel that they want to be included and get married and do that. Well, then set up your own church where gay marriage is permitted. And if there's people from the main consensus who actually enjoy your church, they'll stop going to the other church and go along to your church. Let
I
them
agree.
vote with their feet. Let them have a choice. Because
I,
what's happening is you're getting people saying that there's equality, but actually there isn't equality because they're taking the choices away.
So I agree with, except for the biblical interpretation thing, I agree with everything else that you're saying there about it. They shouldn't have been saying, "Hey, we're going to force this church to have a different set of moral views and values." Instead, they should have started their own church with a different set, and then if people happen to agree with that other church, then they'll just join it. That's I agree 100%.
You see, unfortunately, again, a little bit of naivety here. This is easier said than done. This is the same argument people made about people being cancelled. Oh, if you're banned from YouTube, just go and make your own YouTube. If you're banned from Twitter, go make your own Twitter. If you're banned from your bank, go set up your own bank. If you're banned from your ISP, go set up your own satellites and create your own internet. See, that's where all of this leads to. Unfortunately, you can't just go and build a church and set it up the way the Catholics have literally billions of dollars in funding. So do the Anglican Church, so do the Protestants, so on and so forth.
Yeah, but we're not talking about setting up a church in the beginning that's going to take on the whole hierarchical system, Banksy. We're talking about somebody that gets a community hall, says, right, every Sunday we're going to go, because you do know that if you don't know because you're atheist, I suppose, but if you were brought up in a Christian faith, you would understand that the church is not actually the building that you're standing in. It's the people, the congregation that actually praise and do their faith together. So you can have a community hall where every Sunday you hire it, every Sunday you pay for that, you set it up with pews, the preacher's pulpit, and you have that as a gay, not just exclusively gay, but it welcomes gay people that want to believe in Christianity in their own interpretation of the scripture, and that people can go along there. And if people have a gay in their family and a homosexuality in their family, and that family wants to go along and pray together as a whole family and everything else, they will start going over there. And if people prefer that, they prefer that.
I agree with you, Jupiter, on the basis that if people want to go and whatever, in their own living room, congregate on a Sunday and do whatever they want to do, have naked, pagan ceremonies. I don't really care about that. But what I am saying is that what I'm actually trying to address is this idea that you can't say no to people in various different areas of life. Some people, like this is the problem, which by the way, we've extended to children. We don't say no to children enough. That's why these children grow up to be spoiled brats, to think that they are entitled to everything. Some people can't do some things. If you are a trans person and you want to compete in athletics, you either have to compete with other men or no, you can't compete with women. I'm sorry. That's just an area of the world which is not accessible to you. I would like to be on a multi-billion-dollar yacht every weekend having massive orgies. It's not available to me. I don't have those facilities, so I go without. That's how it is in life. The problem is that we don't want to say no to people and say, no, you don't have access to this because of these choices.
This is where I disagree with you and agree with you slightly. So I agree with you that you can't have a trans person come from being biologically male to female, going into female sports as a female and then fighting them. I agree with you, that's wrong. But I don't see why there couldn't be, even before trans, even if you took the trans out of it, female sports, male sports, and then a sector where if the top of the females wanted to fight at the top of the males, for example, they can, but everyone's well aware of the safety issues. They make sure that safety issues are not broken, and that the female is well aware that she's going up against somebody that she's likely to lose, because there is going to be the random one woman out there, 1 in a billion, that is going to be just as good, right? So I wouldn't want to take that opportunity away if they were to do that. But everybody needs to know exactly where we're standing and make sure that there's things put in place. When you're getting a trans person who is biologically male going into female sports, the odds are against them. The other women have not agreed to be fighting a male. They're fighting other women. That's what they went into sports for.
The thing is, Jupes, unfortunately, in reality, these things don't pan out. You can't set up an entire boxing league with 5 people in it. I'll give you an example. That's been ongoing for decades. Snooker, the sport of snooker is not limited by sexes. It's every sex can compete in every tournament, because snooker is not a physical, it's supposedly not a physical sport in which no female snooker player is in danger of being beaten the crap out of by a male snooker player.
I just had to look it up. I didn't know what snooker was. I had to look it up.
Oh, snooker is like pool in America, billiards,
Yeah.
pool.
Yeah.
But snooker is not actually exclusive. Women and men can compete in exactly the same event if they wish.
Mm.
The women never made it even in the top 50. That's the problem with snooker, is that the men are just so much better than the women that
Yeah,
the
but
women
that's obvious
never
in
get
a
a
lot
look
of
in.
lot of sports, isn't it? It's obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just that the women had to, in order to win any kind of trophy, set up a women's league, because they couldn't compete with the men. The men are just
Yeah, but that's what I'm
so
saying,
much
Banksy. We
ahead of
should
them.
keep the women's league. We should keep the men's league. And if somebody wants to fund some big, I don't know, sports event where a one-off opportunity, or once a year or once every 5 years, where the top sports females want to go up against the top sports men, that's fine. I ain't got a problem with that. I'm not saying change the whole thing. What I'm saying is you need the female and male division, because realistically, in the real world, yes, there's always going to be one fluke woman that can do a job as good as a man, or fight as good as a man, although I've not seen it in the whole of my lifetime, but whatever, right? There's always going to be one fluke woman, but it's not going to be the common, and it's not going to be necessarily needed as an avenue for every day. But no, I'm not going to take that avenue off the table if some big, I don't know, say Alan Sugar said, oh, I want to do this big thing where the top female boxers can fight the top male boxers if they so wish. And there's a woman who steps up and says, oh, I want to give it a go. I know realistically I might lose, but I want to give it a go. I'm good at my game, and I'm far better than all of the women that are below me. You know, the difference between me and even the second best female boxer is massive. So really, I want to step up my game, even though, you know, that's going to be a once in a lifetime thing. Okay, fine. I don't mind that. What I mind is when they're saying that biological men can have their penis chopped off and then go straight into the sports and beat up women. That's
Sometimes
disgusting.
they don't even have it chopped off. They just straight up full tackle. But the thing is, I agree with you. And as I said again, in a fair sort of society, you could say, yeah, you set up a separate league. By the way, freak show events like that are available on the internet. They're held in places like Czech Republic or Russia. There's a video of one very massive fat bloke, like, he weighs like 25 stone, against 2 women, and he absolutely destroys them. But it's 2 against 1. It's amazing to watch. In Czech or in Russia, they do crazy things like that. They have 4 against 4 MMA fights, so actually 8 against 8 MMA fights. Any possible sport you want to think of, there is one out there. I don't know if you guys have seen. Have you ever seen telephone box MMA or mixed martial arts fighting?
No, I'm not really into all the fighting and
They
stuff like that.
They put 2 people in those British telephone boxes, old school telephone boxes. They put 2 guys in there, shut the door, and then they have to beat each other up in the telephone box.
Oh my
It's
God.
unbelievably mad.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You see, so there's still a choice to do that if you're mad enough to want to compete like that, and that's what we should be having. But what we've got now is a society that says, oh yeah, we've got equality, but we haven't got equality, because what you're doing is you're shutting down an avenue for people that might not want to share spaces, right? And especially when it comes down to the females and the males, which they now say you can't say, is because, there's much more than that. Well, okay. Well, you're just being a bit silly, really, because what do you want? Us to start having places with, right, only homosexuals over there, and only lesbians in that one, and only asexuals in that one, And this one over here, well, they're trans, they're fluid, so we've got to have every single sort of like genre in that gym. And no, we can't do all that. We can't do all that. You're overcomplicating everything. You're just being fucking ridiculous. Ordinary males, if they want their own club, over there. Ordinary females, you want your own club, over there, right? If we are going to have trans people come across from one to the other, well, then I'm sorry, but you trans are going to have your own fucking cubicles where you all understand each other. Because the bottom line is this, right? Now, you're going to have a trans female cubicles, and you're going to have trans male cubicles. Because whether people like it or not, people that were born female transition into a man, and people born male transition into a female do not even have the same trans experience. You know, and this is what people are not understanding. You can cut off your penis, you can look like a female. To all intents and purposes, you can make love, and some men will be fooled and not realise that you were ever born a man. But you can never have a biological period. You will never know what it feels like to have stomach cramps, to be pissed off, to have fucking greasy skin, spotty skin once a month, right? With all the fucking pressure of the world on your fucking shoulders because you're due to come on and all of that stuff. You're never going to feel that. You're never going to understand it. And there's no point trying to pretend that you do. You can empathise, but so can straight men.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, you know, I actually spoke to Sophia at the park, you know, quite a long time ago.
Sophia used to agree with me. I've spoken to Sophia.
No, I think Sophia, yeah, that's when she agreed with me. When I said, look, it's fair enough. You want to dress as you, or look the way you wish to look in order to, you know.
Moon agrees with me, by the way.
Who? Oh, Moon. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Moon isn't trans, is she? She's not.
No, I'm not going to get into it, but Moon's got a relative that is.
Oh, that is trans. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, Sophia agrees because she's based that you can look whatever way you like. And even for common courtesy, I would address you the way you wish to be addressed. Based, you know, some limits. I mean, these Z's and Zers, they can kiss my ass. I'm never calling anyone a Zer. But, you know, she, her, him, whatever. I can deal with the binary male and female kind of pronouns. But you know, and I know that you're not a woman, and you're not gonna. None of us are fooled here. Nobody's, you know. I'm just being courteous, but we all know the reality of the situation. You're a bloke dressed as a woman, and I know that you're a bloke dressed as a woman, and we're not gonna, like, you know, try to gaslight each other into pretending anything different.
Yeah, it's the same for the breastfeeding, Banksy, right? I can tell you, I've had 8 kids, right? There is no trans woman in this world, even if they have the drugs and they lactate, right, that will know what it genuinely feels like to be a woman and breastfeed, because they will not be having the contractions from the afterbirth. Because that is the female's body has been built like that, so that when you breastfeed, the contractions are pulled in. You're already in pain because your stomach is contracting, and you've got those things going on anyway. But as you're breastfeeding, you've got the addition of it, and it makes it them stronger, the urge is stronger. That's why if you breastfeed, they say it's better for you, etc., etc. There's a lot of things that are beneficial to a woman for breastfeeding. So even if they get to take drugs to lactate, they will never know that feeling. Never, ever. They will never get it.
Exactly. There's a myriads of feelings they'll never have. The whole process the woman goes through when she's pregnant and the child grows inside, the way their spine bends. I saw this like animated video of the changes a woman's body goes through during pregnancy. Nowhere on earth a man can ever replicate or experience such a thing. It's unbelievable. In all honesty, I don't think any man would actually want to. It looks terrible. It looks painful as hell. And no wonder poor pregnant women have back problems.
Banksy, let's be honest about it. Even if you were born female and you transition into a man and they make you an appendage that manages to go erect and everything else, and you can, I don't know if it does, by the way, I don't know, because I don't know anybody that's transgender to a male. But let's imagine that they do, and they make you an appendage that makes you get erect. They are never going to know what it's like to have blue balls.
Absolutely. There's a myriad. No, those fake things that they stick on these poor, female to male transitioners. That is not a male appendage. That's just a piece of meat sewed on. I don't know how the hell that whole thing works, but there's no way they could experience how a real male sort of body works.
So Skyworks is saying, but think how the trans feel. Okay, fine. But what I can empathize that it puts them in a position, right? I can empathize with that Skyworks. But what you have to understand is, compared to the majority of the country, how many people are we talking about? 0.0001%? That's what we're talking about. So what you're saying is that virtually 100% of the country have got to change their mindset and change everything that they do for 0.001%. Now, I don't have a problem with them. I don't have a problem with them if they've completely transitioned, right? I don't have a problem with them going into what is labelled a ladies' toilet or cubicle, and they've got their own cubicle. That's fine. That's fine. They've got their own cubicle that they go in, and you can lock the door. Because then, even if young children go in there with their parent and they go in and they lock the door, they're safe. You haven't got one of these weirdos that's decided to transition but still wants to fucking actually assault young boys or young girls, which can happen as well, right? The stranger danger part of it. I'm not saying all trans do that, by the way, but I'm saying there is a stranger danger. There's stranger danger with just men and just women, right? If we're realistic. So I don't mind that. But when it's one of these open cubicles where everybody's getting changed and everything else, and you've got a man that's got a penis swinging from his legs, yeah, fucking still got a bit of a tash, swaggers in and scratches his ass as he's going to get into a fucking swimming costume, even with the bulge there, because he's got to tuck it up, with everybody else that's in that waiting room. What the fuck? What are we doing? You know?
And we haven't even started to address the issues with prisons, where supposedly female prisoners have impregnated other female prisoners with her penis. You've seen those crazy things.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting out of hand. It's just this is getting a little bit excessive, and that's where, unfortunately, the adults have to step in and go, no. This is what I was saying
that's
earlier.
what I think as well. So why can't they just use the disabled stuff and nobody would know no different?
Well, yeah, I suppose, but not every place has a separate disabled facility,
Yes, it
like
does.
changing rooms.
Yes, it does. They do now. They have disabled toilets.
Oh no, but
and a
changing
disabled
rooms.
toilet is big enough for you to go in and change in there.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, there is. You're right. I mean, there's always been that sort of third option, which is always the disabled option. The thing is, I mean, what it all really comes down to is the fact that the trans movement, first of all, wants to normalize this way of life, this way of living, this lifestyle. And in order to normalize it, they have to go into the normal places where women go to. Otherwise, there will always be that outsider. But the fact is that society has to, in a collective voice, say, no, you are an outsider. The normal of human beings is male, female. That is the normal, and you will
but it's
always
bullshit,
be
Banksy,
abnormal.
that they don't want people to see them as something different. Shall I tell you why? Because if they really wanted to transgender, and live life as a woman or as a male, depending on what they were born as, right? They wouldn't be running around going, "Hi, my name's Julie, but I was born Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are
Hi, I'm a
divas.
trans and I want to fight for trans rights."
Well, you see,
You would just convert and take on women's rights, wouldn't you? No one
well,
would need to know.
you're right in that those, because like I see the problem is, this is the thing. Like I can point to someone like Sophia Lewis and many other trans people who don't want publicity. They don't want to be in the spotlight. They're just, I mean, if Sophia disappeared from all social media because she got a sensitive job and all that. So she's completely tried to hide away from publicity. But then there are others who are flamboyant, because let's be honest, the gays and trans fall into that sort of gay category. Most trans male to females, uh they are flamboyant. They want to be stars. They want to be on
Yeah, so
Broadway.
they're not hiding. It's not that they don't want to be made to feel different. They do want to feel different. That's why
Yeah,
they do it. A lot of them do it. And don't
they
get me
want the
wrong, I'm not
attention.
saying that there's not genuine cases. There is. But I think a lot of them are attention seeking. And
Yeah,
that's why they hold on to their penis.
look at that guy Dylan Mulvaney. Uh, he tried desperately to become famous through so many other avenues. He did Broadway shows. In fact, was on that Mormons, the Book of Mormon stage show for a while, and he did all sorts of other things. He was on, I think, Price is Right, all sorts of different avenues to try to become famous. Finally, stumbled on the first day of being a girl experience crap on TikTok, and that blew up for him. And I mean, I don't know, he's definitely had multiple operations since, so maybe he is committed to this trans thing, because you wouldn't have that many sort of
The
facial
thing is, Banksy, you was on my show yesterday where you actually showed us a picture of some actress that was in 007, right?
Oh yes,
And
Bond
you come
girl.
on, you said, "Oh, by the way, did you know that person, that there was actually a trans woman that was in those shows?"
Bond.
Now, the general population didn't know. But even though
Mm,
you showed us and we was like, "Oh, wow, bloody hell, didn't know that." There wasn't a negative comment. "Oh, well, that shouldn't have been allowed. That's absolutely disgusting,"
yeah.
So that person transitioned and actually lived as a female to the wider public. Nobody
Mm,
knew. Nobody had a problem. Nobody went around victimizing them. Nobody did
nope.
anything. The reason that this trans movement get victimized is because they do want to be different, but they want to shove it in your face and put
Mm,
it and make everybody else change the way that they live for them. And that's what I
yes.
disagree with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. That Bond lady, she never went out of her way to stick it in people's faces. I think people who knew, but for decades, in fact, she's lived her life without anyone really caring. And it's ironic that she managed to survive all of these years without being, I don't know,
Yes.
beaten up or harassed or any of these things, as a woman, and probably used women's spaces. No one was aware of it. No one
Because
was,
she lived as a woman
yeah,
and only those that needed to know.
knew. Exactly. And yet nowadays, suddenly in this century, in this time where we are at our most progressive, if you will, at our most tolerant towards all of the freaks of society, uh, we are suddenly now hearing from the trans community about how terrible it is to be trans in this society. I'm like, that woman was a trans in the 70s and no one cared.
That's what I'm saying to you. It's almost like, right, this is how mad our society's got, right? And I'm surprised we haven't had it already, actually, right? It's got so mad that it's like this. They will say to you, I mean, this hasn't actually happened yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if it happened in the future if the woke carries on. "Oh, there's a certain amount of females that can't have
Oh,
children and males that can't have children.
sorry,
They're
there's someone in the back.
infertile," right? Well, we know that. That's true. There are some people that can't have children. So because you can't have children, you're not allowed to say that you've got children. And your children are not allowed to come to any family events because we've got an employee that can't have children. So we've got to think about the person who hasn't got children, even though the majority of people in the world have children. This is the kind of mindsets we're dealing with.
Veli, there's someone in the back. Lives more. Apparently,
and it
she's a
just
fan or he's
doesn't
a
make
fan.
sense. It does not make sense the way that we're living.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right. This is, yeah. I mean, this at the moment it's gone insane. It's gone a little bit too excessive. As I said, there's certain groups of people, not just trans, but various different groups, who have seen the weakness of the West and Western attitudes towards equality and fairness and all that, and they're holding this equality fairness thing at the absolute highest priority of ethics and morals, and for that reason, others take the piss. Others are going to take the piss, and as you know, my favorite religion of peace, they're going to take massive piss out of this situation. And then you're gonna have. I mean, I'm just sitting back, to be perfectly honest, with my bowl of popcorn, ready for when the transes and the LGBTs clash with the religion of peace, and see how that one goes down. And there's been a few scrummages here and there, but nothing major yet. Yeah, that should be interesting.
Listen, when we was a predominantly Christian country, right, we did not have churches in every workplace. We didn't have it. Even though we was a predominantly Christian country, we didn't say there's got to be a place over there where you could go and pray. It's ridiculous. But because we've got a different faith in, now we've got to have a place where people can go and pray. No. Why? We didn't have it when it was predominantly Christian. Why have we got to have it for a different faith?
Yeah, Veli, we got a person in the back. We can't hear you, Veli.
One sec. Let me just mute up.
I think Lives More wants to come on. He seems to be a fan of mine. Might be Nixie or Kaylee. It might be Kaylee. Sounds kind of Kaylee-esque. Gives me that Kaylee vibe.
No, it's not, man.
It's not.
No. Cool, man.
Are they not coming on?
No, no one's in the back.
Oh, there's no
Well,
one.
that person ain't allowed on anyway.
Oh, that person isn't allowed.
No.
They just jumped on to throw some abuse.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, Miss Travers. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make it all a crack. Yeah, that's it. So, Mrs. Travers is moving like a bulletproof person taking bare shots for some pom pom stores. So, cool, man. Keep taking shots for the pom pom fam. You know? All right, carry on, man. I'm listening in it.
Interesting.
Nearly done it, little. Nearly done it.
Who is that in the back? And why are they saying all that to you?
I have no idea, actually.
Do you know there's someone going around saying that you're Greek? I told you that.
Yeah,
yesterday,
you said that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm flattered because at least I know someone knows who I am. People are talking about me, which is always good. All publicity is good publicity. Banksy, you need to set up a fan club. I would join. I know. Nixie would be one of my top fans. I got to set up a Patreon just for Nixie and Kaylee and my other fans. But
yeah, you don't need a praying room if you've got. In workplaces, right? If you wear uniforms, they're supposed to have a little room where you're permitted to change, or a rest room or whatever. You can pray in there. You don't need a separate room. I don't understand. But okay, fine, whatever. If they want to do that, whatever. But then if a Christian wants to go off and pray, they should have the same right to go off and pray as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I don't remember ever working for a company that had a specific prayer room. But we did have spaces for sort of yoga and relaxing, or just a quiet area, and a lot of people, would just pray in there if they wanted to, like Muslims and stuff. But it wasn't like designated prayer room. It was just a place, where it was an empty
Yeah,
space.
that's what I'm saying. Anybody can go there and just do it discreetly. All they've
Yeah.
got to say to their colleagues, "Oh, I'm just going in to pray. If you don't mind, is that okay?" Just go in there.
Jupes, I'll be perfectly honest with you. For most of my life, I mean, I come from a Muslim country. I have relatives who are Muslim. My grandmother went to Hajj twice. I've had Muslims around me most of my life, religious ones. I hardly ever saw them imposition anyone when it came to time for them to pray. They would just quietly vanish
No,
for a
not
few
before,
minutes.
but they do now.
Well,
We've got the government trying to say that schools need to have a praying room for
yeah,
children
well,
that are
that's the
Muslim.
thing. That's the thing. I don't think this is by people who don't want to imposition other people. This is deliberate by people who want to force this down your throat, kind of thing. Have
Yeah.
it in your, just like the trans things, just like the LGBT thing. They want to shove it in your face. This isn't, as I said, I've had family and relatives who, one of my relatives, I didn't even know he prayed for years, for decades. Suddenly, I was like, I didn't even think you were religious. I was like, no, I pray every day. I'm like, holy crap! How come I never saw you do this? And he's like, because I don't make a song and dance about it. I just go off, do my thing, and come back. I'm not shoving it down anyone's throats. That's how people who don't actually want it in your face do deal with it. You don't. As I said, sometimes you wouldn't even know they're religious. Whilst
But you see,
others,
Banksy, I'm the same with other stuff, right? So, for example, mothers who breastfeed have got to breastfeed, right? I don't think that you should be able to breastfeed and be able to just lob it out. I think you should be discreet when you're breastfeeding. But people who say to me, "Well, that's out of order," think of the baby if you're holding a blanket up over yourself. Well, no, you can still protect the baby. Like I said, I've had 8 kids. There's a way that you hold the baby, you attach the baby, and you hold the blanket so you're discreet because you don't want people looking at you.
yeah, it doesn't have to be a blanket. It can be a
If you're
shawl. It
sitting
can be a
there with your
scarf.
boobs hanging out, you've got the baby laid across your lap, and you've just got the boob full out. What? What you doing?
Look, I've seen Muslim women in Muslim countries breastfeed in semi-public under their hijab. It's like no one has ever seen anything. It's all fully discreet. If you want to do it, you can do it. It's the fact that, as I said, some people want to shove it in your face. They want to make you kind of accept their choices because they just want to do everything everywhere every time. This is what I'm saying. It's in the world of when people don't get told no, they think they can just do anything, anywhere, everywhere. And because people just haven't, these last couple of generations, especially millennials and Gen Zs, Gen X's to some extent, but it's actually the Gen X's who raised those Gen Zs without, or Gen millennials, without telling them no. This is the era. This is the consequences of participation trophies. I know people mock those participation trophy things, but this is the consequences of people who have never lost, who have never been told no, who've never actually had resistance in life. Everything has just been smooth sailing. Everything's just been just yeah, do whatever you want anytime, whenever you want it. No, there are decorums. There are ways you behave in society.
The fact it is, you don't have it all your own way. It's a way of negotiating a situation.
Yes.
You know,
It's the way you negotiate with other people in society, the way you navigate through the world with other people in it. If you want to do whatever you want to do, go and find an island, go like Castaway, find an island, get a volleyball, call it Wilson, and live on your own and do whatever the hell you want. Stand on the top of a mountain and masturbate. I don't care. But if you're going to live amongst other people, then yes, you're going to have to adhere to certain norms and cultural, behavioral sort of standards. You can't just do everything every time anywhere. You just can't. I'm sorry. You have to occasionally be told, no, this is not for you. You are not allowed here. But unfortunately, when people are not being told that knows that they're not facing
Someone's doxing an address, aren't they? Sally
Where?
Carter. They're
Where,
putting
where?
a postcode out.
Is that in the main chat?
Yeah, I don't know who that is though.
Mods, could you please?
It's not mine, but I recognise it as a postcode, so I don't know who they're trying to dox.
I don't know. I can't even see it. So maybe it got already taken
They've
out.
probably got it.
But yeah, it seems to be Valley seems to attract all the finest people. But yeah, overall, yeah, that's what I mean. That's my thing is people who have to recognize there are limits to boundaries to your life if you want to live in a society with other people. These things you can do, these things you can't do. These
It's
things you
like
can...
it's like people get annoyed with me when I say I don't like congregational prayer, right? But I don't. And they assume that if it was a bunch of Christians, oh, but you wouldn't mind that. Well, actually, I would. I don't think that you should be having congregational prayer anywhere unless you're hiring the event. Right. So say there's a local park and it's a public park, but it's you can lease it out and somebody's hired it for the day and you can't have it because there's a particular event there that day. Fine. I ain't got a problem with that. But other than that, don't be marching with hundreds of you to suddenly sit where people normally play cricket or football or walk their dogs to say that all of a sudden I've got to watch 100 people praying and putting their bum up in the air. No.
Oh, yeah, the Muslims. But the thing is, the prayer thing for Muslims, everybody knows this. I'm shocked that anyone's even questioning it. Congregational or collective prayers for Muslims, especially the way they do it to occupy certain spaces and take over certain areas like roads and stuff, or Hyde Park, in the Speaker's Corner. It's a show of force. That's a political act. It's not a prayer. That prayer part of it is a disguise for their act of political statement. We own
I
this
agree.
space.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, for me, it's not. Obviously, I understand that, which irritates me. But even if it wasn't for that reason, I don't think you should be doing it because what you're doing. Look, if you're one person, you go to the park and you're there. You're Muslim or you're Christian, and you decide you want to pray. All right. Christians don't postulate like Muslims do. Fair enough. But I haven't got a problem if I go to a park and I see one Muslim family under a tree and there's the mum on one side of the tree, the dad on the other side of the tree because they don't want to pray at the same time together. And they have to be segregated. All right, fine, whatever. That don't bother me. But when you do it en masse, yeah, I think it does. It's like when you get on the bus in the morning and you get walk down the high street. I don't think all that preaching in the high street should be allowed either for anybody, right? I get just annoyed if it was a bunch of Christians jumping on the bus to tell me the world's ending and that we all have to repent, as I would do if it was a Muslim jumping on the bus trying to go on about Allah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've never experienced anyone jumping on a bus to tell me, have you found Jesus? But if they did, yeah, that's horrifically annoying. To be honest, I find it extremely annoying when Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever knock on your door and start telling you about Jesus, and Mormons and all that crap. They do all that door knocking.
You've got
I find all of that annoying.
Do it on the pulpit.
But street preaching, I will say, if you believe in freedom of speech, unfortunately, that would be part and parcel of it. But the thing is, what I find is that it's not really freedom of speech when it comes to street preaching. It's actually selective when it comes to the police and how they enforce it. If I stand up there and talk about Darwin and how the what do you call it, the book Origin of Species changed my life and how it made me an atheist, they'd kick me out of there straight away. But if I start talking about Jesus or Muhammad, well, I mean, actually, even nowadays, if you talk about Jesus, they can remove you if a Muslim gets offended. That's the irony. The Muslims trump.
See, I don't.
The Christians.
I don't agree with that. I think it's disgusting. Now, having said that, if they were to do it sensibly and say, okay, right, like you have market days in high streets, and on those market days, the Christians are allowed to have a stall where they sell Christian trinkets and put out leaflets if you want to go up and talk to them about Christianity, and the same for Muslims. I don't know, but not with a loudspeaker, converting people in the middle of the high street. This ain't a fucking church or a mosque. Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, again, I find it's difficult. If I were to argue on the side of freedom of speech, then as much as I'd like to stand up there and on a little step and tell all these religions that they're all full of crap, then I would expect it, or I would have to expect the fact that there'll be a Jesus guy telling me how Jesus
Well,
is,
no,
and a
Banksy,
Muslim guy
no,
telling
because
me
you're
how
not
Allah
being
is.
truthful. Right, so me and you are very opinionated people. That's why we're on these channels, and we all like to share our opinions. But I do not go down to the high street every fucking day and stand on a chair and tell everyone my opinions.
Yeah, but you technically, if you live in a free society and a free speech society, you should be able to if you wanted to. That's the point of the free speech.
No, I
side.
disagree. I disagree.
But then in that case, then you don't really believe in a free speech
No,
society.
I believe you should be free to discuss what you want to discuss when it's appropriate.
But that's what I mean. The problem is
A shopping
then who
centre is
decides
not
what's
appropriate for someone to stand up and say, I'm against homosexuality. Yeah, otherwise we would have Hyde Park all down every high street.
But
And we don't.
that's how America technically. That's why Americans don't have a speaker's corner, because every corner of the street is a speaker's corner for them. That's where you live in a society which has freedom of speech codified.
Yeah, but I think that's ridiculous. I do think that's ridiculous.
You see, that's the thing. In Britain, I guess
if you go to a shopping centre, you're going to buy stuff. You don't want these people getting in the way, telling you their opinions.
But that's how that is the case in some cases in America. Abortion, anti-abortionists, and
otherwise you're going to have people standing up going, oh, feminists, oh, we need more. Anybody had a cesarean? I've had a cesarean, and I want to talk about the way that the local hospital treated me when I had a cesarean. Who gives a fuck, love? I want to go and get my fucking socks for my kids, or I want to go and get my fucking hair dye, or I want to go and get my fucking nail varnish. I ain't got time to listen to your fucking problems.
Look, I 100% agree with the fact that they're annoying as hell. I don't deny that, but my argument is for the freedom of speech side of things. The thing is that if you say that you shouldn't be allowed to do it here or there, you see what happens now is that now the government can turn around and tell you, oh, you can't talk about certain things in a pub because the people who are serving you in the pub might be offended with the conversation you're having.
No, but that's different.
Now you see, but the thing is, when you decide where you want to hear people express their freedom of speech, so you don't want them to do it on a high street or outside of a shopping on a Tesco's.
Right, I'm going to tell you why it's
the different. Government can then decide where they don't want you to have free speech.
Comes in. The difference is, if a group of people are sitting at a table and they're discussing amongst themselves, the very fact that people are speaking means that it can be heard by people. And the closer that you are to that table, you're more likely to hear the conversation. That's different. If people are in the middle of a conversation, they're not aiming it at you. They're not doing it. They're not giving a public audience. It's a private conversation. Yeah. You shouldn't be stopping that private conversation.
But okay,
how because everybody who's participating in that conversation has decided they want to engage in that conversation, and they want to sit there and they want to have the discussion. This is where choice comes into it.
Yeah, but how about if I want to stand outside of an abortion hospital with 4 of my friends and very loudly discuss how I don't like abortion?
Yeah, but that's different. That's a protest.
No, it's not a protest. I'm just standing having a conversation. We might even get some around the beers and just have a chat outside of an abortion clinic about how we don't like abortion and how it's murder.
Yeah, hold on one sec. I've got a phone call. Just go to 2 minutes. Sorry.
No worries. You see, folks, that's the dilemma of freedom of speech. You either have it or you don't. And if anyone tells you that you can't do it in a particular place because they find it annoying, then you don't actually have freedom of speech, because someone can tell you that you can't do it here or there or there or there as soon as that comes into it, you don't have freedom of speech anymore. That's why, unfortunately, as annoying as it is to hear some guy tell you about how Jesus is going to save your soul on a high street or outside, I don't know, Sainsbury's, if you actually appreciate freedom of speech, that's what you're going to have to put up with. Those are the pros and cons of freedom of speech. Nothing is, they say, the life is about compromises and trade-offs. So you have to decide, is it worth my trade-off of having to listen to some annoying Jehovah's Witnesses on my way to get my groceries, but for me to be able to sit in a pub and discuss Muslim problems or the problem with Islam without having to worry about the police knocking on my door, or be able to post something on Facebook about immigration issues and not have the police knock on my door. Those are the compromises and trade-offs you have to take. You may have to overhear that annoying Muslim preacher or Muslim imam or Christian preacher outside in the high street and just walk by for a few minutes, but at the same time still be able to post things that you want on Facebook without worrying about a knock on your door. Or you can curtail the right of that guy from the high street so you're not annoyed, but also when you post something on Facebook or if someone overhears you say something in a pub, you got to knock on your door. Those are the consequences of those are just, compromises and trade-offs. That's how it works. I myself always fall on the side of more freedoms than less freedoms, because I know what a tyrannical society looks like. I lived in a tyrannical society. I know what it's like when the authorities literally knock your door down and raid your house when your husband and your wife and your auntie, and well, this was in my case, my dad and my mom, my auntie and her husband were playing cards, and me and my brother and other kids were asleep, and they came, the police with automatic machine guns, and woke us up because someone thought we were gambling in the living room because my mom and my dad were playing cards at 3 in the morning. Oh, no, it was maybe 1 in the morning. That was a society I lived in. And I sure as hell don't want that society to raise its head over here, where the police can knock your door down because they suspected you of wrongdoings, whatever that wrongdoing is. In the case of Iran, it was playing cards because it's haram to play cards, but it can be other things. You posted the wrong thing on your Facebook post or X or Twitter or YouTube. That's the slippery slope, folks. For me, I will always, even as annoying as Jehovah's Witnesses are, and as annoying as Muslim preachers are out in Leicester Square, I will take that, but I will say whatever the hell I want on Facebook, and I will say whatever the hell I want at Speaker's Corner, and not have to worry about a police knocking on my door. That is the trade-off that I'm willing to take. But unfortunately, yeah, it seems that British people don't really want freedom of speech because they don't want the trade-offs of being annoyed by some preacher somewhere, which is a shame, because I always am on the side of the Americans. I think we should have a constitution like the United States that puts down on hard ink that we have the freedom of speech as our First Amendment right. And actually, I would go for the Second Amendment of freedom of to bear arms as well. But yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is in the world. I guess, as they say, you support the country that you live in, or live in a country that you support. And since I live in Britain, I fully support Britain. I don't support the Keir Starmer regime, and I would hope that I can convince enough other British people to go against the way these particular tyrannical legislative regimes are acting. And I think there's plenty of great Englishmen out in this country still. Englishmen, not some Jamaican that pretends he's English, not some Indian who thinks they're English. Englishmen. When I say Englishmen, you know what I mean. And yes, and I think there are great Englishmen, Scotsmen, Welshmen, even Northern Irishmen, even Irish. They're coming back. They're coming out. They're coming out, and they will push back against this, and they will take that country from the Indians, the Pakistanis, the Jamaicans, the Nigerians, the the Saudis and the Emiratis and the what was it? Not Pakistanis. I already said that. The Iranians,
Okay,
the Iraqis. Anyway, I'm back. You're back. You score.
Yeah. So no, I want to respond to what you just said though. Right. So when it comes to freedom of speech, right? I agree that people have the right to have their own opinions. I agree that people have the right to not have their opinions. How can we put it? Legitimized or non-legitimized, right? I agree that people have the right to have their opinions and have the right to express and share their opinions. Yeah. But I think, yeah, that there is a time and a place for everything, because I also greatly believe in respect. Now, what I mean by that is that we all understand in our culture in the West that there was a set of things that were etiquette, for example, right? Some people don't mind burping after dinner, for example. It's not part of our culture. It's not something that most people in Britain do. Some people do, if they're uncouth, if they've never been taught table manners, will indiscreetly burp, right?
Actually, on that, Arabs, it's a compliment to the cook if you burp after you eat. So
Yeah.
theirs is reverse. It's not uncouth. It's actually something
Yeah.
required.
So that's what I'm saying. There's different cultures, right? But the fact of the matter is, if you are sitting at a dinner table, Banksy, and somebody was to burp as you're eating, really belching all over your food, it's a fucking serious matter. You could actually fucking punch someone in the face over that. I would. I wouldn't find it funny at all. Now, men might find it funny because they've got more toilet humour, okay? But there's a lot of men that even wouldn't find it funny.
No,
right?
not if it's a
And
serious.
so it's all
dinner.
about respect. If somebody went to a high profile, for example, event and sat there with all these socialites and then belched all over their food, they'd be fucking escorted out. Let's be truthful about it. They'd be said that if they were yobbish, if they were loud, brass, crass, there is certain rules that we have that everybody adheres to. And it's all based on showing respect and having reciprocal respect. And that's what I'm saying. So it's okay for you to have thought process. So let me try and put it into action. The way I see it, right? It's okay for people to have ideals within their head and opinions that I don't agree with, right? That's their choice. And people have the choice to say that they don't like those opinions and ideals that you've got and distance themselves. That's the way a civilized society do it. They don't cancel you. They don't say that you can't hold those opinions. But I don't like your opinion. You don't vibe with me. I'm moving away from you. Right? To think that you should be able to go anywhere and be able to loudly, at the top of your voice, tell people your opinion is not respecting everybody else. And everything in a civilized society takes a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Where you all contribute and you negotiate the situation and, the word I'm looking for.
Cooperation, negotiation.
Yeah, kind of cooperation, but it isn't even that. It's more that you negotiate the situation so that everybody feels comfortable in that
Decorum.
space that everybody can have.
Yeah, it used to be called manners, decorum, behaving in the way that is acceptable within that culture. Now, you see, the problem is, Juice, this is what happens when quote unquote diversity comes into your society. Just like the example of the burping, an Arab wouldn't mind that. Arab finds that culturally acceptable when someone belches after they've had a full meal, because to them it's a compliment to the chef. Whilst in our society, you think that is disgusting.
Yeah, but Banksy, in some places in Arab countries, right, you can't walk down the high street and show affection. Okay.
Oh yeah, in most
Right.
most of them, yeah.
Right.
You can't have
If I
like
go to that
open.
country and I know that they don't like that, they don't like personal displays of affection.
Yeah.
And it's something that their culture doesn't like, and there's actually such disdain for it that they've got laws. You're not going to go there and break that law.
But that's the thing. It's not a law to belch after you had a meal, but it is one of those unspoken rules of society.
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say. There are unspoken rules within Britain.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and this is why, as I said, this level of migration and supposed diversity doesn't work, is because what is acceptable in other countries is not acceptable here. But those people from other countries are free to behave that way, because if you actually call them on that behavior, you are now labeled a racist. You are now labeled a person, an extreme right winger, because you don't like the way that they behave. But ironically, if you go to their country and behave the way we behave here, for example, you go walking down the street and you start kissing your girlfriend, you potentially go to jail. In depending on the country you're in, even in liberal places like Dubai.
This goes back to the conversational piece that I was talking about, right? So if you're in a restaurant and the table next to you is a group of Arabs that actually belch after a meal, right? You go there. You're sitting close to them. You can always call the waiter and say, "Excuse me, can I move, please? Because they're belching and it's not good." I want to move tables. Can I find a way of moving tables, please?
Sure.
Right? Now they will tell you that's being discriminatory. But in my opinion, that's the easiest way to resolve the matter. You don't want to sit on the table next to them. They're doing stuff that is not per your culture. You should have that choice to move tables without them taking offense that you don't want to listen to the way they eat and munch and burp. You see?
But the fact is,
this is where the laws have all got so stupid and confusing, because the most polite, discreet way of doing it is to call the waiter and say, "Can I move tables, please?" All right. Obviously, if you can't, if they're all pre-booked and you end up there, it's unfortunate. It's a dinner story to tell the next time you go out. "Oh, I had the most horrendous time. I was sitting in this restaurant and an Arab family come and sat next to me and they were belching all throughout, but I do realise it's their culture." Therefore, you're not going to get up and make a complaint to the management. "These people next to me are belching and everything else on that table over there," because you understand it is part of their culture.
But the fact is,
however, if you had people that came in that were just yobs, right? They were flicking their food around, they're picking their nose, they're belching and everything else, right? You would make a complaint to management, and it used to, I don't know about now, it would be upheld. "I'm sorry, we don't no longer want to serve you."
Well, yeah, I mean, it all depends on which kind of group, the ethnic group that yob belongs to. You see, this is what I was saying. If a Jamaican family sat next to you and did the same sort of thing, would it be racist if you asked to move? You see, this is where things get a little bit tricky.
The discriminatory things now, yes, they may take offence and think it's down to skin colour when it's nothing to do with skin colour. But at the same time, I would argue that they wouldn't be able to prove it's racism. You just want to move tables.
Yeah, but how about if I mean, like you use the example of yobs, a bunch of, I would imagine most people are imagining like a bunch of white young men who come in, let's say after a football match, and they want to have a Ruby, and they're in that same Indian restaurant as you, and they're screaming and shouting and drinking beer and belching. And if you ask to move, no one would bat an eyelid, because they're like, "Oh, look at these football hooligans." But how about if those were a bunch of Indian, Pakistani cricket fans who just came after a cricket match, and they were yelling and screaming and trying to, and you were sitting in an Italian restaurant, and you asked to move? I guarantee you'd be labeled a racist. You'd be blasted on the internet for it.
Yeah, but this is why I'm saying that the freedoms are being taken away from people, and freedoms that were actually set in place to actually make it so that everybody can sit in that, share that same public space or eatery or wherever you are, public house, so that everybody can sit there and do what they're doing. If you're sitting around the actual table where they're all belching, and these are your friends, and you understand that they're Arab and or whatever they are, and you don't care that they're belching, you have agreed. The unwritten rule is that you've consented. It's a bit like coming up onto these free speech platforms, which is why the police won't do a lot against a lot of the stuff unless it's a genuine, credible threat. Because even though you haven't verbally signed a thing, you've done a non-verbal contract. If it's advertised as a free speech platform, you've non-verbally agreed to go up there and hear anything. That's what people don't understand. That's why I laugh when they go, "Oh, I'm going to get GP Paul White." You can't, even with the discriminatory laws, because there's been a non-verbal contract that you've stepped up to a free speech platform, and therefore you've agreed that you're willing to hear any opinion, even if you don't like it. It's all about negotiating. That's the word I was looking for. Negotiating and compromising. That's how you have a civil society. And if you want respect, and you want respect to be reciprocated, you have to negotiate and compromise. And the problem that we've got at the moment is that there is one group, and it might not be all of those people, but there's one group with a particularly extreme and pure sort of like thought process within the ideal and culture that thinks that they don't have to compromise at all. And ironically enough, it is not the indigenous British, when it should be. If you're going to have any form of understanding, it should be for the people that live in the country, because that was the unwritten rule that should still stay in place, that is still maintained in the rest of the world.
Well, I mean,
that is, you respect the residents.
Yeah. When in Rome, do as the Romans, as they say. And that's the part of this which I find a little bit perplexing and annoying. When the foreigners, be it the Jamaican, the Pakistani, the Indian, the Iranian, whatever. And by the way, when Veli says, "Oh, the Jamaicans behave just like the English," no, you don't. I've seen Jamaicans; they don't behave like the English at all. But I know you want to defend your side of the aisle there. But either way,
I would say that depends. And see, this is where again people have to understand nuance, and they have to understand negotiating. Listen, if there's a whole bunch of Jamaicans, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Jamaicans, I don't really know what you've seen that makes them different. But imagine there's a whole bunch of Jamaicans, right? And I'm just going to make something up now. I don't know what it is that you've seen, but let's say, I don't know, let's just imagine they eat oranges and they eat cherries and they spit the pips out, for example. I know that they don't. I'm just giving a silly thing, right? But if there's a whole group of Jamaicans together, they've all entered into this contract. They're comfortable in each other's company, right?
Oh, yeah.
So as long as they're not doing anything harmful to the wider society, it's nobody else's business. So I don't understand what it is that you're saying, Banksy.
Well,
explain to me what you mean.
Because we were talking about different behaviors in restaurants.
Yeah.
And how certain groups behave in a certain way, and it's off-putting. And
I would say that people from other cultures, not so much now because of the multiculturalism, but in the past, people from other heritages, let me put it that way, if they're raised in this country, would act more British than people from outside.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on exactly when that person has arrived here or was how long they've lived amongst the English. But what I wanted to say in regards to the English culture is, this is the part which I think should be perfectly understood and perfectly normal, but yet it's somehow unfathomable to the foreigners and the these liberal lefties. The British culture, and I would say English, Welsh, and Scottish culture in particular, should be superior, should be above all other cultures within Britain, within these British Isles. That culture should be adhered to, and your whatever ethnic culture you have is secondary to that culture. See, this is what Salman Rushdie said in a speech once. He said the problem isn't multiculturalism, it's cultural relativism. The fact is that these people think that every culture is just as good as every other culture, and they come from their backward societies, and they think they can just behave exactly the same as they did there over here, and that it's all fine. And there are lefties who will literally fight tooth and nail to protect that. Whilst that is idiotic, the culture that is supreme and the umbrella culture within Britain, or at least how it should be, how it is, by the way, everywhere else. You go to Japan, you go to China, go to South Korea, go to Mongolia, you'll find that their culture is the number one culture. You adhere to their culture first and their norms before you
Yeah, but
behave the
that's
way
what I'm
your culture
saying.
dictates.
Because
But
that is the unspoken
that's
rule.
been inverted in Europe, unfortunately. They
Yeah.
have given up their own culture in order to suck up to whatever diversity quota and diverse culture that
The
they
actual
want.
people haven't given it up.
No,
It's been
the
enforced.
governments, the
It's been
system.
enforced.
Yeah. But the fact is that how it's supposed to be is, yes, the British culture in the case of Britain, is the umbrella culture. It is the top level culture. Every other culture is sub level to that umbrella culture, to that top level culture. So if you want to behave in your cultural norms, you can do it in the pockets of your own community, or you can do it in a subtle, sort of lesser version of the one, but adhering to the British culture when you're dealing with all other people.
That would apply to free speech as well, because it's the contract of respect that you expect in a civilized country. And this is why I say outsiders that come in nowadays and people that might have a different heritage in this country nowadays disrespect the people that already live here. They do.
Yeah.
It's disrespectful because if you come into a country and you say, well, back home in my culture, we're allowed to I don't know, belch at anywhere in a restaurant. Back home in my culture, we don't have to respect women. Back home in my culture, we don't have to. It doesn't mean nothing in my country if we do this. That's disrespectful. You're not in your own country.
Yes, precisely. The fact is, no, it's the bottom. I mean, I see it from the Middle Eastern side. Maybe the Jamaicans and other African nations, or the Caribbeans and the other African nations, have a slightly different take to Britain because of their historical past. But the Middle Easterners, they see the Westerners as piss weak right now. They have no respect for their culture. They have no respect for their society. They come here because they know it's a free ride. And if things don't work out, they'll just go back to their own place. I know a guy who paid 10 grand to get here, stayed 3 months off on benefits and everything, realized it was crap. He didn't like the weather and just went back to Iran. He just went back. He's like, yeah, screw this. This place is shit. And he just went right back. Now, don't get me wrong.
Depending on what part of Britain you come to.
Well, he was in London. He was in London the whole time.
Let's be honest.
He just didn't like it.
Let's be honest. I mean, even British people, right? Some people might think of, I want to go and live in Spain. But most of them are not thinking, oh, I'm going to go and get flat 20 floors up and live in Spain, are they?
Exactly.
When you have that ideal in your head, you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to go out there and find one of these cheap apartments that's 20 floors up and 50 miles away from the beach. That's not their ideal.
Yeah, they're thinking they're going to live on the coast. They're going to live in Costa del Sol, maybe Barcelona. Yeah. They're certainly not going to go live in the middle of Madrid, a city just surrounded with.
So I would imagine that there are some Iranians that think, oh, they're going to come to England and they're going to be able to buy expensive clothing. They're going to get a house with a garden. They're going to be able to see the countryside, and then they get here, and they're put on some industrial estate or you know,
Well,
some shithole
the
where the
fact
windows
is,
are knocked out by your neighbours and stuff like that.
yeah, no, the fact is that in Iran, he had a house. He still had the house. I mean, he still had all his stuff. He had a nice car. He had a motorbike. He would ride out into the the wilderness, and just have a whale of a time. And here he was living in a studio flat. I think it wasn't even a one-bedroom place. Shithole, washing cars. He was working for a hand car wash place. He's like, I didn't come here for this crap. This is awful. The weather is shit.
But then there are other
I've got a shit
people.
job.
Yeah, but Banksy. But then see, this is why I'm talking about free choice, right? Because there are other people, and this is the difference between motivated, successful people and unmotivated, successful people, who will say, okay, I want to go to Spain. I can't really afford to buy a property out there, but I know that I can, that there's these particular, I don't know, maybe not now because they changed it all, but there's these particular rules that I have to apply to. I can tick all them boxes. I'm going to get out there. I don't care where I live as long as it's clean and I can put my head down and there's a roof over my head. I'm going to work hard at doing any shitty job while I get out there. I'm going to save up and then I'm going to buy a place in the place that I've always wanted to live in Spain. So there's a difference. There's some people that think, okay, this is my ideal, but they're not realistic. And then there's other people who are realistic and think, okay, can I afford it? If I can't afford it, I get what I can afford in the place I want to be. But in the place I want to, in the location I want to be, in the country that I want to be, is going to come a bit later on. You know, there's some people that can see the vision, and there's some people that just dream the vision and don't live in reality.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people can see the opportunities and others see a job. Some people come here and think, I'll come here, I'll live on benefits, and I'll get all the housing benefits. I'll have a couple of kids. I'll bring my wife over and a few kids after a few years. And we'll all just live in a council place on benefits. And their entire strategy is based around benefits. So the wife gets this, she can claim disability because she has some inner ear problem. The kids get child benefits. They get that. We get this. We get council tax paid. We get that. I'll work on the side a few days, and they'll essentially live like that, and they'll probably have a few more kids.
Yeah, but Banksy, let's be honest, that's only if you want a mediocre life, and if you can actually fund that lifestyle with additional funds from either A, criminality, or B, well, it will be a bit of criminality anyway, because even if you're working
on the side,
in the black market, it's still criminal.
Yeah.
The reality is the amount of benefits that people get, even though people go, oh yeah, it's a lot of money that you get for, I don't know, if you go on the sick. There's been a lot of talk about people signing off sick and etc. when they're not sick. Yeah, it's enough to live on in the UK, but in reality, it's not really going to give you holidays abroad. It's not going to give you a high-flying lifestyle. It's not the high-flying lifestyle that you think. Now, to people that are outside this country, yeah, it's probably better than a mediocre life in their own country. Let's be fair. They might have the weather from the country they've come from. They might even live in a brilliant location, but they're living on a beach, literally, with just a fucking a piece of fucking rugged rock over their head in some cases. Do you know what I mean? I mean, they might be in a beautiful, idyllic area, but they're living on the streets. Whereas if they come to the UK, they might not be living in an idyllic area, but they get a roof over their head and they get the benefits paid for, etc., etc.
Absolutely. There are people in Iran right now. I know people in Iran who are just regular workers. They don't have businesses or anything. They're essentially not even middle class. They're poor. They can't afford meat. They eat meat once a month.
Well, but that's what I'm saying to you, Banksy.
So for them to come here is an upgrade. But there are others, again, like I said, this guy that I knew, also a friend of mine who I went to university with, who was Iranian, but his father was insanely rich. They make corrugated iron warehouses in all over Africa. And he, after graduating, I said to him, why don't you try to stay in the country? You know, why you want to go back to Iran? He says, you must be joking. I have a convertible top of the range BMW in Iran. I live in a mansion and I go paragliding every Saturday. You think I want to live here? I don't even have a car here. I have to catch a fucking bus. It's like, you must be joking if you think I'm going to live in this country. He has nothing here. He's rich in Iran. If you're rich, wherever you are, life is good.
Yeah.
Life is always good. So yeah, he went back to Iran, to his
But,
rich
but
life.
life is all about decisions, choices, and making the right choices. And this is what annoys me, because people will say that they want equality and they expect equal outcomes. And you can't have equal outcomes for everybody without encroaching on people's rights. And that is what we're getting in this country. And it's absolutely disgusting. I want the freedom to make my own mistakes. Not deliberately, but if I make them, accept that I made that choice. I don't know. Put money in this stock and share in it, and the shares fail, or you know, let me make the decision that I'm going to travel to this party by train because I think that it might be cheaper, and actually I'm supposed to get there quicker. It's cheaper and quicker, and then I get on the train, and when I sit on the seat, there was somebody else that had been there before me that had fucking dropped stuff on the seat that I didn't see. The outfit that I'm going to wear is ruined. That's my mistake. Can't be preempted, but I made that choice to get on that thing. That is what true freedom is. And we are having our freedoms taken away because people want to say, like I said earlier, that you can't be discriminatory in any way. So you can't say that you want to move from a table full of belching Arabs because it might offend the Arabs. Well, you don't actually say that, do you? You just say, excuse me, can I move tables?
Yeah.
And this is where it's all going wrong. This is where it's all going wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But I'll be perfectly honest. We have to get a grip of. I mean, when I say I mean the English, because as a foreigner, I can stand by beside you, but I can't lead the charge for you. I never would presume such arrogance that others do.
When you're a business person and you go in to win a contract, there are some things that the people that you're trying to get their money, you want them to give you the drop to fulfill. I don't know. Let's say it's road laying. You go to the council offices and you're going to meet there to barter because you want to negotiate. You want to get that contract. There's going to be other people going for that, by the way, as well. But you want to get it. Now, there's some things that are negotiable and some things that just ain't. And that's for every negotiation. And what Britain is doing wrong is that they think everything's negotiable. And it's not.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad I'm making all the foreigners in the chat happy. They're
Amber
they're all on board with all
Sonny
this.
S, explain to me how any of the opinions I've said today are vile.
No, I don't want him to explain. I want him to stew in his own
No, I'd like him.
hatred.
I'd like to see what goes through, what the fault reasoning is, though.
I just want to say, I'm Israel Chai, and oi, Tommy.
Because what a lot of people don't understand is, if I go to any other country, even if I step over the border into Scotland and Wales, I'm the foreigner. So when you're talking about foreigners, you're talking about everybody, including yourself. The rules apply to everyone. So the rules that I think should apply include myself if I were to step somewhere else. Don't people get that? Are they too thick? This is what irritates me, Banksy, when I speak with people, because they're the ones that do the othering, because their minds are small.
Well, it's not that they do the other. I actually think most of these people who bitch about these sort of things, they actually know this. They know the score because they themselves come from somewhere which the normal rules of society and life apply, where they know who's the foreigner, who's the native. They everybody in this chat, there's not a single human being in this chat that doesn't know the rules that apply everywhere in the world. Who's the native and who's not? Because they themselves align with the natives of somewhere. They're not, I mean, they may be Pakistani or Indian or Jamaican or Nigerian and they pretend that they're English, but they themselves know where their people are. They know where their ancestors come from,
I'm
and where
sure
they are the native.
there's things that English do that other people find funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, but then there's things everybody does that other people
You
find
know.
funny. But
And you can, it's about respect and it's about how. Right. So, for example, if I go to Scotland, I don't eat haggis, right? There's a lot of Scottish people that do, not all, but
I like
many do. I don't like it, right?
I tried it. I liked
The
it.
thought of it actually makes me sick. But if I went to Scotland and I'm with a load of Scottish people that my friends, and they say they're going to eat haggis, I'm going to tell them that I don't like it, and not say that they can't do it, but I'm going to say, oh no, I don't want none. I don't eat that. I mean, obviously you can eat it, but if you don't mind, while you're eating that, I'm going to go off. I don't know. I'll go up to the bar and have a drink while you're eating it. I don't like the thought of it. But if I'm in a public place for an event and they decide to give away free haggis, I'm not going to tell the whole audience they can't eat it. And if I have to sit there, I have to sit there and stomach it and be polite. This is what people are not understanding. Our country is getting rid of, in England, one of the core values, and that is politeness, manners, and respect. We were known as a country that held up manners and respect. And what every other culture has done to our country is to take away the manners, the values.
No, the funny thing is actually, Jupiter, the English tried to be good mannered, even if other people didn't respect their well mannered behavior. This is the problem. English hold up their manners even when others disrespect and don't reciprocate. This is the problem. Other cultures, people from other cultures and nations have arrived here who do not respect your manners, who do not respect your cultural norms, and they blatantly in your face spit at on your cultural norms. And the British are so polite about it, or have been for a long time, that they won't even address that to say, no, sir, you are being disrespectful of my cultural norms and behaviors. Could you stop that and behave in my country the way we behave? You're not in your country anymore. But instead, the madness has gone so crazy that the English are turned around, at least in a systemic way or the political sense, and apologized for the person whose bad behavior isn't aligned with British behavior, and say, I'm sorry, sir, you are in our country. Please do as you will, because if I try to challenge your bad behavior, I will be considered racist.
The reason that it used to work is because it was a social contract that was with unwritten rules that people all agreed and adhered to. So, for example, queuing. 30 years ago, if you went to a bus stop, people would queue and you knew exactly who got there first and you waited for them to get on before you. Some people still do it, right? But the majority do no longer queue. They don't queue. The bus comes, they're all pushing and shoving. And in the end, to be able to get on that bus, you have to forego your manners. And if you can't beat them, join them. And that's how it's eroded. That's how it's eroded. It's not because you want to get rid of your manners. It's not because you can't uphold your manners. It's because to get to the aimed goal, you're going to have to forego your manners and act like they do. Sad. I think he's got a phone call. You still there? He's gone. You know, yeah, in some places, so they still do. And I think that in a funny kind of way in South London, they compromise, because what they now do, people don't necessarily queue up, but people just make a mental note of who was there before they got there and make sure that those people get on first. But there's still times when there's an extreme amount of people and they end up elbowing each other to get on that fucking bus.
Sorry, Jupes, had to go and take a call.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yo, big up the foreigners, man. Multiculturalism matters, mate. But
No.
give me 5 minutes here and I'll jump back on. I was just checking if anyone's backstage. I'm just loading up my van now still.
Yeah, I don't
Come on.
understand that statement there. That's just fucking ridiculous. Well, it is. Come on.
You see, it's the cry of the powerless when they cry, "Oh, we have power." The problem is that most people know.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I'd like to understand what Banks's idea of multiculturalism is. Not Banks's, Benny's idea of multiculturalism is, because he's never really spelled out what he thinks multiculturalism is. Because I would say that his idea of multiculturalism is completely different to what I think he thinks.
Well, I mean, if we go by the standard leftist narrative, their ideas of multiculturalism is I do whatever the hell my culture says, and if you disagree with that, you're racist because you don't like the way I do things. You don't like.
Yeah, but that's taking away other people's freedoms, and that means that he doesn't believe in freedom or equality.
No, they don't. Most of them don't.
I believe that the equality comes in where you give everybody the freedom to have a choice. But he wants to take away choices because he wants to tell me that I have to adhere to observing his multicultural world. No, I don't have to partake in it. And that's what we've got too many multiculturalists saying, that you're not allowed to have the opinion that there should be a core value in this country. You're not allowed to have that opinion. Because about enacting it. That's already gone a long time ago. You're not even allowed to have that opinion. You shouldn't be allowed to speak about it, because if you do, that's racist. And that is where they've gone wrong.
Because they're cultural relativists. They're not multiculturalists, or in the sense of let's have multiple cultures live under the umbrella culture, like I said before, the top level culture, which is British English culture. Or British, Scottish, Welsh, British culture, essentially, if you want to include the Welsh and the Scots, because they do have slight cultural variants, as you explained.
The basic contract is this. People can do what the hell they like in their own homes within reason, as long as it's not breaking the law, like murder, etc., right? You can do what the hell you like in your own home. But when it's a public space, it should maintain British values first. That's it. So I'm not saying you can't walk down an high street in non-British clothes. You can. But if people look at you sideways because you do, don't get offended because you're in Britain. You are going to look different to the average British person.
Yeah, but I mean, in Britain, we've, at least I have to say, when it comes to tolerance of outfits, when I came to Britain, in the 80s, punk was a massive thing. Everybody had mohawks. My mom was scared to death of these people with mohawks, with multicolored Mohican hairstyles. She literally told me and my brother, "Don't touch these people. They have AIDS." I'm not joking. I'm not joking. She literally said that to us because she was scared to death of the punk look. With the outfits, the hairstyle, and all of that. It was freakishly different to what we came from. And in the same way, I can say that the niqab and the whole face covering ninja look is shockingly different to the way people dress in Britain. It is not the norm. And if you are pointed out by a child that you look like a freakish ninja, accepted, Miss Letterbox, because that's what you look like. You can go ahead and be all this way and that way about it, but in this country, you look like a freak. You will freak out the normal British
English children
as much as
I think that goes for anything. But again, it comes back to manners and respect. So yes, Don't get offended because a 9-year-old might go, ha, 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 you look like a letterbox, or ha, you look like a parrot if you're dressed as a fucking punk with a Mohican. But at the same time, expect that parent to go, you don't say that to people, that's disrespectful.
Yeah, it's
because
true.
they haven't engaged in a social construct for you to be able to talk to them on that level. You see, this is where people are not understanding the intricacies of it. And this is what I'm talking about. The manners has gone. The discipline has gone. Being able to work out whether it's actually an insult or just a mistaken faux pas has gone. People are not skilled enough because they want to call everything racist. Oh, but you're being discriminatory. How dare you say that to a punk? How dare that little kid say that? Listen, I went to Nigeria and literally no matter where I went, there was at least one person who shouted out, Yimbo, Yimbo, Yimbo. I didn't fucking get all upset and say, why do they keep saying there's a white woman? There's a white. It's fucking obvious why they're saying it. Because I'm white. You know, it's mental the way that people want to have this. Now, if they're walking up to me with a fucking machete, screaming it, and there's a baying mob behind them, then yeah, all right, they might be thinking about beating me up. That might be a bit discriminatory. If I go in there and they scream it out, white woman, and they're not going to fucking serve me food, everybody runs in the back and don't want to fucking serve me, then that might be a bit different.
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly.
But just saying, oh, look, look, that lady's covered. That looks like that lady looks like she's I don't know, pillar box. Is not a nice thing to do, but it's not necessarily somebody doing it with intent. It's a child with ignorance.
Well, it's not that. I don't even feel bad about it if a grown ass man personally says ninja. Me and my brothers, we point out the ninjas all the time. If you go to Hyde Park on a Saturday, Sunday, on a during the summertime, the skaters, the skaters, roller skaters, rollerbladers, they all come out during around that lake area of Hyde Park. And the thing is, if you go around 5-6 o'clock, all the Arabs let their women out because the infidels are mostly are going home, and it's still daylight, in the summertime till like 7-8 o'clock, and then the ninjas come out. They let their ninjas out, and it's like just the whole of that area gets filled with women looking like ninjas. And yeah, me and my brothers, we point and we laugh and we mock because we know it's stupid. But it is what it is. You can like it or loathe it. And someone said, "Oh, my mother was a letterbox woman before." No, actually, she wasn't. She never
Yes,
wore.
Veli, and hold on, sorry, Banksy. Veli just said the fundamental British values are democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty, and mutual respect and tolerance of those with different faiths and beliefs and those without faith. Really? So why are they arresting people burning their own Qurans?
Yeah, clearly they don't tolerate anyone.
Because they're not respecting somebody without faith. They're not respecting the individual's right to do whatever they want with their own property. They're not respecting the Christian values of this country. And like I said, respect is a two-way thing. It's got to be reciprocal. And that's what's gone wrong.
Respect my.
So when you come on here
I want to burn a Quran.
preaching these rules of Britishness, this is why we say that people from certain dominions are not British. They're not acting British, and they don't have the British mindset. Because they only see it from one perspective and not everybody's. Whereas somebody that's been brought up in Britain, somebody who's been brought up in Britain will understand that you look at the collective for everybody and negotiate and compromise to make sure that there's tolerance all around.
But one thing I wanted to quickly say to Reem, who said my mum was a former letterbox. Actually, my mum never wore a letterbox outfit anyway, because Iranians don't. I mean, the hijab doesn't actually require you to dress up like a ninja. It's just an interpretation. But the other thing is, you know what my mum did? My mum took her hijab off the second she sat on that British Airways airline, because the minute you sit on that plane, you're in British territory, and you don't have to wear the hijab anymore. Literally, women from Iran, when they're flying back to Britain or out of Iran, they take the hijab off the second they sit on the plane, because they don't want it. They don't want to dress like that. They are forced to dress like that. And so, yeah, there's something I've said many years ago already. When I came to Britain, I was already in line with European values and norms. I was already a European before I came to Europe, because I liked the way Europeans lived and liked the way the Europeans conducted themselves. I didn't come here to make British or English people Iranian. I came as an Iranian to be amongst the British and live like the British. That's what that's what my whole family did. We became what do you call it? We um oh man, what's the word that they say? Integrated. Yeah, we integrated within British society. We ate British food. My mum literally learned how to cook a Sunday roast and turkeys for Christmas, because we liked this country and its norms and its behavior and the way it conducted itself.
Yeah, but what I want to say to that, Banksy, is, right, if we be truthful, right, if you're an English person or a Scottish or a Welsh person or an Irish person, you can't take that out of them, nor can you do that to somebody else that's got an outside heritage, right? So, yes, you go to the host country. It's like when you go on holiday. You go there, you taste their foods, you do stuff, this, that, and the other. But you might be somebody that goes there and actually you miss, I don't know, an English breakfast. Most places do an intercontinental breakfast, but whatever. If you go to Arab countries, they don't have sausage and bacon like we do, for example, right? You know, you might actually want to try and make your own version of it, but you're not going to get exactly what it is back home, right?
Sure.
But some people might sit there and they might look at you if you go to a different country where you can get sausage meat or you can get bacon, but it's not really something that they really eat out there. It's not their main sort of thing. But you go to the local supermarket and you decide that you're going to make it and you're going to eat it.
Oh,
That's exactly what foreigners are doing when they come here, right? I don't care if people want to do that. I'm not bothered. This is where the social contract comes in. I don't care if people want to eat the food that they prefer because that's what they've grown up on outside of this country. I don't care if they want to cook stuff that doesn't smell that particularly delicious to me and they want to eat it. Yeah? And vice versa. That might be how they feel about British food. I know some Nigerians that have come here and they don't understand people who eat macaroni cheese and other things, right? I don't that to me is not
American,
offensive.
not even English,
What I
really.
care about is the fact that if you sit there, if you're sitting in Britain and somebody does cook something that has got an aroma that is not an aroma that is natural to Britain, but might be natural to, say, I don't know, India or Nigeria or anywhere on the African continent, or even to some places in Spain or wherever in Europe. Yeah? That because you shrivel up your nose and you go, oh my God, that stinks. What's that? They say, oh, you're being racist. No, you're being real. You're being real. I'm sure there's some foods that we cook in England that if I was sitting in Nigeria and I started cooking it, that the Nigerian people would be looking at me with strange eyes thinking, what the fuck is she going to eat there? I'm not going to take offense.
Yo.
I would find it funny.
Mate, sorry, I just dropped you off, mate. I can't keep dropping off every time I go to Adam still. Yeah, but I'm not sure what the points that you guys are making has anything to do with like British values of acceptance, tolerance, the rule of law and all that, because, like we're saying, the people that have come to the country, the majority of people that have emigrated here, oh my God, the majority of people that have emigrated here have joined in with the rule of law. Let's listen to Kaylee in that case. What's going on?
Oh, you got considerably louder then when you said my name and that I'm a nutcase. There's a real enthusiasm and energy there for me. Well, no,
You're a stalking nutcase.
am I that right?
You're
We're going to do that again.
stalking
What I'm
me.
going to do, Velly, is I'm going to open my window, Clay on Millwood. Right, Clay on Millwood from Greenwich. My window's.
Shut up, man. Get out of it. Go on, carry on. Yeah, so I don't see what any other points that was being made has anything to do with British values, acceptance, tolerance, following the rule of law, because the majority of people that are migrants that move to the country follow the rule of law.
Well, first of all, you said that Britishness is democracy. We don't have true democracy in this country. That's the first thing. The second thing, you say tolerance. And what I'm saying is that most people that have got an outside inheritance, not in the like heritage, they come into this country, yeah, and they don't be tolerant of the people that are already here.
Sorry, is it loud? My background.
Sorry?
Is my background loud when I'm not speaking? Sorry.
We can hear it, but it's not that bad. So the whole point of the conversation is that we're pointing out that the people that expect us to be tolerant are not tolerant, and therefore they don't commit to the social contract.
Well, who are we talking about though? When we say the people that expect tolerance or not tolerant.
Okay, so for example, the burning of the Quran. Why are people not tolerating that there's atheists that don't have respect for the Quran, and if it's their own property, they can burn it? And that it's only.
It doesn't say tolerance of intolerance.
How are they not being tolerant?
Burning of a.
How are they not being tolerant?
Burning someone's holy book. Yeah, but burning someone's holy book.
They're not burning someone's holy book. They're burning their own property.
Yeah, but it's a Muslim's holy book. Like burning the Bible is not showing mutual respect by a Muslim in the UK, right?
Yeah, it's showing mutual respect.
Or is it? So burning a Bible is showing mutual respect.
If they were to steal the Muslim's book and burn it, then it would be disrespect.
Yeah, but what? No. You see, this is a funny thing about it now, though. It's okay for an atheist or a non-Muslim or a Christian to just burn the Quran. And it's like, oh, mutual respect. But when it was the other way around, they have to burn a Bible and a Quran and all these other different books as well.
But do British people British people kick off if people burn a Bible?
No, but that's not the point, though, right? It's the thing of mutual respect and tolerance.
Right. So again,
the point is that burning someone's holy book isn't showing mutual respect and tolerance. So really, that's against British values.
Okay, so I'm going to explain to you the social contract and the verbal agreements that go on. So if there was an actual authorized event for Muslims, and somebody goes into the middle of that authorized event with their own Quran and burns it, that's an insult, because they've got deliberately going out of the way to push their way into somebody's contractual agreement between themselves. So the group of people that have authorized that event are the ones that have entered into the social contract that they want to talk about being Muslim. And the outsider has gone there to disrupt. That is when it breaks the law. Okay? But it doesn't mean that they break the law if they go to a public space with their own Quran in the middle of a park, not hurting anybody, not setting fire to anything else, and burns the Quran. There is nothing that anybody can do about it and shouldn't do about it. And if somebody,
because the police arrested him.
The police have changed the laws against the people and the freedoms of everybody. For one group of people,
well, the police
for one
arrested
group
him,
of
it's
people,
the British government.
And it should not be allowed.
The people that have more authority than but the people that have more authority than any other people in the UK are the ones that carried out this judgment, isn't it? That they said the police arrested my man. So it's against what they're selling or allowing people to do, isn't it? So it's going to cause a
Yeah, but
public
that's why
disorder.
people are angry, because you're taking freedoms and choices away from everybody else.
How is someone else's freedom infringing on
that's
your
not
freedom?
the same thing as.
Where are you
But that's not
upholding the freedom of somebody who's an atheist to display?
You're saying people should be free to insult other
We're
people.
arguing.
No,
That's
I'm
not freedom.
No, I'm
You
not.
said
No, you are allowed to insult. Wait, hold on. You are allowed to insult religion. Wait.
Oh,
Hold on. That's not the argument. Hey, can't. That's not the argument though, cause like that people are or ain't allowed to insult or whatever. You was trying to say that burning a Quran or burning a Bible was conducive with the British way or British values.
She's saying that's
or
her
whatever.
freedom
And
to
I'm
do
saying that it's not because I'm saying it's not though, because obviously like we're saying the acceptance, tolerance of different faiths and so. So it's not the British way to be burning people's holy books and all that sort of stuff.
People should have the right to express their opinions if they're making a protest, as long as they are not causing physical harm to anybody else.
What about incitement to violence?
So how's
what
that
about incitement?
I'm saying that's not incitement.
If I burn the Sikh holy scriptures outside of their temple and someone comes around and wraps a fucking rolling pin around my head, right? Did I not incite them to do that?
Right, again, that's that you're making a slight different degree. So I would agree with you, Khan. If you go outside a mosque and do it, you are deliberately intending to cause offence.
But
if you're standing in the middle of a public place,
hold on one sec, yeah. Let me just check who next life is.
It's incitement.
Dukes, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec.
Hold on a sec. Next life. For God's sake.
You're just making up your own laws, mate.
Dukes, hold on one sec, yeah. Next life.
Joe Power, go and do some exercise and stop covering up the Hampstead case, you fucking idiots.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you fucking idiot.
Yo.
Yes, we can hear you, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I can't engage with Jake because he knows.
Yo. Yeah, we can hear you, prick.
Oh, my cloud, yeah. Yo, can you guys hear me?
See you later. You mugs, you're here. You're all of you're mugs. What do you think you're doing?
Who's this guy?
What the fuck?
Who's this guy? Yeah, can I just put some context for this?
No, we're moving him, man. He's gone in it.
Can I just put some context for, like...
Well, he can't hear us.
I was caught up.
He can't hear us.
I was caught up.
Oh, he can't hear us. Well, I want to put some context. Look,
oh my God, is that how proper even talking?
It's Belly talk.
I can't believe my man was
Belly's behind. I don't know what's happening.
Belly, jump out and jump back in.
Belly's probably talking to a customer. But can I just talk about this burning the Quran? Because there was that Turkish Islamist that this tried to stab. Well, the guy tried to stab that guy that burnt the Quran.
Was he an Islamist or was he someone who just came out of the embassy?
Yeah, at the embassy. Can you?
Yeah, what was the Islamist doing in the embassy?
Let me finish.
No, because you've been chatting Islamophobic rubbish all day.
This is in a Christian country. I'm gonna talk. Yeah, you can talk after I finish talking. Yeah, you've got this Islamist that tried to stab a person who was burning. I don't know if he was burning the Quran. He had the Quran. I think he was ripping it up. But anyway, so it was outside the Turkish embassy. The guy came with a knife. That cannot be happening. We cannot have Islamists from Turkey thinking it's all right to go in.
You weren't an Islamist, you halfwit. He was an Uber Eats driver who happened to be driving past, accosted someone. You're lying, lad.
This guy came out of the Turkish consulate.
Yeah, someone did come out of the Turkish consulate. The geezer who was burning the Quran didn't seem to know where he was.
And tried to stab a protester that was ripping
He didn't try to stab him. He beat him up. He didn't try to stab him. You're lying.
Control yourself. Let Betty speak so we can hear what she's saying.
Who
and
are
then
you,
reply
mate? Shut your mouth.
Because
it's one at a time, innit? Because it's going to be easier rather than making it go mad still. You know, if we all just start shouting, it's just going to go mad, innit? So let her finish her point and then you can rank your point off.
Thank you. But this idea that if someone burns the Quran in the West, Christendom, that you should be able, like this Turkish Islamist that ran out of the Turkish consulate to come and stab this person because he did not like it. And the Turkish Islamist was arrested, for the people that don't know. But this is not Muslim land, yeah? In your country, if the Christians go to your country and then they burn your holy book in where the Muslim Ummah are, fair enough. But this is not a Muslim land. You know, Muslims have never run Britain. You do not have the right to go and stab someone over your Quran just because they ripped it up and burnt it. It's not on. And that's why he was arrested. And another thing is the guy that burnt the Quran, the Christian guy that burnt the Quran that was killed in Sweden, I think he was from Iraq or Iran, one of those countries, but one of the reasons why he was burning the Quran was because the Muslims, i.e. the Islamists, had killed some of his family. Yeah? So I'm sorry, but if Muslims, Islamists try and kill my family, believe me, don't get in your feelings if I burn your Quran in it. And this is what has annoyed me. People are not telling the truth about. You can't honestly expect, if someone kills your family in the name of Islam as a Christian, you want to see respect.
Big up, Betty. Big up. And yes, freedom of speech.
But wait though. On that point, what you're saying
does mean you insult people if you wish.
Around.
Freedom of speech is the freedom to offend. Fuck your Quran. Fuck your religion.
All right, listen though, yeah. With what was being said, that you hear me, yeah? You hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, go on.
All right. Yeah. So what was being said there? Yeah, it's like it goes two ways. It's a two-way street, right? Because obviously you're offended that a Muslim killed someone of your family members, but the other people that don't know this, that see you just burning the Quran or whatever, they're going to be offended that you're burning their holy book. And obviously, you might have the right to burn it or whatever, and at risk of getting arrested or whatever, but you can't tell people that they can't be offended by what actions you're doing it. Everyone has the right.
You can be offended and you can go fuck yourself if you're offended. No one gives a shit. You don't have the right not to be offended. You do realize that is not a right to not be offended.
But this is what I'm talking about, Belly.
Again,
you have the right to be offended and politely remove yourself away.
Yeah, but let me bring it back to the actual argument, though. Yeah, because it was an argument that was being made that Quran burning is conducive with British values when it actually isn't. Because again, acceptance, tolerance, it's not tolerance of the intolerant.
I don't give a shit
that's something
about your
one of the intolerance.
Instead of British values you stated,
you don't care about British values. Come on.
Can be fucking changed at a heartbeat.
Exactly.
The British
You're a foreigner talking about you don't care about British values. That's funny.
No, that British value I don't give a shit
You're
about.
A foreigner.
If it's British values, then I have to take it in the ass from Islamists because I want to be nice to them. They can go fuck that value.
It's strange that it's okay.
You're bringing it down to a whole new level.
No, it's okay if one guy can say, wait, listen, no, Babs. Listen. It's okay if one dude's a foreigner, but he says, oh, fuck this and fuck that, rah. But if any of the other foreigners say that, it's, you can't say any of that stuff. You can't say, Banksy wants free speech, bro. So you have to accept the return of so-and-so, you know what I mean? Like, he wants the freedom for people to be able to call
and we actually have that. It's literally codified, by the way, in Speaker's Corner. In law, the judge ruled that you don't have the right to not be offended, especially when it comes to Speaker's Corner. Offense is taken, not given.
Well, actually, that man that got arrested
don't have the right not to be offended.
That man that got arrested for ripping up the Quran or burning the Quran that day, not the one that got stabbed, the other one. He actually got released without charge.
Yeah, the one in Manchester.
And you know what I noticed as well,
because the Free Speech Union got involved because it is his right to be able to show disdain.
It was absolutely his right.
An object.
Everybody join the Free Speech Union because they are absolutely brilliant.
They're trying to bring
when Banksy said fuck British values, I noticed that no one didn't pipe up and say, oh my God, or pal clutch and say, oh my God, he said fuck British values.
Yeah, because I made it very specific.
If Khan said fuck British values, everyone on the panel would have clutched their
Get
belts.
out the
Oh my God,
country.
a
Yes,
Muslim
because the
said fuck British
context,
values.
yeah, because the
Deep
Fuck
context
our
of
down.
what I
country.
said,
Deep
Fuck
because
our
Ellie,
down.
you're
country.
dishonest as a
Hypocrite, man.
foreigner
Hypocrite.
as the foreigner like you normally are. That your dishonesty is that you didn't specify, because I specified exactly the which part. I said if British value means that you have to take it in the ass from other people just to be nice, then fuck that British value. And I know the British don't hold that value because they do not tolerate the intolerable. You're not
You're building a
supposed to
straw man.
tolerate no matter what people do. If someone comes and starts
You're
kicking
building a
you in
straw
the
man.
ass, you don't just tolerate it because you
You're
want to be
building a straw
nice
man.
about it. You
You're
turn
building
it
a straw man
around
because
and you
we
kick
already
the
said
shit out of
tolerance
them.
of the intolerant is not a British value, you donut. So stop building
Belly,
a straw man and speak on the
Belly,
point.
I've come on to make a point about tolerance. Yeah. So I'm going to make my point now. Yeah. Does everybody remember? I think it was either last year or the year before, when the case of the autistic little boy, yeah, who dropped a Quran and it got scuffed. It was his Quran, by the way. It was his Quran, yeah. And what happened? What happened to that little boy? And what was his mother made to do so that that
Graceful,
little
that
boy didn't get picked on? Does anybody know the
Oh, yeah,
answer?
yeah.
Does
His mum
anyone
didn't he,
care?
yeah?
I know.
But
I know.
anyway,
No, I
yeah,
know the
is
answer. Fuck
that
this Turk.
Oh
his
yeah,
Fuck
mum
this
hang
didn't
on a
he?
Turk.
minute. Hang on
I
a
know the
minute.
answer.
See,
The woman,
see,
the mother had to go
Mum
to a
didn't he?
mosque and wear a headscarf and plea for the death threats to stop because they were trying to kill
yes,
this autistic boy.
exactly.
This is
But
the Muslim
that's
tolerance. If
tolerance.
you think that the British should tolerate that shit, you can go fuck that.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, but that's not. That's
That is
you
the
guys,
tolerance we've
this
got
is
in
why
this
you guys are
That's
country.
not
weirdos, yeah, because
tolerance. Do you know
that's
the
not
meaning of
tolerance.
tolerance? That's
Again,
not
that's not
tolerance.
tolerance, you nutcase. That tolerating
No,
people being
exactly. I'm
What?
being
fucking tolerant.
sarcastic.
Stop
How
building
can you
that as
be
an argument then.
sarcastic
How
without
are you
making it
using
sound
that as an argument
sarcastic?
of tolerance?
That was an idiotic thing to say,
On
mate.
tolerance,
How can
they
that be
should
an argument of
kill
tolerance when you're
Christians with
showing something
tolerance
that's intolerant?
and stop killing.
So what that showed,
Yeah, let me
Hang
I'd
on a
like,
minute.
I'd like. Sorry, Betty and Babs, but I just want to say this, right? My opinion of that situation is this: it showed how low IQ the Muslim community is, that they couldn't understand that a disabled child might not have the full autonomy of understanding and competence to understand why somebody might be offended, and actually that there was no intent to offend, and therefore he had the right to do whatever he wanted to do with his own property.
No, Jupiter, they blame it on gins. You know, a lot of very
Nah,
superstitious.
but alright, let's make the argument real then, yeah. Because really and truly, what you guys are saying is that you guys don't like the way that you feel like the Muslim community are not holding up British values. And then is that really what you guys are trying to say in it? Because in this big branch of foreigners or whatever not holding up British values, the examples always comes back to a group of Muslims somewhere that's done something. It's never a group of the Chinese dudes have done this, or these Jamaican dudes have done that, or these flipping Indian dudes have done so and so. It's like a group of Muslims. Yeah, it's just a group of Muslims that have done
So
something
the
somewhere.
reason,
And the man just want to
Can
complain
it not be because they actually don't do
yes,
it, Velly?
the reason
Can it
being,
not be that it's just the Muslim community that are tolerant of us?
Well,
Could
make
it
the
not
point
be
to the point
that?
that you want to make.
right? Hold on.
Make
Oh
the
my
point to the
God.
point that you want to make.
Turkish Islamists thought he could do in a Christian country come and stab someone over the Quran. That's disgusting. And then what about this Islamist that shot this Christian guy dead in Sweden over the Quran? When are we going to start defending?
I don't know why you guys keep doing this, man. You keep building straw man to make it out like
You can't
anyone
call
has said
somebody
that any of
who
these
works in
people
an
that
embassy an
attack
Islamist.
anyone
He's not
else
an Islamist.
showing
Yes, he
British.
is an Islamist.
All right, define what is an Islamist then.
Someone that believes in the fundamentals of Islam.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not.
It is.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
it is.
That's not an Islamist.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
No, it's
okay.
not.
You tell us
That's
what
a
you
Muslim.
think it is.
That's the definition of a Muslim.
No, it's not. She's right.
It's not.
And
I'm right.
He is
You're
right.
wrong.
No, she's right.
No,
No,
you're
she's
wrong.
not.
Yeah, he's basically saying every Muslim
Yeah, basically.
No, they
on
don't
that
say
statement.
every Muslim's an Islamist. An Islamist
But if you
is
believe in
somebody,
Islam, then you're a
an
Muslim.
Islamist
Yeah,
is
but
somebody
you said
that
if you
takes
believe in
Islam to the
Islamic values,
extreme.
and you
No,
And
it
that
ain't.
man obviously
No, it
did, because
ain't.
he tried to
No,
kill
it ain't.
yeah,
someone
well,
over the
No,
fucking
it ain't. That's not
Quran.
true
Well, there you
either.
go,
That's not true
right?
either. There's Muslims that are extreme madkalis that don't get involved in any protest, and they put it down to their religion. They don't get involved in any anti-Israel protest. They don't get involved in anything like that. Someone like Shamsi, for example, goes to protest and tells Muslims that they shouldn't be there. That's how extreme he is with his religion. Like, he's not what you think Islamist is.
Well,
So you're talking shit.
I'm
How can someone who works in the embassy be an Islamist? You're ultimately saying that
Right.
they're harboring terrorists
You
in the
can't tell
embassy.
us in our
Yes,
own
they are
country how we
I
perceive
speak English
you.
better than you.
Well, they
Do you
I
not
speak
get
English
that?
better than you.
Do you
I
not
speak
get
English
that?
better than you.
You
I
can't
speak
tell
English
us in
better than
our own
you.
country how
It
we
don't matter whose
perceive
country it
you.
is. You can't speak English better than me.
This Turkish
Well, that's
Islamist that came
debatable.
out the embassy
Oh, right.
with
Oh,
a knife,
What do you
okay. Where
mean?
did that
go and
come
attack the
from?
What do
guy
you mean I've got
over
level
the
6
Quran.
English? What are you on
Yeah,
about?
it's
I've done a degree in
disgusting, and
English.
it's an Islamist. And
What are
he
you
came out
talking
with
about?
You're
No,
fully
you
sick,
haven't. Stop
Khan.
lying.
You are
What do you mean
fully
you have to
sick.
have level 6 English and maths to pass any degree in this country?
He
Did.
has to have level
You
Yeah,
did.
6.
you haven't got
You
a
Level
did.
degree.
6.
What's your degree
Doesn't
in?
matter.
Being a
English and
cunt.
maths is basic. Idiots.
now one of the is
Unless school
So
was
Betty's
O
going to make
levels
up
in
her own
English and maths.
definition.
So what do
Listen,
you
Betty's
think
going to make up her
of
own
that?
definition of Islamism off the top of her head, and you're not going to sit on the panel in
You
front of
never
100
went to
people and
school
agree
when
with
level
her.
6 was
Yes,
in
I
the
did.
fucking program.
Yes, I
Stop
did. Yes, I
lying.
did.
No,
School, university is level
I
6,
don't
you
know.
mug.
at the end of the day, we all know what
Right.
Islamist is.
No, we don't
Like
all know,
Erdogan,
because you obviously don't know.
Your president Erdogan is a classic Islamist
You're so
that
Look.
you're
spends his
so
time
Can
butthurt,
funding
I,
aren't you,
can I,
ISIS. He
listen,
spends
can I
his
get the
time
mic for a sec?
sending weapons
Listen,
to
while you lot
Boko
have time to think,
Nigeria.
yeah, what to
That
say
is what the
next,
Turkish
let me
Airways
just say
Never
something.
go with
Well,
Let
Turkish
me,
I'd like to
Airways.
hear
after,
from Betty.
wait,
Care
Betty's,
about
Betty's not having
No,
time
no,
to
no.
think.
because
Betty's got an
Turkish
opinion.
Airways
She's
was
waffling. She's
trafficking
waffling.
weapons to Boko Haram.
No, she's
And
not.
Turkish
What
Airways
waffling like
Listen,
is owned
you?
50% by the
I'm
Turkish
gonna,
government. Yeah,
I'm gonna
the Turks
recap.
fund
All right,
Al
well done, well
Qaeda.
done, well
They fund
done, well
ISIS
done,
in
well done.
Syria.
Yeah, well
That is what
done,
the
well done,
Turks
You're
do.
well
They
done, well
fund
waffling.
the
done.
government.
Yeah, but America the other
Khan,
day
you
was
are
saying they paid for Boko
waffling.
Haram. What do you think about that, Betty? What do
First
you think
and
about the
foremost,
Americans
Boko
coming out
Haram
saying that
wouldn't
they
have any
funded? The
weapons.
Americans were
They
saying they
wouldn't have
funded
any
Boko
weapons
Haram.
if the fucking Turks would stop using
Fuck
Turkish
off.
Airways and putting
Listen,
weapons on Turkish
can
Airways and
I just
dumping them in
quickly say
Nigeria.
what I've come to say?
Erdogan
Yeah,
is
no one
known for
cares what
being
you
an Islamist
think.
that funds
Listen,
ISIS in
you're an
Syria.
idiot.
He
No one
funds
cares.
Boko Haram
No
in
one
No one
cares.
cares
No
Nigeria.
one
what you
That
cares.
is
think,
No one
why
Khan.
cares. No one
Erdogan
You're an
cares.
funds the
idiot.
No one
Islamists.
cares what you think.
Turkey
You
is the
what do you know
biggest
about
issue.
politics? Who cares what you
Yes.
think?
Have you
I
only
don't
come here
have
to
to
shout
because
over
I can drop
people?
I
links
just want to
of
quickly say what I've come
videos.
to say,
If
yeah?
it wasn't for the
I
Yeah.
want to
Egyptians
Go on then.
quickly
Say what
exposing
you
look.
got to
the
say and then
yes,
Thank
fuck off.
you. Thank
And
yes,
then
you.
fuck off.
I'm not here to insult anybody. Let me just quickly recap all your
You are.
positions. Listen, I'm going to recap all your positions from speaking to you for the last 7 years. Jupiter's ultimate point is she doesn't agree with positive discrimination, right? She thinks that positive discrimination is anti-white racism. She wants to maintain the status quo. And even if the majority of the people who are white in this country get to walk all over immigrants, that's fine, because the immigrants and the minorities shouldn't be on equal footing with the majority. Ultimately, that's what Jupiter says. Everything else she says is bigoted bullshit. Banksy, your point is this.
Right, that's not true.
Wait, please.
come
Let me
back
just say
on that
Banksy.
in a
Let me just say Banksy.
No.
One minute.
One at a time. You can't do that.
No, because
One
I'm
at
just
a
gonna
time.
listen.
No,
Listen.
Khan, you got to let her have. You
No.
got to let her
Listen.
have a go.
I'll be 1 second. I'll be 1 second. Banksy's ultimate point is this. I'm a white
God.
You didn't
passing.
want to come on here to insult
1
no
minute,
one.
1 minute. It's not an insult. It's not an
Khan likes to
insult.
come up here, shout his mouth off, insult
Listen,
everybody else with a big
I'm not
fat
insulting
ass,
no
ass
one.
win, scratch his bollocks
Listen,
and talk about fucking kids.
ultimately,
Go on,
Banksy's
fuck off, you
point for
degenerate.
the last last 7 years has been that as a white passing, non-religious person, His imprint on this country is minimal because he came here with his mum and his brother, and he doesn't make no difference to British society in general. Yet he wants to be the one to tell us how British society should be, how it should run, and what British values are. With Babs and this other tramp, I'm not even bothering to speak.
Can I play?
How dare you?
Of Turkish Airways, Nigerian
Said Babs. Babs, I didn't call you. I didn't call you anything.
Sending weapons to Boko Haram
You
in
called-
Nigeria
you said
via
you called Betty a
Erdogan's
tramp.
government.
Betty,
Is your
turn your
name
mic up a
Betty?
little bit.
Oh,
'cause
okay.
we can hardly hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, let me try. I don't know if I've turned it.
See if you can turn it up a little bit, hun.
Okay, let me see if I
Because at the end of the day, we don't want to be listening to loud card. Oh, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray.
You know, one of the things, I'll try and go near the mic, but this really sad thing is, did you notice how he never condemned? One of the things that most decent, honest Turkish people will tell you is that Erdogan is an Islamist, and he funds, ISIS in Syria. He funds Boko Haram in Nigeria, and that's one of the things that the Turks are complaining about. He's trying to move Turkey from which was a secular state to an Islamist state. Yeah, that's one of the things that they're always moaning about the Turks, that they like to fund the Islamists. But did you notice how the minute I mentioned this Islamist Turk that came out of the Turkish consulate in London with a knife to go and attack the guy with the Quran, yeah? He started insulting us left, right, and centre. But if you believe in free speech and stuff like that, and if you believe in freedom of religion, yeah, Britain allows freedom of religion. So if someone disagrees with your religion, it's the same way. You can't have freedom of religion and not have the freedom to disagree with someone's religion. But if you go to Muslim countries like Turkey, the Turks are Turkey, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, you're not allowed as a Christian to preach on the streets of those countries and call people to Christ. But you see the Muslims every week as Christendom calling people to Muhammad. You don't have freedom of religion in Muslim countries. You do not gain the same freedom of religion. They let you have a church, but the minute you come out of that church and start talking about Jesus the way they talk about Muhammad, then you're going to be in trouble. Honestly, they're getting oppressed. That's why they're getting killed. That's why you're hearing all these Christians getting killed in these Muslim countries.
Yeah, in Syria, it's really bad at the moment.
Same in
for
Nigeria.
the Christians.
Same
in Nigeria.
Hey, listen though.
Same. It's all over the
Even
place.
Although that might be true, yeah, no one's made that as a counter argument to say, because Muslims have low tolerance of criticisms of their religion, that it's okay that what the guy did or whatever. I think everyone has actually condemned what the guy did and said that isn't an example of multiculturalism or people following British values. Like, so that's what I don't know why. Yeah, but no one. That's what I'm trying to say. No one's. Yeah, but no one said that the Turkish dude outside the embassy, what he did is conducive with British values or following.
Benny, can I ask you a question? Yeah. What do you think about that little boy situation that I referred to? What do you think about
bad,
tolerance and that?
Yeah, we said it was bad at the time, innit? So, and again, trying to use that as an example of tolerance is that's not tolerance, is it? So no one's trying to use that.
Can you explain that to me then? How isn't it? So the Muslims weren't being tolerant of a little boy that's autistic.
You really need me to explain how what happened with that little boy wasn't a sign of people being tolerant.
No, it was a sign of them not being tolerant.
That's literally what I just said, though.
What?
That's what I just said.
They're not tolerant. They're not tolerant. So why are you trying to make out that everybody's tolerant, and yet I show you a real case?
This is why it's weird, yeah. What you guys are doing with this. Listen. Why it's weird what you guys are doing with this argument here is like you don't want to be painted with one brush, like so I can't say anything that Mark Collette says applies to you, right? So can't say anything that one of the Muslims at that Batley school or whatever said applies to all the Muslims or whatever, innit?
Yeah, but
So
we know
that's
that.
the
We're
point.
not saying
Show
all
it.
Muslims.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, but that's literally what Babs just said.
No,
That
it's not.
because of what happened at the yes, it is. Because of what happened at the Batley school, that shows that Muslims are intolerant. Oh,
It does show that they're, and it wasn't the Batley school, it was the little boy incident. They're two different incidents, Belly. And the thing
the
is,
one
it
with the boy
actually
that
goes to
the mum had
show
to wear
it's
the hijab.
worse. Because
The
that
point
was
still
an
stands. He
autistic
doesn't.
little boy who was having
But
death threats.
can you understand what's being said to you at the moment? Because it's like you're trying to make an argument that's not even being made. Like you keep trying to make a point on
Dix, do you
anyone.
understand? Do you understand what I mean?
I
Repeating
think
what I
what
said.
you're trying to
Repeat.
say is that the intolerance was shown by Muslims,
Literally
not
doesn't.
by the white community.
Yeah, the intolerance was shown by the Muslims. But
And
Belly's
she's
not
saying
having that.
the
when there was
point she's making is
when there was a riot then, yeah, when there was the race riots or whatever, and the far right was attacking or thing of it, was
Oh,
that
what do you mean? The
intolerance
we
race
by
don't
the
riots
agree that
wait,
it's
but
race riots.
hold on. So was that a sign of intolerance by the English community or what?
What, the race riots of 2011?
No, the race riots of
Yes,
2024.
of course it's a
Race
sign of
riots
There
of
was no,
2000.
intolerance.
there was no
They weren't
race
going to
riots in
tolerate their children being
2024.
murdered.
Intolerance.
Yes, of
That's a
course.
sign of intolerance in England, yeah, or by
Yes, of
English.
course.
Nah, because
It's a
the
sign
majority
of
of people that came
intolerance
out,
from the
the
British
majority of
society.
people
They
that came
don't
out,
want their
didn't come.
children
You're such
murdered.
a liar.
Yeah.
You're such a liar. You're such a
We're
liar
not
as
going
well,
to
yeah.
tolerate children
You,
being murdered. Yes, absolutely.
you admitted yesterday on your own stream that the people that was involved in the riots hadn't come out for the children.
No. What
No,
we
that's
said on
not what we
yesterday's
said.
stream
How
was
do
that
we
there's
know
a.
what they
Hold on,
came out
please.
for?
All right, I'm not going to answer because every time I go to speak, someone's talking over me.
Sorry, Dukes.
Right. When it's aimed at me, I want to answer it. Velly, yesterday on my stream, and Banks is here, we agreed there's a myriad of reasons why some people went, but all of them were because they were upset about the children. Now, Babs, come back up. I'm not telling you to go off, right? But we're upset about the children. But we accept within those people, there may have been a very small proportion that went there because they just wanted to kick off trouble. We accept that. But we do not accept that the mainstream people, that the majority of the people went there because they're racist. We're never going to accept that. They went there because they were upset about what happened to those children at Southport.
You don't have to accept that. The majority of the country do accept that. The majority of people that went out on those riots days to cause those troubles were most likely to be racist guys.
That's bullshit.
And the reason why they was doing it, what for racist reasons?
That's
the reason they was attacking asylum seeker hotels, the reason they was attacking mosques, and the reason they was attacking random ethnic minority people on the streets or whatever. What other reason was there for that?
Okay, so Velly, what you're telling us as British people, we should allow our kids to be murdered to show tolerance. Bullshit.
Nah, you're lying.
We're not going to tolerate
this is
children being murdered.
No. You're not going to do that, yeah? Where you're going to make up a story like Danny Roscoe, try to make a whole new point of something that wasn't even said, yeah, and try to make it into a point. Like you're moving like Danny Roscoe, the liar. Like, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, don't try gaslighting me. The fact of the matter
You're
is that
trying to
we had
gaslight
this
me.
very
You're
long
lying.
conversation on my channel.
Wait,
It was over 8 hours. People can go over there and see the conversation. And they will see that we all agreed there was a myriad of reasons.
Wait. Hold on. With what I said just now, yeah, did I say that the British people? What did you say that I said? You said something mad about there's I'm saying that people should tolerate killing children. You heard that in the you heard me say that, yeah? British people should tolerate killing children.
Right, but if people protest against that, that means they're
No,
intolerant.
did you hear me say that? No. Did you hear me say that?
You don't have to. There's an inference.
Did you hear me? Exactly.
There's an inference.
You're lying then.
And the
You're lying.
inference is that if people go out and they protest about the fact that children get murdered, you will see it as racist because a small proportion of people went to do silly stuff. We all agreed yesterday that the
Chatting shit. We
situation
never agreed on
would
nothing yesterday.
escalate, and that
There ain't no we
a
all agreed
minority of people that may be extreme would take advantage of the situation. Yes, we agree with you, but
We
we
never
never
agreed on nothing
agreed
yesterday.
that the
We never
majority
agreed
of
on
the
nothing
people there were extreme. That's a lie.
So the people that was attacking hotels, the people that was attacking the mosque, the people that was randomly attacking ethnic minorities on street, none of that, we can't class none of that as race riots, yeah? That's what we're saying. But that's what I'm classing as race riots.
Well, you can class it as a race riot. It was not a race riot. It wasn't about people's
So
colour.
what was the reason
It
why
wasn't
they was,
about where people came from.
So what
It
was
was
the
about
reason
the
why they was
intolerance
dragging,
that's shown towards us from terrorists and people that
so what
have
was the reason,
extreme mindsets
what was the
where they think
reason,
they can murder children.
what was the reason why they was going to asylum seeker hotels then?
I just have to drop off and go in via Chrome because I can't share a screen. So I'm going to be back in a minute. I just need to get off this box.
What's the reason?
I don't know.
Exactly. So
I don't know.
you can't give
But
a reason.
I can assume
We can
because
give,
I wasn't
we
there.
can give a blatant
I
reason.
don't know, but I
We
can
can give a
assume.
blatant reason. We can give a blatant reason. No. We can give a blatant reason, yeah? Because what we can tell is that all the people that was at that protest were English people. All the people that they were attacking in those protests were not ethnically English. Yeah? That's
What are
literally
you
the only reason
talking
why they
about?
were
Weren't they all British citizens?
ethnically English. Do you hear what I said?
Yeah, what's that got to do with anything?
That's what happened at the riots, you know. The people that was people at the race riots, the people at the race riots that was attacking people were ethnically English.
Are you
The
just
people
going to
that they
keep
was
talking
attacking,
over when I speak?
yeah, let me finish my sentence here. Yeah, the people that was attacking people at the race riots were ethnically English. The people that they was attacking was not ethnically English. What other reason apart from racism can you give for these people that was being attacked?
Right. So there were people that were actually indigenously white that were attacked. So what are you talking about?
You're not going to answer the question then, yeah? You're not going to answer the question today. So there's no, you're not giving
You
no
said
reason
the
for.
only people attacked
Wait.
were non-English.
Yeah. Let me ask you
I'm
the same
telling
question
you
again.
that there were people
No,
that
that's
were
not what I
English
said.
that were
That's
attacked.
not what I said. That's not what I said. I said, yeah, the people that was attacking people at these riots, at the asylum seekers hotels, at the car stops, smashing the people's windows when they was going through the streets and all that sort of stuff there were ethnically English. The majority of the people they was attacking and the people they were targeting were ethnically non-English. Can you give me another reason that isn't racism why they was attacking specifically non-ethnically English people?
Right. So, first of all, the incident where they walked down the high street smashing people's house windows, we all agreed was abhorrent. That's a one-off situation that didn't occur across the country. It's not like across the country they did that to everybody's houses. It was a one-off situation, and everybody agrees that that would be down to ignorance or racism or whatever extremism, if you want to call it that. That's a one-off incident. But that is not something that we should hold up as something that dictates the whole of the rest of the protest that went on, because that wouldn't be fair. That's the first thing. The second thing, when it comes to those asylum centres, not one asylum centre got burnt down. That was hyperbolics by the media, legacy media, Hope Not Hate, and everybody on the left. What they did do was they set some stuff alight outside of the building. It wasn't even a fucking building, for God's sake.
That's a lie. They ran up in, Peter Lynch was one of the guys that ran up into asylum seeker hotels where the staff had to lock themselves in the panic room and they started to set furniture on fire within the hotel in front of the police and tried to barricade and make a fire.
What hotel? What hotel?
That, the one that Peter Lynch got arrested at. The one that Peter Lynch got arrested at. The
That's
one
a lie.
the
That's
video.
a blatant lie.
The one with the video of him running in to the hotel or what.
They set the bins on fire outside to set off the fire alarms. It was not inside the building.
Oh, Veli?
What happened to Veli?
I don't know. He'll be
refute
back.
that.
But I don't know why he's come here to misrepresent what was said yesterday on my stream. Anyone can go and watch it. It's an 8-hour long stream, by the way, but just fast forward to when Veli comes on. There was a consensus between all of us that, yes, there are some people that went to those marches that were extreme on both sides, on all sides. Amongst the black population, amongst the Muslim population, amongst the white population. There were a very small minority. The rest of the people were upset about the state of this country, high levels of immigration, and the fact that the high levels of immigrants that are coming here that are actually from the Muslim community that are attacking people and terrorism. That's what it was all to do with. Why should they? The Southport was the Southport was the tipping point. And I ask you this, Betty, can you imagine, right? If 3 kids from the black community got slaughtered, right, with machetes or a knife, and 9 other black children got maimed, what would the black community do? Be fair.
Be very upset, isn't it? Some people would be out in the streets, isn't it? Some people would be taking, the law into their own hands.
The audacity of people that are in this country from the left gaslighting people in not being able to speak out at their distress, at their trauma of what is happening to children in this country is disgusting.
I think I think people like that protest, they were there for different things, weren't there? Some people were about the housing, the lack of housing, the extortionate price of housing for a working class person. Do you know what I mean? The Conservatives are getting rid of all this social housing. It used to be council housing, now it's social housing. Do you know what I mean? You can't buy a house, you can't rent a house. Do you know what I mean? So obviously, when the asylum seekers are getting free accommodation in the hotel, that's pissing people off, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Because some people that are born and bred in Britain can't get a decent home. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, those things are affecting Black British as well and Muslim British.
Yeah, but listen, there was a list of 5 different things that Danny Roscoe gave for the people that turned up to the Southport protest.
Yeah, but that's Danny Roscoe's argument. That wasn't what I said.
Yeah, there was a list. There was a list of 5 things that Danny Roscoe gave for the Southport argument uprising that happened after the girls were killed, and none of them was that the girls were killed. All of them were other social and local issues, or even national issues that other people in the country are facing also.
Yeah, that's Danny Roscoe's opinion. That ain't my opinion.
Yeah, so giving all these, well, you've not been able to give any sort of other reason why these people were attacked or attacking any of the other sort of bits and pieces. You just keep saying, what about this and what about that? You've literally not given no reason for why these people were
You haven't asked me.
Doing the racial project.
And I did on my own show. But if you want me to repeat it here, I can do it again.
Listen, let me ask you again then, yeah? Because you're saying I never asked you. Give me another reason that isn't racism for the different activities that happened in the race riot. Number 1, the people that was doing the car stop and search when they were saying only white people could go through. The people that was going through the streets, number 2, that was smashing people's windows because it was an ethnic minority area religion. Yeah, the other people that was protesting outside asylum seeker hotels, which they knew were only asylum seekers were at, and even ended up having to get British staff locked up inside. Even the police were attacked outside one of those asylum seeker hotels or whatever. And then the people that was protesting outside of mosques and all that sort of stuff there. What other reason apart from racism why these people protesting at those destinations?
Right, so outside the mosque, it would be because they don't like Islamic extremism, and because they also believe that somebody ran into that mosque. That was the widespread rumour. Whether it was the truth or not, it was a rumour at the time that people believed. As for putting black people out the car, I would say exactly the same reason why Muslims were pulling white people out of the car when they did their road checks, right? Danny Roscoe said that he believed that was down to security reasons. I don't know if I go along with that myself.
Is that racism or not?
I would say that there was racism involved in that. Yeah, obviously. But that wasn't widespread across the country and not what the riot was about. I don't know why black people have tried to make it about colour. Because there is plenty of black people. But there's plenty of black people in this country who are British, who also thought that it was wrong that little girls got murdered, who also came out and protested, and who also are offended that
the little girls
British
getting murdered has nothing to
rights
do with
are being
protests
taken
outside
away
of
from them.
asylum seeker hotels. Stop conflating the argument and trying to make excuses for the race rioters protesting outside asylum seekers hotels. Wait, the girl's murder was nothing to do with asylum seekers. The girl's murder was nothing to do with flipping the Muslims at the mosque or whatever.
I would say that's debatable, Billy.
After the court, even after
genocide.
Even after genocide. Listen, Prevent has said that my man is like one of the what they call it, like he was interested in all different types of violent crime. He was like one of those dudes that was extremely
come up, Babs. Babs wants to come back.
All these different extremist sort of stuff there, like so.
Benny, can I address you about something you keep saying? Yeah? You keep saying that it was only white people stopping cars and saying only whites can go by. No, it wasn't. It was Muslim people that were doing it as well. Now, Muslim people were out on the street. Hang on, Benny. Can I?
Does that make it okay?
Please stop interrupting me.
Strange arguments, man.
Yeah? Stop interrupting
weird
me.
arguments like you're actually making a point. It's like you are agreeing with these racial car checks. You're not kidding. You're mad.
Right now, you're being disingenuous. Nobody here has said that we agree with it. I don't agree with it.
I don't agree with it. But what about the Muslims doing it too?
Why can't you say it was racist? You can't say it's not racist.
I did just say a minute ago. I did just say that means that you're so het up. That means you're so het up in your own feelings that you didn't hear me say that. Yes, I do believe that was racist.
It was racist,
and it was also racist when the Muslims did it.
Why are you complaining about it? Why are you complaining about the claims that this is a race riot? And keep trying to make comparisons.
Because the riot wasn't based on race. There was a racial incident during a riot that wasn't even a riot. It was protest, by the way. There was racial incidents that occurred sporadically during a protest about 3 children being murdered. By the way, by somebody that had a fetish for genocide and actually chose white victims, which means he was trying to do a white genocide.
Yeah.
That's the bullshit, man. You just made up that story yourself. Prevent, the police, the CPS, the people that's convicted him, no one else has come up with that story. That's you and KGB News, aka GBB. That's just remixing. You try to make something trying to make your narrative.
Can I make one point, please?
Can I just
can I make my point first?
Yeah, go on.
I do honestly think that Veli and Jupiter are saying the same thing. So Veli's saying that, you know, there was some white folk that were targeting black folk and brown people, and Jupiter's saying that she believes that the killer, who was a black guy, was targeting those girls because they're white. Yeah, whether it's right or wrong, you're both entitled. Jupiter's entitled to believe that this guy was anti-white, and Veli's entitled to believe that there are some white people that are anti-black and attacking black people.
Good point, Betty. Well said.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. I agree that what happened to the black person that got dragged out of a car, by the way, I never see it, but I take it on good faith that it happened. Enough people have told me, right? I never actually saw the stream where it happened. I agree. The people that did that are complete arseholes and racist, right?
Yeah.
But I also agree that the Muslims that did it to the white man where they dragged him out of the car was equally as racist. And so I don't side on either side and say, oh, yeah, well, it's racist when it's a black person, but it's not racist when it's a white person. I think both incidents were racist. And we agreed yesterday on my stream, as I said to Veli, we can all agree that there are elements of people from every group that was involved in those protests, that might have had extreme reasons or whatever, but they were the minority. The majority of people that went out and protest is because they had enough right? There'd been a stabbing of somebody on their doorstep.
That's bollocks. The people that carry that.
We've seen the riots in
Nah,
Leeds.
the people that carry that.
The riots in Leeds where the people had run away. We'd watched a black kid, by the way, not a white kid, a black kid get stabbed up in his school uniform for doing fuck all. We'd watched all these things happen pretty recently, and then we had little kids in a dance class being stabbed. There was also
that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. Wait. Nah, that's bullshit. Wait, hold on. That is actually disrespectful to that Daniel Adjuring kid or whatever, trying to make out that any of them fucking racist motherfuckers that came out to attack people at asylum seeker hotels and mosques and all that actually came out because that guy was killed or whatever.
There are people
even
on
because
the
the girls
say that.
Let me finish. Yeah, it's even disrespectful to the young girls to act like any of these fucking lunatics that was doing any of their far right bullshit when they was at any of these alleged protests, what I'm calling race riots. That none of the people, I'm not including the people that was doing peaceful vigils. I'm not including any of the people that was actually there for the girls. The only reason they was there was because the girls was ordered, because the girls were killed, and they wanted to show solidarity with the families and just do a peaceful protest, or you know what I'm saying, or even a loud protest or whatever. Any of the people that didn't break the law or do anything violent or any of the racial stop checks, all them people were not included in the people that I'm classing as people that was involved in the air quotes race riots. The people I'm including in the race riots, like I explained to you guys yesterday, are the people that were doing things like the racial caste or stop checks, attacking asylum seeker hotels, attacking random people on the street, doing all that sort of stuff there. Those are the people that were taking part in the race riots. And there's no other explanation that you're going to be able to give apart from anything to do with
the fact is
why these people was only attacking.
You finished like an hour ago.
He keeps making the same point, but in different ways. Go on.
There's no other reason that you can give apart from racism of why these people was only attacking people that was not.
Okay, now wait so that I can give another reason. The fact of the matter is that even if they were race riots, they should absolutely have been, because some Rwandan piece of shit that the government tried to gaslight us into thinking it was a nice little Welsh boy killed 3 innocent little girls at a dance party. So if it was a race riot, it was justified because the government tried to pretend that it wasn't a racially motivated attack and it wasn't a person of an ethnic minority that did this. They tried to make out it was a nice little Welsh boy, a little innocent Welsh boy who murdered these 3 kids. I haven't finished, Veli. Unlike you, I actually have only just started. The fact of the matter is that if they were race riots, they were perfectly justified to be. But the bottom line is it wasn't about race, because that migrant hotel could have been filled with Albanians, could have been filled with Ukrainians. How the fuck do you know that there were just brown people in that hotel, that were just Indians or just blacks in that hotel? They could have been filled with Ukrainians too. So if you want to make it a race riot, then show me that it was actually people of a particular ethnicity or race that were in there, and there weren't any white people in there. So that's bullshit, number one. Number two, the fact is that this country is up to its neck. People have had enough. People have had enough of this bullshit. They've had enough of being gaslighted into thinking Rwandans are Welsh citizens, the Welsh boys. They're gaslighted into thinking that all these hundreds of thousands of people who are coming on boats and all sorts of other means into this country are not affecting this country. They're just here for your good. They're all doctors and scientists. They don't want this anymore. The people of this country don't want this. The government and people like you who are race grifters want to promote this shit because it benefits you. And the people of this country, the native Englishmen, Welshmen, Scottishmen, don't want this. And they will stand up for their country because it is their country, not yours.
Well said, Banksy. Right, Very, can I ask you a quick question?
No, stop.
I don't totally agree with that statement.
Stop speaking, man. Stop speaking. Let me reply. Wait, hold on. Wait.
That statement. Because I
let me reply to
your country.
let me reply to the statement first of all before you make a whole different statement and a whole different questions, because you agreed with Banks' statement, right, Babs?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he said,
Yeah,
first of all,
exactly.
he said, yeah, oh, exactly, yeah, okay, cool. Because he said, first of all, there should have been a race riot. Do you agree with that, yeah, Babs?
He said what?
He said there should have been a race riot.
There shouldn't have been a race
There
riot.
should have been a race riot. There should have been a race riot.
What, in
You see, the foreigner lying
2011?
again. Whilst I'm still on the
Said there
panel,
should
you're
have been a race
lying to
riot.
my face.
There
Did
isn't.
I
It
say
wasn't
there
even
should
a
have been a
race
race
Literally
riot?
riot.
just said,
Do you
brother,
want to
It
rewind
wasn't a
that?
race
Are you
riot,
sure,
so I
Belly?
don't know why
Are
you
you
put
sure,
the
Belly, that
label
I
Are
on
said
you
it.
it should
trying
have
to
been
say
a
that you
race
never said
riot?
there should have been a race riot? There should have been a race riot.
No, I
No, I
said if
didn't
it
hear him
was
say
a
that.
race
That's why
riot,
I
it is
kept saying
perfectly
what?
justified that
So is that
they went out against race because it was a person
so
of an
is
ethnic
that
minority,
basically
a
saying there should have
Rwandan,
been a
which
race
the
riot?
government
Is
tried to
that basically
gaslight
saying
into
there should have
making
been
out
a
he was
race
a
riot?
Welsh boy.
Is
I
that
didn't
basically
say there
saying the same
should have
thing?
been a race
You're a
riot. I said
fucking liar,
if it
man.
was a race riot, it would still be
That's man.
justified.
So if it was a
Yeah,
race riot, it would still be justified.
yeah.
Yeah?
I totally
And
agree
it
with
actually
that.
was a race riot. They was only attacking people that wasn't, or they could see, wasn't visibly ethnically English. One time they attacked a group
Oh
of
my God,
Romanians.
Belly!
But shut up for a sec,
No!
man. Be quiet for a sec, because it's actually annoying when you lot do this. You lot want to be able to say whatever you want without no interruptions, but
But
want to
you're
interrupt every
lying!
time someone's speaking or whatever. Well, mute your mic and then reply to the whatever you think is lies after I finish speaking. Yeah. So again, like he was saying, Banksy was trying to insinuate like there should have been, or if there was a race riot or whatever, like there wasn't no sort of race riots, because the only people that they was or majority attacking or came out to attack were people that they deemed as ethnically non-English. Like I was saying, first of all, where there was a group of Romanians in a BMW that the people thought were Indians or Arabs or whatever, Muslims or something, and they attacked them. Pulled the when the car was open, pulled the people out the car and ran them off or whatever. Like one of the dudes that got convicted for it is actually like someone that's been convicted for what's it called, one of those racial crimes or whatever previously or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so there were bad people out there, literally out there to just go
Where's the
mash up.
proof of that? Where can I
Literally in
find
the
the
paper.
proof of that?
Literally in the paper. It's literally in the paper. The guy with the England shirt that stole fucking bath bombs from Lush.
Oh God.
Yeah, but you see what you're doing, Velly. You're saying that because there was racial incidents by some arseholes, right, on both sides, because by the way, there was Muslims that went out tooled up, right, and actually attacked white people in Stoke. You're saying that because of that, that means that they're indicative of everybody that came out. And I don't believe that. Because
No.
I believe that some Muslims came out because they were scared. I believe others just wanted to fight. I think that some people came out because they were protesting against the children getting murdered from the other side. So I think there's a myriad of reasons, and this is what we agreed yesterday.
You're conflating. Why you're purposely keep conflating the argument on purpose here, because you know for a fact here, if you rewind, I literally said any of the people that carried out any of the lawful protests, peaceful protests, actually were there for the children. We can't include them in any of the race riots unless they did take part in the peaceful side and got involved in the race riots. Obviously, they would still be included.
So this is where
I don't know why you keep trying to why you keep trying to make it, because Jupes, be honest here. I'm specifically speaking on the scenarios that people was classing as the right things, where things went off, where windows were smashed, police were attacked, people were attacked, shops were looted. All those scenarios. Those are the scenarios that we're classing as race riots. You lot keep adding in any of the peaceful side and protesters and making like mixing up any of the peaceful people with these scumbags that were doing skullduggery shit. Like,
right. So
really
what I'm going to say to that, Belly, is that I don't think it's as clear cut as that. I think it's more complex, right? There was a series of events that led up to those girls and the incident with those girls, right? And children are seen as the most vulnerable in society. It doesn't matter what culture you're from, okay? And that was the tipping point for a lot of people It was a tipping point for a lot of people, because what we've seen steadily happening in this country is that some fundamentalist terrorists, are terrorizing our country, and we're supposed to be gaslit into believing that they're all peaceful, right? So to a certain extent, I would expect, and this is what Banksy is saying, expect that people would kick off. I would expect it from anybody, no matter what colour skin they've got, that if they felt that their community was being attacked and their children got harmed, on the scale of what happened in Southport, that people would actually want to go out, maybe even to the level of setting fires, burning bins, smashing windows. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I would expect that some people who can't actually control or internally control their feelings of anguish and trauma and anger over those children, it would be expressed in such a way. Now, when it comes to the sporadic racial elements, I agree with you. But that didn't occur just from extremists on one side. There was extremists on the other side. And may I add, on both sides, they were in the minority, but they were still there. The difference is that we had a media that went around portraying it as if all the people that protested were racist. We had a prime minister who came out and said he'll protect the Muslims, even though there were Muslims running around with weapons that we saw with police saying, can you go and put the weapons back in the mosque, please? No arrests, but carrying an offensive weapon. Yeah? Can you go and put it back in the mosque, please? Yeah? Meanwhile, when it was the other side, they were doing arrests and people just holding placards. And might I also add, right, that outside those immigration centres, everybody in this country, not just people on the right, there's people on the left that are fed up with the levels of immigration, right? And we know, because of the recent polls and everything else, that 70% of this country is fed up with the migration.
Yeah, being fed up with immigration. See, this is why it's bad when you guys do this sort of thing, innit? Because you're literally making excuses for people that carried out unlawful actions because they don't like the situation
You're
that's happening
unbelievable, Benny.
within the UK.
Unbelievable.
I know. He only grifts for the.
Can
He
you
only
just,
grifts for
can
this
you just
side.
go on mute, man? Go on mute. Go on mute, yeah, and do your ad libbing while I'm speaking, and then you can make whatever point you want to make after it. Yeah, because it's disingenuous the way that you guys conflate the people that are disgruntled with what it is, and any of the people that took the extra step to take it to the street, burn down this, that, and the other, and attack this one, that one, or whatever. So why isn't every single person that's disgruntled with immigration protesting outside bloody hotels and all
They
that sort of
were.
stuff
They
there
were,
every single
and they
day
are.
since the start of day one till now?
Yes,
It wasn't.
they are.
It wasn't. And so there's people that disagree with the levels of immigration that
Yes,
haven't
yes,
even
there are
been on a
plenty
protest
who have
before.
protest their
They
villages
try
outside of
to
their
vote
village
for they try
hotels
to
for
vote
months.
they try to vote for parties which they think are going to lower immigration, and in turn these same parties bring even more people in. Yeah, so like the only reason why there is immigration hotels in the first place is because conservatives have done
Not
whatever
just
they did to
conservative,
not process
consecutive
any
parties.
asylum
Sorry,
claims.
sorry.
Yeah,
Veli, let me know when
conservatives.
you're done.
Conservatives. No. Conservatives have done for at least 14/15 years. Have done whatever they could do to not process any of.
What's
Right.
happened now?
Oh, thank
I
God! It
don't
was
know
it
if
was,
it's
it was
Oh,
Allah.
I don't know what
Thank
happened there.
Allah that his microphone crapped out right there. May Allah be praised. MashaAllah.
Oh,
One of
God.
my
So,
points, guys, was it keeps on saying that
Yo,
he's a white guy.
yeah, you little pussy
oh,
hoes.
geez.
Wait, you little pussy hoes. Don't try to run anyway. Yeah? Like I was saying, innit, yeah? You little
Oh
dickhead.
God, you're back.
I was saying, yeah. Don't try it, yeah? Remember you're in fucking World Masters Yard as well, yeah? So take off your shoes and mind your manners, innit? Yeah, anyway, like I was
What?
saying, yeah. With the asylum seeker hotels, conservatives for 14 years have done whatever they did to not process claims and have made it as hard as possible for any of the claims to be assessed. The numbers of asylum seekers have risen and risen and risen year after year. The number of migrants have risen and risen and risen year after year, while the Conservatives are saying that they're going to lower immigration, like lying to the people. Why don't they tell them the truth? There's a certain amount of immigrants that they need to have in each year to facilitate the tax receipts that they need to pay off for all the other stuff, whatever they're doing, including pensions, benefits, flipping defense system. They need to up the money on fucking. They need to up the money that they're spending on defense. Yeah, what? So you need to lower the money that you're spending on defense in the army. Right now, they need to up the money they're spending on defense
Just
and the
tell
army.
me when you're
Donald
done.
Trump.
You've
Was
digressed
Donald
Well,
so
don't
Trump?
you
far
think
away.
it's up
Donald
to
Trump? Yeah,
us?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
shut
As
up
up
for a
to
second,
citizens,
man.
up to
Stop doing that.
London and
Stop
I'll
doing
be
that. Let me
back.
finish.
God, he
Yeah,
is
they want to stop doing.
rambling
They want
now.
to up the number. They want to up the number of money that they spend on defense to 2.5% of the national budget. So how are they going to do that? They have to have people that are paying into the system. Like, anyway, yeah, a high
Okay.
majority of you guys that complain about
Amen.
this shit don't even fucking pay into the system anyway. Haven't paid in for years and just take
Sure.
out and complain at the same time. So you
Sure.
are fucking
So
cunt and shit anyway, man. So you don't help. You should fuck off
All
with
right,
the
Hang
other
on a
brother.
people
All
minute.
right, go
that
pay your
you lot
taxes.
should
Go pay
get
your
I've
fucked
taxes.
off
always
with the other
fucking
people
worked,
that are not
Velly.
beneficial, that are
I
not
need to go on
beneficial to the
disability.
fucking
I
system.
have a
Yeah, getting paid like fucking
small inner
30 grand
ear
a year
issue.
ain't shit. Yeah, your taxes don't do shit. It's fucking piss off the wall. They
I
don't
need
even
to
pay
get
for
one of
one
those
asylum
disabled
seeker.
blue
So
badge.
go fuck
I have a
yourself.
bad
Velly,
knee.
I've always
Right,
fucking
now it's
worked.
getting
You
personal. That
cheeky
means you've lost
cunt.
the argument.
Hold on. Let me just kick his back door in for just 1 minute. The fact that you hear Veli
Oh,
screaming and shout about Portsmouth and this and that and race rights, Veli
Portsmouth?
was silent as a church mouse when the BLM assholes were running roughshod across Britain and burning buildings in
that's a lie.
America. Not a
Lie.
word, because you know
Lie.
why? Because
You're a
BLM
liar.
is all about the
I'll let
systemic
you speak though.
systems of
You lied.
systems that are oppressing the systems. That's why you don't hear a fucking word from Veli when it was BLM running around in the middle of COVID,
Yeah,
in the
that's why
middle
he's
of
Yeah.
lying.
2020, when the
You're lying.
BLM's protesters
Go and
were
agree with
running
him, Babs.
across the streets of
Go and
London,
agree with him, Babs, and you're
putting
gonna catch.
putting
That's why Juice ain't
putting
agreeing with you because
graffiti
she knows that you're
all
lying.
over, putting
She was on the
graffiti
panel at them times. Then you know that that's a lie.
all over the Cenotaph, all over
Stop
Churchill
lying.
statues. But there's
Stop lying.
no issues with Veli
Stop lying,
with those
bro.
people
Why are
doing
you
that
lying though?
because it's systems of systems.
Why
Because the
you
systems
You're
of
fucking
lying, innit?
lying,
oppression,
Velly?
the systemic
Yeah.
systems
Why
of
you
systems need to
always
be oppressed.
lying?
That's why he doesn't give a shit. That's why I know he's a
This is why
hypocrite.
the far
He
right
only
always
cares
implodes
when white
because they
people
lie.
come
They
out,
lie too
and
much,
they.
and they
But the
can't
white
remember what they
people don't
talk
have
about.
legitimacy. You see that when black people come out, oh, they've got all the legitimacy. They've been systems of systems for
Far
decades,
right
Right.
and the
implosion
oppression
because man lie
systems.
too much.
But when white people come out and say we've had enough of the way you're running our country, and we don't want our children dying anymore. We don't want any more trucks of peace running into our people.
Here,
We
buddy.
don't need any more
Another lie.
jihadis with knives strapped to their arms
You're
running
lying,
across
buddy.
London Bridge. When the white people come out and start complaining about these things, that's a race attack. That's a racist motivation. But when black people do it, it's because of the systems of oppression and the systemic systems of oppression. That's what it is, right, Veli? When the black people come out, it's all good. It's all
Keep lying
BLM.
to yourself, bro. Keep lying to yourself, man. You know what I'm saying, yeah? Because
Right, can
again, I
I
don't
ask
even have to
Velly a
explain
very
myself, yeah.
simple question?
Wait, hold on. Let me reply to this, and then you can go next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you told me that before.
Look, Veli just
Yeah,
wants
but
to have
I've
a
got to
big
reply.
argument.
Remember,
I'm going to
no, but it's
leave
only
his
one
call
person.
to
It's
it.
only just me. No, but listen, there's only me that is replying to points being made by three people. You gotta let me answer point by point. Yeah, you'll get your chance to answer a question, but Banksy keeps cutting you off and asking questions and all that sort of stuff there, isn't it? Like, so,
Yeah, it's
like,
all
take
your
your
fault,
turn next, yeah.
Banksy.
Anyway, yeah, so like I was saying, yeah, Banksy's actually lying anyway, yeah, because if he was truth and telling the truth, he will know that obviously as people that are online, there's no way that we can condone people breaking the law or anything criminal while online and all that sort of stuff. Then that's like flipping digital evidence receipt that is going to be used forever in it. We have to condemn whatever's done. Condemn any criminal acts that have been carried out, even if we agree with the reasons why people are protesting. Like we did agree with the reasons for there's the BLM protest. No, we didn't agree with any of the fucking riots or any people that broke the law. So stop lying and stop making shit up. Yeah, like I agree to say that the people them could come out and protest, and even if they wanted to about, and it weren't even about the girls, yeah, or whatever. If it's a peaceful protest, I know people are breaking the laws or any of that sort of shit there. I can't even talk shit about it. Yeah, I could say, oh, you weren't there for the girls though, or whatever, but you could. No one got arrested, no one did this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. Yeah, so I can't even talk about it. But this other, whatever you're just making up now, saying that I was like cheerleading the BLM burning down cities and this, that, and the other, yeah, you're lying. So that's a lie. Yeah, that is a lie. The only thing that we spoke about was George Floyd killing lawful? Was Darren Seals killed lawful? Was any of all that sort of stuff there lawful? Yeah, so if you was there at the time, you would know. You hear me? Yeah, Banksy, you was actually there at the time. This is when you weren't as racist as you are now. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Banksy
you used
isn't
to go,
racist, Betty.
you
Come
used to go.
on.
Banksy used to go
Banksy's
against
not racist.
Listen, Banksy used to go against El Rondo and the AFD. Yeah,
No,
before
stop
you
it,
even knew.
Betty.
Before,
Stop it.
listen, Babs, stop it. Yeah, before you knew who Banksy was, yeah, like you should say, there's a long backstory to these chats and channels. Yeah, it's not just yesterday we just met up. Like this is 7 years of speaking in person, online, and all that sort of stuff there in it. So there's going to be a lot of occasions, and you see how long these channels, these shows go on for. Some of them are for 11 hours. Some of them last fucking 20 hours. There's been shows that's been 20 hours of people jumping on. People been waiting in the back chat for half hour and all them sort of shit there. Like I'm saying, in them days, Banksy used to bun fire on El Rondo and Ralph for being too far right. The AFD and
So
all them
am I ever
nationalist
going to get
parties
to ask my
and all that sort of stuff
question?
there. Yes, you can ask your question now, man. What was your
Right.
question?
So, according to your logic, Benny, yeah, if those 3 girls hadn't have been killed, the riots would have still happened. That's according to your logic.
No, I'm saying that people use the event
No, because
that took
according
place.
to you, it was
No,
nothing to do
no.
with the girls
You're gonna let me
being
answer then.
killed.
Like you just, do you want to answer or do you want to give me what my answer would be?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, according to you, it was nothing to do with the girls being killed. So they, it
Nah,
was.
I'm saying that that's not what I said though. Yeah, I said that people use the event of what happened of people being upset at that to come out and carry out their own agenda. That's what I said.
But can you
The same thing
can you
happened with
not
Mark Duggan.
remember any
The same
riots
thing
or
happened
any
with
other
Mark Duggan.
riots
When
that
Mark
were
Duggan
going
got
down?
killed, listen, when Mark Duggan got killed, people protested outside the Wood Green and Tottenham police station or whatever, yeah? And they was protesting peacefully and this, that and the other, and then things started kicking off. Obviously the people that was there because of the killing for Mark Duggan that cared about the family and so and so weren't there to come and dash bricks at the police or try to set the station on fire. So those were the people that weren't there for the Duggan family. Like when I explain it like that, yeah, like you're gonna say, oh, okay, I understand what you're saying now, yeah. But when we explain it
Really?
like that with stuff that you agree with, you refuse to accept that any of these people were pagans. Or what you want to do is make sure that it's only the smallest minority that were pagans when we can see it was the majority that was going on the burning shit, that was doing the looting stuff, that was attacking the police, that was attacking the foreigners or whatever.
Vel.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
What,
it was a minority.
like the
If
Muslims
one
attacking the
sec, forget
white
about Muslims for
people?
now. Listen, really, if what she's saying is right, yeah, then there should have been people out for them girls that weren't politically aligned with these lot and didn't have that vested interest in seeing civil disobedience. But we can see that, if anything, everyone who was involved in that riot was politically aligned with them. Like they thought that coming out for the girls would somehow incite the rest of the population to join them in their right-wing racist riot, but it never works because there
Can't.
was no one else out
This is
there
where
on
you
their
lot are
side.
disingenuous.
Can
No,
let me
it didn't
jump in there.
Because
work. It
who's
Can
didn't
let me
work.
jump
right
in there.
It
wing?
didn't work.
Babs, Veli was not
I
trying to
think it's
tell
all right.
you. Veli was not trying to tell you that was the sole and only occupying reason
Oh
of why
my
it
God, it's
happened. He was trying
bad.
to tell you that was the catalyst of why it sparked off.
I thought you didn't come on a panel when I was on here.
Did you? When did I
Yeah,
ever say that?
apparently that's what you told people.
Who, Baz?
I don't go on a panel when Babs is on there.
Who cares, Babs? Why do you even
Shut up,
care?
Carl. Nothing to do with
I-
you.
Why
I
is
don't-
Hey,
everything
but Baz is a
personal with
scholar, man.
you?
You gotta remember, yeah, Baz is a high grade scholar, cuz, man. You know what I
I
mean?
don't know
Like,
where,
shit.
Babs, I don't know where
Bit
you've
fucking higher than
received that
what Khan
information
is,
from, right? But there's
definitely.
nobody.
No
You
one
gotta
cares
you
about
gotta
your
watch out
personal
for Scholar
jibes.
Baz.
Yeah, you
There's
need
nobody.
to stop it,
There's not one
Khan, with
person on
the
YouTube,
personal
Scholar Baz
Babs,
and
that I
Scholar
would
Mori.
try and shy away from or hide from,
Yeah,
and you're
go on,
certainly
go
not
on,
one of
Baz.
them.
I want to see what you make of that. I want to see
Go on then,
your
Baz.
explanation.
Go on then, Baz. Hey, you know what, yeah? Baz does have a curveball in it, yeah? So
Yeah, he's
that's
gonna knock it
why,
out of the
like,
park now. Go on.
so it's alright for,
I've just said what Veli was just saying was certainly he wasn't trying to
bloody
like
hell, man.
justify it
You know
or
what I mean?
excuse
Like,
it
you know,
in
we
the
got normal
slightest.
people in the world, and now we got this nonsense. Let's see what this nonsense is.
Oh my
Like,
God.
Oh
Brian,
my
you please
God,
can
not
talk.
who I think it is, because I've got to get off if it is.
Right,
Wait, Brian, you please
Billy,
can talk.
I
What's happening?
want to ask you. So, forget the past. Forget the past.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
Oh
serious
my
See you later,
question.
God.
Just
mate.
kick him.
That
Just
one.
kick him. Just kick him.
No, I got carry on. No, we're not having any of these monsters.
I'm kind of curious what he wanted to
So
say.
this
now,
is the
I can't
first
lie.
time in my life, Babs. This is
Yeah,
the
no,
first
it's
time in
good.
my life. I
You know-
actually agree with Babs that these lot were waiting for something so epic to happen before they called everybody out. And the way they called the people out just proved it. The way Danny Tomo made that big speech, the way Tommy Robinson come up with a follow-up speech, they were ready for their version of BLM. That's what they wanted.
Hang on. Right, Khan, what did Tommy Robinson do?
He came out
Everybody else back up.
after
Yeah,
Danny Tomo
I want
spoke
to hear
up.
from your mouth.
I've just
And
told
then
you.
afterwards,
He's
I
I've just
want
trying
told
you
to
you.
answer
to
you,
clip
He let
what
Danny Tomo
you
do the
say
first
that
speech,
Tommy
and based on
Robinson
how
did,
it was
because
received,
I know what Tommy
listen,
Robinson did.
after Danny Tomo done a speech,
Yep.
Tommy Robinson also made a speech.
What
And he
calling
did
people to get
he
out.
did not condemn people for taking to the streets and mashing up their own towns.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. He supported them. He said
No,
that
he
they're
did
right.
not.
He said they were
You
right.
absolute
He said they were
liar.
right for being
Khan,
angry.
I don't give a fuck about Tommy Robinson.
She
Couldn't care
asked.
less,
She
right?
asked.
But
She asked the question.
no, Khan. But you are incorrect. I remember seeing Tommy Robinson
Thank
coming
you,
out
Baz.
and condemning it.
Thank you, Baz.
He didn't condemn it.
He did,
was
100%.
turning
He did.
around and he was
didn't.
telling
He said
That was
everybody
that
after.
to
people
That
need
was
to
after. The first
chill
one
understand
was.
and
why
to
these
bend
people
not
are
The first
cause
one was.
any
angry, and
trouble.
he
You
justified.
absolute liar,
Listen,
Khan.
he justified their anger. He said these people are right to be angry, even when they were attacking
He
mosques,
did say
thinking it
that
was a
too, yeah.
Muslim when it weren't a Muslim in the first place.
He did
But
say that too, yeah.
he didn't make that statement and
He
before
said that
the
they were right
riots.
to be
Because the
angry, but they
riots were a
weren't.
couple of days later.
Listen.
And you're
He
saying
said
that he did it
He
straight after
said
Danny
they were
Tomo,
right to
which
be
was the day
angry.
of the thing.
Listen. He said they were right to be angry and people should respect that. But that's not the case. They weren't right to be angry because it weren't
Yes,
an
they
immigrant.
were.
It weren't an immigrant. It weren't someone who just got off
3
the boat.
children
And
were
it weren't a
murdered,
Muslim. So they were
Khan.
wrong on 3
Yeah, it was.
counts. They were wrong.
It's true. Even Nigel Farage had the wrong thing. What? Andrew Tate told me it was an immigrant and shit. Like, come on, man. That's crazy.
3 children were murdered, and you say people have no right to be angry.
No,
No,
don't try to
you
change
can,
my
no,
words, you little lying
That's what.
bitch.
Hey, can you not stop doing that? Can you not stop doing that? Because that's so disingenuous when you say that. You not keep trying to make out that us calling out people not going there for the girls is calling out people that went there
Can
for
you
the girls.
stop saying
Stop
used
doing
lot
that.
when
That's
you're referring to
disingenuous.
one person?
No, but it's Babs has done it. Jupiter's done it. Danny
Danny
Roscoe's
Roscoe
done
done
it.
it.
Banky's done it. So it's the far right dons that I'm talking about.
Far right again. Where's the far right, Belly?
Babs, you're far right, you nutcase, man. Behave yourself. I don't know why you don't accept that you're far right. You support AFD. You support Tommy Robinson. You support
Hang
Reform.
on, who's AFD?
No.
Never even heard of them.
What?
Who's AFD?
You don't support the AFD in Germany? You don't support
Who's
AFD in Germany?
AFD?
You don't support the AFD in Germany?
Oh my god.
Do you support Donald Trump? Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh my god.
Do you?
I've got to get off of here.
Do you support Donald Trump, you nutter?
losing my mind having to deal with degenerates.
You can't answer questions. You just
I
come on
do
here and
support
spout
Donald Trump,
rubbish.
yes.
So you're
How
right
can
wing
you call
then.
anyone a degenerate
No,
if you
I'm
can't
not.
answer a
As
simple
someone who
question?
supports Donald Trump,
It don't even
far
make
Donald
sense.
Trump is right wing.
Listen, yeah.
He's digging up the graves of black people right now as we speak.
They
He's having
literally
their graves dug
Hey,
up.
one sec, yeah. Hey,
I
you
wouldn't class
mute
someone
up
who
one sec,
supports
yeah.
Donald Trump as far
Mute
right.
up one sec, yeah.
Donald
Mute
Trump
up
is
one
far
sec,
right.
Shut up, Baz.
Hey,
Anybody
Brian,
who
you muppet,
supports
man. You
Donald
gonna
Trump
fuck
is
off now?
far
I don't know
right.
why you keep coming round here,
Hey,
Cameron.
Babs, you mong. I was literally supporting you there.
You lot
I said
just
I
cannot
wouldn't
keep,
class
you lot cannot
anyone who
accept
supports
that
I
there's
Donald Trump as
different
far right.
people
Happy
in
Patrick's Day.
different.
Happy
You
St.
have
Patrick's
to
Day.
block or
Delusional or
everybody
what?
in one block and two blocks
All
and
this
three blocks.
Hey,
What
Brian,
about
That's
Winston
above
Silcock?
you fucking
Billy.
count.
He'll cock.
Billy,
Who?
what about the Tottenham Three? Engin Ragib, Mark Braithwaite, Winston Silcock, all got vindicated on the Blakelock murder.
What's
you
he
talking about, man?
fucking on about?
Three.
Slow down when you're talking, Brian.
I'm going to say the name
What
right.
about them three? What about them three?
Sorry. Okay,
Who
I'll
were
say
those
it's Engin
three?
Ragib, Mark Braithwaite, who's in jail with, right, and Winston Silcock.
Still cots.
On the PC
Winston
Blakelock murder
Silcock. I've
on
heard that
Broadwater
name
Farm.
before.
Me.
No, there was,
Yeah, what about them?
it's called, they're called the Tottenham Three. What? Why? I was in jail with Mark Braithwaite. Yeah, they got released in 1989. What for the PC Blakelock murder? They were fitted up on the Broadwater Farm estate. You know what happened, Billy. You know the situation with Engin Ragib, Mark Braithwaite, Winston Silcock, and the same happened with Mark Duggan. Exactly the
What's your
same
point,
thing
though,
happened
Brian?
with Mark Duggan. Yeah.
What's your point, though, Brian? If you just come on here to tell us
Are
people
you
trying
trying
to-
to, are you trying to join the conversation like a normal person? What? Like, what's going on?
I don't understand the point you're
Like
trying to make.
normal. You're trying to profile like you're a normal guy, bro.
Get out of here, man. Shut up, Brian, man. You dickhead. You ain't joining the normal conversation. Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Brian, you're
What?
definitely not a normal man.
What's going on with my man? Because it's like you man must have forgot.
But then,
Hey, listen,
hang
yeah.
on a minute. I'm
Man's
gonna make
fucking
one
these
more
men up so
statement,
much
and
in
I'm
the war,
done,
yeah, that these men forget that we're in
I
beefing.
can't turn around. I will not turn around and take any judgment of me supporting Donald Trump from another person who supports the fucking IRA.
This was
There
IRA.
ain't no
That
more IRA.
is
You're
the
bleeding hot.
end.
There is no more
You
IRA.
guys,
No, I'm
just
talking about
bleeding
you,
hot.
Belly.
Must be talking about Esau.
I'm talking about
Belly,
you,
the
Belly.
IRA
Yeah.
don't exist. What they
Well,
were
you support someone that's a former BNP member.
But you support the
But there is no
IRA.
IRA.
Someone
How
that's
can
a
you
former
support
BNP
something
member.
that don't exist?
But you support somebody that was a former BNP.
Who?
Because your friends was Chrissy
Who?
Morris.
Chrissy Morris was Chrissy Morris a BNP member, yeah?
What? That's a madness.
So wait,
Babs,
as Chrissy
Babs,
Morris,
I'm sure.
wait, hold on.
Chrissy
If Chrissy
Morris
Morris
was
is a BNP member, is that a bad thing, yeah? That makes him a bad person forever, yeah?
No.
Oh, shit!
But you
So wait,
think
do you
that
think
you think
you
what
forgive him for being a
bullshit
BNP
is.
member or not? Do you forgive him for being a BNP member, or do you hold it over him for being a BNP member?
Well, it depends really, because the thing is, his best friend Richard Perry is still a BNP member.
Yeah, but Chrissy said himself he was never.
Doesn't make any
Chrissy
difference.
said himself he was
Does it
never a
not
member of the
make any
BNP.
difference?
See,
Do you know what, Billy? Yeah, when I was in Portsmouth on Saturday, I had a member of PA come up to me and tried to get me to go in with them. Yeah, and do you know what they got told to do? They got told to fuck
Why
off.
did they come up to you though?
Yeah, but that's further right than the Tommy Robinson crowd. Like, it doesn't mean that Tommy Robinson's not far right because patriarchal alternative is further right to that.
But when you had a member of the KKK come up to you, Babs, you embraced them with open arms, didn't you?
KKK? Well, we already have a KKK member, don't we?
Yeah. Ku Klux Kaylee.
Everybody knew exactly who I was talking about.
So are you Team Kaylee then? So are you Team Kaylee then?
No, I am
but
not.
You're Team KKK though.
I can't. Baz, please. I can't mention the name. I'm not allowed to.
I'm just listen. I'm bored. I'm just having a joke.
To drop her out of that one still, but yeah, let's carry on. Man, like Ku Klux Kaylee and man, and Jake, the ultimate cock. He's like a super cock.
Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah. Ku Klux Klan. Yeah, that's you. Jake is in the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, anyway,
Forget the
while you're
KKK,
talking
it's the
about them, I'm
KCK.
going to go off because
God Almighty.
Yeah, man. So, hey James, what's going on, bro?
Hey there, guys.
To get involved in the argument, man.
I mean, I only know half of the references to names and stuff, so because I don't know the history of this group, right? It's hard to be part of the conversation when people are yelling so much, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know what it is? It does get like that sometimes, yeah. But you know, it's the British way. Oh, look, here we go. Ku Klux Kaylee's there as well. I was gonna say, Jake, yeah, you're gonna experience some more British.
Yeah, wait there. Let me try and give him. Let me
Chattery.
try and give him a
Ku
quick
Klux
introduction.
Kaylee. Who's
Let me
that?
try
Ku
and
Klux
just give him a quick
Kaylee?
introduction. All it'll take is less than a week of listening to this
That's
show,
gonna clear up
maybe one or two others,
the
from people
linguistics
around
when
this
there's
corner of YouTube,
international visitors
and
around,
you'll get to know everyone's personality. Trust me, it shines through straight away.
Yeah, that's fair.
You get to know, man. Ku Klux Kaylee, what's happening?
What do you think is going to be any different? Like every time you do this, you mention my name, okay? So by law and just by moral rights, I'm entitled to stand up for myself in response to the fraudulent claims that you make. It is the law, and you might mock it all the time, but that is lawful process, right? You talk shit about me. I'm entitled to stand up for myself, and if you continue to do it, you can't.
But your name is KKK.
No, we agree with
No,
you.
no. It's Kaylee's Kangaroo Courts Club. Always was 4Ks.
No,
it was, but no, the mantra has always been because 3Ks is better. No, sorry, 4Ks.
Kaylee.
Yeah, 4Ks. The
Kaylee's
mantra was 4Ks. No, listen, you dickhead. Who in their right mind, having a mixed race child, you fucking idiot? Who in their right mind would literally use KKK, you absolute moron? My eldest daughter is mixed race, you freak.
Because you're nuts.
Right, you can keep shouting at me, Graham, it's fine. I have a megaphone. I'm going to leaflet my village tonight. So everyone wondering about what the shouting is, you're going to get the QR codes to see this shit for yourself.
With a megaphone.
All right, Graham Millman from Greenwich and the rest of you fucking morons on YouTube. Good luck, TikTok. Night.
Good luck.
You're fucked.
You're fucked.
Kaylee, you need a Ku Klux cup of tea and a Ku Klux coffee. And a Ku Klux joint. Calm down.
Belly, you're fucked.
So you support the IRA, Ellie?
Obviously not. You're stupid, man.
Oh, okay.
He never said that.
No, I heard Bob say it.
Yeah, Babs says a lot of wild stuff in it. I'm not going to repeat any of the allegations that Babs has previously made, because you know what I mean. It's wild.
It's a bit of a wild thing to say, considering the IRA don't even exist anymore.
Are you an idiot, man?
It's the equivalent of me just saying.
I know it's funny, yeah.
It's the equivalent of me just saying can't support Hitler, and then
saying I'm looking for this
coconut.
Mental. Wow. Sally, I want to kill him. He's fucked. Imagine you're gonna lick every single poster and stick it on a window.
No. She's gonna lick the window and then stick the poster on.
Didn't they disband the IRA? I swear they disbanded it. IRA don't exist anymore. There's no more IRA.
Yeah, of course there is. Bleeding Heart was IRA.
There is still, the IRA still exists.
Who are up the so-and-sos, you know what I mean?
I don't know what Khan's talking about.
I'm asking you.
Yes, it still exists. Yes.
Oh, the IRA was disbanded, but they've just got a different name in it.
Oh, Brad, shut up. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. They've still got the same name.
No.
I'm going to put posters out and say you're a coconut. You're like a vice versa because your teeth are black and your skin's white. Calm down.
If it wasn't for the Americans, the fucking IRA would never have existed. So.
They funded them, didn't they? By
Yeah.
Whitey Bulger and all them guys.
Yeah, but Ireland was colonized by Britain, isn't it? Like, so
No, we're talking about just the
Of course it was.
Troubles. We're not. No,
it was William the Orange started off the colonization.
look, it is what it is. But I'm on about the Troubles. You shouldn't support the IRA from the Troubles. No.
Right. The only reason I say he
I don't
supports
support any
the IRA
prescribed
is because he supports Jeremy Corbyn. He loves Jeremy Corbyn. He licks Jeremy
His
Corbyn's
name
ass.
begins
And
with
what is
the same
Jeremy
letters of
Corbyn? Jeremy
Jesus
Corbyn
Christ.
is an IRA supporter.
Yeah, bad. But you,
So you must be an IRA supporter.
no,
Betty.
you can't.
Stop
Jeremy
lying.
Corbyn's like Jesus Christ, man. You gotta behave yourself. You can turn water into wine, you know.
JC, innit, his name?
Jeremy Corbyn is a fucking horrible cunt.
Jeremy
Yeah,
Corbyn supports Hamas, Hezbollah,
you
Yeah.
support
all of them.
KGB anyway, man. You listen to
IRA.
KGB news every day. You support the KGB because you listen to KGB news every day.
Who?
See?
Who?
You and Wendos Maximus.
Wendos
Wendy?
Maximus.
Wendy lives with us.
Yeah,
You
hang
guys
on. Who
support
do
the
I support?
KGB because you listen to KGB news,
Who's
GBB,
KGB?
the Russian
Haley?
propaganda channel.
Oh,
When did you
BG
move
News.
in with
That's
DB
the
me,
News,
Russian
Betty?
rather.
propaganda channel, mate. You guys
When
support
No,
did
that's
you
KGB
move
RT.
in with me,
RT.
Betty, so that you know what I do?
You've
Agent
lost me
Babsky.
there, Belly.
Agent
KGB.
Babsky.
KGB.
KGB
No, Tommy
news. That's what I
Robinson on
call
I
it.
RT
don't
News.
even
Tommy
I don't
Robinson's
watch
on that.
any news.
Wendos Maximus.
Because
KGB
they're
is the name
all
of
as
the
bad
Russian
as
special
one
forces, I
another.
believe. Like
Just
RSAF.
because you and Khan like to get yours from the BBC, don't tar the rest of
At
us
least we don't
with
watch
the
KGB
same
news.
brush.
We watch the British Broadcasting Corporation, not
Oh, God,
British
you
KGB
don't, do you?
news.
captors.
KGB News. I don't know what KGB News is. What is KGB News?
It's GB News, but with a
GB
K in front of
News,
it.
Wendy.
Oh, I don't watch
GB
that.
News.
I
Oh,
don't watch
no.
GB News either, so I don't
Oh, you're
know.
missing
I
out,
thought
Wendy. You're
I
missing
thought
out.
you
KGB
moved
News as
in
well.
with somebody else that you thought was me.
I watch the Mossad News.
What's Mossad News? What's Mossad News?
You're an idiot.
I watch the AFD news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. You're frog marching around, you're goose stepping around the front room and that, yeah?
Yeah, right, whatever.
Roman sliding to the
You
flipping
like
windows.
you really you need to broaden your horizons, Betty.
So
You
let me
need
ask-
to look a
let
bit
me ask
past
James a question.
Jeremy
Hey, Babs,
Corbyn.
Let me ask James a question, yeah? So, you know when Elon Musk gave that Roman salute on the stage, yeah? Was that a Roman salute the same one as the small moustache man was given, or was that like an awkward moment where he just had to, he didn't take his flipping coat hanger out of his shirt or something?
Can't believe that actually the left think that he did a Nazi salute.
So here's the thing.
You never trust a lefty with your kids.
Great.
Yeah.
So
Then Richard Price.
So I when it happened, it sure looked to me like a capital N word salute twice in a row. However, I was willing to be pretty charitable about that. I'm like, well, give him 24 hours. If he says, hey, I denounce that kind of thing and was specific about it, denounce white supremacy, denounce the N word, then I'd have been like, all right, well, he just wasn't being careful. It was just a dumb, thoughtless thing. But day after day after day
It
went by,
was with
and he
love
decided,
from me to you. That's what it was.
he decided not to release a public statement denouncing the categoric of N, capital N people. I'm saying capital N because I don't know, like, I don't want to get you guys like a strike or whatever.
Definitely a Yahtzee.
He was a
It
Yahtzee.
was with love from me to you. And why should he? We're not living in a world where you got to denounce everything, for God's sake.
No, nobody, without doing that.
Wait, hold on. The Nazis were America's enemies, though. Like, you can't be doing like a Nazi salute on the inauguration stage.
Well, I don't know about that because, like, Henry Ford built quite a lot for the Nazis. I mean, if it wasn't for Henry Ford, the Nazis wouldn't have had half the tanks they had, wouldn't have had the railways
There's a lot of
they had.
American support for Nazis in a minute, but the mainstream narrative was that they're against them, right?
Well, you can't get away from facts, and that's what Henry Ford did. So,
well, Henry Ford and Elon Musk, both of them, they're just businessmen. So they're just trying to make money, aren't they?
well, I don't know. Henry Ford had a great big portrait of Hitler in his office during the war. I mean, makes you laugh when
Still
you
a
think
businessman,
about it.
isn't he? He's the car producer. You know, if they're buying his cars, he's going to support them, isn't he?
They were doing more than buying his fucking cars. He had his own factories over there, and where they were using slave labor, i.e., the Jewish people.
Exactly, like I've just said, if he's making money through it, he's going to support it, isn't he?
He was a Hitler supporter, Baz. How fucking thick? Really? How does it not sink in?
If I gave you an option tomorrow, Wendy, right, you can support someone you think is evil and you'll make $100 million, or you can support someone who's righteous and you'll make $100,000. I'm pretty sure you're going to go for the 100 million.
No, I'm not going to go and support somebody like Hitler and Himmler and all his crew. No.
I think
you're not, Wendy. I don't think you're getting the point. Baz will engineer the conversation until you are forced to agree with one thing that he said.
No,
he'll give himself a pat on the back, and he'll be running around for days on end on this endorphin high because someone actually agreed with him.
What are you talking
about?
Asking you if you'd wear a Hugo Boss. Or drive a Beatle.
Yeah, Hugo Boss. He made all the uniforms. Yeah.
Don't run around giving myself pats on the back. What are you talking about, Khan? The time I turn off YouTube, mate, even before I had brains on, I just don't remember what we talked about because it's just not that important to me.
It was actually the Americans who were doing eugenics before Hitler and his buddies started doing it. They got the idea from the Americans.
Yeah, that's why we call it the United States of America. Free case. Right, so James.
Are you American, James?
Confirmed. Somebody's confirmed. Small moustache wave rather than a mistake.
Yeah, I was willing to be charitable and say, okay, give him a day or two. Let's see what he says about it. And he decided not to clarify that he wasn't that. And now, if I did that kind of a thing, whether I was famous or rich or not, and it was trending that, hey, we think James Apperson is a Yahtzee, I'd be pretty quick to get on there and say, no, I denounce the Yahtzee party. I denounce white supremacy. I'm not about that. And then reasonable people would take me at my word. But if I knew that that was trending and that it was reasonable for people to wonder and actively decided that I wasn't going to set the record straight on that, it's because I do want people thinking this. Either because I really am a Yahtzee supporter or because I want to cash in on the idea, one or the other. And I think
James, consider yourself as our inside man into the American psyche here and try to give us a few more examples of Yahtzee-ish things Elon Musk and Donald Trump's administration are guilty of. That
They're not Nazis. What's wrong with
I've asked him to say Yahtzee-ish.
Why aren't you saying the word Nazi?
I said Yahtzee-ish because, as far as I know, they released a lot of people from prison that were involved in a lot of far-right politics.
They are not Nazis.
James if he knows about it.
That was attacking police officers and all sorts. American police officers. The Constitution of the United States. These men don't really care about that, folks.
Right. Agree 100%. So, I mean, just the other day, Trump posted on, I think it was X, one of the major networks, a picture of an old, 1930s television with a purple triangle and a line through it. The purple triangle was the symbol for the LGBT people that were in the concentration camps in Germany. Right. So he posted that with a line through it. And everybody's like, why would you post something that has absolutely no other historical reference except that?
Yeah.
And there's just, these people aren't even being careful about it anymore. They're just openly that. Now,
I don't think many people would have known what that meant. They probably would have thought it was no pyramids.
But who cares about that?
Right. No gay pyramids.
The man's telling you what it means.
Yeah, but nobody else would have known. Did you know what it meant?
Everybody here knows
triangle.
What it means.
I didn't know what a Nazi salute was until you lot taught me.
Oh, stop lying.
Didn't. I didn't know there was a specific salute that the Nazis did. Apparently, it's a Roman thing. Goes back to the
You learn that
Romans.
from school, innit?
Jupiter, how can you find a
We
hard
didn't do the
name
Nazis
that's
in my
harder
school. We
than
done the
something?
Bolsheviks.
Look, if these people keep on cancelling all bloody shapes, sizes, words, and we've now got 3 M words that we get confused about.
Well, you know,
I don't know why they
yeah.
won't use say Nazi on here. We're not on TikTok, you know.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
I don't know how the algorithm works, and it's not my channel. I'm trying to be
I thought it was hilarious when Wendy got offended when people saying YT instead of whites.
Yeah, yeah.
I was laughing. I swear to God, I was doubled over in stitches.
Yeah, it's just
They're changing the language. They're changing the language. It's
well, they
hilarious.
are.
But there's rules on TikTok. You can't just say things, can you?
Yeah, but
I just got
you put
home,
a lot
yeah,
of
so I'm
effort
going to
into
leave you
building
on
up
the
your
panel
channel
for a
and
bit.
now.
yeah,
I'm
but
going to leave you guys on the
TikTok
panel for a bit to
virtually.
speak, yeah? Give each other a chance to
So
speak and all that sort of stuff, yeah?
TikTok's making a whole new language all of its own, and
But
people
it
are
has to
adhering to
because
it.
they're working around very tight parameters where someone's built up a channel for like so long, it can just go in an instant.
Yeah, I
There's a
know.
lot of work they put into it, and then it's just gone. Like Veli himself has been like struck off a few
Yeah, because you've got
times.
to adhere to their language. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, you're not allowed to say certain things.
So you're not allowed to you're not allowed to say white as in white.
Yeah. So they say YT.
Why?
It's crazy, Jubes. It's the Chinese, isn't it? That's the way
Well, they
they
say
are.
BLK for black.
Can we say yellow?
Well, is that a race?
No, but I want to know why they're discriminating against
Wait, I've
colours.
said YT, BLK, and then you've gone to yellow. Like, who's yellow?
YT is not a race either.
Dropped
YT is
yourself
not a
right
race
in
No,
it.
when they're talking, what they say is like those YT people over there, because that YT, you know, white. But
Yeah.
it's madness, absolute madness. What's going on over there? It's a whole new language. You're not even allowed to say terrorist. You're not allowed to say nothing.
If they're using the letters YT, that would probably refer to YouTube. Those YouTube people.
That's what I thought it was at first, but it turned out not to be. I thought they were saying YouTube people. I was like, huh?
No.
Then I realised, and the penny dropped. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So many things you can't say on TikTok, though. You can't even say killed. Someone got killed. You can't say killed. You have to say unalived.
Right, yep.
You can't say genocide. You have to say G-side. What else?
Right.
You can't say Hitler. They call him Schmittler.
Schmittler, yeah.
Well,
I've decided anyway.
I can't really comment on any of this because you know what? I've never used TikTok in my life, and I don't know why all you.
Well, all I
grown
do
adults are.
is post about my soldiers and come away from it.
I like
I
your
don't want.
posts,
I don't
Wendy.
want to
They're
learn.
very respectful. I like your posts. They're very nice.
Yeah, that's all I do.
I want people to stop calling me white anyway. I think I'm a nice shade of
No,
cream.
you was claiming to be olive skinned. I was dying.
I want people to actually refer to my skin as cream.
Green, yeah?
Cream.
Oh, cream.
Yeah.
Oh, you're cream, Juice.
Yeah. I'm not white.
Well, we're not white, are we?
I don't know why we're called white.
Yeah,
we're not white.
No.
Some people are white, though.
Yeah, if they've
there
got
are a few people that are very actually.
If they've got jaundice.
Yeah, makes you go pale, Wendy.
No, jaundice makes you go yellow.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah.
So.
Okay, well, what's the albino?
Yeah, but if you stood me next to something that is actually white, I wouldn't look white.
Exactly.
I didn't say you would.
Yeah, so why do we have to accept being called white then?
You're just being silly now, aren't you?
No.
You got a problem with being called white?
Yeah. I'm not white.
Okay. Are you Caucasian?
Yeah, you can call me that.
which is the politically correct term for what?
Europeans.
For no,
What?
for white.
It's not
Now,
for
I heard
white.
James
I'm not
saying
white.
earlier. I heard James saying earlier. James, are you there?
I am here.
You were on about in some areas. It's the black people that live in the rundown areas and everything.
Statistically, they're overrepresented in poor neighborhoods.
Well, why do you think that is?
Because I think that we've had generations of systemic disadvantage for people of color, and I think that while systemically I don't see as much of that now, they they're coming from parents that had to deal with that, and so they've inherited, they've grown up poor, and escaping from poverty into upper levels of income is a very difficult thing for a lot of people.
We have the same thing in England, regardless of race. We have the same thing in England.
Did we?
Yes. For example,
Yeah,
if you're of a certain fucking, I nearly said the word ethnicity, but no, totally not. If you're of a certain ilk, for example, like myself, for example, right, as a fucking Scouser.
Oh, really, guys?
Yes, I live on an estate.
Yeah, but you lot don't even think you're English, so
that's rough as fuck. It's rough as fuck. It's as bad as any ghetto in America. Couldn't care what anyone says.
Yeah, so how come I see so many people that are poor in America that are white then, if it's just black people?
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, there are plenty of poor white people, absolutely.
So
right?
why are you only worrying about black poor?
Oh, I'm not. I'm worried about everybody that's poor. I think that something needs to be done about it.
Okay. What do you think should happen?
Well, especially with the way that the technologies are changing now, pretty soon most people aren't going to be able to have a job because everything's going to be automated, and we can't avoid the automation and the AI because other countries are going to be using it. And if we don't upgrade those technologies, we're going to fall behind economically and technologically. We have to advance. Well, that means that a bunch of people aren't going to have jobs because there's nothing for them to do. So
don't
we're
you
going to have
agree
to
that's a good reason not to bring in more people from outside?
Yeah, I think that everybody here in America is so caught up in whether or not we should bring in.
No, hold on. Hold 1 second. Let me jump in there, please.
Go ahead.
So, he's just said everything's going to be automated, so there's going to be less jobs in the future. And your response was, shouldn't that be more reason to bring in more people from the outside?
No, not to bring in, not to.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's all good. So, we're going to need, we call it here universal basic income. I don't know what you guys call it, but I think we're going to have to switch over to that, where everybody gets a basic amount of resources to start with. And then if you want to elevate your living conditions, then you need to get an education and qualify for one of the available jobs so that you can go beyond it.
Yeah, but that's what we do in the UK anyway.
Yeah, in the UK, we have something that's called universal credit.
Oh. Well, that's
awesome.
It's
just the basic benefits, like the bog standard benefit.
And if you want to make your life better, you get a job.
Yeah, that's
like if you want to get a good job, you get a good education and a good job.
Right.
It's like your food stamps, only it's money.
Yeah. I like that idea.
Well, I think America is vast enough and big enough to be able to take in a lot more so-called refugees than it does.
Yeah, so do I, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't harm to have a few Syrians, and
Wendy, hold on a minute, man. All
yeah.
you ever talk about is complaining about refugees coming to this country.
I'm saying America should take more. Yeah.
Why should they have?
Have you seen the landmass of America?
Yeah, but that's not the point, is it?
But that is the point, isn't it?
Okay, but why should he, for example, as an American, why should he stand for something that you won't stand for here?
Did I tell him to stand for it?
Basically, yeah.
No, I said
she just said she's got an opinion.
It's a very hypocritical opinion.
How?
I've just explained how. You
Have
don't
you
want it for us.
actually? Do you know
You
how
don't want it for us,
large
but you want it for them.
America is?
That's
Do you
hypocritical.
realise
That's
how large
definitely
America is,
hypocritical.
Baz?
I don't care how big it is.
Well, that's the point, though, isn't it?
So it is very large, but you know, when you count for the fact that a lot of that landmass is mountains, and nobody wants to live up in a mountain where they don't have access
Muslims
to.
do.
Muslims wouldn't mind. Stick them up in a mountain.
They come from mountainous countries.
Sure, and there's a lot of land people don't want to live on here in America that technically they could, and I think that if we were to tell people, look, maybe we'll let you come in if you tame the lands that we don't want to tame, you know, if you make those habitable, you know,
Exactly. There you go.
I could see some degree of that, but I don't think there's as much free land. I think most of our free land is either very mountainous or it's desert and things like that. And people are like, you know, we don't want to live out there. I think a lot of immigrants would be willing to, though, if we said, you know, you can live here, but you have to live in one of those areas that nobody else wants to live in. I think a lot of them would
Yeah,
say
you have
that's
to
fair
live
enough.
here, but if you want to get a job, you have to run away from that black bear on your way to work every day.
Right. I can,
Yeah, but what did you think the pioneers had to do? I'm not being funny, Baz. This really annoys me. If these people wanted to go to America and it was permissible, and it's up to the Americans, but say that theoretically it was permissible, the government said, yeah, okay, we'll take people in. Why couldn't they build up their own cities and that? Why couldn't they go and do that?
Jupiter, right? It's easy saying that. We could build up everywhere.
We haven't got land to give away.
What are you talking about?
Have you seen the size of America?
We haven't got land to give away. What are you talking
No,
about?
we don't. No.
Okay, right.
What, you think we have, do you?
100%. I know we have.
Where?
What, does land to give away? Fucking
Yeah.
hell, man. We've got safari parks everywhere. What do we need?
What, in England?
A fucking safari? Are you kidding me? A
That's just an
safari
example
park?
because it's around the corner from me.
Are you
Just one
kidding me?
example, 'cause it's around the corner
Really?
from
Are
me.
you for real,
You know how much
Baz?
And what
farmland
kind
we've
of
got
animals are
that's
in
not
this
getting
safari?
used? There's plenty of land that's not
We
getting
could give
used.
away Monkey World down in Dorset. I suppose a few of them could go live there, yeah. Fucking idiot.
I like the way you had to go up Monkey Land. Fucking racist cunt.
It's
May I
called
point out to
Monkey
you
Land, you fucking idiot.
that that bit of land that you're trying to take off the farmers are fuming. Ain't you seen all the protests?
No, I haven't seen any farmers protesting that.
Right. Well, we have had farmers protest because at the end of the day, yeah, every bit of land in this country is owned by somebody.
Exactly. Can't just run around. I mean, Monkey Land belongs to, I believe he was an American, but he died, but his wife owns it now. And although you find it racist to call it by its actual fucking name, you know.
I did think he was being racist.
Yeah, Monkey Land is quite vast, but I don't think the owners of it would really want to let illegal immigrants go stay there.
What we're saying is that
you have to leave room for agriculture.
Agreed.
Yeah, otherwise we starve.
Well, not necessarily.
You have to leave room for agriculture in your country.
What? So we have to lose.
Well, how do you expect to?
So you couldn't eat. So you couldn't eat fish, no?
Oh God.
I don't think there's enough fish left in our sea for all of us.
You want to eat wheat instead of a fish? And yeah, did you just ask me, do I think there's enough fish in the sea for all of us? Yes, of course there is.
But then why are they putting tariffs on how much fish you can get in the waters?
You know, you're trying to say that, you know, we've got enough land to give away, and oh, your poor old little America.
Stop trying to put words in my mouth. I never said that.
You could build 3 more cities in America and they wouldn't even know about it.
That's
what
we're saying.
Wendy?
But having said that, I still think that it's up to the American people what they really want.
No, they just make me laugh with the way they moan about the Mexicans coming over the border. I think fucking Mexicans. Why don't you have some Syrians, some people from Sudan? Get all them over there as well, yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh
those
yeah, because they're
Mexicans,
way worse than
Wendy,
the
have you not
Mexican
heard what they
cartel, aren't they?
do?
You what, love?
Those Mexicans, some of them can be fucking dangerous, you know.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know what they get up to. I know.
But that's fine with you, isn't it? Because they look kind of white.
What? Have you seen Okay, have you ever watched anything to do with Mexico City?
Mexicans could never
Have you
pass a
seen
white
Mexicans,
Baz. What are you
Baz?
on about?
He
I said
thinks
they
they're
look
white.
kind of white. That's why it's fine with Wendy. If
He
they were,
thinks they're white.
if they were, I didn't say I think they were white. Are you fucking hard of hearing or what?
They're not
They,
kind of
they
white.
look kind of white, and so maybe people aren't as offended. You didn't say they are kind of white. It's just that some people might think that they resemble white people more
Correct.
than other people.
Nah, what with their black hair and everything? No.
Well, because there's no
They
white
probably
English people with
resemble
black hair.
Chinese more.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a certain kind of black hair. Baz. It's very shiny.
Hey Jupiter, you've got black hair, haven't you?
Out of a bottle, yeah.
Oh, okay, out of a bottle. I thought you had black hair, but okay.
My natural colour hair was dark brown with auburn.
My mother had black hair. What?
It was like a very dark brown that in the sun you could see sort of like ginger in it.
Yeah, I know.
It's
You've just
weird.
told me. My mother
Yeah,
had
well,
black hair,
a Mexican would not pass for white.
With their black
believe
hair,
me.
Wendy, you honestly, you need to work on how you speak. Seriously, coming over here with their brown faces, and you come out with statements like that all the
When have
time.
I ever said that?
It was something along those lines.
I've never said that.
It's clipped. It's online.
I have never said it.
What? Oh, do you want to correct me then and give me the accurate?
I've never said anything about anyone coming over with their brown faces. I don't know what you're talking about.
Or what was it then?
I don't know.
Someone else will correct it.
Well, how the fuck would you know? You got the memory of a goldfish, so you wouldn't be able to remember what I said at all.
That's true. Otherwise, I would say it with clarity and conviction, but I can't.
I've never ever said anything like that.
Yes, you did.
Liar.
Something along those lines.
So
if you're looking for an argument, Baz, you'll get one.
I'm really not.
Yeah, I'm warning you.
I'm really not. I'm just being honest.
Anyway, back to James. What do you think about that?
Oh no, I'm scared. Don't warn me, Wendy. Oh no.
One of my biggest frustrations is that here in America, we talk about building the wall and whether or not we should let more people in. But a lot of the people that are coming here are only coming here not because they want to migrate north, but because they can't provide for themselves safely where they're at. And when we think about the amount of
whose
money,
fault's that?
Right, well, it's partly America's fault and partly their fault.
But do they all come from Mexico? Or are they coming from other countries and use that Mexican way to get in?
Right. That's true. South of the border, lots of different countries, and people don't realize that too. But my point is that for all the money we talk about spending to make sure they can't come over, we never talk about the money that it would take to make it where we could help them build up places in their native countries where they wouldn't even need to come anywhere else, where they could just stay where they're at. It would be cheaper for us to help them build up infrastructure that's safe and secure where they're at and trade for a cut of the profits that are generated by that infrastructure. And then they wouldn't need to come up. We get a return on our investment, and then we wouldn't need to be spending billions of dollars and having the political issues divide our country on top of that.
Okay, Mr. American.
Yeah.
Let me
His name's James.
Okay, James. Sorry, I can't really see the screen. It's kind of small on my phone.
All right.
So let me just give you an example of something that was close and personal to me, right? So my father, he sold his home in England, and he moved to Cyprus because he wanted to go and live in a warm climate.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the house out there he could buy for a lot cheaper and had a pool and whatnot.
There best be a point to this, Baz.
Yes, there is a point. For half the price of what he was what his house was worth here. So he went over there with a chunk of change in his pocket and had a much better property. Is that a bad thing?
No, but I expect he did it the legal way.
Well, of course, like I've just told you, he bought his
Well,
house.
then coming across the American border, you see, they're doing it illegally. That's the difference.
Yeah, there weren't no point, Baz.
Yes, there was.
What was your point?
What?
I've just made my point. Is that
it's no different to the people in this country that go to live in Spain and do exactly the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
People are not saying people can't migrate, Baz.
Yeah, but you don't want migrants coming here.
No, there's enough here.
It to be less because of the
fucking United Nations in this country. It's ridiculous.
You see where the hypocrisy is. That's my point.
Why is it hypocrisy?
Because you don't want migrants coming here, but you don't mind us.
We're talking about the relative size of the country.
Well, I've just been talking about Cyprus. It's much smaller.
Oh, for fucking God's sake!
Hang on, but your dad goes and emigrates to Cyprus, and it's much smaller. So you obviously had a problem then.
No.
Well, what are you talking about then?
I'm telling you, you've got a problem with people emigrating here, but you haven't got a problem with that.
I ain't got a problem with your dad going to Cyprus because he did it legally.
I know you haven't. That's the point I'm making. You hypocrite.
He did it legally. He didn't do it illegally. He didn't cross the Mexican border and through the American border.
But he also wasn't living in a war-torn country, was he?
And then America's also got Canada to deal with because
that's why he's more likely not to be fucking angry and have trauma and start killing people.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Okay, Jupiter, yeah, true.
I'm being serious.
Well, I think the Spanish and people like that are idiots because if they had any sense, they'd put the prices of their housing right up because too many people go over there to live.
Yeah.
Because of the cheap prices of the housing.
That's exactly what he done. He owned his home here, he sold it, and he got a property out there with a pool for half the fucking price.
Right. What do you want us to do about it?
Nothing. I'm just saying that's what he done. But you have a problem with immigration.
But if the Cypriots said they didn't want him there no more, would you think that was wrong, Baz?
Yes.
Why?
Why? Because he's just fucking paid.
What if they gave him his money back and said you can't live here no more? Would you think that was wrong?
To be honest, I would think it was out of order, but I'd been saying to him, yeah, Dad, come home.
No, I'm talking about a point of principle.
Yeah, in the point of principle, like I've just said, I would think it was wrong. I already addressed that. You know?
Okay. So what about if a load of people just came in across the shores of Cyprus and started squatting in your dad's back garden? Do you think that's all right?
Well, certainly not, no.
Why not?
What?
Certainly not, no.
Why?
Well,
I bet your dad could have three, 4, 5 illegal immigrants in his garden.
My first answer is going to be a silly one, right? But it is true as well. For a start, he had his gun license. I don't think anyone would be squatting in his back garden.
Well, most Americans are free to carry arms, aren't they? So that doesn't make no difference.
Well, it does, because...
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It's been proven in America, so...
Yes, it does. You can get a
it doesn't.
license.
No, it doesn't.
You can get a firearms license to carry.
So there you are. Look, you think that because your dad had a gun, it would make a difference.
Wendy, like I said, I was messing when I said that. Like I already preempted it when I was messing, but you just want to keep going in circles over the same thing, try and get a tiny little point score. Fucking petty old woman.
Does James? Do many people come illegally through the Canada, through Canada and the American border? Then
not nearly as many.
Oh,
Some do.
Yeah.
See, a lot of the people that we have here that we call illegal immigrants are people that came here legally, but they didn't leave when their visa
when they're meant to. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got that problem as well.
But right now, the Trump administration is also trying to get rid of a lot of completely legal immigrants. They don't want them here either.
Like who?
Well, people that have come here through the proper channels. He wants to get rid of people that simply got their visas. He wants to take them back. He wants to get rid of the people that were born here and they got citizenship that way too.
Oh, you can't do that. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's what he's trying to do.
How?
Well, even though the Constitution says he can't do that, Trump's mission right now is to prove he's not bound by the Constitution, and so he's doing a lot of things that the Constitution doesn't allow him to do. And then the courts, he's trying to see how effective the courts are at limiting his powers.
Do you have evidence of that though?
Oh yeah, he openly says so. He believes that the courts shouldn't have the ability to limit what the president does.
What he's actually doing is deporting these gangster gangs, Jupiter.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
Yeah, he's all these gangster gangs that go around and they were maybe born in America, but like come from their heritage is from another country.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so, and then they gain citizenship.
Like MS-13.
So you're talking about criminals, yeah, but that's
yeah.
So in the UK, when you get citizenship of this country, it actually tells you they can rescind it if you commit crime.
And I think that's fair too, more than fair.
Yeah, well, that's what they should do in America.
Yeah, that's what Trump's doing. Yeah,
I agree. For serious crimes, I agree 100%.
Well, there you go. So I don't think that what Trump's doing is wrong then.
Well, he's not just trying to get rid of people that commit crimes.
Well, can you give us a case of someone that he's tried to get rid of that didn't commit a crime?
Well, right now he wants to revoke the citizenship of everyone who got citizenship via birth, whether they've committed a crime or not. He's not saying only the ones that have committed crimes. He's saying all of them.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
I don't believe that, to be quite honest.
Oh, that's fine. If I'd have known we were going to have that discussion, I would have came prepared with links and we could have discussed it from there, but I'm not prepared with those. So.
Yeah, I think that's a bit much, but I haven't seen any evidence of that, but I'm not saying you're lying either.
Okay.
But you'd have no reason to get rid of them if you think about it. If they were born there, right, and they haven't committed a crime, and then they're working and everything else, and they've done nothing illegal,
right?
I can't see Trump going after people like that.
No, nor can I. It'd be ridiculous to do that.
Well, I think it is ridiculous. So we're in agreement on that too.
Yeah, but I think you might be exaggerating.
Okay, well, I mean,
he is getting rid of anyone. He don't care if they were in gangster gangs, as they call them, and
oh, sure, that stuff. Yeah, I agree.
They've got to go.
Yeah, he is trying to do that, and I agree with him about that. Sure, absolutely.
Over here, though, do you get the same sort of people that stop the flights? We get idiots over here that have actually stopped rapists from being sent back, getting on planes and stuff.
Yeah, they stand outside the prisons because they don't want, I don't know, a murderer of, I don't know, 6 kids put in the fucking electric chair, so they stand outside calling the government murderers and everything.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, they've got them over there as well.
That's true. We do have that here.
I don't agree with the death penalty, but there is an argument for it that I can see as logical. What I don't agree with that you've got in America, but this ain't down to Trump. This is something that I've heard that you have. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But I've heard they've got a 3 strikes and you're out policy, haven't they?
Oh, for crimes, yeah. If you get a 3rd strike on a felony, you're in.
Is that petty crimes as well, though?
It depends on what you consider petty. I mean, there are some things. We have 2 classes. We have misdemeanors and felonies. Misdemeanors are considered not terribly serious, and felonies are considered serious. Usually, the 3rd strike law it only involves felonies. However, some things that count as felonies are pretty petty, in my opinion, like possession of marijuana or something, right?
So if you got found 3 times with marijuana, they'd put you in prison?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I put somebody in prison for like 30 years for that.
Oh, my God, that's ridiculous.
Oh, sure. But Trump, one thing that he's doing that I do agree with is he wants to legalize marijuana. He's like, we could just tax the stuff and make a lot of money. And I'm like, I agree 100%. Legalize it.
If they did that, would they let out all the people that are in prison for it?
It wouldn't be automatic, but that would be the next stage of people saying, well, if it's not a crime and you're saying it never should have been, then why do we keep these people in prison? And then a lot of people would be released after that.
So if you if you live in America and you've got no money and you don't work,
I've just got to switch phones a moment. Sorry to interrupt you, Wendy. I've got to switch phones a moment.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay.
That's all right. So if you're in America and you don't work, right, and you're unemployed and you've got no money, how do you get your health looked
Right.
after?
So the way it's been here in America for low income people, if you don't work at all, you can apply for benefits to cover your medical expenses and food and rent and stuff. However, if you're not disabled, in other words, you could work, then they require you to work so many hours a week in order to get the benefits. And if you want to be exempt from that, you have to prove that you have a legitimate disability. And
What if you
that,
can't? What about if you can't find a job? Will they find you one?
right. So what they do, if you can't find a job, they require you to submit proof that you're looking. So you have to be able to, document the places you've applied to, and so many places per week you have to apply. And as long as you're doing that, then they'll continue to give you your benefits.
No. But say you get a chronic illness and you're unemployed. You've got you haven't got a lot of income.
Mhm.
You can't afford health insurance. Where do those people go?
So they go to a welfare office and apply for the benefits, and it's usually pretty quick as far as like getting food stamps and some supplemental income, very limited income, not very much.
No.
Yeah, and then and health insurance, things like that. And if you can get a doctor saying, yeah, this person is dealing with this particular illness or disability or whatever, that goes a long way with the
So
government.
what if you're a homeless person and you get pregnant?
If you're a homeless person and you get what?
Pregnant.
Oh yeah, you'll almost immediately get prenatal care and insurance if you're homeless. Period. But if you're pregnant and homeless, then you get prenatal care and everything. If you're even a guy that's just homeless, he can still get assistance. He just wouldn't get as much as a pregnant woman would because she needs more. So, but yeah.
So basically, then, so if you're unemployed and you don't have any income and you've got no health insurance, you can still go see the doctor and get your medication if you've got a chronic illness.
In most cases, it's kind of tricky. Depends.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it? Because I know quite a few people who've got dupes. Like I always, my Graves' disease and thyroid. Yeah, I know a few Americans who literally cannot get their medication for their thyroid because they're unemployed.
Right.
And they can't afford to buy it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, my mum went because my nephew got married to somebody from Florida, and when they flew out for the wedding, my mum come back and she said like, "Oh my God, it's terrible. They're all over the place asking for money for medication."
Yeah.
Right.
So
each state has its own rules, and
so why didn't Obamacare take off in America, James?
Well, so it still is a system that's in place. A lot of people do use it. So if somebody makes too much money or otherwise can't get the welfare, then they still qualify for the Obamacare, and then they can just apply for it. And they have different programs at different levels, and usually really poor people can only afford the lowest level of the care, but it covers doctor's appointments and most medications.
Isn't that
So Medicaid's a different program than Obamacare. A Medicaid is for poor and disabled people. So, and then Obamacare is for whoever doesn't qualify for the Medicaid, either because you make too much money
okay?
or whatever. So, different reasons.
What do you have, Cassie, in Canada?
We have free healthcare like the UK does.
Oh, right.
But does it all? But
It's all
yeah, sorry, Cassie, go on.
it's all factored in our tax.
So you're like us then, right?
But James, so why do they have two different? Did they get the same hospital? Do they get treatments at the same hospitals?
Oh yeah, it's all the same hospitals for the most part. So most doctors' offices don't accept Medicaid and Medicare. Only some do, and they have to register to be able to accept it. Some just don't want to deal with the Medicaid system because there's delays and how much when you get payment and stuff. They don't like hassling with it. But as far as the hospitals themselves, almost all the hospitals take Medicaid and Medicare and regular insurance, Obamacare, things like that. It just depends.
So, because I've heard these stories, and I don't know how true they are, that say somebody was in a road accident, if they weren't in job and they didn't have insurance, they wouldn't be able to help them.
So, as far as auto insurance goes, a lot of states have it to where they don't want to cover your auto insurance accident because they want your private auto insurance to cover that, which is why they require all drivers to have auto insurance so that you don't fall through the system where nobody wants to pay your bills. Because they just won't. Typically, if it was an auto accident, the state says, no, we're not covering that. You got to get your auto insurance people to cover it.
Okay. So basically, it's just the same system, but with different names.
Maybe. It's changing, though. Like, nobody's really sure what system we're going to have in place next month, next year. We don't know because there's so much controversy going on right now about what changes need to be made. But for right now, that's the way that it is.
Because in this country, everybody gets the same hospitals. Everybody gets the same basic level of care if they well, they're supposed to. But we've got long waiting lists in state hospitals.
Oh yeah.
And if you don't want that, then you just pay private.
Yeah.
But to pay private, you would get.
It's the same.
Yeah. So it's exactly the same thing, but just different names.
All right. I didn't know that. I know very little about UK and Canada's systems other than you guys have universal coverage or whatever.
So why are American troops treated like cannon fodder? I don't know. Sometimes it just comes across like America doesn't care.
The government doesn't care, and I can see that in the way they treat their veterans, right? So recently, for example, the current administration canceled the veterans suicide hotline. He's like, well, that's an unnecessary expense. Let's get rid of that. And that created a big amount of controversy. They're like, come on, those are our veterans, and also fired a lot of them from their jobs, and with no real explanation about why that had to happen. But that was Elon's idea. But historically, we just don't take good care of our veterans. Even when the Democrats are in charge, we don't take good care of our veterans. We don't give them all of the support services they need, and we have a lot of mentally ill veterans and homeless veterans that are just falling through the system. That's just not there for them. And
that's not fair.
It's not fair at all. It's why I tell my sons, I'm like, you can join the armed services if you want to, but they're going to treat you like you're disposable.
Yeah.
So you have to decide if that's worth it to you or not.
I think a lot of people have come to that conclusion that they do treat you as disposable.
Yeah.
I think that's how you feel a bit, Wendy, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Do you also get it in your country where people don't respect war memorials and Remembrance Day because they think it's a celebration and they don't understand that it's actually a remembrance and not a celebration? That's part of one of the culture problems we've got in this country.
No, here we don't have as much of that here. Usually whenever those controversies come up, it's about the Civil War, like hundreds of years ago, whether or not we should have memorials for people that fought in the Confederacy or not.
Because in our country, we really do respect those that sacrifice their lives to sort of save other people. But what we've got now is a school of thought from outsiders, or people that have got heritage from outside who don't actually believe in all that. They think it's that you're celebrating killing other people, when actually what you're doing is remembering the people that sacrificed to protect the people behind them, not to kill, not a celebration of killing the people that's in front of them. It's quite bizarre, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds
You
bizarre.
do have a day. It's called Memorial Day, isn't it?
Yep, we do. We have Memorial Day.
Yeah.
We have the same problem over here, Jupiter, as well. People think that we're glorifying war when we're trying to remember them and honor them, the sacrifices that they've made for the country. There's certain cultures and groups that think, yeah, that we're glorifying war.
Yeah, it's sad, really, isn't it, that they don't seem to understand that that's not what it's about. Nobody's saying that war's good. And just because we're grateful that people stopped people invading us and raping us and pillaging our country, it doesn't mean that we actually think that it's a good thing that people got killed. We're just saying, well, in fact, we're not. What we're saying is we're trying to remember people that were brave enough to stand up and protect us. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what are your politics then?
Who?
James?
Oh, okay.
He's a liberal.
Well, I'm not a capital L liberal for sure. I lean left on most things, but I don't always agree with the liberal people on social and political issues. So I guess I would say I'm independent, but I lean left on most things.
Okay. Have the left gone mad in your country like they've gone mad in ours?
I think so, but I think part of the problem is that the left, and I define left as different than liberal. Left is more of a,
I'd agree with that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I kind of think that it was a mistake for the left to include liberals as part of its cultural identity. I think that the capital L far left liberals are pretty much the same, in my opinion, as the far right conservatives. It's just the opposite version of the same thing, where they just want to disadvantage everyone else for their own.
So if I said to you that there's a belief over here in this country amongst people that are central that there's a horseshoe type effect, and on one side of the horseshoe is the left and on the other side is the right, and the further up the purity spiral they go, they meet in the middle, and there's this zone in the middle,
right?
Full of dictators on the left and the right that sort of kind of work in bed together.
Yes,
yeah, that's what we got here.
Yeah, that's how I see it exactly. And so I tell people the political spectrum isn't a straight line; it's a circle. Right? If you go too far in either direction, you end up in the same place.
Yeah.
So I don't like it. So, for example, I have a channel where I mostly stream like anti-religious content. And I'm not anti-faith, I'm not anti-spirituality or anything like that, but I am anti-fundamentalism and I'm anti-authoritarianism. And so I end up usually, not always, but usually agreeing with atheists. And so those are the conversations I normally have in my space. However, because most of the atheist people are liberals, it makes it a very difficult space for me to be in because I agree with them about a lot of religious things, but I end up disagreeing with them about a lot of political things because I don't go that far. I think that it was a mistake for the left to incorporate liberals as part of their cultural happening. I think that it's been hijacked by extremists. I think that they're emotionally.
I'd agree.
Yeah, and I think it's a real problem. And the problem is we can't talk freely about it.
Yep.
So I have a whole lot of friends that are in that ecosystem that we talk privately about how awful the far left liberal people are and their reasoning and in their how they just behave, but we're not allowed to say it publicly because we'll get canceled. And so
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
So there's not really freedom of speech there. And the left eats its own in a way that the right doesn't. They are so canceling, they are so controlling about what you're allowed to say and how you're allowed to say it that it makes it to where there's just no freedom there of expression and conversation. And I find it quite frustrating, honestly. And so a lot of times when I say something I don't like about Trump, people in America will assume that if you side against Trump, you must be a capital L liberal. And it's a very frustrating thing too, because I'm not a capital L liberal. I just don't like Trump's politics.
Yeah. See, I find that over here, that what we get is a lot of people that actually can't discuss rationally like that. They get worked up and then they start screaming at you.
Right. Yeah, the same thing happens. I had to be careful at my channel because what happens is the liberal people, they sheepdog. They go to the different atheist channels and contents like that, and they listen and they watch. And the moment you use a word they don't approve of or say something without the right tone of voice, they start screaming in all caps and yelling and saying they need to cancel you and stuff like that. And it's just such a hostile environment to have a conversation in.
Because I would say that I'm quite liberal in a lot of my thought, but then I see things that are outrageously wrong that the woke are pushing the extreme left. And the minute I start saying, well, I don't like the wokeism, I don't like the extreme stuff that they're doing and the way that they're changing up the culture of our country, they immediately sound far right, which is weird.
Right.
know?
So, like Sam Harris, I don't know if you know who Sam Harris is or not.
No.
So he was considered one of the quote unquote four horsemen of the atheist apocalypse. It's just a marketing thing, right? He doesn't have any special powers, but he's a famous atheist spokesman.
Right.
Well, now a lot of the atheists have disowned him because they say he's not far left enough, right? Because Sam Harris, even though he's left, doesn't agree with that wokeism stuff. And because he doesn't agree with it, a lot of atheists had to cancel him. Not because they wanted to, but because if they don't cancel him, then they'll get canceled by the extremists, and they don't want to get canceled. So we have to pretend to agree with the liberals, else we get canceled. And it's a very difficult space to be in.
Yeah, I can imagine that. So are you pretending now or agreeing? Are you really giving your real thoughts over or you're pretending?
Me?
Yeah.
These are my real thoughts. So, for example, on the trans issue stuff, I don't care what pronoun somebody does or doesn't want to use. Doesn't matter to me at all. I don't care. I don't care how they define a word. I don't care what their psychosocial paradigm is. I don't care about how they feel about their own sexuality or their own sense of identity. You do you. Doesn't hurt me at all. You do you. I don't care what the dictionary says when it comes to how you think and how you talk.
So, but hold on. But yeah, go on. Go on.
My problem is when they start telling other people, you have to use the words the way we use the words. You
exactly.
have, right. When they say you have to, when they tell, for example, I'm not a Christian at all, but it really upsets me when they tell Christians, you guys have to acknowledge that, the gay people as being married by your definition, or you have to acknowledge that a trans person is the gender they say they are. And I'm like, no, they don't. They don't have to acknowledge shit. If somebody has a particular way of using language and thinking about concepts, that belongs to them. They can talk how they want to. They can think how they want to. You can't tell somebody else how they're supposed to talk and think. And this is where I think the liberals go way too far with that shit. I'm like, look, I fully support a liberal SJW, like feminist person, whatever. You can use pronouns any way you want to. You can think about sex and gender any way you want to. I'm not going to argue with you about what the dictionary says. You do you. But stop telling other people that they have to use words the way you use words and validate concepts the way you think of them. Because they don't have to, and they shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
And that's where I draw the line.
So I think this is the problem, isn't it? Because everybody has been told that we respect everybody's freedom of choice and everybody's allowed to do what they want to do within boundaries that doesn't, encroach on somebody physically, but they're allowed to encroach on people mentally and physically now because you're getting these groups that are coming from the left, the extreme left, who are insisting you have to see things the way that they see things. It's kind of crazy to me.
I think it's 100% crazy. If they can't argue their case and just want to yell about it, you have to think like we think. And I'm like, just stop. Just stop with that. And then I think the bigger controversy here is a pretty petty thing. The sports thing, right? There are very few trans identifying people that feel like they need to be able to perform on the opposite sex's team. And I'm like, you know what? Even if you guys were right, just to humor the idea for a moment that that's what should happen, now is not the time for dividing the country over such a trivial issue, because it's not like you have a whole lot of people that are arguing about what team they get to be on. It's a very small, tiny percent of people. I just feel like, if my daughter was on a sports team that was highly competitive and physical, and if they got injured on a team or were constantly losing on a team because they were competing with somebody that was born a man, identifies a woman now, or they didn't feel comfortable sharing a locker room with that person, I'd be pretty upset on behalf of my daughter.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I'm also upset about the hyper conservatives in America that make it unsafe to be trans, right? But an awful lot of
Yeah,
trans
but don't
people.
you think that was a reaction so what has happened is, right, they've made people resentful of things
Sure.
that they weren't resentful of before. So, for example, I feel, and I could be right, but the reality I see is this. I came from a place where I knew lots of people that none of us cared if someone was homosexual, for example, right? No one cared.
Right.
But because they kept pushing this LGBTQ and the trans right, homosexual right, Pride Week, push. Now there's a backlash against people that are homosexuality. There's a big discussion about whether in Christianity you can even be homosexual. All of this stuff. Whereas in the past, people would have just accepted, okay, they're homosexual. I don't particularly want to be a homosexual. I hope none of my children are because of complications, but if they are, I'm not going to disown them. But at the end of the day, that's how it is. To a situation now where you've got people shouting out, oh, I don't like faggots, faggots this, faggots that, I don't want this, I don't want that. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's the same. I think they've took the rights of homosexuals backwards. I think they've brought about this trans rights that was never even in question anyway, because most people didn't really know if somebody did transition because it wasn't broadcast all over the place.
Yeah.
And they've actually took race relation backwards in this country.
I think to a large extent I agree with you. They've been so polemic. They've been so in your face and pushing for every inch that they can get that it has polarized the country more. They've worked against their own interests to a very large extent. But with all that being said, at the same time, before the trans and LGBT movement, there already was a lot of prejudice against persons that were gay. I don't know about trans so much. The thing for me is I'm Generation X. So I grew up, in the late 70s, 80s, and I never even knew trans people existed.
Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I knew that some men wore dresses, but we called those people transvestites. And I didn't think that it was necessarily a mentally well thing, but I didn't hate him either, right? I didn't think about it. It's just you do you. I thought it was an unfortunate psychology, but at the same time, I didn't pass any moral judgments on it. I just didn't care about it. But so
that's because it was never spoke about. We didn't have to think about things like that. It didn't enter your head to even think about it.
Well, I think what's difficult for a lot of people now that are quote unquote transitioning is they're not all physically passable, right? There are some people, you see them wearing a makeup and a dress, and you know that they were born biologically male. There are some people that dress and try to, act like a guy, and you can tell that they were born female. And that makes it difficult for those people because they can't be quiet about it because it's pretty damn obvious if you look at them. And so they're like, well, what do we do? Because we don't want to have to have society's normative sexual identity or paradigm or whatever. And we want to be safe. We don't want to feel endangered when we walk through a parking lot or down a street. We don't want to get beat up and mugged by people that don't agree with, where we're at. And I agree with that too. Like, I want them to be safe. I don't want anybody getting...
Yeah, but I don't think forcing it down people's throats is the way that you're going to make people feel safer around them.
No, I agree that some people go too far, but I think it's also important to recognize that for all the really obnoxious people that are on the news and just being obnoxious, there's like a whole bunch more trans people that aren't trying to do that, right? They're not...
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah. I've spoken to trans people, a few trans people, and they've said that, in fact, they don't agree with the way that it's being pushed. See, in the UK, we had a situation where even primary, I mean, they've stopped it now, but even primary school children were allowed to, the parents were allowed to go in and say, oh, Johnny doesn't know whether she's a boy or girl, so, you know, sometimes she likes to be referred to as Julie. And to me, that was like, so you want to make all the rest of the class have mental health because they don't understand what's going on when they're in primary school just for one kid. What the hell is going on?
Right. So, you know, I like the idea as far as
And I think,
Go ahead.
oh, I was just going to say, and I think that, like, Jupiter was on TikTok the other day. There was a mom, and she was trying to transition this little boy girl, and she was actively
Oh my God.
pediatrician
Christ.
to give the go ahead. Baby who was in diapers and
Oh,
trying
man.
to transition her baby.
That
And
should be
that's
made
that
illegal. That
I
should be
can't.
made illegal.
I agree
Really.
100%. I agree.
Mm.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
But
So
you know,
in this country, we even had, so it went from 30 years ago, where if you had a boy and you were dressing him up in girls' clothing and stuff like that, they would say that you was humiliating him and
Yeah.
would have your children removed for the fact that you're neglecting them and you're humiliating them and abusing them. To 30 years later, if you're bringing up a boy and it says it thinks it might be a girl and you don't allow it to dress in girls' clothes and dance around with fairies and dolls, you're now abusing that child. Even though we all know that a child under 16 isn't competent enough to agree to have sex. So why should it be competent enough to agree to change sexes? I don't get it, you know.
yeah, I understand that. So, you know, for me, it's complicated in terms of how I think about it because I think that our culture created the problem and doesn't know what to do with the problem now that we have it. And part of the ways that we created the problem is by having very stereotypical ideas, heavily enforced, about what a real man and a real woman is like. So the roles that they have to play in society and the ways that they have to smell and move and sound and talk and dress. We've got all these different ideas about aesthetics and social roles that are stereotypical for the sexes. And a lot of people, they come into this world, and whether it's genetics or blood chemistry or lived experience, for whatever reason, they don't want to dress that way, or they don't want to use their voice that way, or they don't want to walk that way, or they don't want to be in those social situations. They want to have a different relationship to the way that people engage with them. And so, because we've got these stereotypes about what a real man and a real woman is, what happens is a young person thinks, oh, well, since I have these traits in the other category, that must be what I really am. And so that creates a lot of the confusion. And I think that the way forward and to fix the mistake we've been making, I think we need to stop having these hard enforced stereotypes about what a man has to look like and what he has to sound like and how he has to
No, I disagree.
his role in the family. Well, all right. I go ahead and
I think 30 years ago we already had stay-at-home fathers. Nobody batted an eyelid. We already had women that were going into men's workplaces and doing
True.
jobs that men were doing.
True.
But nobody batted an eyelid. We'd already got to that stage. But I think that the reason that they created this situation with LGBTQ was so that they could keep getting funds from the government. And that's basically what it was. Because they created the problem for the trans. Because if you truly were born as a boy or truly born as a girl and you change sex and you tell absolutely no one apart from the people around you that on a need to know basis, such as future sexual partners, maybe, or your family members that you want who did know you as who you was before, there's no reason for the wider public to even know. And
Yeah.
therefore they wouldn't treat you differently because they knew no different. And even if you looked very feminine, well, people would just say, "Oh, he's a feminized male," or do you understand what I mean?
I do.
Nobody would have cared.
I do. But what I'm talking about is like child psychology, right? Children come into this world, they don't have any of these concepts in their head yet. And so they're going to get those concepts from us. Well, because we feel like children at a very young age are too young to know about anatomy and sexuality, we don't talk to them about it. So instead, we go to the grocery store and we go to church or wherever it is that we go, family gatherings, whatever, parks. And what
Yeah, but I think that's also a lie. I think many parents are very open with their kids nowadays, and I think that
nowadays,
we're
sure.
catering. I think they are, and with
Yeah,
social media and with school playground and the way kids talk, I think that there's very few children that don't know what sex is before the age of 10, by 10 in this country.
I mean, we've made progress in that direction. I agree, and I don't know what the statistics would be, but I do think that there's a lot of children, a lot historically, even if not as much today.
I
Like
mean,
when I grew up. Go ahead.
yeah. I mean, in America, did they have sexual education like we do in the UK at 10?
I know. I don't think so. Well,
Okay, well that would be the difference because in this country at age 10 you do get sex education classes.
all right. Now, by age of 10, a lot of a child's psychosexual psychology has already been begin to develop. And if they don't know about genitals and they don't know about sexual activities, then their only references to what a boy and a girl is are what they see external to that. They see how people dress, they see how people talk, they see how people are treated in society, the roles that they have. These are the only things that they know about sexual identity until they learn about sexual anatomy and sexual actions. But by the time they learn about sexual anatomy and actions, a lot of their understanding of what boys and girls are has
Yeah, but I
already began
don't
to
think,
form.
forgive me for saying this, but I think right, so you get sex education at age 10 in this country, and I wouldn't want any children younger than that to be talking about genitals and what they're for,
Okay,
genitals
sure.
and what they're for, right?
All right.
I don't think that's a good thing at all.
I get it.
But if we already lived in a society where you could get a postwoman, a postman, a fireman, a firewoman, you could get, I don't know, an electrician who's a female, you could get somebody serving in the army who's female, you could get a bus
Yeah.
driver who's female, but bus driver who's male. If we already had that, I don't know why we had to go this further step. It's mental.
I understand what you're saying, but I grew up in America. I didn't grow up in the UK, and I grew up Gen X. So my experience with that was that the only exposure I had to associated concepts with either being male or female were the way that people dressed and the way that they functioned in society in terms of how people engaged with them. We did have plenty of professions where men and women equally could be in those professions, teachers, for example, and that's fine. But we did have some professions that definitely advantaged or included one sex over the other more dominantly, right? So there were certain professions that mostly it was women, and certain professions it was mostly men. And we certainly had family structures that favored men being in the dominant role and the bread making role. Not universal, like you said, have been people, even generations past, where the man would stay home and the woman would go to work. But generally speaking, in America, those men weren't well respected. People would raise an eyebrow for that. Oh, you're supposed to be the breadwinner. You're supposed to be the man of the house. You're supposed to be in charge of the family as an authority, right? These were very the normative cultural ideas when I grew up, and I didn't even question them. And so to me, now I'm not trans, keep in mind, but I can understand how somebody growing up in that social environment and who aren't told about genitals and sexual acts until they're at least 10 or older. And I agree with you. I get why we wouldn't want to, talk to a 6 or 7 year old about those things. That means that their concepts of what a man and a woman are based on a very limited understanding.
Yeah, but that is something that eats itself because the whole trans ideology is based on having a perfect concept of what a man and a woman is because they would tell you that they're the opposite sex born in one body.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with them. I don't think it's reasonable.
So I mean, what I'm trying to sort of articulate is that these people will be born male and say, actually, I think I'm a female, for example, right?
Right.
So they do have a good idea of what a female is and what a male is. And it seems to me that they are actually buying into what their genders are. they just want to be the opposite agenda.
Right. So I think it's a paradox. I think it's a contradiction for the LGBT for the trans community, because they're appealing to the very same stereotypes that they reject. Right.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely. The contradiction is there. I'm not justifying it or dignifying it at all. I'm just saying that I understand at least somewhat how the problem began in the first place, and I think that it's multifaceted. And I feel bad for those people, right? They don't wake up one day and say, you know what, I want to piss society off by identifying as the opposite gender, right? It's not a political.
Yeah, but I don't. This is the whole point. I don't think society really cared if somebody went off and suddenly had to transition in. What they actually cared about was the way that it was pushed in schools, and we had to be aware. Everybody had to be aware that there was people that existed that had transitioned. Why do I need to be aware of that if they want me to treat them as if they're now what they've transitioned into? Why do I need to be aware that they were once a boy?
Right. So for the people that aren't passable, where you can tell what sex they were born as, and it's not the sex they want to identify with now, they want a society that is accepting of it as a psychosocial.
Yeah, but James, we're talking about 0.001% of the country. There's always been feminized men. There's always been very butch women. That doesn't even mean that they want to be. So I know very butch women in this world that have actually gone on to get married and still have children and to be lovely mothers, enjoy motherhood, but are still very butch in the way that they dress, the way that they talk, the jobs that they do. I don't think that it actually it is always in correlation
right
with your sexual preference. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do, and for the most part, I agree with you. Right? They're taking something that isn't our business and trying to make it our business.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do. I understand why they're doing it, but I understand that is what they're doing, and I think that they're working against their own interest without realizing it. So I think for the most part, you and I are in agreement on this issue for sure.
Yeah. So what are the other things that you think politically is going on in America?
Part of the problem in America is the media, and it doesn't get enough flack for this, because the left side media has one kind of a narrative about everything, and the right side media has a different narrative about what's really happening. And so people end up with a completely different set of ideas about what's real and what's not real in their society. And it causes this problem where each side thinks the other is completely removed from reality, and they're frustrated.
Well, that's because of identity politics, isn't it?
Heavily, that is, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite disgusting the way that they've tried to manipulate the masses.
Right, and the media wants to be respected and protected, and I get that, because we need a media that's respected and protected, but the media sold out a long time ago.
Yeah, not as it is.
Yeah, they've been so concerned about generating income by generating traffic that they pander, right? They're like, well, what do our readers want to hear? What's going to get us the most engagement with people clicking on our links and reading our newspapers? And then that's what they do. And if that means that they have to stray from reality to sell the newspapers, then that's what they'll do. And I'm like, well, then you guys created the problem, didn't you? Because you sold out, you weren't doing real journalism, and now you've completely helped polarize and divide society, and now you guys want to be protected as journalists. I'm like, yeah, I want to protect journalism. We need journalism.
Yeah, but they don't strictly tell the truth anymore, do they? They don't do it in a non-biased way.
Right. So every time I need to research an issue, I've got to read so many different articles from so many different sources, left, right, and center, just to get a general sense of what's real and what's not. Because a lot of times I can't tell for sure at first glance. And it's exhausting because I don't have that much time to do it with my day. I don't have that many hours every day to research every issue coming down the pipe. I don't. And because of it, it's very frustrating, because if I don't do the research, then I shouldn't even have an opinion, because it's not, a well fact-checked opinion. And if I do the research, it's exhausting. And all I do is get more frustrated, because then I realize the media is not protecting us. Nobody is. So, it's a complicated thing.
For me, it woke me up and made me realise that even the documentaries that we all watched on the BBC, etc. over here, that you can't even trust it, and that for years we've been gaslit.
Right. Yeah, we have.
And then
James, Post a link to your channel in it, because people in the chat was asking for the link to your channel.
Oh,
Post the link in the private chat, and I'll post it on the
all right. Sorry. When I do my own
stream.
streams, I watch chat very closely when I live stream, but when I'm on other people's live streams, I tend to forget chat's even a thing.
Yeah,
1 second, I'll go ahead and post that in a private chat.
yeah, cool.
Appreciate it.
And Babs and Wendy and Cassie are back on the panel as well.
So did I miss any good chat of somebody agreeing or disagreeing?
Yeah, about bloody time.
You know what it is here? No one's Jupiter or James didn't say someone's trying to get on.
I didn't even look in the back. Sorry, I thought Wendy had pissed off because we'd bored her to death.
I didn't look.
I thought the same thing.
And then I thought,
I didn't even think to look at the back.
So I posted a link in private chat to my channel. Now, for anybody that's really, really religious, be forewarned, I tend to be very critical of authoritarian and fundamentalist versions of religions. And if you're in that kind of domain, you might get angry with me.
So I think that everybody should be allowed to believe what they want to believe within reason, as long as they're not putting it on somebody else. I noticed that Veli put something in the chat, and he said that there was a time that we was angry at Muslims in this country for not accepting gay people. Yeah, not accepting gay people into being Muslim, but definitely, yeah, I'm angry if there's Christians or Muslims in this country that want to discriminate against gays, because I think you have to accept that there are gays within society. I don't see how that's a contradiction.
No, but the points that you're making, a trans person would say that you're discriminating against them the same way they are.
How?
Well, because you're saying, well, it's just you was arguing against them, right? Saying that they don't have a right to claim to be female or anything like that.
My position,
you don't have a right to claim to be female if you're male.
Well, hold on a second. I think they do. Here's the thing, and this is the thing. This is the dividing line between left and right on this issue, as far as I'm concerned. I think that the problem with language on both sides is that each side wants to demand of the other that you have to use language the way that we use it. You have to think about sexuality the way we think about it. And I think this is the problem. I think the liberals need to quit telling the conservatives that you guys have to use language or think about concepts the way we do. But I also think that that the same thing applies to conservatives. They need to stop telling the liberal people that they have to use language the same way or think about sexuality the same way as they do. I think that they should say, you know what? We've got our own culture with our own use of language, our own way of thinking about sexuality. You guys have yours. And we need to just let that be. And then when it comes to the real issues about public policy, about how we're going to spend our money and how we're going to pass our laws, that's the stuff that matters, right? And then those are the discussions that you need to have. But they can't revolve around insisting that the other people have to adopt your way of thinking about sexuality or your way of using language. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I just don't agree. Look, I believe that people have the right to go and do whatever they want with their bodies. So if they want to change their sex, and be a trans woman, I have no problem with them being a trans woman. But deep down, they could never ever say that they're a woman. And if they want to have the same rights as women, well, that doesn't bother me, because it's the same rights as men, to be honest. Right? Because we've got equality in this country.
Yeah, that's what I want.
But I don't think that there needs to be a specific place for trans women. I don't understand, or trans men. I don't understand why we have to have trans rights, because, like I said earlier, the paradox is, if these people really did want to be somebody else, some other sex, and live their life quietly in that other sex, then nobody needs to know other than the immediate vicinity of people around them, and therefore they wouldn't be.
I think what they're asking for here, what they're asking for is to be treated equally and like the others.
But they would be under being male or female.
Whether I agree with them or not, I think what they're asking for is to be treated equally rather than to be
Yeah, but they
You know what
would
I'm
be
saying?
anyway, Philly. They didn't need to have their own rights. What I'm trying to say is that the government caused this problem.
Why not?
If 30 years ago you were female and you believed that you was male and you went off and you had an operation to be re-gendered down below and you had your breasts cut off, yeah,
Mhm.
and you dressed like a man, you acted like a man, and you went into your workforce as a man, you were talking to people as a man, everything else, yeah, the wider public wouldn't have treated you any different other than a man. And even if you still kept some of your feminine traits, they would have just thought you was a feminine male and you have still got all the rights as a male. And because we have equal rights in this country for women and men, you would have been treated equally.
It's the
You don't.
people that feel like their rights are getting infringed on, that don't feel like that they have equal rights as men or women on it. Those are the people that are complaining about it. That's why.
Well, then they would have
I
to
don't know
take their
none of their
new
arguments
gender.
anyway, or whatever. But like, just from trying to think from like
So
common
then,
sense sort of style, if the people that probably would be complaining are complaining that they're not getting the equal treatment as a man, woman, or whatever.
yeah, but they would have to argue from their gendered point that they've described themselves. So if they were all right, if they were born female and they claim to be, if they were born male and claim to be female, the same thing. You become female, you start dressing like a female. Everybody that you meet in public assumes that you're female, even if you've still got some of your more masculine traits. They would just think that you're more butch female. You tell people you're female. You walk like a female. You talk like a female. You dress like a female. You go to work as a female. Nobody is going to actually be anti-trans towards you because they don't even know you've transed.
I think that sometimes, I don't think that's always true. I think there are some people
Mm.
people can just tell that you were born with a different sex than what you're claiming. There's just no way to hide it for some people, and
No, some people might assume that you was a transvestite. They wouldn't have assumed that you changed sex.
right. So I get what you're saying, and I think that their argument is they don't want to have to hide, their identity from the public. Nobody else has to. Straight people don't have to hide their identity in public. Why should they have to hide theirs? I
But
think that
they're not hiding their identity. If they go and transition, they were born male and they transition to a female. That's the gender they've decided to be. Those are the rights they should be fighting for. That is what they are in the wider public. No one would know they were trans. There's no need for any anti-trans movement because nobody would be against them for being trans because nobody would know.
sometimes.
What they're actually arguing for is the right for people to recognise they were born as male and transition to female, or born as female and transition to male.
Yeah.
And that to me tells you that they just want attention. Right, so what I'm trying to explain to you is, right, imagine 30 years ago, before all this trans stuff, yeah? All this trans rights,
Yeah.
transgender rights. You would have somebody that did this, went along as a female. They get a job. Tell me something that would be anti towards them transgendering if nobody knows that they've changed their gender. What would they do? How would it come into the world? How would it actually visualize?
I get what you're saying. I do. I get what
It
you're
just
saying.
wouldn't, because it wouldn't exist.
Right. So what you and I are agreeing on is that a person's own internal psychology about how they feel about their gender doesn't need to be anybody else's business. It's between them, their doctor, and whoever they're dating. And I agree with that. And that we want everybody to be safe in society where they're not worried about getting mugged on the way to the parking lot because someone's angry at them and their sexual psychology or whatever. We want people to feel safe, to dress any way that they want to wear any name that they want to. They want to be called Susan or Fred or whatever, right? We don't want people to feel afraid, right, to wear what they
Yeah, but
want.
not everybody needs to know about it.
Right. I understand. Well,
And
I
they
mean,
don't need a set of rights in their own right. I don't get what we're doing here. So imagine You're female. You're born female. You say that you're male. You go off to the doctors. He agrees to transform your body to make you look more male. You take whatever chemicals you have to make you more male. You get a job as a male. You carry on throughout life as male. How is that going to make you get mugged in a car park?
Right. So the people that get mugged in a car park are the people where you can visually tell that they are not conforming to society's normative expectations about what it means to be a man and woman in this world.
Yeah, but that could happen to people that wear glasses or have got ginger hair or,
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
we don't have
They-
the
Yeah,
same.
that's where the discrimination laws come into play, right?
They walk with a limp.
Discrimination laws against people.
Why do we need? Hold on.
There's discrimination laws against disabled people as well, isn't it? That's sort of what James is trying to say.
Right, unless you can show me a mugger that is mugging only people that look like they look a bit like a man when they're a woman, yeah, or look like, consistently, and nobody else in the world. They go into that car park and they sit there literally all day long until they see somebody that's a man who looks a bit feminized, and then they mug them, and they only pick feminized men, or what you could call somebody who's possibly trans, because they don't know for certain that this is a trans. Could be a feminized male, right? Or show me a mugger that is sitting in a car park only looking for butch women.
Yeah, but that's like, come on, man, that's like an extreme niche section that we're gonna have to find to fit that category. And the people that are asking for their rights or whatever.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you,
Ain't
Kelly. They don't need extra rights for that.
Yeah, but they're not asking for
They're already
only
covered
rights
because
against muggers in
nobody
the
should
car.
be mugged. The fact that
Yeah,
you
but that's
got
not what they're
mugged because you look weak should not mean you should
Trooper,
gain
you're
extra
straw man in
rights.
the argument, man. 'Cause you're making an argument that we're not really making, right? Like, nothing to do with a mugger or whatever. You're saying about like there's in the UK, James might not know. Obviously, there's things to stop being anti-racist laws. There's discrimination laws against the disabled and other protected groups, including the trans community or whatever, innit? Why are they there? Because people have discriminated against them. So that's like what he's saying, isn't it? Like, if the people weren't ever being discriminated against, then they would never need to make any of these laws. Like, if there was no such thing as racism, then they would never need to make an anti-racism law.
We're not talking about racism right now. I'm not getting into the racism part. We're talking
It's an
about
example,
specific transgender rights. I want you to show me how it emulates in the real world. Because the
Well, I
way
just
I
told
see
you
it,
with the discrimination thing, where people might not be selected for either work roles or whatever due to their sexual orientation or their flipping outward appearance.
okay.
Like things that they're not.
Okay, so stop, Felly. Let me align this to you. What about the women who naturally look butch but they haven't transgendered?
But that's not. Why would a butch woman that's not a transgender be covered by transgender rights?
What?
Guess what you're asking, isn't it? You're asking something about butch women and then something to do with transgender. It's like two
So
different.
I'm saying if a butch woman goes into a job and she doesn't get the job, or somebody doesn't really vibe with that person because they think that I don't really like feminine males or I don't really like butch women, you're taking the right away from people to say, I don't really like.
Yeah, but the trans laws are covered in the discrimination laws. Like, I don't really get what the argument is, isn't it? You arguing against the trans bits
My argument is with the trans. Let me lay it out for you. My argument is with the trans that nobody would have been treating them differently because nobody would bloody know.
Yeah, but that's not, like he said, it's not always true, though, right? Because you get people that don't actually look like they look convincing as a female to other people.
Right, they don't look as convincing as people when they decide to be female. Yeah, but those people we thought were transvestites. In the past, people would have said this is a man dressing as a woman.
Yeah, but you keep making a different argument, right? Like, you're
Hey, Belly, you're roboting a lot. You're cutting out a lot.
You're breaking up, Belle.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Hey, James, take over for me, bro.
I appreciate it. So yeah, we're talking about possible ways to avoid the conflicts and possible way to resolve the
Yeah,
conflict.
but no, but we still haven't. You still haven't specified to me a situation where it couldn't possibly just be a straight person that looks a bit feminized or a bit butch.
I mean, I see situations. Because of the circles that I run in, there's a lot of people in the quote unquote atheist community that they're not even close to passable. Like, they're wearing makeup, they're wearing a dress, and you can tell they were born biologically male. And I get what you're saying, that if we
Right,
didn't,
okay. So
if they
in the
didn't,
past, 30 years ago, you would see those people and you suspect that it's a man dressed as a woman, but she tells you that she's a woman. And there are women that actually can grow facial hair. There are people that are born abnormally, yeah, that they've got hormonal imbalance. And we would have just assumed, yeah, that unfortunately that's what that person's got. They've got they've got chemical imbalances, and that doesn't mean that they're not human. They're still human.
right? So there are some people that I've known where they are so masculine in their traits, nobody would think that they just have a hormone imbalance. Nobody would think that. They would confidently conclude this person is born genetically male, and now they're trying to identify as female. Now,
Okay,
it
which would
doesn't
be a
bother.
transvestite, somebody who dresses in women's clothes.
Well, transvestite, the difference is that a transvestite would identify as a man and just say, I like wearing dresses. And so, but a trans person is different in that they don't identify as a man, and then that's why they're wearing the dress. They want to be regarded in society as a woman. They want to have that social role. They want to be accepted in that.
And that's where they go wrong, because and that is what I don't agree with. Because what they're saying is, I know I look manly. I know I look manly. I want to wear these clothes. I don't want to cut my appendage off. I want to be a transvestite, but I want you to treat me as if I am really a woman and go along with my fancy.
Well, psychologically, in their brain, how they think of themselves is they are a woman. They're not lying
Sexually,
about that.
in their brain, sexually.
You know,
It's a
that's
fetish. It's a fetish.
I don't know. I don't think I want to call it a fetish. I think that is.
Well, I think they get a kick out of it. Yeah, it's fetish.
I don't want to psychoanalyze them. If their psychology is such that they identify as a woman,
if they actually identified as a woman, they'd have the appendage cut off and they'd go full throttle.
Well,
they'd have all the hormonal treatment, and then they would actually become a woman and they would be treated as a woman.
To be clear, I never ask them if they've had parts removed, because I feel like it's not my business. Like, I don't feel like.
Well, nine times out of 10, the ones that don't look like women are the ones that have still kept their appendage and not taking the hormone treatment.
I don't know how strong the hormone treatments are. I don't think those can erase already formed masculine traits. I don't think that they're that powerful, but I guess I'm not really sure. But my thing is, the way that you and I use.
I mean, I'm not being funny or nothing, right?
I get what you're saying.
Hold on, sorry, James. I will let you speak. Sorry.
Yeah.
If there's a bloke with a full beard, dressed in a dress, and he's walking like a man, he's not really acting like a woman. So why should he be treated like a woman?
I mean, I just treat people the way they want to be treated. If they want, if I can tell they want me to hold the door open for them, I just will. I don't care what dangly bits they do or don't have.
Yeah, but I want to be treated like a queen. I don't always get treated like a queen.
Well, sure. But who do you want to be treated by a queen by?
I want to be treated like I'm a millionaire. I want to be able to go into one of the most exclusive places without having to pay for it.
How does this relate to the conversation? I'm confused.
Well, it's the same. What you're telling me is we've got to go along with how people want to be treated in every circumstances, even if it's not realistic.
Well, I mean, I just treat everybody with respect. I don't care what. See, when I interact with
but we already had that.
Not here in America. I don't know anything about UK, but not here in America we didn't. It's not like people are sitting in a parking lot waiting for somebody that doesn't look the right way to beat them up. They're just going about their business with certain prejudices. And if they happen to cross paths with somebody who they don't approve of, they look around, and if there's no witnesses, there's a good chance they're going to beat the other person up. Not everybody. It's rare. Not most Americans aren't that violent, but it's not rare enough, right?
Okay, but isn't that covered by? Isn't that already
Well,
a crime anyway? That you just can't beat someone up because you don't like the look of them?
It is already a crime, but the point is that we want it to happen less often, and the more normalized, the more people can adjust to other people looking the ways we don't approve of or that we don't relate to or whatever. The more normalized that is, the less violence there will be in that society.
Yeah, but that is not going to decrease because you're telling people you have to accept them.
Well, it depends on what they mean.
True acceptance comes from the heart.
All right, so I agree with that, right? But they just want to be normalized. They don't want it to be the issue.
But they're not normal. They're not the average.
Well, sure, but if we have a society that doesn't think about it one way or the other, that's safer for everybody. We have a lot of prejudice in our society right now.
But most civil people, even as far back as 30 years ago, would not want to beat someone up just because they looked a bit odd.
Here in America, they would. I mean, again, I don't know anything about the UK, but here in America, it was pretty common, right? I mean, we get entire nightclubs being shot up because people are angry at people being gay, and a lot of that, there's a lot of prejudice in America right now about gay people and about trans people, and because it's been weaponized politically by bad faith actors at the top, and because media have been complicit in politically weaponizing people's sexual struggles and sexual identity. It's a very polarized issue here in America, and so the violence continues to get worse instead of better. And I don't know how to fix that problem, but I don't think we can fix it by saying that the problem doesn't exist or by telling people to stop identifying one particular way.
I'm not saying that people are not prejudiced against other people about the way they look, the way they carry themselves.
Sure.
That's not what I'm disagreeing with.
Okay.
I don't know what scale it's on in America, but over here, I don't really think that it's all the time that people are getting the guaranteed that if you dress as a
no,
you're going to get beat up. All right, so it's not like you just can't go out of your house. But there's going to be some people in this world that are horrible and that will pick on people because they look different. It happens from childhood, and some people don't grow up. They don't learn that it's not nice. Don't do it, whatever. I'm not saying those people don't exist.
I agree.
But I'm saying the answer is not to force those people into their faces.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by force.
By making it so trendy to be trans that mothers were going into school saying, my little girl plays with dolls. I think she might, but my little boy plays with dolls, wants to dress in girls' clothes. I think we should entertain it and call her Julie because she wants to be called Julie on Tuesdays, but on Wednesdays we've got to call her Johnny because it's decided hasn't made up its mind. That kind of craziness.
Yeah, I don't know of anybody that does that. I think that would be a pretty rare case. But, right now in the political climate here in America, it is becoming increasingly dangerous to be gay or to look differently than people want you to look.
Yes,
relevant.
Because what they've done is push it down people's throats.
Well, I mean, I think there's problems on both sides. I think the liberal, like we talked about this before, right? Liberal SJW people are militant and aggressive in ways that they work against their own interest. Yes. But also at the same time, conservative culture feeds the problem just as much. And right now it's getting rapidly more dangerous to be gay or to be trans or to even look like you might be.
But I suppose what I'm saying is, don't you think that the best thing to do is to pull back from the wokeness, that they need to reverse all this stuff that they've pushed and understand that whilst it might have been well-meaning and it was meant to be helping more social cohesion, identity politics has actually gone so far that it's caused fractures in our society, and actually we're going backwards. and that maybe we need to ease off the throttle with the wokeism.
Yeah, we on certain fronts, on certain issues, the liberal side of that is pushing too hard, too fast. I agree. It's working against their own interest, but I just think that it's a complicated problem that's going to need a complicated solution. I think we need to just push for inclusion. And I'm not talking about DEI policies. I'm talking about just mutual respect and acceptance for other people are going to use language however they're going to
Yeah,
use
but that's
it.
what I'm saying. We can teach people that
Yeah.
without having to focus in on the differences. And what I
Well,
mean by that is, okay, I know that in this country it's not actually pushed in schools, but it is a thing. Drag queen story time, for example.
yeah.
Taking your kids along to watch a drag queen read stories, especially those that actually go so far as to start swinging around with fucking nipple tassels upside down like we've had in this country
I
from a rope. I don't understand why we've got those kind of acts going on in front of children.
I haven't seen them.
Yeah, so we had it in Lewisham in this country.
I haven't seen it, but yeah, if somebody's going to put on that kind of theatric in front of young children, I'd be concerned about that too. But drag queen story hour doesn't bother me because it's just doesn't matter to me. Like I think it's fine. It's complicated.
If you have somebody come in drag, read stories to children, and go out, and no one's supposed to show any surprise to it or anything else, and it's not over the top, it's just somebody coming in as a female. I'm not talking about the heightened makeup. I'm not talking about the accentuated wigs. I'm talking about somebody that wants to dress without going all hyper. All that drag stuff is meant for pantomime. That's where it comes from. You see, what we've done is stepped into a realm of fantasy.
Sure.
And what I mean by that is that, right, if somebody walked in as Snow White, okay, dressed up like Snow White, started reading, you would expect children and anybody else to take note and ask, oh, why are you dressed like that? It's been accentuated. The character's there. And the drag queens, well, their characters have been born out of fairy tales that were people like stepsisters, people like and they were born out of characterization of women that were actually meant to be quite manly looking and manly in their behavior.
Yeah.
The ugly stepsisters, or the dame down the road who's widowed or never got married, and that's where drag queens are born out of, pantomime, right?
I don't know the history of it, but all right, I'll just grant that.
Right, and then you've got other people that are in theatre that enjoyed during the war dressing up, because in the First and Second World War, well, Second World War you had more females, but in the First World War it was mainly men that went out fighting. When they entertained each other, they had all the theatre and the dramatics of dressing up as men and everything else. It all came from theatrics.
Yeah.
So we do know that it's over the top, accentuated. Like, okay, some people like going out and they like to dress in the over top, accentuated way, but not to the point where they're wearing a bosom, a fake plastic bosom that is down to their knees under a t-shirt. That if you saw Pamela Anderson in, you would say, "Listen, love, that's inappropriate. You can't come in school dressed like that."
Yeah.
But we are permitting it for drag queens, whilst on the other hand saying that women have got to be modest.
Well, there's a lot of different issues there. As far as modesty for women, I'm not super conservative about that. I don't care a lot about modesty. I think that there are tribal regions in Africa where women just don't even have a top on. We have sexualized breasts in these developing nations in ways that I don't think are productive. I just don't. But setting all that aside, I don't know the history of
But
drag.
you do agree that in a cultured society, and in a society like the UK, where we've got people from outside in other countries living here that even if they see an ankle, they find it sexualizing, and they may get stimulated. That it's best not to have women walking around with their breasts hanging out. You do agree with that?
Yeah, no. Here's the thing about this, and I've talked about this. I have talked about this in my space on my channel before, about this kind of a thing. If you live in an Amish community, they're so used to hiding as much skin as possible that if you show an ankle or a shoulder as a woman, it's scandalous and you're enticing men, right? If you live in a Sharia law country in Islam, if the woman even shows her face or her hair, it's scandalous and you're enticing men. The problem is,
yeah, I get that. So what we should do is compromise as a society and have somewhere in between. Yeah, we all agree that there are some wicked people out there that enjoy rape, for example, and the way that most people get raped is not in their ear hole, for example. Yeah.
Sure.
So one of the safety precautions that is bore out in undergarments and everything else is to cover yourself.
I get that, but if you look at,
you wouldn't argue that you want people to walk around naked.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but if you look at the statistics for sexual assault in countries where people wear nothing more than basically fig leaves, we talked about that earlier tonight, and you look at the statistics compared to countries where women are quote unquote modest, the statistics show that it's more dangerous to live in a modest society because we're changing people's sensitivities with what the cultural norms are, and people will react to whatever is not normal to them. They get desensitized to skin if they're used to seeing skin. And when they get desensitized to seeing certain skin, then they no longer get sexually aroused by it. And so it ends up being safer for society to show more skin in the long run than it does to hide the skin. It's just a fact of human psychology.
Yeah, but not when you've got people living within your society that come from cultures where they're covered from head to foot, and so for example, in the UK, we've got cases up and down the country of people getting groomed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even before that, even if we don't get into that, I mean, it's really bad. It's got really bad. But even if we've had thousands and thousands of girls that have been sexually assaulted, but even if we took all of that out of it, we've still got rapists in this country. And the reason that women cover up is, to a certain extent, whether it be a nice fact or not, is to protect themselves from people looking at them, leering at them, and getting sexual visions in their head and wanting to do stuff. Now, you're saying to me, oh, well, if people were to be more open with their body, people would be less likely to look at them in a desired way. That's not true, though, is it?
Well, hold on a second. If you're talking about a society that doesn't have a whole lot of immigration from other cultures, it's true. But you make a valid point that you can have a society that's desensitized.
No, because you can still desire somebody even if they're fully covered.
Sure, you can. Right. But the solution needs to be men need to be responsible for how they behave, not women need to be responsible for men. Right. I don't think women should be blamed for how they dress or how men behave.
Didn't say that I blamed women.
Right. No, right. But I'm clarifying my position on this. That if we're going to say that we need women to cover up a whole lot so that men aren't so aroused that they want to commit a crime, then if we say that, then we are making their behaviors women's responsibility. And I think that and I'm not speaking for you, I'm just clarifying my position. I think that the answer to that needs to be that we are very careful, one, about who we let in to our countries. We don't just let anybody in. And we need to really enforce laws.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I see a lot of things happening. I don't know a lot about the
But
UK.
I would also agree that even if we so I'm not against immigration, by the way. I'm not one of these that's 100% immigrants out. I'm not into that. Yeah. But even if we had a hypothetical situation and they decided to take every single person out of this country, we still have this nutty woke ideology that it's okay for children to be put into to be aware of over sexual stories from drag queen story time.
Hold on one second.
All of the rest of the stuff that I think is wrong.
Hold on one second. Is the admin still here? The person that owns this channel, are they still listening?
Veli will be, yeah. Veli, James wants you.
Yeah, we need you over here at private chat. There's somebody who's so angry that they haven't been added to the show, not realizing you just aren't here at your keyboard. That's why you're not adding people, that they are threatening people.
Yeah, we've got Kaylee in the back, basically. She does it to everybody. Ignore her. She's nuts.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they're threatening actual homicide and calling names.
Yeah, they do it to everyone.
Wow. So, all right.
She also goes inside chat and puts little knife emojis. It's mental.
Oh. All right, I'm just going to ignore it then. That's fine.
Yeah, that's the best thing you do.
Yeah. All right, sorry. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the society's problems are complicated and the solutions need to be complicated. I don't have a fix-all for society. I don't have a flow chart where if we follow this, we cure all of society's problems. I just want everybody to be safe, right? I want trans people and gay people and straight people and Christians and atheists and everybody else to feel like they can be safe in the society that they're in. And so do you, right? This is a common ground that we have. And, this is the downside.
I agree. I just think they've gone down the wrong road in doing it. And because they've gone down the wrong route in doing it, whether it was well-intentioned or not, I think that we need leaders in Western society to hold their hands up and say, oh, hold on. Saying multiculturalism is equal, multiculturalism has failed. We do have to have core values in a country. That's the first thing, whilst we respect other cultures. The second thing is that they do need to understand that they need to pull back from this identity politics and understand that actually just having laws that are neutral, for example, which we had before, you can't go and beat somebody up just because they look odd. You're going to get done for it, which you would do anyway before we had the trans rights. Just because somebody looks like they may be male or female or ambiguous, you can't discriminate against somebody. It didn't need to be specifically trans. What they could have done is put an appendage that you can't discriminate. Well, they already had it there, didn't they? You can't discriminate for somebody based on their sex or gender, which would have covered people being not getting a job because they look female or look male.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They didn't need to push it that further bit. And we didn't need to be telling children very, very, very young and mothers of very, very young children, it's okay, if Johnny tells you he likes playing with dolls, that he might be a girl, rather than saying, yeah, some kids like playing with all different things and they don't really know about themselves until they get to a certain age. And it's good that you allow them to play with dolls. Don't worry about it. Don't make them feel bad about it. But at the end of the day, you'll probably find that they're going to revert back to their gender like most kids did.
I agree with you on that. If we just give them time and patience and make them feel safe, then chances are they'll end up acclimating to the social norm. And it is good to have some social norms. So I think for the most part, you and I agree on these issues. There may be a few fine points that we're not in sync with, but I'm okay with that too. We're just having a conversation. And
yeah. I'm not saying that I'm right and that you're wrong, or you're right and I'm wrong. I'm just giving you my opinion. Sure. I know sometimes my tone sounds very assertive, and sometimes it can even be taken as aggressive, but I don't mean it in that way at all. I just get passionate.
Oh, I understand completely. So we've got some good chat comments over here on the side. Victoria West's nemesis says, it's a shame that people can't unite over future generations' safety. It's crazy that that's all that needs to happen, but seems so hard to achieve. And I agree 100% with that. I just want everybody to be safe. And the reason that our politicians here in America are politicizing people's sexuality is because it gets traction. It divides people in such a way that's useful for mobilizing people to one side of the political
spectrum. Okay, James, sorry, I'm going to have to go. I've got people turn up and I need to do something.
No worries.
I'm really
Have a
sorry.
great afternoon. Great conversation.
All right, take care.
All right, bye. Right. So I think this has been a good example of how two people can have a different way of thinking about the issues that matter. and a different sense of what the solutions might be, but we can still have an adult, productive civil conversation about it. Give each other the space to be heard, and let each other know that we hear each other, that we're listening, that we're thinking about it, both when we agree and when we do not agree. With that being the case, because this is not my channel, Veli, if I'm saying your name right, if you want to add somebody else to somebody sane to the stream, you can do that. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and go down here and Counter 708 says Jesus Christ. Louis says agree, James, and I'm nearly finished, says Based. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Scrolling back down really quick. Going Mad American seems more on the level, says Nico. Teresa says, can't drink or drive, but can remove body parts that could have psychological consequences in the future, right? That's a serious thing. I agree that minor people, that very young people, have not finished maturing enough to be able to make a responsible decision about removing body parts because they don't really know how they're going to feel about themselves and their place in the world next year or 5 years from now. The human brain isn't really done developing until age 25 or 26. And some people still need maturing beyond that. It just depends on the individual. But I don't think there's a whole lot of trans people that are under 18, for example, in America, wanting to have body parts removed. I think that's very not common here. So what do you think, Veli? Am I saying your name right? Is it Veli?
You know what? Yeah, I'm here, but I'm in the gym, innit, so I can't even really speak. I'm just getting my breath back.
It's all good. So I'm going to go ahead and go through the comments and just read those and engage with those, and then
No problem, man. If anyone wants to jump on now, innit, so I can add you.
Awesome.
Cheers, man. Big up, James.
All right, so we've got Based Luke UK says, I've bought blocks on. Oh, they're talking about investment stuff. Yeah, I don't care. I don't have an opinion about that stuff. Scrolling back down, Counter says it's a free country. It's okay to be gay, Luke. Based says, sorry, but I can't keep it a secret anymore. I'm not sure which thing weren't keeping a secret before. Scrolling back down. Moonshine says, it's interesting listening to the new views on the ditch plant variations. Scrolling back down. Counter says James Apperson sounds even gayer than gay Luke. That's impressive. Thanks. I didn't realize I sounded quite so fabulous. I'm good with that. Give Thanks says, although Morocco has its industry standard. I think I'm missing a lot of the conversation. Scrolling back down. I think if I scroll any down further, I'm going to be completely out of sync. So we'll just scroll back up again and see what's going on with people. So is this guy plum? I have no idea what that means. What the fuck says Based? Nico says, what European heritage are you? So I don't know. I've got some Polish, some German, some Jewish. I think I'm probably from everywhere. I would be surprised if there's any region of the world where I don't have some ancestry. My lineage have been very migratory, moving all over the map. Not necessarily out of necessity, but out of just wanting to go and explore the wider world. Yeah, I'm not from the UK. I'm in America, and I've only left America a few times. Most of my life has been here in the States. Right. So the job that I do voiceover recently, and I have an IT history, but I've migrated over to voiceover. So audiobooks and things like that. What in the Ned Flanders is going on, says Mark Smith. Sounds crazy when you read all the side chat, right? So normally in my streams, at my channel, we normally talk about religious issues. And I have mixed feelings about even that, because even though I like talking about religious issues, I really hate having to make it a habit, because that's the ecosystem that I'm in. If I do a stream talking about something completely unrelated to religion, the people who show up at my channel get bored really, really quickly. They're like, we want to hear more
Hey,
about
bro,
the
are you
religion.
like anti-religious, or are you like
Right.
just like not
So,
religious?
so for me personally, I identify as atheist and not atheist. I'm against authoritarianism. I'm against alternate facting, as I call it. Right. I believe that it's important that we be as grounded in reality as we can be. I think it's important that we not weaponize other people's existence. And with that being the case, there's a couple of Christian channels that I follow that I like. One is Randall Rouser. He's a very highly educated and respected Christian apologist. And he's not progressive, but he's not conservative either. He's somewhere in the middle. I agree with about 90% of what he says. Another channel that I like to follow that's Christian is Reverend Ed Travers, and he's all about love and civility and peace and that stuff. So, it's about the human experience for him. And so, I'm not anti-religious in that sense. If somebody's expression of Christianity or some other religion is manifest where they're being reasonable and civil and respectful towards people that think and feel, live and love differently than them, then I'm fine with that. You go ahead and be as Christian as you want to be, not a
You know
problem.
what it is, so James, yeah, if like religion was just true or whatever, then the previous times of the way it was spread by the sword, they wouldn't have needed to do anything like that. They would have just be, which is what I'm saying. People would have found it through it being the truth. All the missionary stuff would have needed to be done, innit? Because the truth would just equal whatever this sort of special religion is saying. Now, nothing, well, I would say most of it, the majority of scientific claims in any of the Abrahamic faiths um, don't stand up to any scrutiny.
Right. So I only heard part of that because there's a lot of background noise and not the greatest connection. But as far as whether or not any given religion is true or should be acknowledged on their fact claims, because some religions don't really focus heavily on fact claims. Some expressions of religiosity focus on human values, human experience, connection, and how we can explain those through moral tales and metaphor and testimony of lived experience. With those kinds of expressions of religiosity, I don't find a whole lot of disagreement. I'm like, okay, fine, I appreciate other people's lived experience. But when we have certain versions of religions that predicate themselves or prop themselves up on the pedestal of fact, right? They're making huge fact claims for themselves about the history of the world and their place within it and trying to project that onto other people as an obligation to say, you have to join or you have to align yourself with our understanding of the universe and our understanding of personal identity, or else our God is going to beat you up, right? Then I've got a problem with it because those religions tend to be insecure for a reason. It's because they know if you do the fact checking, the facts are absolutely not on their side. Neither is logic, neither are ethics. So, but if you talk about religions that are more peaceful, that are more accepting, that are more about the human experience and love and connection, then I don't have a problem with those at all. It tends to be the fundamentalist versions that I
What
talk to
what
most.
religions are you speaking about specifically that are accepting and all those sort of things?
Right. So an example, we got base Luke over here in private chat. I think they might want to be on it. I'm not sure. Says you or yo. I think it's yo. So examples of religion in America that I have taken objection to are the religions that say things like it's bad to be gay, or it's bad to live as a gay person, or basically religions that demonize other people's lived experience. I have a problem with that, right? I'm not gay, I'm not trans, but I want those people to be safe. And I'm perfectly fine with somebody's religion saying, I don't want to be gay. But when they put that out into society to tell society it's bad to be gay, then I have to stand up and say, just stop. Right. Because if the creator of the universe wants us to know something, they've got an important message for humanity about how they feel about the gays. Well, then it's the creator of the universe's job to tell everybody that, right? They don't need you to be the middleman. They don't need you to tell me what they think. They can tell me themselves, right? And so if the message is just about love and connection and accountability, well, that's a great message, no matter who it's coming from, no matter what has inspired them to say those things. But if the message is about warnings, about threats, and about bribes, join us or else my God's going to beat you up. Live the way that we think you should live, or else my God's going to beat you up. Well, then I've got a problem with that. And that's pretty much where I draw the line.
Evening.
Hey there.
How do?
Yeah, big up, bro. Hi, thanks, man. I'm going to jump off and leave you on, though, yeah, but I'll come and have this discussion about religion and all that once I come out of the gym. I ain't going to be that long still, but I'm here for a bit still, man. So, yeah, welcome, Luke. Luke, this is James, Luke.
Hey there, Luke.
Yeah, man, so let it play.
Let it play.
Let it play. So,
what would you say about, was you raised religiously or anything, or have you had any like religious influence?
Right. So I grew up in America, and so there's definitely a pervasive Christian theme in America, even if you're raised non-religiously. And, there's billboards and there's religious classmates and family members and stuff.
Did you live in Bible Belt?
So I grew up in southeastern Michigan, which is kind of in a gray zone just above the Bible Belt. So it's not Bible Belt, but there's still a lot of very religious people in that environment. And so my mother church shopped when I was growing up. She would jump from Catholicism to Protestantism. She was in the JW religion for a while, Jehovah's Witnesses. She was all over the place.
Oh, they are Jehovah's Witnesses. You can't get rid of them.
Right. And she spent the most amount of time there. But, originally it was Catholicism, and my grandparents were Catholic, and my uncles were Protestant. And so I've got lots of exposure to all those different ideas and attitudes.
And what would you say makes you question it today?
Hold on one second. Give and Sound asked me a question, and I missed it. James, what's a better deterrent? I'm not sure of what they meant. A deterrent for what? I'm sorry, I'm not avoiding the question. I just think I missed the first part of it. And Dean wants to know what state I'm in. So currently I'm in Indiana, but I've moved all over the country over the last 20 years. That's just where I'm at currently. Game wants to know, so you were raised Christian, then learned what they say about. So, I was raised to think that God equals Bible equals true is a better general idea. And so the struggle for most of my adult life was figuring out what
I do, midget. Sorry,
what Bible translation is the best, and what's the right way to interpret it, and what does God really want for me? How does he really want me to think, live, and love? And it was frustrating for me because I studied Catholicism, and I studied Anglicanism, and I studied Southern Baptists and Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, and each of them seemed to have something that I thought had some merit, but none of them seemed to be completely legit to me. And it was frustrating because I'm like, if God wants me to know who he is, where he is, and how I'm supposed to walk with God, how come it's all so darn confusing? Right? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? It was heavy for me. It was burdensome because I was obligated to understand it. And no matter how hard I tried, nothing seemed to add up adequately. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So Give Thanks, who's go deep, is refined this question. He said, instead of religion, what's a better deterrent to keep people in line? He said, because you were saying stuff like more, better, more accepting.
Oh, so I think part of it needs to be scientific literacy. There's an awful lot of people with worldviews and values that are informed by bad information about human biology and sexuality and psychology and things like that. I think that scientific literacy on the issues we care about goes a long way, because a lot of the disagreements come from misunderstandings about the facts on the ground. And beyond that, there was an old cable TV show called 30 Days, and it was created by this guy named Morgan Spurlock. And what he would do is he would take people that are prejudiced against a demographic. Maybe they had a problem with Mexicans, or maybe they had a problem with gay people or whatever, and he'd have them live with each other for 30 days. The prejudiced people would come stay with the family that they didn't respect. but they had to pass certain psychological tests first to make sure they weren't going to be dangerous for the family they were going to be staying with for a month. And they would all agree to it. And at the end of the 30 days, invariably, the person that of the prejudice would change their heart. They would change their mind. At the end of the experience, they would say that now I understand what their struggles are like. Now I understand how they live, how they love, how they feel. And it's such a connecting experience for these people that it changed their paradigm. And so I think
Yeah,
a
we've had
big
similar, like house swap. Do you used to swap, and like an example would be like a typical council estate English family swapping families with like a Muslim family, for instance, and there might be some prejudices at the beginning, at the end, like they kind of get over those prejudices. We've had
right,
similar.
right. And I think that would go a long way. People isolate themselves a lot because of, they're part of a certain culture with a certain set of ways of talking and thinking, and it fosters an us versus them that they get locked into because they're just part of that way of thinking. That's their people, that's their culture. And if they can step outside of that and really experience what it's like for other people to live and to love, and an intimate level, a family in home level, then it can really be transformative. And so I think the way forward is partly, like I said, education, and part of it's connection, right? We need to stop letting the media polarize us, stop letting politicians polarize us. We need to get to know the people that we think might be a bit shady, and get to know what their struggles are really like, get to know what their personalities are really like, befriend them, spend time with them, break bread with them. And I think that in most cases we'll learn that they're very much the same as us. They're just people trying to make sense of everything.
We'll talk about getting to know people. Are you game for a few quick fire questions
Oh, sure.
so
Anything.
we can get to know you as a
Yeah.
person? I'm very nosy, me.
Yeah.
Right, first question. What was the last song that you listened to?
I guess I have to pull up my YouTube history to know for sure.
Can you do that?
I can do that. So I'm going to pull up the history real quick and scroll down till I find a song. I listen to an awful lot of things that have nothing to do with music. I should listen to music more, to be honest. Scrolling down and down and down. Come on, one of these has got to be a song.
There's no song that like you heard in the mall or on TV. Well, no, actually, I don't want to know that. I want to know a song that you've purposely listened to.
Yeah, a song I personally listen to. Man, YouTube doesn't even know. I guess it's been a long time since I've listened to music. Most of the music that I like are things that I say I can either clean house or fight crime to, right? Things that have a good upbeat, positive swing to them. So I don't have a particular genre that I care that much about.
All right. If you could see any person in concert, dead or alive, not dead or alive, but the dead or alive, any person throughout history in the music concert, who's it going to be?
Oh, geez. Man, I don't even know. I'm Generation X, so yeah, I know. I suppose maybe Michael Jackson. Here's the thing, though. I loved his music, but I do think he was troubled. And I think that the older he got, the more troubled he became in terms
Yeah,
of.
listen, you don't even need to explain the politics
Yeah.
behind it. Like you
Yeah,
can, I'm a big believer you can appreciate anybody's music. You don't have to like the person. A song, a song.
Yeah. But so Michael Jackson, that was a big loss for me when he died because of the connection I felt to him through his music, even though there were personality issues that I were concerned about. So,
what was the last book that you read?
The last book that I read, Flowers for Algernon.
Who by?
Oh, geez, who wrote Flowers for Algernon?
Or what's it about? What's the genre?
So it's not a real story, but it reads like a real story. It is partly science fiction. It is about a scientist that was able to take people that have a very low IQ and give them a really high IQ. And there was this guy that was mentally handicapped, and he was able to be elevated to a state where he was super intelligent. And as he became more intelligent, he began to understand the world that he was in, and it allowed relationships to develop that could not have otherwise developed. And his personality flourished and his relationships flourished. And at some point, he began to lose his intelligence again, and it couldn't be reversed. They couldn't restore it. He knew that he was going to become clinically like not able to make sense of himself or other people anymore, and it was so frightening for him. Imagine that you've spent your whole life being that kind of a person. Now you understand things that you couldn't understand before. You have a
Ignorance is
relationship.
bliss.
What's that?
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, and so it was traumatic for him, this experience, and I can kind of relate to it because I've got complex PTSD and I've got brain fog sometimes. There are some days where I am sharp as a tack. There are other days where I got to stare at the microwave for a minute to remember how the buttons work. And for me, it's very much that kind of a thing where I'm like, what if I become this way permanently someday? What if there's one day I wake up and I have one of those days where I can't remember how the microwave works and I just never get my intelligence back? And that scares the crap out of me, to be honest, and it makes that character very relatable to me.
I do have another follow-up question, but your response has made me change my questioning. If you don't mind telling me what's caused PTSD?
A lot of different things. I have very traumatic memories from when I was a child. Those don't haunt me the way that they used to. However, when you get PTSD from a trauma, then if it doesn't heal and you get more traumas, then they kind of back up in your central nervous system and in your brain, and they become like a traffic jam of traumas. And so even if the original traumas heal, your brain has already developed this traffic jam system for traumas, and they just kind of start racking up on top of each other. And so again, I've healed from the childhood stuff, but not before other traumas began to mount. And so some of my earliest memories include my father trying to kill me. And it's interesting. It happened more than once. When I turned 18, I asked my mother's mom. I'm like, this is gonna sound crazy.
Your mother's mum, that's your nana.
What's that?
That's your grandmother.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I want to clarify that if I just would have said grandmother, you wouldn't have known if I meant his mom or my mom's mom.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right.
Your
So,
maternal grandmother.
right. So if I would have asked his mom, she would have had no idea what I was talking about. But I asked my mom's mom because she doesn't have any loyalty to my father. She would tell me, right? And so she's like, well, it surprises me that you remember, but since you're 18 now, I'm gonna let you know. Absolutely. I walked in on it once. I was sure about it before, but couldn't prove it. I walked in on it once. We had to call an ambulance. They resuscitated you. You were only 2.5 years old. And
What?
she says the reason we didn't report him for trying to smother you as a child is because I felt like we needed to give it to God. We needed to
Oh,
leave it in God's hands to decide what should happen. She said, so what we did is we went and baptized you at my church because she was Catholic. She still is. And that way, if I die, well, I go straight to heaven. And if I don't die, then it must be God's will that I survive. And so she didn't report it. And I just, at that moment, it was a really conflicting moment for me because on one hand, she confirmed that I'm not crazy, that I really do remember my own dad trying to kill me. But now, all of a sudden, this woman that I trusted, this woman that I felt so close and connected to throughout my childhood and into my adult years, now that I was 18, all of a sudden I'm realizing she's just as dangerous as everybody else I know. And I just lost so much respect for her that it just really was a disconnecting experience for me. And so I think that just added to the layers of trauma. And
so what
so
about the is there like a medical report from when you had to do CPR and get resuscitated?
well, I mean, the family remembers it happening. I went and
But
asked other family members if they remember that I had to be resuscitated. But that would have been in the 70s. There'd be no record of it now.
that's fucked.
Sure it is. And my dad, he was like two people because on one hand, one of his personalities was so endearing, was so amazingly charismatic, like an adventurous pirate slash Elvis Presley. In fact, he used to be an Elvis impersonator.
Oh,
He
what
was,
is it with Elvis impersonators? All fault.
I don't know, but one of his personalities was so wonderful. I feel bad for whoever didn't have that personality as their father. He was amazing, but the other personality was this really dark, violent, unhinged, paranoid, just this monster. And it was a struggle for me because I had to decide who was the real dad and who was the other person which one was fake, right? And I just don't know what to think, except that.
Well, I mean, listen, actions speak louder than words, and if he's tried to smother you, then I think that is
sure, but
that's the epitome of his actions. Like,
sure,
and whether he's showered you with gifts, love, and affection, the fact that he's tried to smother you should outweigh that. How else has he tried to take your life?
Well, I remember one time we were on vacation and he had this big burlap sack, and he brought me over because he wanted to show me. We were just it was.
And how old was you here? How old was you?
I was probably 4 or 5, maybe 4. I was young. I was out of diapers, but not by very much. I'm gonna say I was 4. So anyways, he opened this big sack, and it was a big snake. Well, I'd never seen a snake in person before, and he's like, ride it, it's fun. Well, it just you can't control what a snake does, and it slithered over to where the
snake in his bag.
Yeah, the snake in the bag. Well, as soon as my uncle and my mom and my uncle's wife saw it, so my aunt, they're like, Diamondback, kill it, kill it, kill it. And I'm like, wait a minute, my dad just gave me this. You're trying to kill my pet. And I didn't understand what was going on. And it wasn't until later that I realized, wait a minute, that, Diamondbacks are poisonous. They're incredibly dangerous. And, it was just one of those things. And then I remember they took me out to this place where there's shallow water when I was very young. And my dad's like, splash around. This is great. This is fun. And my mom kept saying, stop it. There's moccasins in the water. Stop it. And at the time, the only word for moccasin that I knew was Indian shoes. I didn't know that was the name of a different poisonous snake. And so it wasn't until years later that I put 2 and 2 together, and I'm like, wait a minute, that ain't cool. But I also remembered the time he tried to smother me. And so when I turned 18, I asked my grandma, I'm like, I can see that 1 or 2 of my memories might not be reliable, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding this very distant young memory. But I remember more than one incident where it sure seemed like Dad was trying to kill me. And then she said, yeah, he was. At least once that I know of for sure, and I suspected a second time. And she's
and
like,
where is your dad now? Is he still with us?
Oh, he died 2 years ago on Christmas, but I hadn't.
Did you ever confront him?
I didn't, and part of me wishes that I had, but I just cut ties with him because he wasn't in my life for several years throughout my teenage years, and then I wasn't sure if my memories were real or not. But I remembered that he could walk on water to me. To me, he was this larger than life, really heroic figure because I didn't understand things in context. I just remember him from when I was young. And so when I turned 18, I looked him back up and started, talking to him again. And that's when I asked my grandma, I'm like, well, I probably should have this conversation with you. And that's when she told me. And then after that, I was like really torn because I wanted to have a relationship with my father. But at the same time, this guy's dangerous as shit. And it was just like, can I forgive him? Is that who he really is? And I just wasn't at peace. Nothing seemed like a resolution for me. But he ended up being so erratic, at sometimes so violent, even after I turned 18 and came back into his life. That's when I decided I just can't do this anymore, and I cut ties with him. And then so I went like 30 years without talking to him, and then he died. And I didn't even go to his funeral. But
do you have any siblings?
I do. So I had 2 siblings that are younger from him as the dad, and then I have a couple more from my mom's second marriage.
And how are the siblings treated by him?
So my brother, who's the next younger sibling, does remember that our father, who his nickname was Hot Rod, that our father was violently erratic. My brother remembers that part of it, but he didn't remember all the things I remembered because my brother was too young for that. And so my brother hates him. He just openly hates him, and he didn't go to his funeral either. Now, my sister was so young, she doesn't remember any of it, and I'd never told her any of it. And so for that reason, the last couple of years, she had been trying to reconnect with him. And he was nice to her, and she was nice to him. But then he died, and now she regrets not getting to really know him. Now I can't. Part of me wants to tell her what he was really about, and part of me doesn't want to shatter the illusion, because what's the point of it? Let her have this memory. So we've never ever had that conversation. Now my sister is not in my life because she's super hyper Christian religious fundamentalist, and she's not allowed to have me in her life because I'm not religious. Her husband worries that if she has friends and family connections that either believe differently or don't believe at all, that they will lead her astray from the path of righteousness. And so she's not allowed to have friends and family that aren't part of her religious culture. And so, I'd have to go out of my way to tell her anything anyways, and so I just haven't bothered.
You said you work, you do, what is it, like a voice actor?
Mm-hmm.
You say you was a voice actor?
Sure, yeah, I do voiceovers.
And is that like in a like an office type of environment, or that do you work from home, and just how does that work?
Yeah,
Explain.
almost all of it's from home. Now I am trying to migrate over a bit. I have a good friend that lives in Israel, and she is a professional voice coach and conductor and opera singer. And she's got a lot of connections out there. And she has been taking classes to get involved in doing voiceovers for movie and for cinema. And she has said that if I come out there, that I could take the same classes with her, and that I might be able to move over to doing something in that way. And I'm very tempted to do that. So we'll see how it goes.
Are you Jewish?
My ancestry is part Jewish. It's enough Jewish that I could get citizenship in Israel for that reason. I just don't know that I want to. It's so, it seems like a pretty dangerous place to be there right now. So I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, some say it's the safest place for Jews, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So have you? I mean, tell me to mind my own business, but do you have any like mental health issues as a result? You said you got PTSD. Has that caused any mental health issues in your adult life?
I mean, it does interfere with my sleep somewhat, but I don't have mood swings, and I don't abuse any substances. I could say I have an unhealthy relationship with food, but
Do you take
beyond,
any meds prescribed?
no, I just take blood pressure medicines. Beyond that,
Nothing for like mental health issues or anything.
no. I mean, I'm not tragically depressed, and I don't have too much anxiety. Like I don't have a perpetual sense of dread that I need to wrestle with or anything. I'm pretty stable in most regards. I just have brain fog, and sometimes I can't sleep at night, and that's pretty much the extent of
it. Excuse me. I'd say it definitely affects you, maybe more than what you know.
That's possible. It might,
because it's something that and again, do you know what I mean? I'm not disencouraging you or discouraging you from speaking. Sorry, but you've opened up about it very easily. And I don't believe that's out of wanting to seek attention. The fact that you don't take medication and stuff like that tells me that you wouldn't be an attention seeker, but it tells me that I don't know if it can crop up that easily in a conversation, then it kind of plays a bigger role in your life than what you might think.
Oh, it might. And so we've got a lot of speculations here in the chat. I find mildly amusing. But, for example, a lot of times people ask me why I'm not religious. And even though I have rational objections to some versions of religion, I do point out that when people invoke the word God in a spiritual context, there's an emotional component to that is born from a place of awe and wonder and love and joy. And I recognize that because I don't feel very emotional, that might be why I'm not religious. Because when I think about the cosmos and beauty and the grand order and the perfection of balance and physics, I don't feel moved to awe. I just don't. And because I don't, I'm just not drawn to religious thinking in terms of it. So I've told people before, it might be the reason that I'm atheist is that I just, maybe I'm mildly depressed and that's the thing. And I just don't realize that that's what's going on. But yeah, I'm not a very private person, but I tend to not talk a lot about myself in my own space because people aren't there for that. Or they're here to talk about things that they want to talk about, like with religion and stuff. So,
what would you say is your biggest talent?
I appreciate some of the supportive comments over there in chat. My biggest talent, I see people, and when I mean that I see people, I mean I really see them.
You see
Apart,
dead people, or do you mean you've got a good intuition? Like,
I have good. I really notice people. I pick up on body language and facial expressions and tones of voice, and I really listen to what people are telling me about their journey, their experience, and I hear them in a deep and meaningful way, which is part of why I can have great conversations with people about a wide variety of topics. So if there's one thing that I'm the most, I don't want to say proud, but that I think is a really important skill set, is that a lot of times when people are having a conversation, they're stuck in their own head. It's the conversation is about how it's going to affect them, how they're going to be seen, how they're going to be heard, whether or not there's going to be consequence or benefit. And I tend to focus in the other direction. How can I be there for and with someone else in their journey? And so I think this is a strength instead of a weakness.
good skill to have around here. Right, a bit of a controversial question, this one. Feel free to plead the fifth.
Yeah.
If you had the power to go back in history and stop one religion from ever being founded, what religion would you choose and why?
Oh, man, that is a really big question. I guess I don't know for sure. I have wondered what it would be like if I could go back in a time machine and stop Jesus from being crucified. Would his people say, "Oh no, this needs to happen," or would they be like, "Whew, good thing James was here to stop that," right? Like, what would happen then? Would the creator of the universe get involved and say, "No, no, no, he's supposed to die. Stop it," right? Or would I just be saving somebody from a terrible execution that didn't deserve it? I don't know. Um, but what would I really want to stop? Man, it's so hard to be sure. Um, I think the safest answer is to say Islam because of all the violence that it's done in the world. But I don't really know that it's the worst. I only know that in places where they're in political power, it's the most dangerous currently. So I just don't know that I have an answer for that. I think if I can go back in time, I would rather meet these icons and see if I can get to know them as people and see if I can steer them in a direction that might result in a healthier version of religion if they were going to create one.
Good answer, but that was a wrong answer. The answer is Mormonism.
Oh yes, Mormonism. Sorry. There you go.
If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what food are you eating, James?
Pizza.
Meal, just pizza, yeah.
Pizza, because it's got all the food groups on it.
Yeah. Kind of ticks the boxes.
Sure.
Are you a chicken or pork on the pizza guy? Or are you a meat feast?
I mean, usually I just do vegetarian pizza, so I just do mushrooms and. Well, I find that meats are heavy. I just feel like they've got a lot of saturated fats and that a lot of salts, and that it doesn't really improve the taste of the pizza at all. If I'm happy enough with a vegetable pizza and I don't feel like I've sacrificed on the flavor at all, and if it's healthier for me, I just figure it makes more sense to do that.
So you're not against meat?
Well, I mean, I think that vegans maybe go a bit too far with their position. I'm not faulting any vegans for where they're at about it, but
I do. Can't stand them.
But I get it. But at the same time, when we set up fields to produce vegetables and we harvest the vegetables, we are displacing animals from those spaces, and we are killing some animals when we harvest the vegetables, and we have to water the crops, and so all that water takes from the water table, which also can adversely affect animal populations. So even if everybody went completely vegan, we'd still be harming animals in various ways. I don't think that it's as much the solution as they think it is. Yeah.
Not only that, some animals will go extinct as well, especially dairy cows. They'll go extinct. There'll be no need for dairy cows anymore.
Yeah.
Another question from side chat. This one, Deborah's asking if you're married.
No, I'm divorced since about 15 years, 20 years, 18 years ago.
Oh. Are you interested for Deborah?
Oh, they're only playing, and I don't have a comment about it beyond that. Currently, I'm not seeing anyone, but man, so I live in America, and our society is very, very polarized right now. And to be honest, I don't really sync well with liberal people, what they call the blue hairs here in the state. I agree with most of their talking points, not all of them, but I do feel like there's I just don't socially sync with them very well enough. But I also don't sync up with the conservatives either. I don't agree with a lot of the talking points, and I just feel like in America, our society is so polarized that it's hard to find anybody that isn't heavily political right now. And so I end up, dealing with the downside of either pole when I date.
Sorry, I meet him.
So Bad As American asked, when did you come out, James? I think that's another reference to me sounding gay, I guess. I'm sure.
Ignore him to call everybody gay.
It's all good. Scrolling back down to see what I've missed too while you're eating. I love veg pizza. Oh, okay, that's what started that. Yeah, vegetable pizza is awesome. So but I'm not a vegan, and so I do sometimes have fish, and not as often chicken. Almost never chicken, but usually fish. So.
Why almost never chicken?
Well, when I did the research on the health benefits, it does seem like the fatty fish are, so tuna or salmon, things like that, have so much omega-3s. They're just so good for you, for your brain and for your muscles, that I just feel like
you get that in a pill form these days, can't you?
Yeah, I thought about that, but I just feel like if I've got to eat something, and
yeah. What was last meal that you had?
This morning I had Stonyfield organic probiotic vanilla whole milk yogurt. So whole milk. Yeah, I had that, and it was delicious.
Just said yogurt.
Yeah, but this probiotic stuff is wonderful. But I could have just said yogurt. You're right, but that's what I had.
Very extra, that.
Yeah, very extra. So, Adam wants to know if I've done voiceover for crime channels. I have not. But if somebody offered me a contract for it, I would consider it. I've never thought about it, honestly.
What have you done voice work for?
Hold on one second. I want James to do a Brian Hurl voice. I don't know who.
He's not going to know what it is he?
I have no idea who Brian Hurl is.
You don't want to?
I don't. Let me look. Brian Hurl died 2023. Or
did he? Don't get me excited.
That might be a different one. It's the first one on Google search result.
He's not going to be on Google like that. He's not nobody. Big fat robber. He got money from like dying children's charities and that.
Sure.
He's dying anyway. He's not got long.
Okay.
Or again, for people who didn't know, who might not have seen my message earlier, if you heard Esau saying that Shell UK is dying of breast cancer, and he was laughing, saying, "Ha, I can't." We spoke to her yesterday. She isn't dying of breast cancer. She doesn't even have breast cancer. She doesn't have no cancer within her body. She's fit and healthy, and she's fucking staying away from YouTube. Big up, Shell.
Yeah. Bren Fenn says Americans like helicopter drama.
What's the helicopter drama? Like stuff that just comes and goes?
I would imagine that's probably what that means. Debler says, I'm going people watching with James. I do love people watching, but I got to be careful because a lot of times people notice that they're being watched and it makes them feel uncomfortable. So I have to be
do you actually like sit down? Where do you? Yeah, but it depends where you're watching it from. You're not watching it from bushes, are you, James?
No, I don't want to get pickers, get all kinds of stuff stuck in my clothes. No, I just, in malls, I think malls are probably one of the best places to people watch because you can just sip on a tea, read a book, and just kind of glance up now and then to notice people. Or you can just do walks. I love going for walks in malls during the winter because you can just walk as much as you want to and sit if you need to. And it's fun to just notice the people that you're passing by. But I try not to over notice them because I have PTSD. I have what's called hypervigilance, and I'm very, very aware of my environment at all times. Well, about 10 years ago, I became aware that it showed in my own body language. I was so focused on other people's body language that I paid very little attention to my own. And I was talking with friends, and they're like, yeah, you're very aware of your surroundings, and people notice that you're very aware of your surroundings, and not everybody wants to be noticed, right? And so I started policing myself to not be as observant as I normally would be, to try to not look around as much, right? To try to not respond as much, so that people didn't feel self-conscious in the environment that I was sharing with them.
Ignore them in the back, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they're back again. Yeah, I ignore them.
She's fucking weird as fuck. She'll stalk you.
Yeah. Who was the last?
What was it? No, not the last movie. What's your favorite movie?
Back to the Future one would probably be my favorite movie, but I'm Generation X. That's probably
Yeah, that just nostalgia wise.
Yeah. So beyond that, I don't know. Like, I'm not really a genre fan too much.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there are moments in the Star Wars franchise that I like. I like Star Trek a lot, but
Star Trek.
I like Star Trek, but I didn't really like the movies too much. It seems like every time they go to make a movie, it just doesn't hit, or it doesn't have the hook.
It's all like, I don't know if I'm just one of those kids who were like peer pressured, but it were too geeky for me. All that nanu shit and that, can't do that.
nanu, work from work, sure, why not?
Oh yeah,
so
nanu was Mork and Mindy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Mork and Mindy? Mork and Mindy, yeah.
More Colin Austin. Come in.
On DVD. Mum and Dad has. Kaylee, shut up. What was the last documentary that you watched, or your favorite documentary?
Oh, I watch. I mean, I watch what you might consider documentaries quite often. I most prefer cosmological documentaries that talk about, the planets in our solar system, or black holes, or the deep time, things of a cosmological nature are my favorite documentary type things to watch. Though I spend much more time watching documentaries on religious history.
Oh my God, Mum, I just need to warn you, don't get intimidated because she's saying back that you're fucked along with these guys, but ignore her.
Yeah, they've been saying
ignore her threats.
Yeah.
She's fucking mental.
I keep closing private chat and it pops back up every time.
Yeah, it's annoying that, isn't it?
Right. So I am only a few hours away from Chicago, and there are buses and trains that go from here to Chicago. I mentioned Carl Sagan. So Carl Sagan, I do love his work. And
who's Carl Sagan?
So Carl Sagan was a science communicator, a scientist, a cosmologist, a physicist, and he was very well loved because he had a very likable personality, and he was really great at communicating science to the masses.
Sorry, go on. I can't help it. She's fucking annoying me back. Go on.
Oh, I appreciate that compliment that I remind someone of Carl Sagan. So Carl Sagan was a deep thinker, but not the kind that like props themselves up as some kind of an elite. They were very down to earth, but at the same time, they were very intelligent. And so, for example, somebody asked him one time if he had a god that he worshipped. And so he talked about why it's not a meaningful question. And I agree with him. The word God has so many different meanings to so many different people that if I tell you that I do or don't believe in a God, you've really learned nothing about me, right? Because it can mean so many different things. And so, when somebody asks me that, I have a hard time answering it because it's entirely context dependent. But with that being said, lately I've been gravitating toward the idea of something called panpsychism, which is more of a scientific hypothesis. But in the context of Native American indigenous spiritual narratives, or pantheism, or ancient Stoicism. So the ancient Stoics believed that the universe is cyclical, that it expands, it unfolds, it self-organizes, it manifests with different levels of intelligence in the form of the creatures that develop on some of the planets. And eventually the universe spends itself out, all of that energy consolidates, right? And then it happens again. It gets born all over again, and then with a new formation of new life and new places and new ways of thinking and experiencing life. And it's just all part of the same larger whole of all that is. And so God, in the ancient Stoic sense, was the self-ordering nature of the inherent intelligence and virtue of the universe, and that they believe that's where we get not just our intelligence from, but our virtue from, and our call towards virtue, that we become more virtuous over time as a people, because the universe is naturally self-organizing, and the more organized your thoughts become, the more intelligent you become, and the more you appreciate virtue on those levels. And so for them, this was all an expression of a larger whole that they call God. And so in contrast, Christianity quite often, and not always, because there's different versions of Christianity, but would often place God outside of the universe as an independent agent that created it but stands above it. And so this is a fundamental difference between ancient ideas for Stoicism versus Christianity. And so I'm not here to say Christianity is wrong. I'm just saying that I lean towards ways of understanding the universe that are reminiscent of ancient Stoicism.
So I've just got to add this. Kaylee, if you carry on, I'll do a fucking GoFundMe and we'll get a class action fucking restraining order against you, you silly bitch. Leave us alone. Right, can you do me a favour? Can you think of a number between 1 and 10, please, in your head?
Sure.
Now double it.
Okay.
Now add the number 52.
Okay.
Now half what you got now.
All right.
And then take away the number that you first thought of.
Okay.
Now, the number that you got now, send that number into Cosmos, just like telepathically, and I'm going to grab it out of Cosmos. I'm going to guess the number. 26.
How'd you know that?
Because I'm a fucking master at Cosmos.
Yes, you are. You've got my vote for God 2025.
Right, think of a number between 1 and 9.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get caught up real quick. Yeah, I'm just not going to pay attention to private chat.
Oh no, ignore her. She's fucking cool. You're on the wall now.
So Zara agrees that panpsychism is just a new label for old thinking, and yeah, I can appreciate that absolutely. Scrolling back down, ripping off Jordan Peterson. I knew it. So Jordan Peterson is an interesting character. The older he gets, the less I agree with him. But
oh my god, said James Apperson 0539 TikTok. Kaylee, you better fuck off. You fucking rat. Talk about fucking black holes. Anytime you open your mouth, we see one. You get your fucking shit sorted. Sorry, go
on. Give thanks, says James is the one that pays everybody's wage on YouTube. We all work for him. Appreciate you.
James is just a person. But
oh yeah. I make fun of my last name all the time. That's why I renamed my channel A Persona Non Grata.
Where is your name from?
I think it's from part of Ireland. I think it has something to do with farming. I can barely remember.
Well, let's have a look then. Look at Thorbergs. Bear with me.
So I think it's a variation of the name Epperson with an E instead of an A. I haven't researched
I've never
it.
I'm not gonna lie. No, yeah. It's 5, sure. The Kingdom of 5.
All right.
Scotland. That's where my family. Well, Italians moved to 5 first.
Yeah.
Charlotte, Apple Charlotte, she was from 5. Scottish.
Yeah. Give thanks says they got my back. I appreciate that. I really do. So wants to know what I know about black holes. I don't know a whole lot. I know that there's been a recent, I don't want to call it a theory, a hypothesis that we might be inside of one and not even realize it. I also know that some people have speculated that our universe might have been birthed inside of the black hole of an.
But in order for that theory to even be considered, see, I'm not an intellectual in any way, shape, or form. I've got quite a good fucking noggin on my head.
Yeah.
I get things. Like I say, I've got a good intuition. I've got a thirst for knowledge, and I've got a decent IQ. But from what I understand is that we don't know what is beyond the black hole. So in order to have a theory that we could potentially be in one, we'd have to understand what is beyond the gates of the black hole. Does that make sense?
It does. We don't know enough about science, about physics, about cosmological history to be able to say with confidence that we're inside of a black hole or that our universe was born in one. We don't know. This is all just speculation, but it's still fun.
It blagged my head.
Yeah. Oh,
Why would you want to live in a black hole?
my favorite actor of all time. Ah, man, that's hard. Right.
Favorite actor?
My favorite actor. It's hard to say because there have been different actors that I felt that I really, you just get a feel for someone's character, and then sometimes you have to
Who I
wonder.
think I'm going to give it to? I think who I think deserves it.
Hmm.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix. Sure, that's a good one.
Yeah.
So I just, Keanu Reeves seems pretty amazing, but I don't know.
Boring, isn't it? All?
Yeah, I don't know how much of that's hype and how much of that's real. I remind myself I've never met them in person.
Johnny Depp's a good actor as well.
Yeah. He's a good actor for sure.
What's his name again? Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. So
Danny DeVito.
Oh yeah, he's funny, and he seems like he'd be a very down to earth, very relatable person. Danny DeVito does.
Who's your favorite actress? Cameron Diaz.
My favorite actress. I mean, I'm Generation X, so
saying that, what does that mean? I know what it means, like.
Well, so my cultural experience biases me towards actors and actresses that I grew up with, and so
I'm millennial. I was born 1990, but like my favorite films, Stand By Me or Goonies, I can't choose between them. I love 80s music. I've still got that 80s taste.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, Michael J. Fox, I've already said what my favorite movie was, so it's predictable, right? So,
did he do Ferris Bueller's Day Off as well? Is that him?
No, that was what's his name? Is that? It's not Matthew Broderick, is it?
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe that was Matthew Broderick.
Betty Davis. I
don't have a strong opinion about Betty Davis.
All I know is the song. Do you know what I found out the other day? Betty Davis, the song by Kim Kearns. It's not an original. It's not by Kim Kearns. It was sung by somebody else. She was a black girl. Let's have a look.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was a black girl because I did it on there. Who sang it better? Ebony and Ivory edition. Betty Davis as original.
Norman Bates. Wasn't that a character in the horror movie?
Donna West. Composed by Donna West and Jackie DeShannon. That's her. It was Jackie DeShannon first, not Kim Kearns. Learn something new every day, don't you? Do you know what else I learned today?
Oh,
what'd you learn? Now? I fucking forgot now. Lottie taught it me. What was it now? Wait. Mute point. So doing it like the term a mute point. It's M-O-O-T. I always thought it was M-U-T-E. Only just learned that today.
Yeah, because we say it like it's mute, but it's.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I never even thought otherwise.
Yeah.
I didn't even know M-O-O-T was a word. But mumble like that, me. Mumble.
So we've got some other people listing some actors that they like: Tom Hanks, Sean Penn. Oh, they're guessing who I might like. I think they're just guessing.
No, they're just throwing names out there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
Sean Penn's not bad. He's not the best actor, is he?
Yeah.
Michael Caine.
So I tend not to pay a whole lot of attention to individual actors and actresses. I don't even growing up. I was never someone to have posters or to fixate on any particular music or any particular movies.
No, I'm not. Movies I am. I very rarely watch a new movie. If I'm in the mood to watch a movie, I'll watch something that I've watched 100 times already. So I do like my nostalgic movies. But no, I don't have an affiliation to any characters or actors or anything. It's not as if there's an actor in this upcoming film, I'm going to watch it because that actor's in it. I'm not like that. Can't be asked with that.
Yeah. So someone said he needs some cream for that Baz. I don't know what Baz is. Is that UK slang? Baz?
No, Baz is a guy in chat, but I don't know if he's here at the moment. Oh wait, badass. Badass is it might be shortening up for badass. who's BADDAZZ.
Yeah, maybe.
So, tea or coffee?
So Humphrey Bogart was definitely before my time. So I don't even.
Okay.
I think they were in the African Queen, the movie, but I barely know if there were.
We do have somebody backstage. Jupiter is backstage. Veli, Jupiter is backstage. Kaylee's also backstage, but she's fucking too busy not washing a ninny because she's a dirty, scabby bastard. But Jupiter would like to jump on. So, what's your favourite holiday of the year?
Oh, my favorite holiday.
Yeah.
So my favorite time of the year would definitely be fall. But as far as favorite holiday,
What was that? Fucking shit this out.
So, hello
I hope
there.
he didn't drop the weights. Oh God.
Fucking shit this out then. Hey up, Jupes.
Hiya.
Oh, Kaylee's here.
Oh no, that's what I said. Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing here?
No, but we're going to have to establish. We've got a new guy here, so we're going to have to establish why.
We're going to have to establish that you are all fat. You've all got court cases. And you're all fucking ruined and Nobody cares. Nobody's bothered.
You're doing it again.
Yeah, but nobody's bothered, Kaylee.
From America, you've got a hearing now because if
Yeah, but Kaylee, you might as well tell somebody who cares. Why are you picking on the American? He hasn't done anything.
Yeah, what's he done to you? Why are you doxing him?
Am I
You're a mad
doxing
cow.
him? No, he's on the internet and he's buying into this bullshit of all of these.
So what? So are you?
So what? So
Right.
are you?
Right,
So
no.
you
I've just been into. Listen, you silly cunt, right?
You shut up, you silly little fucking rat bastard.
What?
Don't you dare come over here and pick on new people just because you've got a
I'm
shitty
not
life.
picking
You can't
on
fucking
anyone,
fuck
you
anything.
mental cunt. I'm telling this guy if he's going to hang around with fucking idiots like you.
Let's see. All right, let's see if you've got anything in common. No. You be quiet, bitch. Let's see if you've got anything in common. Excuse me, James. Have you ever had children that you've given up for YouTube? No, I don't think you have. This cunt has here. This woman called Kaylee had children and said that she gave them up so that she could focus on fucking YouTube. What a fucking bastard.
Luke, he's got a decision to make. Is he going to stay here and pretend that this is
Yes,
normal?
he is. Now you fuck off.
That's fine, but then he's got a hearing and then
Right,
he's going
bye.
to explain himself and then
Bye.
he's going to explain to the rest of the world
Bye.
he's not paid to
Okay,
be
bye.
here, like so
Okay.
many of you. This
Okay,
is very
bye.
fucking deep, fella. I'm letting you know
Okay.
it's very fucking deep. And if you're just about
Okay.
for a little bit of entertainment,
Yum.
I'll take
Okay.
the fuck away from this shit right now. This is so
Okay, bye-bye.
deep. It's paedophilic. It's murdering children.
Oh my
it's genocide.
God.
And you lot are fucked.
Genocide.
You're fucked. You know you're fucked. And you can
She
keep
threw the
mocking
first
me.
stone, then ran away, then hide.
No one's
And
coming
we
for
can
me.
retaliate.
I
Go on,
have
call
been
it
honourable and
genocide.
righteous, you silly cunts.
Stop
You
crying.
fucking arseholes are dead already.
You are
So I can
absolutely
say it over
mental.
and over. As per the Censorship Act,
You
1666,
need help.
you are already dead.
You
You
are
are
already-
already dead, you silly cunts. Laugh as much as you want.
You're fucked.
Lots
You
of the
are
world are now
fucked, bitch.
listening to me. you
Oh
silly
God!
bastard.
In the name of the Father and the Son and the
Burn
Holy
in hell,
Amen.
scumbags, or repent. The choice is yours.
Ku Klux, clearly look at her name. She's such a fucking lol cow. Go on, fucking get cackle on, bitch. Come back in 10 minutes. Give us a laugh.
Oh, I can't be bothered with it. Every day, the same drama with that one.
She's fucking mental, ain't she? She's mental. Ignore anything that she says, James. When I say that she's probably the worst example of woman, mother you would ever come across in your life, I'm not exaggerating, not being dramatic. She's a fucking scrot, and because she's fucked her own life up, she wants to try and ruin ours. Ignore her.
And even people that are nice to her have been trolled by her, so don't even try being nice. Just
No,
ignore.
don't give her anything. Tell her to fuck off.
There's
So
one bloke in the side chat, Danny West, who tried to befriend her and be nice to her in the side chat. She went nuts on him.
Karma, Danny.
Yeah. So,
Did you say that? Was you into sort of like therapy or counselling or that?
so I've done therapies. I tried pretty much everything except EMDR. That's what I'd like to try next.
Yeah, I think she definitely needs some help. See, when you hear people like that, you know your problems are not so bad.
Well, sure.
Even with all the trauma that you've got, here you are having rational conversations.
Yeah.
Would you say that your PTSD has any form of like any negative impact on your day-to-day life that you would want to no longer experience?
Oh, absolutely.
So then
Sure.
why aren't you on like some medication or anything? Is there a reason why you've not gone and seeked like a diagnosis for some? Because like you might be, like you say, you might be depressed. You might, and sometimes medication you don't have to be on it for the rest of your life. It might just give you the clarity that you need for certain things. But it does sound like, and again, it's not. I'm not trying to dig at you or be negative. But like if it is something that's causing you issue daily, then maybe and. Your therapy might be coming on panels like this and speaking about it. I'm not judging you, but I know a lot of people are like instantly against like medication when it comes to shit. I'm like, no, use it. Fucking use medication.
Hey there,
Don't
Skyworks.
rely on it if you don't have to.
Skyworks is a friend of mine from the channels I usually run with.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so do you go on? Oh, there's a really good channel where they talk about religion all the time.
Myth Vision.
That's
Religion.
I'm a moderator.
What's your channel called?
I'm the lead moderator at Myth Vision, and
what's it called?
Myth Vision.
Myth Vision.
Oh, we're gonna fucking invade Skyworks. You're exposed.
Skyworks has got some really good channels that he passed to me that I go and
Myth
listen
Fishing
to every now
podcast.
and again.
256,000 subscribers. Is that the one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Proof about Jesus. Yeah, subscribe now.
Yeah. So I'm also a moderator over at Dr. Jennifer Bird's channel, which is she's one of the Diablo critics with Dan McClellan.
Who's the Diablo critic?
Diablo critics are a superhero league of scholars, including Kip Davis, who is a what do you call it, Dead Sea Scrolls scholar. In fact, he's the guy. Whenever somebody comes up with a new or even an old contribution to the Dead Sea Scrolls, he's the guy that decides if they're the real deal.
Scrolls?
Sorry?
What's the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Oh, this would be interesting. You know the scrolls that they found in the Middle East, Luke?
No.
What? You've never heard of the Gospel of St. Thomas and the Gospel of this one and the Gospel? All part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, aren't they?
I've never heard the term Dead Sea Scrolls.
So yeah, so our oldest copy of the Book of Isaiah, the most complete ancient copy, comes from that collection that was found accidentally in a cave in Qumran. So yeah, he's a leading scholar for dating ancient artifacts and from biblical eras. So Dan McClellan's part of the group, and he is probably the most known of Bible scholars on YouTube. So almost every day he releases at least a short video clearing up common misunderstandings about biblical texts and biblical history.
But you did say you was not necessarily against religion, but like especially like you was definitely avoidant of Christianity. But it seems like you're actively, and it's not as if like this channel criticizes Christianity or critiques it. It kind of clarifies it. Do you think that's a bit of a fork in your life?
No, I mean,
do you think that maybe deep down you still have an urge to be religious?
Right. So I'm drawn towards certain forms of spirituality. I think we talked about that earlier, right? So Native American indigenous spirituality, ancient Stoicism, panpsychism, pantheism. I'm drawn to these ways of thinking and being in the world. I think that there is some truth to them. But at the same time, there are some things that are in Christianity that I agree with and I find value in. There's some things that I do not.
Yeah.
Myth Vision tries to cover the whole spectrum. Sometimes they've had Christian scholars on there and Christian apologists on there, and they've also had people who challenge those ideas as well. And it does lean, I won't lie, it leans against, in terms of most of the scholars and most of the content runs contrary to popular ideas about Christianity, but they try to be fair and cover the whole spectrum of ideas. And they also cover Islam, and they cover Mormonism and other things too. And most of it's about religious history, but sometimes it's about.
You've gone muffled, James.
Oh, sorry.
That's better.
There we go. Most of it's just about religious history, where the concepts developed, how they developed, and what and how those have impacted society. But it just depends.
So also, he was, I believe, born Michigan, where you're born, and now you live in Indiana.
Yeah, I'm raised in southeastern Michigan. I live in Indiana currently. I've lived all over the continental United States during the last, say, 20 years. I haven't been out of the States very often, but I've left overseas a couple times.
Who's your favourite comedian?
Man, my favorite comedian. You know, I don't know that I have an answer to that.
What makes you laugh?
Uh,
Do you laugh at like the typical American slapstick?
no, I've never been one for
You
slap.
have like the SNL type sense of humor.
So I appreciate SNL to an extent. Some of the stuff that's come from there has been pretty great. Usually, just YouTube and Facebook must know my sense of humor better than I do, because they feed me these little short videos that I scroll through, and a lot of times I end up sharing those. I'm like, that's freaking amazing. But I don't know that there's a particular theme or genre that I usually stick with.
Okay.
You do sound like I don't know. It's like, I think I'm just watching like a random advert or something, or like your voice sounds very familiar, and I think it is just because you've got, and again, this ain't rude, but like that generic American voiceover, podcast, audiobook, lift elevator, radio horse type voice. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine.
So how did you get into that type of work? Like, how did you realize your voice was monetizable?
I get a lot of compliments for it. So when people meet me, usually the first thing they say is that I look like Russell Crowe. But when they hear my voice,
you fucking do. I was going to say fuck up, and then I double looked. I thought, you know what? I'll fucking give it to you. You look like Russell Crowe.
Yeah. So, but when they hear my voice, a lot of times, even if I just call up a doctor's office to make an appointment, it's fairly often.
But they think it's a fucking hoax or something, like a radio show pranking them.
Yeah, a lot of times they do. A lot of times they think I'm pranking them, or they think I'm AI or something, right? And so some people have told me that I probably should do voiceover.
There's no way this could be. So I know AI is good, but you have done a few. You've elongated words at times, and I'd be able to clock if it was AI.
Right.
Can you?
Is this a voice for YouTube though, or is it actually really your voice?
Oh, it's really my voice.
Right. So I want you to say it really fast as well. I don't want you to drag it out. I want you to say it as fast as I'm saying it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Go on.
Oh, you want me to say it?
Yeah, go on.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Can you say it faster?
I don't know that I could say it faster.
Try it, please.
Say anti-disestablishment.
Because AI wouldn't be able to say it fast. Can you please try and say it fast?
I'll try. Supercalifragilistic. Fuck, I can't do it.
Yeah, no, pass the test.
There we go. I passed by failing. Is that how that works?
Yeah. AI wouldn't be able to
lovely
do that kind of fuck up.
That's fair.
That's not ChatGPT, no chance. Kaylee, will you fuck off? Go put your kids to bed. Oh wait, you can't. Silly cunt, you give him up. What a shit, mum.
She got the because you didn't know the Dead Sea Scrolls, but no one wants to listen to her talking about the Middle East. People don't want to listen to her because she just goes off into one.
Right. No, I'm not big on the negative energy dumpster fire stuff. Even the atheist channels. Do you guys know who Matt Dillahunty is? Does that sound familiar? So there are certain channels in the atheist ecosystem where the whole point is that religious people call up, and then the atheist yells at them and calls them names. And then people that are in the audience that are atheists, they cheer because they're scoring points for Team Atheist. And a lot of atheists go in for that, and I hate it. I do not like that negative energy at all. It's contentious, it's dividing, it's polarizing, it's angry. I hate that whole vibe. And so, even when people bring that to me, I'm like, just
thank you. That's more like it. That's more like it. You're right. You're going to understand at some point. You are. You just are. Whether it's
all right.
What are we going to understand?
You're going to understand that if you speak about people in their absence,
but it's illegal. Right, we know you told us
it's not in your absence. You were in the back.
No.
That's getting it in back as well, don't you?
You were the one who came in back while I was talking to James earlier and started abusing him for no reason at all. That he had to have an explanation of who you was.
His hearing, this fellow, what's the name? I've just done your
You don't need to know his name.
No,
For
but
court
what
case.
he's
It's
hearing
fucking
is now
servant.
going
He
in
thought
the
your
back.
death threats were
But it's
serious.
not a fucking death threat, it's his hearing. Because
How
I've
dare
got
you?
when
Yeah, but you
Lower
was
your tone.
threatening
fucking
him.
guy is now going to be scrutinised by the public as to
Okay.
why the fuck he's
And
here.
and
Why is
She's
he
got
here
2
and
subscribers, by the way, Jane. 2.
he gets
One's the
engaged as
fella.
well?
Ku Klux Kaylee.
Right.
Ku Klux Kaylee. Calm down, man.
Really, yeah, calm your fucking tits in,
Why are
bitch.
you
Calm
telling me
yourself
to
down, Ku Klux
calm down?
Kaylee.
Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do, boy?
Right. Who are you?
I literally do
That's
not
he
racist, Ku
actually
Klux
gets
Kaylee.
satisfied
Don't
when
talk
Hey,
about
that's
me.
racist, Ku
You
Klux
will
Kaylee.
never hear from me.
Did
You
you just
lot
call a
can't
black
get my
man boy?
fucking
Ku
name
Klux Kaylee.
out
Calm
of your
down,
fucking
Kaylee.
scumbag
Ku
mouth.
Klux Kaylee.
Kaylee, calm down. Your nan
Ku
was
Klux
watching. Your nan's
Kaylee.
watching from above. Would you
Millwall.
speak like your nan's watching? Would you speak like this if your nan was watching? You
No,
wouldn't, would
you
you?
can do this shit. It's
Stop.
fine. You speak
Yeah,
about me,
calm
I
down.
respond. That's how it works.
Okay,
Shut
right.
up.
So what would you like to address, Kaylee? Tell us.
Shut up, Ku Klux Klan. Just leave her around.
stop trying to set people up and say they were talking about you. You came in the back threatening James.
Yeah.
James was worried because you were giving him death threats, so he had to be told that you're not
now you're
who
fucked,
does
bitch.
it to everyone.
Please for you.
Yeah,
Who's
he'll
this?
come for you at last,
Mm.
hopefully.
Ku Klux Kaylee.
Oh, fuck,
You're gonna get
Kaylee.
Ku Klux caught by the cops. Because it's the law.
Kaylee, why do you make up laws and say that talking about people and then not allowing them to reply is illegal? That is not illegal in any way, shape, or form. You just make up laws just to try and like prove that you're some form of victim, but you're not. You're just this desperate attention whore beg who has fucked up your own life by giving your fucking kids up, and then you accuse other people of putting you in that position when the only person that is to
We
blame
don't
for
even
that
know
is
you.
fucking you. You're wrong.
I don't even know what your kids even look like. Like, I don't even care what they look like.
Playing in mud at this time of night. She don't have a fucking clue.
What's that in? So it's just
So
stupid.
fuck off.
I don't think anyone's interested in her private life. The fact is that she came online,
Only Jake the cock.
started slagging people off, and then people found out the irony was that her life was a mess.
All because of
Well,
herself. All a result of her own actions.
Yeah.
Jake, she's Ku Klux Kaylee, but he's Ku Klux Jake.
Yeah, Ku Klux Jake.
Klux.
So in
Ku Klux
essence,
Jake.
James, you wouldn't understand this, but there was a big sort of like gathering on YouTube many years ago to do with Hampstead, a case in Hampstead, where a mother accused the ex-partner of molesting the children, and it went to court and they found against her and found that it was her and her boyfriend that was abusing the children by coercing them into saying things that weren't true.
But it was a lot bigger. Like a whole village was accused. It was all satanic, and it turned out to be a lie. Like there was over like 90 children supposedly abusing that. This woman basically who jumps on Ku Klux Klan, she makes it a mission to try and. It's like she wants it to be true.
Intimidate
the fact that children get
people into
abused.
it, yeah.
Yeah, she wants to weaponize child abuse. You could bring up a case of like ongoing case of child abuse that would say, right, well, let's talk about this one. She doesn't have any interest in actual speaking about stopping children from getting abused. It's just this very one specific case because she's got a video of the children speaking in like the police interviews in graphic details that she plays over and over, and clearly she fucking gets off on it like a fella does. They're both just perverted fucking wrong and nonsense.
And because people choose not to keep talking about that situation, that subject, she gets the and then she says,
Wait, did you call them London nonsense? They ain't from London.
Perverted wrong and nonsense.
Oh, we said London nonsense.
Fucking got defensive. London nonsense.
God damn. London nonsense, eh?
That's the essence of her
London
frustration.
Can't consider yourself.
Hey, nonce.
Hey, nonce.
Consider yourself. You're fucked. Guess what, boys? It's the law. It's the law.
Are you giving her another chance or something, Billy? I mean, I don't.
Bro, you know what? Yeah, this beans is stalking me so hard. Yeah, that it don't matter what I do. Yeah, this Ku Klux Kaylee. Yeah, if I ban her, she's gonna turn up. If I don't ban her, she's gonna turn up. If I speak to her, she's gonna turn up. If I don't speak to her, she's gonna turn up. If I ignore her, she's gonna turn up. If I don't ignore her, she's gonna. What the fuck? No, there's nothing we can do in it. Oh, look, guess who's
ban
back?
her.
Oh my
Ku
god,
Klux
like
Kaylee.
herpes. She's literally like herpes. I'm gonna start calling you Kaylee herpes.
Oh, God.
Keep coming fucking back.
There you go, Ku Klux.
Ku Klux herpes.
Ku Klux Kaylee.
You're right, Kaylee.
No. It's nothing like that. I literally do not require being anywhere. Right, I was doing my thing. I got targeted.
Right, go away then.
No. It doesn't matter. Right, I've created the space.
All right, Kaylee, guess what? The law.
The truth's going to be heard. I literally was writing in the back.
Right,
saying
let
I
us
was
know
born
when
in
you
Bow.
call. Let us
I
know
was
when it's
born in
happening.
And this
Bow.
is why we said ignore her, James.
I was born in Bow. You stupid
No,
cunt.
you wasn't born. You were born in a barn, you fucking animal. You were born in Bow. Born in a fucking shit house, you pig.
I ain't having that.
Oi,
There's
Kaylee.
no way. You're not one of us.
Bow
Go away.
selector. Bow selector.
Yeah, proper bow, I tell you.
Proper bow, I tell
I
you.
am not having her. You are not a Tower Hamlets girl. Go on, off you go.
Oh God, Kaylee, you mince teasing bastard, yeah.
Kaylee, you look like Mel B from Bow Selector.
Oh, proper bow.
Proper bow. I tell thee.
Go on, Kaylee.
Proper bow, I tell thee.
Oh.
You started lubricating. Oh, man.
You fucked,
Calm
you
down, man.
mince teasing bastard, yeah.
What did she say? I couldn't understand a word she said.
We can't. It's devil tongue. We don't
She
understand
said she
devil
was
tongue.
Sounded
born
like
in
she was
Bow.
lubricating.
She's actually bothered. That
She's born in Bow.
I don't know
Jake's
what
getting
that's
ready.
about.
She's lubricating.
Something about us all being fucked. Something about that, anyway.
And he's going to get fucked tonight.
There is
I was born
always
in Bow.
there's always
He's
time for
fucked. Yeah. I think we got someone
Crazy
normal.
lady.
I thought she was born
Hi,
in
Cassie.
Israel. I thought she was
Hiya.
born in Israel.
She's born in Bow. Israel by Bow.
Yeah, she was born in Israel, Luke. That's
Yes,
right.
she did. She's a fucking
Do you
lying
remember
fake
when
Jew.
she said there were swimming pools in Auschwitz because her grandmother was
Auschwitz,
Swimming
swimming?
pool
yeah.
in Auschwitz. I tell you, there was one fucking swimming pool in Auschwitz, and it belonged to the fucking family of one of the worst fucking gatekeepers, and only his fucking German children swam in it.
That's right.
That's the only pool that you'll fucking find
Yeah,
evidence
but
of in
she said
Auschwitz,
her
silly
grandmother
bitch.
swam in it because she was
Silly
an
bitch.
Olympic swimmer.
Her grandmother was a liar then, just like her.
Oh, they had.
She's
Oh,
got
right.
Kaylee
Oh, yeah.
spazzing out, you know. I'm mad.
Treat better than fucking farm chickens, they are.
Oh my God.
Honestly, she's delusional. She's just such a liar, fake Jew.
Oh, mate. The law is going to get you. Yo. My day still.
I don't understand what she gets out of it, just coming on, screaming, and then leaving again. I don't.
Wendy, imagine like you've got 0 family friends in your life. You don't have a job or anything like that. You can't really afford to go to the shop every day because you're skinny because you don't have a job. So you every day when you wake
Just go
up,
there. Just
Yeah,
go there
every-
anyway.
you just go there anyway. Every day you wake up, all you've got really is your plants and that. So you cater to your plants. You make yourself a bit of fucking like toast with no butter and shit because you can't afford butter. And then what else have you got? You want a bit of company. You want to talk to somebody, especially if you've got mental health issues. You want to vent. You want to get it out of you. So she comes online and she speaks to what she calls her trolls, but what everybody knows is her medicine, her oxygen.
Oh, right.
She put all our names over her kitchen wall and then set the fucking flat on fire.
Exactly. That's how much we mean to her. When I turn this computer off, do you think I'm fucking speaking?
No.
Hey,
No.
do you know the only thing she saved in the fire was all our names on the wall?
Exactly. She ran in 13 times to make sure that every last one name.
The only thing that was saved in the fire was the name on the wall and shit.
Yeah, but for her to
Fake
come on
names.
here actually threatening James when she's
Yeah,
never
fucked.
met him, it just goes
That's what
to
she
show
said to
how
the fire
crazy
Show
emblem.
the levels of fucking mongo on us now. She's
Yeah.
dragging
Oi.
every fucking cunt into it just for more attention.
You know when the ambulance turned up, when the fire engine turned up, she said, "You're fucked."
Yeah, you're going on my wall.
The only attention she should want, though, and some people won't like me saying this, but I honestly do not give a fuck. The only attention that she should want is the attention of her fucking kids. And it's the fucking last people's attention that she tries to get. She tries to fuck her hardest to get every fucking else's attention who she says has ruined her fucking life, when she could put a stop to that overnight and try and get the attention of her children and live happily ever after like fucking Cinderella. But no, you're like a ugly fucking sisters with black teeth all in your mouth because you're a fucking scummy bastard. You fucked your own life up and now you intend on doing it to ours.
Talking about Cinderella's fucked. Cinderella's fucked.
Right, so, and okay, and then take a deep breath, and then take a deep breath, and then imagine
Ugly
that somebody
sister.
else.
Fuck off, ugly sister.
Imagine that somebody else outside of here then listens to this, and then listens to everything that I've
Don't worry,
recorded.
Kaylee. We've all got the recordings of you saying that we're going to
Well, we
stab
have
all
deep,
family
in-depth
members, all that
conversations,
type
and
of
you
shit that
have
we're all for.
trolling.
Right, now,
Don't fuck
you
yourself.
can control what people on YouTube hear.
But you
I
can't control
can
what
very
people in the
much
real
go
world
and
do, and you're
relay.
angry at really long
I can
people.
go and relay the truth
You've got lots of people.
everywhere else.
You're fat.
Fucking idiots!
You're fat.
And the law applies
It's the
everywhere you
law.
come back. And you're fucking moronic.
The law.
Possessed.
The law.
The
Satanic.
law of the whore.
Northern
Yes, we know you
Hey.
are.
Sluts for fucking Satan is what you
fuck
are.
Satan, it's the
You
law.
are the whore of the law.
Judged, scrutinised by
The
your
law
own
whore.
It's
Shut
like
up,
you're
law whore, man.
you're
Haley,
shouting,
what is
Let's
mate.
put a set
wrong?
on us.
the skull,
So I-
every soul within the
She's
face.
going all around this motherfucker.
You're a nonce. You're contacting schools. You're nonce.
Oh yeah.
The
Haley,
police are going to
calm
get you
down.
anyway.
Oh, she's gone.
You
Oh,
little
she'll be
nonce.
back in a minute. I
Stop
don't
contacting
understand.
schools, man, you nonce case. Like, you're
Who
going to get
don't
yourself locked up,
understand
man,
her,
you
bless
bacon.
her.
Schools, other than bleeding heart. You wrong, dude.
You know what I mean? And Izzy's having a panic attack right now, man, you know? But she better take it on the chin. Man.
Listen, Kaylee, carry on. I'll get a fucking restraining order on you, and then you won't be able to come on panel because I'll just stay here 24/7.
They don't work.
You
She's
can
been
come
told
around.
by the police she's not to engage and not to follow me around. She still does.
Well, I'm going to fucking join that case. I'm going to get a restraining order on you. I told you, Kaylee, come anywhere near me, your tits are getting booted off straight down Burkett Drive.
But she's getting worse, isn't she? Not better.
Yeah, I think that
Now that she's got
nonce,
somebody who backs
her
up,
and that
yeah.
nonce Jake, yeah, together, that
Yeah.
fucking dirty nonce cock, yeah, is just fucking feeding off each other and getting even more
Yeah.
nonce. They're just
Instead of
super
Jake
nonces.
saying, "No,
You know what they're
calm
like,
down,
yeah?
calm
You know,
down,"
like
it's like, "No, you're
Transformers
right,
can,
Jake, right."
like, you see, like the Transformers or even the Power Rangers could join up and make one like Zordon. Like, they're like super nonce. When they
Oh, yeah.
join together, they're like nonces of fucking all time.
Oh, yeah,
and
the
just
two nonces
turn into
and
like
then
Fred and
can
Rose
form-
West.
No, so
Oh,
what happens
God,
is what
yeah.
happens is the two nonces together, like, but then Jake gets on Kaylee's
Nonce-tron.
shoulders and they get turned into Meganonce.
Yeah, Mega Nonce on Nonce-tron.
Meganonce 3000.
God, can you imagine hitchhiking and those two stop and those two pick you up?
Oh, mate, you're fucked.
Oh, that is
Oh
something out
my
of
god,
fucking
no way.
Rocky. Not I was gonna say Rocky Hour Picture Show. That was the fraudulent slip. I actually meant
They got
Texas
vegan
Chainsaw.
petrol as well. They got vegan diesel in the car.
Oh,
Like, the
yeah.
car's fucked. That's what the license plate says. You're fucked.
Yeah, don't forget there's a load of them in Australia that are involved in it as well. And
Yeah, we got Arthur, Mad Arthur.
and
You
the
know.
Wilfred Wong lot. Yeah.
Wilfred Wong.
Oh, yeah, Mad Arthur.
Arthur's like a bowling ball on legs.
Oh, I'm still new here, so can someone tell me? Does she have a normal mode where she can just?
No.
No.
She used to. She used
If you
to.
be nice to her, she's gonna go nuts. If you be horrible to her, she's gonna go nuts. If you be quiet, she's gonna go nuts.
Can
So
you tell me at least what she's upset about? I don't understand.
everything and
That
anything.
Hampstead case, isn't it?
We told
Yeah.
you.
No. Wendy,
Oh.
at first, it was nothing about that. At first, she was like a freeman of the land. Do you know, like a
Yes.
sovereign citizen, James? She was one of those type of people.
See, that's why it's everything and anything. Makes it up as they go along.
And then she said that she was getting trolled by internet trolls, which she wasn't. So then she gave her kids up, which she never. Basically, she tried putting bleach in their ears over COVID, and the father took them off her, and now the father's got full custody. And she's done nothing to try and like turn her life around and get custody of her kids back. Instead, she's attacked us lot, and she's tried to get anybody who's got kids, try and lose them. Anybody who's got jobs, anybody who's got sisters, she's threatened to stab them. Like, she just wants to ruin our lives because she's fucked on up.
This is why I'm always vague when people ask me personal information, like where I live and what I do for a living, because I
Be as
never
Believe
know.
me, James, you
possible.
haven't been vague enough.
No,
don't worry, man.
Yeah.
But it's been good.
Don't worry about that, mate. You soon your neighbours will start receiving fucking letters and shit talking about
She
how you're
knows your name,
fucked and
that's
you're a
enough for her.
nonce. You're fucked. Yeah.
She actually wrote to all my neighbours.
She wrote to people's neighbours, warning them. She's wrote to schools, warning schools that like I've got no affiliation with any of us. Just write to random schools, warning them.
Right to that.
She's weird as fuck.
What does she warn them about? Like,
You'll have to ask her.
Well,
Whichever person.
she
Shirley,
thinks
can you
because
jump
we
on and
don't
tell
want
us
to
why you wrote the
listen to the
schools?
Hampstead Heath rubbish. Well, look. If you want to believe that there's sexual ritual abuse, we know that there is. It goes on, but not as in depth as what she thinks it is, or as widespread as what she thinks it is. And because we don't want to listen to her regurgitate the same stuff over and over and over and over, no one wants to sit and talk about child abuse 24/7.
No.
I think we skimmed through it a bit too fast before. I'll break it down as quick as I can, but with a bit more detail. So
Yeah.
basically, two kids went to the parents or the police, and then they went to the police and said that they was getting raped and abused by multiple people, all in Hampstead Heath. It happened in school. It happened in the local church. The local McDonald's was putting mincing babies up and putting them in the burgers. It was widespread across Hampstead Heath to the point where like, the churches supposedly had hidden rooms and compartments where they used to abuse children, and that black babies were abused more and shit. It turned out so there's police interview footage from the interview rooms. How it got out, well, the person who put it out, I believe, got a fucking 10-year stretch at end. But anyway, these videos are out there, and it shows the kids giving detailed witness statements, shall we say, of what's supposedly happened, and it's very sexually graphic, and that's why they have it, and they post it daily, and they get off on it. Anyway, say after that day 4 of them being interviewed by the police, they finally turn around and say, "No, this hasn't happened to us. My mum's boyfriend has forced us to say this. He was beating us with metal spoons, whacking them in our head. He took us to Morocco. He beat us up in Morocco and made us say this. And then it was the day that they came back from Morocco that they made the allegations. So the police investigated it. They couldn't find no hidden compartments or anything. And then after, like I said, 4 days, the kids turned around and said, no, we were getting abused by the stepdad. So there was an arrest warrant put out for the mother. The police went round to arrest the mother. The mother and the stepfather fled over to Morocco, fled the country, left the children, by the way, who were getting supposedly abused. The mother and stepfather left the country to Morocco, and they've never come back since. They're still in Morocco, and now the children are with the father, who was accused of abusing them, but actually adores them, and the children are now adults, and they've not come out and said, yes, we was abused. They've said, no, it's still fucking fake, it was hoax. If you want to watch it, there's a documentary, just type in Hawksted, HOAXSTED, on YouTube, and there's a good little documentary for you to watch. And it was quite widespread. There was people in America, death threats. There was a guy from America who paid a flight to come over to kidnap a child from the school to protect him. It was fucked. And that's what she's obsessed with. She accuses us all of being behind it.
What does it have to do with her?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Her boyfriend supposedly was mates with the mother, and he full on protects her. Her boyfriend, by the way, his name's Jake. He was put on a 5-year banning order from speaking about it because he harassed that many people, and he was sectioned mentally because he was trying to give a hemp enema to a child. So this Abe Christie, he was obsessed with hemp enemas, and he was obsessed. We all know what an enema is. No child should be given a fucking enema. It's child abuse. So he was speaking about these hemp enemas to a psychiatrist, to his friend, I think he said. And anyway, she got concerned and reported it, and it led to him getting mentally sectioned. And then he got his 5-year banning order, and his banning order came up in something like August of last year. And ever since then, he's come online. He's got into a relationship with Kaylee. So now them two are just full on Hawksted, and they're abusing us about it. All to take the boxes and get sexual gratification out of speaking about child abuse. That is all it is about, because they're wrong uns. The end.
Wow.
It is, and if you look at the way Jake's eye shakes when he speaks about fucking anything to do with it, yeah, then you know, mate, he's definitely a bacon. God damn.
Well, he likes to go into detail as well, doesn't he?
Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what's mad? Yeah. Even in his imaginary fucking abuse case, there's still racism. God damn. Like, I mean, the black kid
Right,
gets
Billy,
abused
just put it
more.
down
Yeah, the
now.
black
No,
kids
no,
are
this
getting
is
abused more, Velly.
fucking.
Do you not care about the black
And I'm
kids?
saying, like, it's imaginary abuse that you lot have
Yeah.
made up, and even in that, you're still fucking racist. You KKK.
Yeah, but do
you
you
could be
know
like-
what,
you could
Billy?
be
I would
like-
agree with you, right? That it's definitely racist that he chooses a black channel to jump on and keep going on about that little black girl. It's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Oh, yeah, he's done. Yeah, like I said, if Velly was Sri Lankan, he'd make up a Sri Lankan
You tell
channel.
the Sri Lankan one, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't care about the Sri Lankan girl.
You don't care about the Sri Lankans.
Fucking love little
But the
bacon.
thing is, she says she cares about children and child abuse and children, but she gave her own kids away to the dad.
It's not even that, yeah. It's that you saying that you're out here trying to protect children while you're attacking children. So it's like, yeah, you're nothing. You're a danger to children. You should be nowhere near any children.
Oh, and she's a grifter as well. She might ask you for money at one point. Don't lend her any money.
She's got an Amazon list and a fucking wish list for like some £10 million mansion. What the fuck? Who the hell is just going to gift you a 10 million? You think this is fucking lottery?
About 6
what I'm
months
saying,
ago,
like-
she said she was going to walk to Gaza in aid of the Palestine war. She didn't even
The fucking war ended before she even started walking. We're like, God damn.
told her that. I said, "War be fucking over
what I'm
that time.
saying,
You
like-
even fucking set off, you lazy bitch."
She collected £1,000 off of other YouTubers saying that she needed to fight her trolls, and people donated. And then she came online bragging that she'd bought sushi,
Yeah,
dirt for a front room, a sewing machine, and what was the other thing?
laptop.
Yeah,
Dirt for a front room.
yeah.
Oh,
she's
do
gonna
you know what
got
she thought it was
dirt
all right though?
and
That she
stuff.
bought sushi because she bought it from reduced style.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
look,
actually
we've got a
does
Why did
special
she want
guest.
dirt? Hang on. Why did she want
You got a
dirt
special
for
guest from the Ku Klux Klan.
She was growing plants
Great.
in her house.
The head member of the Ku Klux
Shame
Klan is
yourself,
here.
really.
Oh,
The life
right.
that you've led at the age that you are now, you should look back at your life and be fucking ashamed of yourself.
I just heard that from you, right? Can you hear me for a start? Just check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
did you
you're a
hear me?
scumbag
Said,
because you're
you
just
should
begging
look in the
everyone
mirror
for
right
loads
now,
of shit
Kelly.
while
So
abusing
you're-
children.
Right
You're
now,
all on a
Kelly.
panel while
Look in the mirror
whilst I'm not
and
here.
Oh,
look
she
back at
wants
the life
Chief
that you led
Peoples to give her the
and tell
palace.
yourself
By the
what a
way,
fucking
none of
shambles
you have
you are.
ever spoken to me. None of you have ever spoken
We don't
to me.
have to. We hear you when you
We
come
just
on.
literally just spoke to you now.
Just talk
For
to me for
fucking
fucking
years,
years, you
sitting
stupid
here,
cunt.
obliterating my
We've watched your shows, you idiot.
You're fucked, woman. 7
What?
days seconds of an
Haley, why are you shouting,
I'm
Haley?
fucked
all
again,
of you
am I?
fucking
There we go.
lose the pain if you don't
This
fucking
you sound like you don't even have furniture in your house and you're just raging at people on YouTube. What are you doing, man? Behave yourself. You're a
Oh,
nut, right?
God.
every fucking child that
Kaylee,
I
go
don't
and
think
find
James
the
is going to come back.
Tesco's that gives away free food after 9:30. Go on, off you
Yeah,
go.
look at Food Bank.
the vengeful fucking torture.
Go to the Tesco's that gives away the free food. Off you go.
With my blessing, cunt.
You demon. Fuck off.
Did she say her cunt's blessed?
Something like that. I ain't blessing your cunt. Fuck that.
Wow, she's something wrong with her. It really is.
You need more than your cunt blessing, love. You need a full fucking exorcism.
Jesus.
Fucking tapped. You'll get used to it, James. And I think you'll be around here. I think the craziness is intriguing you. I like the silence. The silence tells me that you've not jumped off panel, which is a good thing anyway.
Yeah.
He's having a panic attack right now.
James, I would say it's pretty much down the line 50-50. So we'll have really good conversations on here, really good debates. The majority of us disagree 100% on things, so it leads to a good conversation to the point where we might be like, fuck off you dickhead, fuck off you mong. That's about as far as it goes debate wise. But then the other 50%, we can have a bit of a roasting match, and so if you're not into that, then yeah, maybe stay off the panel at that time. But don't let it scare you off. There is very good conversations that happen on here.
I think that she's actually started screaming at us while she's contorted, you know.
Contorted, is that like a puppet?
Yeah, I reckon she's got her legs behind her fucking head and everything as she screams at us.
Yeah, no, hanging upside down or something.
Yeah.
You can't!
Yeah.
Monkey bars. And the phone's on the floor. She's like pressing the phone on the floor,
Yeah.
head angling down. You can't. Like she's fucking Dracula. She's a fucking monk.
Yeah, breathe deeply, James. Have you got your paper bag?
I did the exorcism last. I can't keep wasting this bit. I'm not sure if people know, but I only get like 4 exorcisms a year, and I've already used one on Kaylee.
And it might look like we're all piling in, but believe me, it's not. We don't even have to do anything if she's abusive, like you see for yourself.
Like, yeah, he already knows. His name's up Wall.
She came on and started threatening him for nothing.
His name's up Wall.
Oh.
Oh, I'm
So
not.
So she's got a wall in a flat, and she's written. So she writes our names on big like a piece of paper, and, like, big bubble writing and stuff, and colours it in. And it's a wall just like this collage of all of our names, and we're all foot basically. She's saying that these are the names who she's coming for. So your name's gonna be right in the middle, like fucking.
I'm okay with.
And in the garden as well, all over the outside of the house.
Yeah,
You know,
in chalk.
Yeah.
All I can think about it's just sad. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't
So
make
she
me
might
angry.
take a screenshot later with James Zapperson on her front door or say.
Yeah, that's fine.
There'll be a live stream. I can guarantee you. Give it an hour. There'll be a live stream with your picture, James, as the thumbnail, and it'll be scheduled for the 17th of March, 2026. And it'll say James Zapperson, your court case, you're fucked, something like that.
Yeah.
You'll have a court case on Kaylee's Kangaroo Court, which is KKK Court.
She said there's over 500 names on her wall.
Do any of you bother to look when she tags you in one of her videos? Because I don't look. I don't even.
YouTube have stopped giving me the notifications. That's all it would be doing. Like if it was to like notify me, that's all it would be doing. Would be giving me notifications on Kaylee tagging me and shit. No, I don't even check the mentions.
Yeah, that's what else she does. Now she's got your channel. She'll probably tag you in it as well.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but can you imagine how much pain it would take to break somebody's mind in that way? Like, it just makes you wonder what she's gone through that made her brain that way.
She's done it to herself. She's always been this mental case, sovereign citizen, anti-establishment.
Yeah.
And just a lack of wanting to just be a decent person has just created this monster, unfortunately. I don't think everybody around her, she's had a good family. The fella was a good man. He is a good man. He raises the kid. He still raises the kids. I just think she's just a bad person who can't get on within a good society.
I think she got worse when James came out of his mental hospital. And
what is it about me, do you think, triggers her so much?
Oh no, you're new. So she wants to like just target you, love. That's it. Yeah.
Probably because you're on Veli's show and she's upset with Veli.
The fact that, to be fair, the fact that we're breathing triggers her. The fact that we're alive triggers her.
But the thing is, even though she's hurt, everybody has tried to help her. Everybody.
Yeah, everyone.
Every one of us at one time or another was like, because when she first turned up over this side, we didn't have a clue that she was on YouTube elsewhere. Well, I didn't anyway. And she turned up and she was like, oh yeah, I've got all these men going at me and this, that and the other. And like everybody sort of like said, well, you can be on this panel. We'll all help you, you know. We'll stop the trolls coming in and we'll just... God blimey, that lasted about a week. And then she went and befriended all the trolls and was over there causing trouble for everyone else. Yeah.
She's fucked.
I didn't try and help her, James, but she won't have it now.
No, I know better. I hear pain. I hear confusion, and it makes me very sad for her.
Well, you know, she's that far gone. I said that I knew who the next Messiah it was, right? I knew who the next Messiah was. So now when she screams at me, she's literally asking me and screaming. She wants to know who the next Messiah is.
Okay,
I don't know.
Who's the Messiah?
Yeah, I don't know.
The Messiah is a very naughty boy.
Yeah, Kaylee. What's wrong with you? You used to be.
I have never told Kaylee to report the hive. That's bullshit.
It's in the back. That link there in the back is your hearing.
Well, what if the I've got me and Dubter for
246 days. Your hearing. James Addison, your hearing, okay, is in 246 days on the 19th.
Oh, there you go, James. Your hearing's in 200. Go and shove your hearing up your document.
No.
He's managed to get in. He's only been here 5 minutes. How did you do it that quick?
Your year countdown, so then the next year is your hearing, and you're going
We
to
don't
answer.
care, Kaylee. Nobody cares.
James has not said anything to you, not one thing.
Don't think I'm going to fucking run
Your husband's a better man than you ever was.
You're ridiculous. You're fucking
You mush.
Haley, have you had my hearing yet? Have I missed it?
I'm not paid. You're all going to get off.
Nobody cares.
Advertised.
Nobody
for
cares.
fucking wankers like you.
Bye.
Pay
Bye.
dollar bills
Bye.
to do this, right? So you're going to have to explain to the world why you were here shutting down relevant fucking people.
You sound like Ludo or fucking Labyrinth.
I was born in Bow.
You said you were born in Israel, Kaylee.
Oh yeah. Good fucking memory, Wendy. You said you was born in Israel. Lying bastards. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you pretending to be a Jew? Why are you pretending to be a Jew?
You are going to suffer.
You're not going to fucking.
You're going to lose your voice.
Every fucking child that's a sufferer.
Listen.
About me
you're going to go horse if you carry on.
Everyone who already wants you dead. Everyone who already wants you dead is listening.
Gosh, like the Exorcist,
She's that fucking Ludo off Labyrinth. She's that fucking big monster off Labyrinth.
You are dead. You are dead.
Oh God. You're
dead. Haley, you need to go and get professional help. You need to go and get professional help.
You are dead.
Go and get professional help, Kaylee.
Give me a second. Let me get St. Michael's prayer.
I'm telling you, she's living in her own psychosis.
Yeah. Did you see that when as soon as the second I said,
oh my God, she's got his face and everything on her show, ready to do him a court case.
Kaylee, you come back and do Exorcist, and you know what that does to you, bitch. It fucking makes your fanny sting. Do not come back on.
Oh, and Donna Marie's made it.
Oh, Donna Marie. Oh, poor old Donna.
If I just plead guilty, can I skip the trial?
You don't even have to go to the trial.
You don't have to be there. It's not about you. It's about her. You don't have to be there. You're guilty anyway. Like she already knows that.
Yeah. She's the judge and the jury. Sir Channel, she just talks to herself about you. So basically what she'll do is she'll play you talking on Veli Stream with me or Luke, and then she'll be mumbling over it, telling everyone that you're psychotic.
And it's the other way around, isn't it? I do believe she's living in an actual psychosis.
It is actually nuts that we're talking about her, Adam, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, she don't stop.
I mean, I've insulted people's religion right to their face before and never even got that response.
No.
Yeah, but this is what we're saying. James didn't do nothing to her, so he knows firsthand. He knows for certain that he didn't say nothing about her because he didn't even know of her existence.
Yeah.
Me and him were just having a conversation. She came in the back. She wasn't even threatening me, Wendy. It was him that she was going for. So much so that he was like, I need the host to come here. Who is this person in the back? And I had to explain to him, it's Kaylee.
You're a fucking bully, Kaylee.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Make out I don't know and
exactly.
And think that there's somebody out there in the world that's got a problem with him.
If you intimidate people from coming on this panel, you can fucking think again, Kaylee. Just because you're not fucking welcome round here, don't try and make.
It's not about bringing him in. See, Game is my troll. You'll soon understand that, James. Games is my troll. He doesn't like me, so anything I say he's going to criticise. So bear that in mind when you listen to him.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, it's not about bringing him in. That did actually happen. I'm not lying.
If I have to get St. Luke out, I'll fucking get St. Luke out. I'll fucking exorcist the fuck out of that bitch.
Oh, she did actually sound like a demon.
That's all it takes is one prayer to St. Michael, and there's fucking holes coming out of her body, light pouring out of her.
I wish I had enough energy to be that angry about anything.
Yeah.
I don't know what she gets the energy from. She's vegan. She's by the way, she's vegan. That might
Oh,
explain
she
it.
gone vegan, has she? Oh.
She's been vegan for a while, ever since Jake has. She's so
Yeah.
influenced by wrong'uns, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, she likes to eat nettles. Wasn't it nettles?
Yeah,
Do you remember when
nettles.
she got that donkey and stabbed it with blood on the floor?
Yeah, she had a donkey. I think that was called Danny the donkey at one point. But
It
then
was.
It
also
was a
said-
Danny.
stuffed. It weren't a real donkey. It was a
she
stuffed
dedicated
one.
it to me as well in black and white, and it had like creepy music in the background. I've got it recorded just in case. Every case, please knock on my door and say, like, you look at this bitch, mate. She's fucking tapped. She's threatened to kill me. She's threatened to stab my sister. She's threatened to come to my house. I've told her she ever comes to my house. If I ever open a door and that woman is standing in front of me, first instinct, I'm booting tits off. First instinct. I'm not even asking questions.
And then there was Taffy and Babs who had their photos there with a dagger put on top of them.
Yeah, she fucking stabbed picture fucking stabbing knife like that. She's fucking tats, but she can't do anything about it. She can barely lift. She's very weak.
So, which picture of mine did she decide to use? The first one or the second one?
She'll use this. I was gonna say, have you changed your picture?
The one on here,
Okay.
the one on here, this one you got now.
Well, she'll have them both now.
You should have them both. You shouldn't have changed it.
Collect the whole set.
Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't worry about it. She's done it to us all, so
Yeah,
no one takes any notice.
Believe it or not, she's beyond fucking harmless. But then contacting schools and stuff, like, she's not harmless in a sense. It's quite a confusing way to look at things. Kaylee is an enigma wrapped in bullshit and confusion.
Sure. So,
yeah,
we talked about religion today. We talked about politics and what's going on with that. We talked about me. I don't know why we talked about me, but we did. So there was that. Tell me something about you guys. Like, you got any hobbies or special interests? Or
well, my name's Luke. I'm 34 from Preston, and I personally think that Palestinians are savage.
Very good.
Yeah. So I'm Jupiter. I like to talk a lot about religion and politics and all different kinds of stuff. But mainly I'm against the woke situation that's going on.
Yeah.
I'm Wendy and I work for Mossad, MI5, MI6. Yeah.
I feel like we're back at school.
What's Philly saying? That's disgusting. What's disgusting? Me saying Palestinians are savage? I can prove it. I can fucking back up my ideology.
I see that Trump's still bombing the Houthis or whatever they're called.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why we're doing that.
Because they keep attacking your ships and ours.
Oh, is that
Yes, yeah. So go on, explain a bit more about that, Wendy.
They keep attacking our ships along the, I think it's the Red Sea, and stopping a lot of traffic coming through that through the Red Sea, and they keep attacking American ships, our ships, and a lot of other ships. And Trump's had enough, and that's why he wants rid of the Houthis. Yes.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, let's take care of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Common sense. Stop it.
You know, every once in a while, Trump does something that I completely agree with. I'll give him credit there. Absolutely.
What was your opinion on him? So one of the like, what I hope Trump is known for after he's no longer president is being like the common sense president, the man who just did things that just made sense. And like, he kind of proved that to me within the first couple of weeks of him being in power, when he stopped men basically from competing in women's sports. Done. What was your opinion on that?
I mean, I agree with that, actually, even though most of the people that share my space, you know, over in the atheist ecosystem would not agree with me. They would cancel me hard for saying that.
Why? Just again, it's common sense. No man should be competing in any women's sports, let alone boxing.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Competing in badminton, women.
Oh,
fucking hell, talking about fucking transsexuals. One turns up. What do you want? Again? Just to tell us that we're all fucked again. Are you not bored of this shit? No, you're not, because you've done it for the past fucking 5 years. You get me mad, woman. Sort your shit out. No one's asked about your links. Nobody's clicking your links.
Oh, I think this is for James so he can see his own picture.
I triggered you.
You're fucking boring as fuck. Miserable. Nobody wants to be around you. Nobody loves you. Nobody likes you. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You're fucking horrible. You're minging.
I'm minging that, yeah, I get told all day, every day how ugly and you.
Well, fucking sort it out and leave us alone. We're telling you to leave us alone. Nobody likes you. Nobody wants you around here. So fucking go somewhere where you wanted if there's anywhere in the world.
Beginning of
You're fucking moving with Jake or something. Why is Jake still living at home with Dad and you not moving with him?
My children,
do something with your life, man.
Confused about how ugly I am. How ugly I am.
I thought you were ugly.
What? Wait, hang on. That's what you go on about all the time. No,
I don't.
You don't understand how fucked you are. Right, mate, James.
I'm fucked.
Haley, why can't you have a discussion anymore? You used to be able to, but you can't anymore.
Why am I going to blame you being ugly?
I don't even care. I don't even care how fucked you are.
You clearly do care because you jumped on 7 times tonight. 7 times.
You lot, you deserve every fucking.
You spoke to me. You spoke to us today more than you've spoken to kids in the past 5 years.
We haven't even
What's that got to say about you?
But everything is in place. Every one of your fucking names.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Off you go. Off you toggle.
Every
no
fucking scumbag word.
Okay,
bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye, driver. Bye, driver. Bye. Bye. Bye, driver. Bye.
What's coming to your door?
Bye, driver. Bye, driver.
Daily off the internet.
Goodbye, driver.
Your doors and no sosa, you stupid.
Look at you. You're such a beg, aren't you? Please give me attention.
That works in real life.
Please give me attention. I'm a beggar and I want attention.
Disgusting.
I want attention because my name's Kaylee and I don't get any attention at all in my daily life.
To recognise abuse.
The only attention I get is when the mental health team calls me up every single Thursday for a fucking mental health check. And I still don't have the phone because I want them to come round so we've got somebody to talk to. And I like panic people. I'm going to give myself
Luke, just to prove a point, can you just let her say what she's got to say? What is it, Kaylee?
You think writing to your neighbour's a handful? The whole fucking street's getting it in the next couple of days, Michaela. That's just your street.
All right, I'm not bothered.
Then I'm coming there with my megaphone, Michaela.
I don't care, you'll get arrested.
Luke. Okay, as I'm coming to every fucking town in this country.
Kaylee, what's happened to you, Kaylee?
What has happened? Why don't you come and address me to my face where you don't have fucking buttons, you silly old cunt?
I've tried to, Kaylee, many times.
Mock me for questioning John Campbell back in the day, but what's happened now? He's part of the biggest fucking movement, the truth wave, you might want to call it, right? Everything that I say is true. And now I'm on it.
God.
So what I'm asking you, Kaylee, you know, when I used to talk to you about John Campbell, where's that Kaylee gone? Where's that Kaylee gone?
Oh, she's fucked.
You are going to burn in hell.
Where's she gone? Where's
that
Kaylee gone?
I'm going to spit on your grave with me.
What?
Luke, do not fucking procreate. Jupiter times 8, you're fucked. Clayton, you dumb cunt. Your fucking washing machine humping wife and yourself could not have fucked up any more than you have. Congratulations, you literally fucked your kids like pedophiles.
Kaylee, what's the problem? What's the problem? Come on.
Right, now you see what we're talking about. She's mental.
Oh, she's gone. Oh.
Yeah, she's gone.
This rant brought to you by the Committee for Humping Washing Machines.
If you want to do a few more, then that'd be great. Might start doing paid advertisements.
Sure, why not? I like how you're only fucked times 8, not times 9, not times 10.
Times 8.
Times
Specifically 8.
8.
That's because she's a Nazi. That she hates blacks.
Is that what?
Jews? Yeah. She fucking hates Jews, even though she says she is one. She fucking hates them.
And her dad was in that. What's it called? IDF? Is it the IDF? Yeah.
IDF.
Strange person. Never mind.
I think that what's happened is that Jake going on about that SRA and forcing her to go on about it all the time has fucked with her head.
Yeah, it can happen. Yeah.
I think
Munchausen's.
Maybe, I don't know.
Fucking self-inflicted. She does it for attention. She's the kind of person who would be given, and she said it out loud, by the way, so this isn't me just making it up. She gets prescribed medication, but she refuses to take it. So therefore, she wants to be ill, so then she can use her illness to garner attention. That is it factitious disease? It is fucking Munchausen's.
Oh God.
Something.
Wow.
Yeah, I think she's just complex and she's got schizophrenia,
You should try giving the
ADHD.
kids Munchausen's by proxy with bleach. She's fucking Munchausen's out of her head, I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing. She was into this chlorine sort of stuff that you can, and she was putting it in her kids' ears and stuff.
Kids' ears, yeah.
Fucking fucked.
You do know, though, I found all that paperwork where she literally turned up at a nut house because somebody else had been sectioned. This other guy had been sectioned.
Oh, she's back. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, herpes. Oh, she's gone. Oh, she's back. Oh my god, fucking hell. Oh my god.
She
What are you
goes to
doing,
this
you
nut
mental
house. Hang on. She goes to this nut house, and she thinks that she thinks that the nurses and everything have got to tell her all about this person that's been sectioned in the nut house. Kaylee,
yeah, she rang
you
them up.
You need to go into a into some psych ward.
They closed them all down, haven't they? Well, they haven't. Right, there's still some.
No, you know, but there's a psych unit.
Yeah, but we need to open a specific asylum for her.
In a woman's fucking absence. Yes, and it's really funny, Claire, and well done. Like, nobody gave a shit about your fucking ridiculous memes, like 10 years after everyone else was doing them. Changing a name on the bottom of the screen is not fucking like achievement of the century, you fucking mental cunts. What a pathetic cunt you are.
Who's done memes? I've never done memes.
No, this is so stupid.
Belly. Kaylee, why have you
You're all so behind the curve, you ridiculous pricks, because you are just...
Kaylee, why have you turned racist recently?
On the internet.
Kaylee, why have you turned racist recently?
Paedophiles, that's what you've done, okay? And now it's too late, and I don't care, but you're going to keep talking shit about
What is she on about?
You're making statements.
She doesn't speak. She doesn't listen. She doesn't listen. She just rants and screams like a little knobhead because she's a fuck nonce. You're a fuck nonce. You're a fuck nonce.
You are ridiculous.
You're a fuck nonce.
You're
You're a fucking nonce who docks his kids, you little nonce. Look at you. You little fucking wrong'un. You can't fucking speak to your own, so you try and fucking dox others. Go and fucking sort your shit out. And come anywhere near me and I'll fucking boot your chin right off, you bastard.
You fucking
wrong'un bitch.
You silly cunt. Oh, fuck you.
You try. Listen, if you want to try and tell yourself that you're not a fucking nonce by doxing kids, then you can do that. But I can assure you fucking are, and you've gone that step further by doxing school fucking addresses and messaging and emailing multiple schools. That is a sign of a nut job nonce. You little fucking wrong'un. Stop getting obsessed over fucking kids.
I think we should stop engaging with her at the moment, to be honest.
Forky says that's Kaylee flirting.
She's just a fucking bag.
Forky.
So she's a fucking bag. Wants to talk about other fucking people's kids because she can't fucking talk about her own. I ain't fucking mollycoddling people like that, little fucking wrong'uns. Like I said, the worst example, the worst trait you can have as a fucking mother is fucking being like not looking after your kids, not caring for them. And I've always made the example. Yeah, some people may find themselves in difficult situations, but having your kids taken away from you should be the fucking wake up call that any decent human being needs to sort the fucking shit out. And this cunt's not done anything to try and get her fucking kids back. She's doubled down and she's used it as an opportunity to be a fucking knobhead online and harass people. Go and fucking sort your shit out, Kaylee.
Steady on, Luke. You'll get a triangle throat hold.
Triangle, I'll fucking boot the tits off. I'll fucking elbow Jake straight to his fucking big chin as well. Both of them at the same fucking time. I'd love nothing more.
Upside down as well, I think they call it.
Upside down. I'd fucking, the only reason I'm passing out if she gets me a triangle is if she fucking gets me like a leg lock or something. I can smell a minge. Passed out. She hasn't washed it for months.
Yes, all right, Luke.
That's what Finger used to do, Joey Diaz. When he used to do BJJ, he used to take a big shit before it and not wipe his ass. He used to take a shit before it and not wipe his ass. So then when he got into like certain submissions and that, the people would like throw up like because they could smell shit in the
Don't.
match.
I feel like I didn't know I had any innocence left from my childhood
Cheating,
until I
that, innit?
now lost it.
That's proper cheating. That.
You've just given PTSD.
I give people some fucking ideas.
I've just leveled up my
Shit your
PTSD.
pants before a fucking fight. You won.
Uh,
Right? No, it's oh, you're
Oh
all
look,
fucked against the
see,
law to
you're all
silence
fucked. It's
me.
against the law to silence me.
No, it's
So if
not.
you don't let her on, she says you're silencing her. And if you let her on, she just goes nuts talking shit.
yeah, I think it's important to understand that nobody's entitled to other people's time,
No.
other
Yes, you
people's
don't
space.
understand it though.
Right? I tell religious people this all the time. I'm like, I'll answer your question or your challenge, but in the middle, if you get bored, feel free to walk away because you don't owe me any of your time. Right? It doesn't matter to me, right? I can never imagine getting angry at somebody because I feel like they owe their platform to me or their time and attention to me. Like it just doesn't work that way as adults. Blah, I say. Even chat kind
Kaylee,
of
we don't want to know you. That's the thing, Kaylee. So can you leave us alone? She said, "Who are you? None of you know me." Okay, sorry, Kaylee. We thought you were somebody else. Can you now leave us alone and just now that we've established that you don't know us, we don't know you. There's not a need for you to engage with us, is there? So why don't you just go and find like I don't know, go on dark web or something and go and find some nonsense to speak to. Go and take Jake. Right, but leave us normal people alone, please.
Yeah, I'm not being scared off or anything, but if she keeps coming back, I might jet just because it's bad for my central nervous system.
Yeah, but it might be good for your like your streetwise skills and
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much more innocence I want to lose today.
your online immune system.
There you go. Well, so what about aliens? Is that a thing? Are they real?
I don't think too much about it, me. I think that there may be. I kind of have the same philosophy on aliens like I do religion. We don't know. We can't pretend to know.
Tubes believes in them.
Yeah, aliens. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think that's a lot of what our biblical scripture's been written upon, but that's another story.
What is you think Akanyaki or something?
You mean Bible? Bibles say something
Yeah,
about them?
yeah, and I think, yeah, I do, yeah. And I think there's quite. I do believe a bit in the ancient alien theory, a little bit, yeah.
It might be.
What about that place in America? Is it Roswell?
Yeah, Roswell, Area 52.
Area 51.
Or is it Area 51? Oh yeah, you're probably right.
See, I can't. If I think of aliens, I just think of that movie. What is it? Something of a third kind.
Close Encounters.
Oh, I'm glad you three are on here. How do we get our picture up? How do we do a picture?
Click the three dots top left hand corner where you picture where you. It's got like a little Wi-Fi signal saying how strong. Are you on the laptop or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So left hand screen, you'll see you're in the show.
Left hand.
It says like your name.
Yeah. The
three dots at the right hand side of your name.
Oh, okay. Edit avatar, and then you add it, I suppose, from there. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, wait, Skywork says which kind of what? I'm sorry, which kind? I don't know what you mean.
The third kind of something. You said something about the third kind.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That was it. Yeah.
Were gremlins? Gremlins were aliens, were they?
No, I don't know what they were. Little stuffed toys. Or something.
What are Meewogs? Mogwais. I fucking loved my Gizmo when I was a kid. I carried it everywhere. I've got a picture somewhere where I lay on bed on holiday, fast asleep with my Gizmo. And if I weren't carrying my Gizmo, I was carrying a life-sized. What was that green bird? That green duck called again? Orwell. Was it Orwell? No. I wish I could fly
Right up to the sky where they can't.
What was that bird called? Big Green Thing.
Orwell. Yeah,
Orwell.
yeah, Orwell, wasn't it?
I used to have a big life-size terrier. That I used to carry around me. He was bigger than me. I have a very vivid memory of walking around Windsor's World of Shoes with this big fucking Orwell the duck, knocking out shoes off. Fucking love that duck.
I didn't know I uploaded so many fucking pictures.
Wendy, what's your favourite movie?
Oh God, I've got a lot, loads. Gladiator.
Oh, me and you are on. So I always say, Stand By Me and Goonies is my favourite, but then everything like right. If you have to choose like an adult one, because I don't really watch like many movies, this and that. But if you have to say like a modern day one that I've watched, like me adult, yeah, Gladiator takes this crown every single time. What's that?
Look what she's wrote.
What? Stupid cons recorded. Fucking freak more lies.
Danny Jones, don't make me get the donkey.
Oh, donkey. I fucking pawned it in for a fucking kebab, you fucking tramp.
Oh God.
You just need to leave fucking people alone. Go away. Just leave us alone, Kelly. Do shit with your life. Get a job. She's put I love nettles. That's why people comment. Oh, parody. That's a parody. Gladiator 2 was shit. Louise, it was. I wasn't happy with it.
No.
Did you watch it?
Gladiator's the best one.
Do you know what? Did you watch it though? Gladiator 2, Wendy? I was
No.
fucking fuming.
No.
Do you know what they've done? I'm gonna have to
What
tell
they
you.
done?
So, you know Maximus Aurelius?
Yeah.
So he's the gladiator, isn't he? Original gladiator.
Yeah.
You know the blonde son of the emperor's sister, Lucius?
Yeah.
So Lucius is the main character in this new one. So basically there's a plot to kill Lucius, so then he doesn't become the king and the emperor, and somebody else does. So anyway, his mother puts him in a little basket like Moses, I believe, and sends him off. And anyway, it ends up in this other land. So fast forward 20 years or so, he gets enslaved. So the land gets invaded. He's gone up with this new people. He doesn't know who he is. He's gone up with these people now. And then he gets enslaved by Rome. And he gets brought back to Rome. And then they realise that he's the son of the emperor's sister.
Right.
And then anyway, so what's killed it for me is that so it's the son of the emperor's sister. So the Lucius is so remember in the first film, you had the emperor who was Joaquin Phoenix, his sister, who he was like a bit ancestry with, and then the little lad's Lucius. So it's turned out now.
Okay. All right.
So it's turned out now that Maximus Aurelius, he was a commander, weren't he, for a while for her father, and he was going to become emperor. And then that's when Joaquin Phoenix, I forgot what his character's called, he found out and then killed his dad, didn't he? So then it didn't happen. It automatically went to him. So anyway, it turns out that the son, Lucius, is the son of Maximus Aurelius. So Maximus Aurelius, when he was working for the emperor, had an affair with his daughter, and he had Lucius, and then Lucius was born, and Lucius is the old gladiator's son. That to me has completely destroyed Maximus's legacy. He was this family man. Everything he did was like first it was for the emperor, and then it was for his.
Then it was meant to be for his family. Yeah.
He cheated on her.
Oh.
He fucking cheated on her. That's what all Gladiator 2 has done is told us that Gladiator, who was a very honourable man, was a fucking dirty cheating bastard and has had a love child. I can't believe it.
Oh dear.
So if anybody out there does like Gladiator, don't watch Gladiator 2. It's all right to watch on eyes, like it's good visuals, a few good fight battles. When they put the fucking sharks in, that was a bit ridiculous, like, but it's all right to watch. But yeah, if you like the fucking storyline and the lore of it, stay away.
No, that's what I liked about Gladiator. The whole storyline, really. So yeah, I don't think I'll bother with Gladiator 2 then.
No, I don't. I think the only good thing I liked about it when they was at the very end, because all the way through, like they didn't play. And my favorite song, one of my favorite songs, is that Hans Zimmer. Now we are free.
Yeah, yeah.
And at the very end, when they did the credits, they played it. I was like, "Oh right, yeah, you've redeemed yourself slightly by having the original song in there." But that's the only kind of redemption. Yeah, baby mother Custer first. Honestly, I was fuming. Yeah, it was Maximus's kid, but no, how? Don't tell me, Danny. Don't tell me that you watched the first Gladiator and you thought it was Maximus's kid, because I've watched it ever since then, and I've never thought that Lucius was Maximus's kid. If anything, I thought Lucius might be fucking ancestral son of the brother, like, because he was a bit weird. But it's just
He
really
was, wasn't he? The brother, yeah.
And the new emperors in this one, they're like twin brothers. It's based off like true twin Caesars. I keep calling them emperors, but they're Caesars, aren't they?
Yeah.
They were twins, but they were fucking weird as fuck. Even the characters, like the actors who were playing them, they just look weird as oh god, they're weird. Campus folk, feminist folk, just weird.
Oh, I won't bother with that then.
No, I don't recommend it. I do not recommend.
Skyworks wants to know about aliens. Do I think they exist? I think they must. Statistically speaking, I think, given how vast the universe is that we know of, I think it's pretty certain, especially since we found the building blocks of DNA on asteroids. So, this tells me that surely that life was probably seeded here by those events.
What do you mean we found building blocks of DNA? If we found asteroids, then they probably hit the Earth at some point, and haven't they got the DNA from that?
Yeah, they were able to. There's DNA. I think the asteroids that hit like the snow and the ice are easier to find, and they were able to find.
Managed it.
Yeah, but there's no say what's the DNA like.
They didn't find DNA. They found the chemical chains that make DNA. They didn't find.
Yeah, but could that not have been due to the asteroid's contact with Earth? That's what I'm saying.
No, they're sure that it's. I mean, it's fossilized. It was in there already. So
yeah, but that's what I mean. So if say it's an asteroid, it's come through, it's broken through the ozone layer, it's now hit the Earth. At that point, in contact with the Earth, it's then the DNA is then attached itself to this asteroid. The asteroid is then fossilized. Fast forward 1,000 years, we dig it up, we find DNA on there, and then we assume that it's the asteroid DNA, when really it was a seal that brushed past it before it fossilized.
That's a fair challenge. I would need to do deeper research. All I know is that scientists are saying that it was definitely on there before it hit the Earth, but I don't know what they're basing that conclusion on. So I would need to look further into it. But
why would it be aliens, though? The reasonable thing would be, it's a seals brushed past it and then it's fossilized. Why an alien?
So we have various agencies, various scientists across the globe doing independent research and independent samples and coming up with the same conclusions. And some of them are theistic. They're not looking for a way to like debunk religion or anything. They just think, hey, this is what's happening.
You've gone muffled again.
I've never done a deep dive research into why they're so sure that those elements came from outer space. I don't know. But when I think about the vastness of space, it would surprise me if Earth was the only place where life has ever existed. It's possible, but it would surprise me. And as far as whether or not I think intelligent aliens have visited our planet, I just don't know. I've seen video footage from credible sources, including military sources, where I have a hard time thinking of what that could be in terms of a natural phenomenon, but I just don't know.
So do you think... I wouldn't argue that there might not be other life out there, but I certainly would argue that I don't believe that there's more intelligent life out there. I do feel like we are the most intelligent beings in this universe, whatever the universe has to offer, whether there's multiple or not. I do feel like humans and Earth is the superior. We are the creme de la creme.
That's a sad thought, but you might be right.
No, I don't believe that.
See, I do. I don't see. I don't know why.
I think there's so much stuff that we've rediscovered that it proves that. Yeah.
See, I think we've got like lost civilization and stuff. I do believe in stuff like that, like maybe lost skills, lost talents, which could maybe now looking back at it, because it's lost, it might look alien, but I do struggle to see how there's another planet out there that has intelligent beings who's got spaceships and that. Like I just don't see, I don't know how that would be. If it was possible, then I know people say, oh, we're not ready, or we're done, like humanity's not ready for that, but yeah, of course we are. And I don't know, I don't know, it's just too complex for me to have a definitive answer.
Well, I think that there's been previous civilizations on Earth, and I think that in the past they probably have habitated other planets, and that we're probably had interplanetary travel as well.
But then how do we get there?
Well, I think that we had the know-how back then. I think that just because
isn't there a mothership, Jupiter?
I think
no. Seriously, isn't there a mothership?
Like Return to Witch Mountain.
Well, there's a theory out there that if you sent somebody into outer space to seed 5 planets, and then people went on to seed 5 planets, but you can't ever go back again because you're going to keep traveling through time. That eventually somewhere the seed will take off. It's quite possible.
I do believe in. It's not necessarily that I believe in it. Again, I just wouldn't argue that there's not been a lost intelligence. Maybe we had civilizations that were more intelligent than we've got today, back in the day, especially for the tools and resources that they had, and certain skills and stuff like that have become lost in time. And again, that could be, so say like if there is, I don't know, we see like I believe, again, I don't know loads about it, but isn't there like hieroglyphics that show like what could be deemed as aliens? That could have been portraying something that was highly intelligent at the time that is completely lost to that today, and our only understanding of it is that it must be alien. It looks like a spaceship. Like, what else could it be? But so I would argue that it's not alien. I'd argue more that it's something that has happened on this earth by humans that has become lost, and lost in time, like a lost skill, a lost civilization. I'd say that makes more sense than somebody coming from something coming from like another planet. It would make more sense that it's come from an intelligent being on this planet that is no longer here anymore.
Yeah, possibly. That died out, and then we re-civilized. Yeah.
Like languages and skills, all sorts. Like, it's taken us as humans to uphold and keep those skills going. If you don't practice them, then they disappear, don't they? So I don't know, maybe. And we all know that humans have been prone to wars. So anything could have ended these civilizations and turned them into what we now think are ancient aliens. I'm not against like the thought of there being aliens out there. I just struggle to understand it.
I think there's a lot of evidence for it, but I think
Dukes, isn't it what is it? It's the pyramids, isn't it? With you,
the Sumerian tablets, the pyramids, the Dogon tribe.
How do they make those pyramids then, Luke?
Wayne Herschel
with no
pyramids. No, so yeah, the short pure man. And if you look at the I don't know what you call it, but what do you call it when you use like a tool to increase the manpower or the weight of which you can lift things? Is it leverage? I can't remember what it's called now. Yeah, but like the pulley system is an example of that type of physics where you can do it. It's not impossible not to do it, especially if you've got 100 men plus tools. It's not impossible not to do. The question I would ask, because again I've not looked into it, is there like an established factors or a general understanding that everybody agrees with science-wise why the pyramids were built, or is it all theory?
I don't know. Jupiter knows more than me. I just remember the little bits that she's spoken about.
There's loads of theories. So
yeah,
the theory that comes out of
Yeah, another-
Egypt
another-
and mainstream science is basically that it was built by slaves. But
Yeah,
other
but for what purpose, though? What was the purpose of it? Was
well,
it
the
just a
tombs,
show
aren't
off of
they?
wealth? Was
well,
it?
yeah, that's what the mainstream narrative is. It's a tomb, but
Tomb. Yeah.
people argue that actually the inside is structured like a battery, kind of a source, something that's going to like a conductor. Sorry, that's it. They argue it's a conductor and that it conducts electricity. Other people say it draws in energy and then gives it out. Others say that it draws up energy from the water that's underneath it, because underneath the pyramids there is a big water source, and they reckon the water source was nearer to the pyramids when they were built as well. I don't know. Look, there's a lot to it, but what fascinates me, Luke, is that the circumference of the pyramid, it's four-sided, isn't it? Actually is the Earth's circumference and all the rest of the stuff like that, all the mathematics that goes into it, that you just wouldn't know as a layperson. If we're to believe,
so that's what I'm talking about. So that type of understanding of the world, because yeah, a lot of it is like, how would they know this? And yeah, a lot of it lines up with like stars and stuff like that. But how did they come to that conclusion where they've been able to come up with that science? That type of understanding of science, I believe, is like a lost thing. And if we had that evidence, that could look alien.
So Skyworks is saying Anunnaki are the ones that kick-started after there was a Phoenix reset. Who knows what the Phoenix... Do you know what the Phoenix reset is, James? James?
Sorry. No, I don't know what that is.
Oh. Thought you might know because you're a Skyworks friend. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look that up.
It just doesn't come up too often in like religious discussions, I don't think.
But yeah, I definitely think that we've had civilizations bottleneck and then recreate, probably because of large catastrophes on the planet. But I just think it's too much of a coincidence that we've got this really big, organized, structured society that we've got so much evidence of, that all the stuff to do with them hasn't been translated.
Yeah.
Like the Sumerians, that is.
Jones has asked, why is a wigwam not a square? Is it because of structural integrity? I think it is. Less resources, same structural integrity, similar structural integrity. Is that why? Is that why they're not a square? And is that why they? Are you saying that's why they chose to design a pyramid the way it is?
No, it's something to do with the stars, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's not why a wigwam's not a square.
A wigwam.
A wigwam's not a square.
Wigwam. What's the wigwam got to do with a pyramid?
It's the same shape, isn't it?
Actually, it's not, because a wigwam's a cone.
Well, they are. That's true. Yeah, it's cone.
And a pyramid's got four sides.
Yeah, it's got less area space. You have to.
Oh, it was someone else who wrote that there. Okay, I thought it was Skyworks.
Oh my God, Kelly said, I'm hungry now. I'm going to eat some nettle.
Oh, it was Shivite, that's why.
Oh, it's parody again. I need to fucking stop reading that. It's the parody one. So why is a pyramid not a box? That's like asking why is a chicken not a fucking duck?
Oh yeah, they chose to.
Because it's a fucking pyramid.
Yeah. I do believe it's something to do with either the stars or the sun, why they chose that.
Yeah, I think it's astrological. But it's the understanding of astrology which is mind blowing.
Yeah. So there's a man called Wayne Herschel. He's a bit long-winded, Luke, but if you can be bothered to listen to him, and he deciphers a lot of the ancient scriptures and stuff like that. Not the writing, the not scriptures. Sorry, what the inscriptions. And he says that, Yeah, and he says it's a star map to basically tell you where we came from, and he breaks it down and explains why. And he shows you how it's all over the world. This same like map, almost like an equation, sentence, broken down. It's all over the world to do with the ball and everything else. And if you
he's saying you couldn't build a box in them times. Surely you could.
Your box in when times?
In like ancient Egyptian times. I get that
They
like
had
agree with
boxes
Skywest
back
that yeah,
then.
the pyramid would be like the most simplest structure that would have like that would be stable, and it would probably use less resources than a box. But I don't think creating a box would be impossible. It might take longer. Again, like the structural integrity, that it'll be a complete redesign if it's going to be a box.
It wouldn't be a box because it's something to do with the stars and everything, like pointing up, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah. So the pyramids are meant to indicate Orion's belt, but there's other stars that are indicated. If you look, you can see actually more of the astronomical, whatever the word is, astrological chart. So you can see the bull, you can see the Great Bear and all that. It's all there. If you go to Wayne Herschel, he explains it all. It's quite interesting, actually. But I find a lot of things are fascinating. For example, a lot of people don't talk about Skara Brae, that's just off of Scotland. I think that's how you say it, the little island. And the fact that they believed that they were connected to the Dogon tribe and to Egyptians. Because they built their first houses very similar. And stuff
You'd
like
use
that.
beams, Danny. It's about how would you hold the roof up on this box? You'd use beams.
Hold what roof? Is that Danny Jones or Danny
Wouldn't
West?
most of them just do a flat roof?
Well, yeah, be a flat roof, but like if you was to build just a box, obviously it's going to cave in at some point. It's going
And
to
then
be.
think about the pyramid later when you discover that actually, or the apex later when you discover that actually it leaks if you have it flat because the water collects. Then you might think, oh, I need to slope this so that the water drains off.
Well, no, because it was built as a tomb. That was the purpose of a pyramid. So in whatever they followed, it had to be that in that thing to in that shape.
I mean, it's not as
reach
if like,
the stars and
No,
that.
Skara Brae, Foster, Skara Brae.
And it's not just like it's an empty.
SKARA.
It's not a hollow place, is it? It's quite. It's very well designed inside, and it? It's got loads of caverns and different tombs and stuff. So they probably could fit more if it was a box shape. So the triangle shape is the pyramid shape is. It's not like it's just design or anything. Like it looks nice. Like there was a very specific purpose why they chose a pyramid. Why? Fucking
It was to indicate Orion's belt. It was to make you look upwards.
Yeah.
They say the capstone was something to do with energy as well, didn't they? They say that's why churches have got spires. I say that's why we've also got Cleopatra's Needle and all those things. It actually draws electricity. Well, it draws frequency to it. Yeah. It's meant to draw in.
Yeah,
just like aerials. Do you remember you used to get aerials to get the signal with radios?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we could test that, can't we? We could test for electric fields and stuff like that as people tested the pyramids.
They've raided them. I don't know about testing them.
Oh my gosh, he's in the back.
They've raided what? The pyramids?
Yeah.
What do you mean raided them? Like, fucking Boba, this is the Egyptian police.
No, the pyramid raiders. They used to go break into the pyramid.
Didn't they get like cursed?
Tutankhamun and all that, yeah.
Yeah, they got cursed in that, didn't they?
And Ramesses the bloody third or something. Yeah, they used to go in there and steal all the gold and everything.
Why haven't they stole all gold?
There must be fucking bear shit in there. I'll be fucking taking it all, mate. If I was Egyptians.
She thinks we're whispering. She said there's no point whispering.
What point in
Who,
kind of whispering it?
who says we're whispering?
1984.
Look in the van.
Oh.
When was 1984? Was that last time you seen your kids? 19th for the 14th.
Yeah, that's
44.
all to do with frequency as well, drama, isn't it? I believe. Yeah,
NASA owns the rights to the entrance, what? Owns the rights to the entrance of the pyramids?
Who said
Oh my god.
I mean, it's so ridiculous because all I need.
No, you're
Can't hear
ridiculous.
you before you start. Can't hear you. So you're wasting your time.
No, that's a
Idiots
blessing.
keep changing my name. You're all going to keep talking
No, we're
about.
not mentioning. We're talking about you. Right, I'm going. Kelly, do you want me to do an exorcist on you?
Recorded
Fucking well.
for years. Right, you literally have not got a handle on how to have conversation according to the law.
Most glorious.
Yeah, go on then.
Prince
Let's have a
of the
conversation.
celestial-
Scumbags that are left on YouTube.
You can try.
Everyone
or I
else.
can do an
Let
exorcism.
her try a conversation. Go on
Everybody
then. What
else
topic?
figured out what was going on, that you were being used for satanic purposes. You
What?
lot love it. You lot love it, and that's why you're still here. Okay, and you think anything like your
Oh, could you explain that to us?
behaviour is okay and acceptable?
How are we being used for satanic verses?
I don't actually need to explain anymore. We're going to do it in psychoanalyzing.
Because you can't. Because you can't. Because you can't.
April the 1st.
Look at you. You can't do anything.
Through every single.
You
What,
can't
April
do
Fool's
anything.
Day?
Every word that came out of your mouth.
Exactly what
We're
a
going to
fucking day
we've got a
to choose.
worksheet and everything. We've got
Every
a
day is an April
worksheet
Fool's
and
Day for
everything.
Kelly.
Right? It's got the law.
No, because.
The law. So
No,
we're going to
because-
sit there and we're going to listen. And
Yeah,
as
but
you go
Kelly,
along,
listen,
and you're
nobody
drunk
cares.
and drug-riddled, perverted
Okay,
types
nobody
of
cares.
schadenfreude,
You're just jealous that you
and
can't
you're
afford
kicked
weed.
out of abusing
You're jealous that you can't afford weed.
survivors, getting your kicks. We're going to attribute the law
Okay.
and see whether or not it was lawful.
Okay, you said that.
Whether
already
or
said
not
that.
between 2020
You're
and
repeating yourself now,
2025,
love.
we may have been able to do something more
Okay.
constructive to
Okay.
deal with the fucking government and the
Okay.
shit we've all been put through for the
Okay.
last 5 years. Like I was telling everyone
Okay.
way back then.
Okay.
See what's going on, Luke?
She's laughing at herself. Oh my god, she's not.
And
Most
chaos
glorious
and
prince of the
American-
celestial
Yeah,
host,
this is
Saint
her
Michael the
problem because we don't
Archangel,
want her as our leader.
defend us in the conflicts which we have to sustain against principalities and powers, against the rulers of the world of this darkness, against the spirits of wickedness in the high places.
Everyone's looking
Come
at
to the
you.
rescue of men
Now
whom God has
everyone's looking at
created
you and they're going
to
to
his
judge
image
you.
and likeness, and
Child
whom he has redeemed as
Got
a
on your
great
face,
prince
my child
for the
suffered
tyranny
later
of
on.
devil.
My child
It is
suffered
thou
later
whom Holy Church
My child
venerates as
suffered.
her
James
guardian and
Atherton.
protector. Thou whom the Lord has charged
Whatever
and
the fuck your
conduct
name is,
redeems
racist
thousands
cunt.
in
My
heaven.
child suffered
Pray
thanks to
hereafter
you
the God of peace
narcissist
to
cunts
subdue
on
Satan
YouTube.
beneath our
Go to
feet.
hell. And all of your
That he
bastard
may no
fucking
longer
comments and
stir them
Sosas and all
men
the rest, all
captive.
of your voices are very
Be
recognised.
gone, demon!
Enjoy the next year,
Be
cunt.
gone and never
Tick
come
tock.
back to these lands.
It was the best of times. It was
Oh
the
my God,
worst
it
of
worked.
times.
It fucking works, God. It works every time, doesn't it? Thank fuck for that in the name of Father and the Son and the fucking Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank fuck for that.
The thing is, I'd
Go
like
on,
her to
demon.
explain. You think she would explain, but she can't. That's sad.
Yeah.
Fucking demon should be rolling on the floor now in agony with holes of light pouring out of it. Meow, melting, melting.
So we've got CT in chat trying to do an exorcism, I think, with all the crosses.
Thanks for the help, CT. Do as assisting me. I need the assistance at times.
Yeah.
Hang on, we were talking about pyramids. How did she work out we were talking about? How does that
She's not
correlate?
begging, isn't she? We could be talking about fucking Walker's Crisp, and she'll find a way to fucking make it about her. She's fucking tapped.
She thinks she's got all the answers and we should all follow her, and she's upset that we don't all follow her.
Nobody has all the answers for anything.
She says no one listens to her, but when you give her a chance, she just rants. There's no point.
It's like Stonehenge, isn't it? How did they get there? Yeah, how did they get there? And what do they mean? Because I don't know. I'm clueless on that.
Well, for a start, Stonehenge was never left intact like it is now. They rebuilt it, which annoys me because I never knew that until years later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but what do they mean? What do those, bits of rock mean?
Well, again, that all points to the zodiac and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Sunrise and all that.
Because all the loonies go up there at certain times of the year, don't they? The longest day of the year or something, don't they? They have.
That's all to do with witchcraft.
Yeah.
White witchery.
All
Wiccans.
pagans.
Yeah.
Druids and that. Hippies, I call them. Druid circle, yeah. No, but hippies.
Quite a lot of people believe in that white witchcraft.
I went to there, it's summer solstice, and she thought she was going to be sacrificed.
Why did you think that? CT, why?
Well, because they all led her down at rock and started fucking chanting round her.
Because they're all nuts. I can imagine them all, yeah.
I don't think they're nuts, Wendy. I just think they're very spiritual and a bit,
Yeah, people say that about Native Americans, but they still fucking did sacrificials and shit. Poor Tiger Lily and that.
I had a friend who really believed in all this, witchcraft stuff, and she'd have bloody witches on a wall and everything.
Oh yeah, there's a few out there. They genuinely believe that the witches.
Oh, I don't know why you'd want witches on your wall. That's weird.
Yeah, because she used to go to the.
Mind you, saying that, Kaylee's got us all up there.
Yeah, that big concert place every year. What's it called, Luke? Where they have that big concert every year. Right now, next to Glastonbury, I think there's a place called Pendle.
Yeah, Pendle. Pendle's near me.
Anyway, you've got a place called Pendle, and she used to go there to this place called Pendle.
Pendle Hill, it's where they had witch trials.
Yeah.
See, she used to go there to this place called Pendle to buy her witches to put on her wall. I stopped visiting.
That was quite sad. That's a bit like what they do in some outback places in Nigeria,
So one of my ancestors, who was the Quakers, they fought to stop the witch trials. I think there was a 14-year-old girl who got killed as well, and then there's where they fought
really
tooth and nail. Yeah, there was one story where it was a young girl accused her mother of being a witch because her mother shouted at her something, and her mother ended up getting fucking killed for it because her daughter accused.
Well, do you know what they used to do? They used to throw them into the water bound, and if they floated to the top, no, if they drowned, they were innocent, and if they
come up, they were
guilty. So if you came up, they'd stick you under until you.
Oh well,
you couldn't win, really, could you?
Or they'd burn you at the stake, which is equally disgusting. But just imagine, in ancient times in Britain, we did not have some dark sort of stuff that we've outgrown, thank God. I mean, can you imagine that when they used to hang people, whole families used to go and watch?
Yeah, it was a day out. Yeah.
Yeah, mental, isn't it? Can you imagine what that must do to your psyche? And when they used to put people's heads at the Tower of London on the spikes, or hang highwaymen in the trees.
Yes, they did. They used to do that.
And they've had women in the audience who had purses or whatever the equivalent was back in the day, and used to cover the face when chopped their head off. Like they watched it and got fucking buzzed off it.
It's mental, isn't it?
And we've become very civil.
Well, that's why I stopped using the word picnic,
Why?
Why? What does it mean?
I never used the word picnic, to be fair. Fucking push it. You go to
The word picnic actually refers back to, in America, to the days when slaves would be hanged. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
God.
Explain that.
yeah. As soon as I found that out, I stopped using that word.
Yeah, but I'm gonna explain the origins.
Yeah, but if you wanted to go and have a meal in the park with your friends, what do you say? You go all the way around it like that?
I just say, oh, I've got some food here. Let's go down the park. I will not say picnic. Since I found out what it was, where the origins of it came from, I can't. I can't.
Right, well, from what I read near Wendy, it says the English word picnic ultimately comes from the French pique-nique, Pique hyphen Nique, although
No.
made by a German. Somebody's gaslit you to not say picnics. Who the fuck's told you that, Wendy?
I read it. I read it.
What? Where? Fucking BuzzFeed.
Put the word. Okay. Right in. Well, the word picnic. USA.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Does the word picnic have any origins to slavery?
It did.
What's this?
The word picnic does not have origins in slavery. The true origin is the word picnic comes from French word pique-nique. The myth, right, here we go. Some false claims suggest picnic comes from N-words.
Yeah.
Supposedly referring to lynchings when people
That's it. Yeah.
brought food and they watched the lynchings. And historians have debunked this, saying that there's no historical documentations linking the term to slavery or racist gatherings.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so I can't. Oh, so you can use it now. Okay.
That's like an ancient gaslight. That's like an example of a.
Yeah, but if I read that, or somebody told me it years ago, and I'd never used that word picnic because I always thought it was really meant that. Yeah.
Someone told me, I don't know how true it is, that let's, the phrase "let's get down to the nitty gritty." That's meant to be racist as well. It was about when they were on the slave ships and the slaves were on there, that they would rape the women, and then they would call the people that were at the bottom, that were right at the bottom, the last ones.
Oh, right, in the hold kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's true either.
So Luke, is that a myth then?
It's a myth. Yeah, he's saying it's a myth.
Right. Okay. All right. Stop telling the kids then.
Yeah, you can take kids on a picnic now. So it's saying there's no historical evidence of nitty gritty having any links to any slavery. It's saying that it first appeared in print in the 1950s. Its earlier uses was in jazz and African American communities, meaning the basics or the real deal. And linguists believe it's likely evolved from rhyming slang or colloquial speech.
Yeah, there you go. So that was a lie as well. There you go.
Yeah.
See?
This is what they did but they gaslit us. Silencing people.
Any other words that you feel like you can't say? We might be able to fucking increase the vocabulary here.
Yeah, but that thing, the answering to the person in the back, that link that you've put isn't to that one, it's to a different show. Oh, well, mine, we're on here talking, someone else is away watching all the different channels.
What other words that you know of that have racial origins?
Well, there was that one, that one for definite. The black sheep.
Yeah, we know what black sheep is because black sheep is obviously if there's a black sheep amongst white sheep, then it's like the ugly duckling story, innit? It's the odd one out. I've always been like the black sheep in my family. I don't think that's ever. I'll check, but I don't think that's
Yeah,
racial.
but they don't let kids. Kids don't.
No, they
It's
do.
screen. It's
No,
screen
they do.
sheet now, isn't it?
No, ignore. No, that's another myth. No school. Well, from what I know, anyway, it's completely fine to still sing "Bar Bar Black Sheep." Have you got any wool?
So that was a myth as well.
That's a myth, yeah. The same way it was a myth that blackboards. We stopped using blackboards because black people complained. No, we started using whiteboards. That was
not
a myth.
true.
That was no, it definitely is. So listen, blackboards.
It's not, Luke. I remember mum and dad going to a council meeting about it.
Yeah, but then
they actually said that they wanted to stop because it was negative on the ethnic minorities, and then they brought in whiteboards.
Yeah, but then they changed to whiteboard, which they've just switched
No,
away.
before they did that, they used to call it a chalkboard because they still had blackboards in school. And I remember being at school when they informed us we were no longer going to call it a blackboard, we were going to call it a chalkboard.
See, to me, it just makes sense. It's just a step in technology evolution. We've now got whiteboards and we can buy pens.
And then they brought whiteboards in, and it was okay to say whiteboards because white people don't get offended if you tell them they're white. Mad.
Even though
the board's got nothing to do with any person at all, not the blackboard or the whiteboard. It's mental.
Ever since I found out what that wrong end of the stick means, I just giggle when I hear people say it.
Shit end of the stick.
Yeah. I can't help it. Whenever anyone says, "No, you got the wrong end of the stick," I just giggle. Like, it's kid-like, isn't it? God.
What other phrases do we use that may have racial elements?
You don't have to say. You can say you don't believe me, Sosa, but if you go to the school I went to was Kibbrut Park Primary School, and I'm telling you, it happened. We got told in our classroom we were no longer going to address it as a blackboard. It had to be called a chalkboard. And then later on, a whiteboard come in. And I remember my mum and dad saying it was fucking ridiculous because obviously they'd been given the whole reasoning behind it. I remember them complaining about it, and they went to a meeting saying this is stupid. Where do we end up? And look at us 30 years where we've ended up.
Well, there was the whole thing about golly, wasn't there?
What, the golly?
The golly.
Yeah, but wasn't that just a character name?
Yeah, it had nothing to do for me, it had nothing to do with the colour of a person. But other people went around, made it a racist thing, didn't they? With the other end of that word kind of thing.
Well, I just thought that it was innocent. You know, it was like just a made-up character. But then
who
was it who came on and explained it all? What's his name? Captain, the black captain.
Oh yeah.
He came on and explained it all.
So what? Yeah, I'm going to look into that because again, I just thinking of it. Then I just thought, was that not just a character? And then people like Sooty out of Sweep, and because Sooty was black,
Sooty and Sweep, yeah.
But no,
okay, we've got to leave. We've got to leave. He wants to shut down by the look of it.
All right, right. Well, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Are you still with us, James?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
All right, we're off. Night, everyone.
So great.
That's my history tonight. I'm going to look into origins of GOLLIWOG. Right, James, it's been a pleasure. Make sure you hit the subscribe. Don't be a stranger.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Guys in the chat, it's been an absolute pleasure. Good night. God bless. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Good night.
Yaga.